On March 17th, 2041, a theft that shocked the world occurred in the Eagle Country Biological Laboratory, and an ancient virus sample disappeared. Just 1 month later, disaster swept the world. 99% of the Earth was occupied by zombies, civilization collapsed, and order was destroyed. In my previous life, I was betrayed by the person I trusted the most because of my naive kindness. In desperation, surrounded by a wave of zombies with no way to retreat, I swallowed a bullet with tears in my eyes and ended my life. However, when I opened my eyes again, time had gone back to 1 month before the end of the world. Moreover, I also awakened the God-level system and obtained 50 million cubic meters of storage space, which can be called a cheating artifact in the end times. More importantly, the system's reward rules are simply incredible. For every task completed, the resources will be critically increased by 100,000 times. Stock up on a portion of braised pork, get a critical hit reward of 100,000 times, and obtain 100,000 portions of braised pork. Stock up on some mineral water, get a critical hit reward of 100,000 times, and obtain 100,000 bottles of mineral water. When the end of the world really comes, others are starving to the point of being emaciated and fighting over a bite of moldy bread. But I was in a spacious shelter, eating barbecue and watching movies, chatting and laughing with the female star in my arms. And those people who were high and mighty in their previous lives are now scrambling to kneel and lick the floor. The beautiful schoolgirl begged, "Lin Yuan, please take me with you. I can be your girlfriend." The rich second generation humbly said, "Lin Yuan, as long as you give me a piece of bread every day, I will be your dog." Those saintly green tea lovers who were full of benevolence and morality were even more upset. "Lin Yuan, don't be so selfish. Good things should be shared with everyone." Looking at these people who once bullied me, now struggling to survive in despair and begging on their knees, I can only describe my mood in one word: joyful. At this moment in the bedroom, I watched the delivery guys carry boxes of supplies into the room, and an inexplicable sense of security rose in my heart. As the last person left and the door closed, a system notification sounded in my ears. "Congratulations on obtaining a gene enhancement potion and an alloy sword." The description of the potion immediately caught my eye. Gene enhancement potion. Comprehensively improve physical fitness, enhance combat effectiveness, and greatly increase the probability of awakening superpowers. Then comes the introduction of the sword. Alloy sword. Made of special alloy. It has self-repair function, and the blade remains sharp forever, making it a perfect combat weapon. I couldn't suppress my excitement, so I picked up the potion and drank it decisively. A warm current instantly spread throughout the body, and the system prompt followed closely. "You have taken the gene enhancement drug, your physical fitness has been greatly improved, you have gained virus immunity, and you are permanently immune to most diseases." In order to verify the changes in my body, I picked up a piece of iron, bent it hard, and easily bent it to 90 degrees. However, the next second, my stomach began to protest like a bottomless pit. I had no choice but to grab my wallet and go out. The aroma of the food street filled my face, and every snack stall seemed to beckon me. I randomly picked a barbecue restaurant and ordered dozens of skewers of meat and several bottles of beer in one go, which quickly attracted the waiter's surprised look. "Sir, are you the only one?" The waiter was obviously hesitant, as if worried that I wouldn't be able to finish my meal. "Don't worry, go ahead. I'll pack up the food if you can't finish it," I replied with a smile. The waiter nodded helplessly and turned to go to the kitchen. When the kebabs were served, I was already starving. I had just bitten off a skewer of meat when the sound of a beer bottle breaking interrupted my eating. Turning my eyes over, I saw a table of men with red faces drinking and yelling at a young waitress. "Stop slandering me. Who touched you?" The leading man had a half-broken beer bottle in his hand, his eyes fierce. The waitress was so frightened that she burst into tears and stood there trembling. It was an extremely embarrassing scene. A woman who looked to be in her 20s came out wearing an apron, and the waitress quickly hid behind her. Hearing the girl's low cry, "He just touched me," the proprietress's face changed and she quickly apologized with a smile. "Brothers, I'm sorry, this meal is free." But the other party went even further. "Just give her a free meal? How about letting me really touch her? Then we'll be even." The man smiled obscenely and even shifted his gaze to the proprietress. I lowered my head and took a bite of the kebab, then glanced at the other customers. Most of them chose to avoid the dispute and paid their bills and left. I sighed, and although I felt uncomfortable, I did not intervene. The end of the world taught me one thing. Stay out of other people's business. Too many times, my companions lost their lives because they were soft-hearted and saved others. But just as I was about to pay the bill and leave, a familiar voice suddenly came. Wife Xiaoqian, what happened? When I looked up, it was Li Bin, my last companion in my previous life. I was very familiar with his appearance and voice. Although Li Bin is now a little fat and has a round face, completely different from the thin and tall him in my memory, I am sure that he is Li Bin. Memories came flooding back like a tide, and the figure who sacrificed himself to save me appeared in my mind. Li Bin once awakened the werewolf power, and in order to throw me to the safety of the roof, he was eaten alive by zombies. Li Bin took a step forward and protected the proprietor Sun Lan and the young girl Zhang Qian behind him. His tone was gentle but firm. Brothers, don't be angry first. If you have anything to say, talk it over nicely. However, his plump, honest appearance did not make the hooligans retreat. Instead, their eyes became more arrogant and even a little contemptuous. You are the boss, right? The leading thug slapped away the cigarette that Li Bin handed over, grinning and shouting. Tell your wife to kneel down and kowtow to apologize, or I will teach you a lesson today. Seeing the other party approaching aggressively with a half-broken beer bottle in his hand, Li Bin frowned and whispered to the woman behind him. Xiao Lan, take Xiao Qin and run to call the police, quickly. But before Sun Lan could pull Xiao Qin away, the gangster rushed up, raised the beer bottle high, and smashed it directly on Li Bin's head. Li Bin picked up a chair and prepared to fight back. Suddenly, a figure passed by, and with a scream from the gangster, his body flew out like a kite with a broken string and fell heavily to the ground. Who are you? Li Bin looked at me in surprise. My movements were clean and neat, with overwhelming force. Before the other thugs could react, I rushed forward, grabbed the leading thug by the collar, lifted him up high with one hand, and slammed him hard on the dining table. The wooden dining table broke into two pieces in an instant, and the gangster lay on the ground groaning in pain. I stepped on his abdomen with one foot. My eyes were cold, as if I was looking at a pile of garbage. Then, I raised my hand and gently threw the gangster in front of his companions. Seeing their boss lying on the ground, almost unable to move, the other thugs became completely scared, with fear written all over their faces. Just wait there, little brat. I'll call someone now. One of the thugs took out his cell phone and pretended to dial a number. I smiled coldly and said in a low but intimidating tone, 10, 9. As I counted down, the gangsters' expressions became more and more stiff, and they could hardly hold their phones steadily. 8, 7, 6. I counted slowly. The overwhelming sense of oppression made these hooligans who usually dominated the area completely lose their courage. Okay, stop pretending and get out of here. My voice was flat, but irresistible. Then I pointed to the dining table on the ground and added, pay the bill first, and pay for this table. The gangsters hurriedly took out their mobile phones to scan the code, and even showed them to me to prove their innocence. I nodded slightly. Okay, you can go now. As if they had been pardoned, several thugs supported their boss and ran out of the barbecue restaurant in embarrassment. The scene was quiet again, and Li Bin slowly breathed a sigh of relief. He turned to me and said gratefully, Brother, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I would have been ruined today. My name is Li Bin. What should I call you, brother? My last name is Lin Yuan. I looked at Li Bin with a smile on my face. This familiar face and voice made me feel a lot of emotions. Li Bin immediately introduced the people around him. This is my wife Sun Lan, and the girl just now is our employee Zhang Qian. Sun Lan and Zhang Qian thanked Lin Yuan repeatedly, especially Zhang Qian, who had tears in her eyes, obviously still frightened by the fear she had just experienced. But I felt a little complicated because I never thought that Li Bin already had a family and his wife was such a beautiful woman. Looking back on my past life, when I met Li Bin, he was alone, and there was always an unspeakable sadness in his eyes. Seeing him full of vigor and vitality now, I am deeply moved. In this life, Li Bin lives a stable life and has a cheerful personality, which is obviously because he has not experienced the doomsday that destroyed everything. My eyes were deep, and I thought silently in my heart, you saved my life in my last life. In this life, I owe you something, so I will repay you with my actions. At this time, Li Bin took out his mobile phone and said that he wanted to refund the money I paid for the barbecue. I waved my hand and refused. I didn't care about the few $100s. I still had more than 100,000 yuan in my card and even planned to spend it all before the end of the month. The end of the world was coming, and those numbers would be meaningless. Faced with Li Bin's enthusiasm, I really couldn't refuse, so I made a request, hoping that Li Bin could help me prepare a batch of barbecue seasonings and charcoal, and agree on a time to pick up the goods. Li Bin agreed readily. After all, he rarely opened the shop during normal times, and only opened it at night. I paid a deposit of 2,000, gave some brief instructions, and left. On the way home, I thought to myself, I didn't expect Li Bin to not only be able to make barbecue, but also have some good cooking skills. And I didn't expect that I would meet my friends from my previous life in this way, so I felt good. Time flies by like a white horse. Just after signing for a new batch of supplies, the system's voice suddenly sounded. Congratulations, the material reserves have reached the S-level standard, and your storage space has begun to upgrade. Congratulations, the storage space has been upgraded from 50 million cubic meters to 100 million cubic meters. After breakfast, I glanced at my phone and saw that the message box was still empty. There was no message I was expecting. Looking at the blank space, I couldn't help but sigh. Still nothing? What a pity. A few days ago, I hired several private investigators to try to find someone. However, there has been no progress so far. No wonder, with a name and a vague description of his appearance. Finding someone in Shangjiang City is almost like looking for a needle in a haystack. I said to myself, not holding out much hope. After all, I was going to give it a try, not expecting to find him right away. That man was called Li Hong, and he was my enemy in my previous life. Looking back on that time, relying on my relatively good, ordinary abilities and resources, I organized a small team. We helped each other and lived a relatively stable life. Until one day, we had a conflict with Li Hong. The cause of the incident was simple, but deadly enough. Li Hong took a fancy to a girl in my team and wanted to take her away by force. The girl refused to obey, so Li Hong became furious and attacked directly. Although Li Hong is just an ordinary person, he has a mutant dog with powerful fire abilities. The dog is so powerful that no one can compete with it. Most of my team members are ordinary people, and facing that monstrous mutant dog, the outcome is predictable. When I struggled to get back to the camp, everything in front of me had been completely destroyed. In fact, the top-level ferocious mutant beasts are almost comparable to the strongest psychics. And Li Hong, relying on the loyal mutant dog, quickly established his own power and even topped the ranking of superpowers after the apocalypse, becoming the #1 figure in Shangjiang City. After my team was massacred, I sneaked into Li Hong's base, saw him with my own eyes, and remembered his appearance. At that moment, I made up my mind and the fire of revenge was already burning in my heart. However, I didn't have the chance to face him again until my rebirth. Unfortunately, apart from Li Hong's name and appearance, I knew almost nothing about him. Today is the last day before the end of the world. Although I feel a little regretful, I am not anxious. According to my experience in the previous life, sooner or later I will have the opportunity to confront Li Hong again, and that revenge will be avenged. After breakfast, I started my exercise routine step by step. Just after I had exercised for half an hour, my cell phone suddenly rang. When I picked up the phone, I saw that the caller ID was a private detective. I immediately answered the phone. "Mr. Lin, we found the person you were looking for. Are you available now?" I couldn't help but smile slightly, with a curved arc on the corner of my mouth. "I'll be there right away." When I arrived at the coffee shop, a man in a suit sat opposite me. He was one of the private detectives I hired, named Zhang Wenjie. Zhang Wenjie wore glasses, was tall and thin, and was well-mannered. He held a tablet in his hand and looked more like an office worker. He handed the tablet to me and said calmly, "Mr. Lin, can you confirm that this is the person you are looking for?" I looked down at the photo on the screen. I recognized the man with a bald head and a face full of flesh at first sight. Li Hong. Even after so many years, I will never forget that face. I nodded and said with a smile, "Yes, it's him." Zhang Wenjie finally breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that the deal was done. He continued, "Li Hong used to make a lot of money in the coal mining business, and now he has switched to fire engineering. He is unmarried, but has multiple lovers." Then he handed me a file bag. It contains his detailed information. As for the dog you mentioned, Li Hong brought back a wolf blue dog from another place yesterday, but I'm not sure if it's the one you mentioned. Wolf blue dog. I took out my phone and looked up the information about the wolf blue dog. I was shocked to find that it was exactly the same dog as I remembered. With a clear mind, I took the file bag and transferred the balance to Zhang Wenjie. Zhang Wenjie took the money, smiled, and held out his hand. "Mr. Lin, it's a pleasure to work with you." But I didn't rush to reach out my hand. Instead, I said calmly, "Don't worry, I still have something I need your help with." Zhang Wenjie showed an embarrassment on his face. "Mr. Lin, this matter is too risky. Li Hong is very powerful in Shanjiang City. I took the risk to help you find this information." I didn't waste any words and directly made the offer, 50,000. Zhang Wenjie's eyes lit up, and he smiled immediately. Deal? For him, 50,000 was already a considerable income. Then, Zhang Wenjie walked out of the coffee shop and made a few phone calls. I waited patiently, not impatient. A few minutes later, he came back to me excitedly. "Mr. Lin, Li Hong is about to go to the gas station in the north of the city. It should be in time for him to leave now." I stood up, my eyes cold. "Then let's go." Next to the gas station in the north of the city, Zhang Wenjie's car was parked steadily in an open space. I sat in the passenger seat and waited silently with him. At this moment, a Range Rover with license plate number GJ314 drove into the gas station. Zhang Wenjie's eyes lit up, and he started the car without hesitation and followed closely. "It's Li Hong's car," he said briefly. Inside the gas station, vehicles lined up in a long queue, and Li Hong's Land Rover stopped at the entrance. Zhang Wenjie also parked his car behind him, his eyes fixed on the front. "Wait for me in the car." Zhang Wenjie pushed open the car door, holding a cup of Coke in one hand and picking up the mobile phone in the other, pretending to be on the phone. "Hello? I can't hear you clearly. The signal is bad." He pretended to be anxious, took a few steps forward, and pretended to look for a signal. When approaching Li Hong's car, Zhang Wenjie suddenly slipped and stumbled to the side of Li Hong's car. Li Hong's car window was not closed, and the Coke in Zhang Wenjie's hand instantly spilled all over him. This fall was clean and tidy, without any sense of affectation, as if it was an accident, but just right, and the acting was first class. "Ouch, I'm sorry, brother. I really didn't mean it." Zhang Wenjie hurriedly got up from the ground and apologized to Li Hong with an apologetic look on his face. "Fuck, are you looking for death?" Li Hong was splashed with Coke in the face. He was so angry that his face changed. He pushed the car door open fiercely and grabbed Zhang Wenjie's collar. "Four-eyed boy, are you tired of living?" Zhang Wenjie's face was full of grievance, and he whispered, "I'm sorry, brother. I really didn't notice it. I'll wipe it for you." Before he could finish his words, Li Hong slapped him and knocked Zhang Wenjie's glasses off. "Fuck you, get out of here." Li Hong kept cursing, took off his coat, and went back to the car in one breath, cursing under his breath. "I'm so unlucky to run into a loser. If the surveillance wasn't here, I would have killed you." Zhang Wenjie picked up his glasses, covered his red and swollen face, and returned to the car covered in dust. Back in the car, he rubbed his swollen face and muttered, "What a bastard. If I could blackmail him normally, I would have done it a long time ago." He took out his phone and turned on the location. "Mr. Lin, it's done. The locator has been placed on his car. You can track his whereabouts at any time." I glanced at Zhang Wenjie's face and couldn't help but smile. Obviously, he didn't expect Li Hong to be so arrogant. Who could have thought that Li Hong had such a bad temper? "Thank you for your hard work. I'll give you an extra 10,000, I said casually. When Zhang Wenjie heard this, his face suddenly brightened. Mr. Lin is straightforward. Although he was curious about why I was tracking Li Hong, the rules of this industry have always been simple. Get paid for doing things and don't say anything. At this time, Li Hong's car was refueled and ready to leave. He seemed to be in a bad mood. When he paid, he threw the money on the ground, stepped on the accelerator, and drove away. The lady at the gas station was stunned. Her outstretched hand stopped in the air. She hesitated for a moment before squatting down and picking up the change on the ground one by one. She stood up, her eyes slightly red, tears welling up unconsciously. She quickly wiped away the tears, turned around, and continued to cheer for the next guest. Zhang Wenjie saw this scene through the car window and shook his head. This guy is really a beast." I nodded. Indeed. After saying goodbye to Zhang Wenjie, I returned home, turned on my phone, and found that Li Hong seemed to have just gone to his company. I tracked his car because he had multiple properties in Shanjiang City. I checked the time, and the virus outbreak is expected to occur at 9 a.m. tomorrow. Once it breaks out, the whole world will be plunged into disaster. If Li Hong can survive with the mutant dog, he will definitely be with the dog tonight. Tracking Li Hong's movements online, I found that he had been running around Shanjiang City all day. Sure enough, his business was much more complicated than I had imagined. At 8 p.m., Li Hong parked his car near a bar. 2 hours later, he drove into a villa community called Shanjiang Manhwa, where the rich and powerful of Shanjiang City lived. I checked the information provided by Zhang Wenjie and confirmed that one of Li Hong's residences was here. It seems that he will stay here tonight. After confirming the target, I turned off the computer and walked out of the house. I called a taxi and soon arrived at the Shanjiang Mingyue community. This community is far away from the city center, the environment is quiet, and there are few pedestrians on the streets. I arrived at the main gate of the community and saw that the security here was much tighter than I expected. Residents need to scan their faces or use access cards to enter and exit, and the security guards at the door are always monitoring people entering and leaving. Sure enough, the security measures in places where rich people live are strict. I thought to myself and decided to try to get in first. If that doesn't work, I'll think of other ways. I followed a resident to the door, and when the person swiped his card, I quietly followed him. However, the security guard soon noticed me and stopped me immediately. The security guard looked at me with a little doubt in his eyes, then nodded and said politely in a low voice, "Sir, please swipe your card to enter the community." I smiled and said calmly, "I came to see a friend, and I didn't bring my card." The security guard hesitated for a moment, but still maintained his professionalism and asked, "What's your friend's name? Which building does he live in?" "Li Hong, number A105. The last four digits of the phone number are 3255. I answered straightforwardly, my tone calm as usual. The security guard flipped open the roster and quickly checked it. Seeing that the information was correct, he nodded and said, "Okay, sir, please register." I picked up the registration book and hurriedly wrote down my name and ID number. After completing the registration, the security guard immediately opened the door for me. "Sir, welcome." I smiled and nodded and stepped into the Shanjiang Mingyue community. As soon as I stepped in, I couldn't help but smile in my heart. It seems that the security of this community is not as strict as they claim. With the information in the file, I quickly found Li Hong's villa. It is a 3-story, single-family villa surrounded by green trees, quiet and elegant. The distance between each villa is large, and there is almost no interference between neighbors. The villa was surrounded by an iron fence with spikes to prevent theft. I lowered my head and jumped over the nearly 2-meter-high fence with ease, landing silently and approaching the villa lightly. Inside the house, Li Hongzheng was holding the phone with a smile on his face. "Mr. Li, did you have fun today?" "I'm already home." "Oh, you're too polite. It's really what I should do." However, just as he was about to hang up the phone, a cold touch suddenly touched his neck. At that moment, his body froze. Subconsciously, he turned his eyes, and his eyes were instantly filled with fear. It was a pitch-black blade, as sharp as steel. Li Hong's whole body trembled, and the drunkenness disappeared instantly. Fear came over him like a tide, and he slowly raised his hands, fearing that he would accidentally anger the other party. "Brother, calm down. Let's talk it over." Li Hongxiang tried to stay calm, his heart beating like a drum. He stared nervously ahead, but he didn't dare to look back. "I can give you anything you want." He tried to please, but the fear in his heart almost made him lose his mind. I spoke coldly, my voice calm, but with a threat that could not be ignored. "Where is the wolfhound?" Li Hong was stunned. He had never expected that the other party would break into his house just to look for a dog. He was full of doubts, but at the moment he didn't have the courage to ask anything. "The dog is in the basement on the first floor. If you want it, feel free to take it away." As Li Hong spoke, he felt the cold blade following him on his neck and shivered involuntarily. I nodded with satisfaction. As expected, the mutant wolfhound was here. "Take me to the basement." I gently moved the tip of the knife and ruthlessly cut off Li Hong's mobile phone, and the fragments fell to the ground. Li Hong's whole body trembled. His heart seemed to be frozen by ice. He stared at his broken phone in amazement, realizing that he had almost died under the knife. Fear made him lose the courage to resist. He lowered his head and dared not say anything. He obediently led me to the basement, his heart full of anxiety and doubts, but he understood that the only thing he could do now was to cooperate obediently. The decoration of the basement is completely different from the luxurious atmosphere in the house. The wine racks are filled with a wide variety of famous wines, which looks luxurious but deserted. Just then, I heard a faint dog barking in the corner, and the low howl broke the silence. I turned around and quickly locked my eyes on that corner. There was a dog cage that looked a little out of place. The cage looked a little dirty and messy, forming a sharp contrast with the luxurious atmosphere around it. I walked over and took a closer look at the cage. It was a little puppy whose eyes had not yet opened, with a round body and yellow and black fur. It had a strong skeleton and looked healthy and full of energy. However, the environment in the cage was extremely shabby. The mat was dirty and messy, and there was only a small clean area for the puppy to settle in. Obviously, Li Hong did not give the dog much care. If the puppy's bones were not strong enough, it would have died due to the harsh environment. If that were the case, there would be no Dog King in Shangjiang City. As if sensing a stranger approaching, the puppy barked nervously. Li Hong saw me squatting next to the cage with my back to him, and suddenly felt a little uneasy. "Brother, I bought this puppy from a friend who runs a breeding farm. He said it was a cross between a wolf and me. It cost me tens of thousands of dollars. If you like it, take it away." As he spoke, his eyes unconsciously scanned the surroundings, searching for any possible weapons. At this moment, I stood up suddenly and pressed the handle of the knife calmly. Li Hong's heartbeat suddenly accelerated, and a hint of foreboding flashed in his eyes. The next moment, he suddenly reached out and grabbed a bottle of red wine, raised the bottle, and smashed it at the back of my head. However, before the bottle touched me, a flash of knife light flashed before my eyes. The knife light was as fast as the wind, but Li Hong's movement seemed unusually slow at this moment. The cold light flashed by, and he felt the world in front of him spinning. In the last second of his life, he saw his headless body. Li Hong's head rolled to the ground, with a look of horror still on his face. His body then fell limp, and blood began to spread on the floor. The smell of blood in the air seemed to irritate the puppy, and it kept howling in fear. "You're lucky." I glanced at Li Hong's body coldly, took back the alloy sword, and put it into the storage space. Li Hong, who destroyed the team he had worked so hard to build in his previous life, died under my sword today. It was really a bargain for him. However, I knew in my heart that I didn't need to do anything unnecessary. This was an ordinary residential area, and there were security guards patrolling all around at all times. If I alarmed them, I would get into trouble. But at this moment, the moment the knife fell, the once powerful supernatural being in Shangjiang City, the Dog King, had completely disappeared. I looked at the sword in my hand, and I couldn't help but feel complicated. The experience of changing the future is always full of contradictions and uneasiness. I walked to the dog cage, opened the cage door, and gently picked up the dirty little puppy. There was a milk bottle next to the cage, and next to it was a large bag of imported goat milk powder, which was obviously prepared specifically for it. He put the bottle in his pocket and put the goat milk powder into the storage space. The system prompt sounded. "You have obtained a bag of goat milk powder, and the 100,000 times critical strike is in effect." Then another reminder sounded. "Congratulations on obtaining 100,000 bags of goat milk powder." These 100,000 bags of goat milk powder instantly appeared in my storage space, and I didn't pay much attention to them. Anyway, these are of no use to me, but they can be converted into the resources I need at any time. The puppy struggled violently in my arms, and I gently soothed it until it gradually calmed down. I carried it upstairs, soaked a towel with warm water, and wiped its hair carefully. Then I prepared the goat milk powder, and when the temperature was right, I handed the bottle to the puppy's mouth. As soon as the puppy smelled the milk, it excitedly held the nipple in its mouth and sucked hard. It was obvious that it was very hungry. I chuckled and looked at the chubby little dog in my arms. It was hard to imagine that it would become the mighty hellhound in the apocalypse in the future. Right now, it's just a newborn puppy that hasn't recognized its owner yet. If it grows up and develops an emotional bond with Li Hong, I might have to make other plans. But for me, dogs are just tools. They are loyal by nature and will never betray their masters, which makes me feel more at ease than those complicated humans. When the puppy finished drinking milk and fell asleep quietly in my arms, I felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. I gently put it into the makeshift nest, which was covered with some old clothes, warm and comfortable. Looking at it sleeping soundly, I whispered, "Let's call you Xiao He." The puppy didn't realize that he already had a name and continued to sleep peacefully. Time flies, and it is almost midnight. I look at the clock and whisper to myself, I still have a lot of things to do tomorrow, so I have to go to bed early tonight. I opened the system panel and took a quick look. Mission, Doomsday Reserve. The Doomsday is coming. Please collect as many available resources as possible into the War Reserve storage space. Mission remaining time, 3 days, 9 hours, 14 minutes. There is not much time left before the Doomsday outbreak. I know clearly that the virus will spread for about 9 hours. Although I had experienced this once in my previous life, I was not nervous. I lay down on the bed and soon fell into a deep sleep, sleeping very soundly. The next day, before the alarm went off, I opened my eyes on time before 8 in the morning and easily turned off the alarm on my phone. After washing up, I fed Xiaohei and hurried out. This time, I went straight to Walmart. The supermarket was crowded with people. Today was the weekend, and many people came here to buy things. However, I'm not worried. Even though this place is not safe, the zombies in the early stage of the virus outbreak are not very strong, and I am confident in my abilities. Even those who have awakened their abilities in the early stage may not be a threat to me. Just as I was wandering aimlessly, I suddenly heard a familiar female voice behind me. Lin Yuan. What a coincidence, I meet you again. I turned around and saw Yao Yao, the charming and beautiful neighbor. What a coincidence. I nodded lightly, with an indifferent tone. Yao Yao had obviously noticed me a long time ago. She wandered around the supermarket for a long time, thinking about it, and finally decided to take the initiative to talk to me. I have to apologize to him, she thought to herself. The last incident still made her feel uneasy. She knew that only by untying this knot in her heart could she truly let it go. Today, Yao Yao is still wearing light makeup and loose casual clothes, with a lazy and casual temperament. Her every move carries a sense of presence that cannot be ignored. I glanced at her and, not surprisingly, saw several men looking at her with admiration. Her beauty was still the focus of the supermarket. I frowned slightly, but there was no emotion in my heart. In my opinion, Yao Yao was no different from these passersby. They were just dust that was about to disappear in the doomsday. The only exit of the supermarket had been sealed off long ago. I am afraid that the number of people who could survive the outbreak of the virus would not exceed a handful. I don't plan to save anyone, and Yao Yao's beauty can't sway me in the slightest. Lin Yuan, I haven't thanked you for what happened last time. How about I treat you to lunch at noon if you are free? Yao Yao mustered up the courage, a hint of nervousness in her tone. No, I'm busy, I replied briefly, in a cold tone. She was stunned. She had never taken the initiative to do this before, and she had never invited anyone to dinner. Even when talking about business, she had always been the object of people's pursuit. Who had ever rejected her? Unexpectedly, the first time in her life that she took the initiative to invite a man to dinner, she was rejected like this. Well, if everything is all right, I'll leave first, I said, and turned around without hesitation, walking towards the warehouse area of the supermarket. You! Yao Yao stood there, stunned for a few seconds, watching me leave, with mixed emotions in her heart. She whispered, what a stingy man. But soon, she comforted herself. It's also my fault. I thought he was a bad guy at the time. I chatted with a random staff member and confirmed the location of the warehouse. Just then, a sharp woman's voice suddenly came from the entrance of the supermarket. I turned my head suddenly, and my mind moved. Is it finally starting? At the entrance of the supermarket, Yao Yao stood there in a daze. The scene before her shocked her so much that she could hardly breathe. Dozens of meters away, a petite woman, like a wild animal out of control, ruthlessly pressed a tall man to the ground. The man's face was full of confusion, but the woman's expression was extremely ferocious, like a hungry beast, her roar tearing through the air, as if it was no longer a human voice. The next second, the woman suddenly opened her mouth, bit the man's face hard, and tore off a large piece of flesh. The man screamed in pain and struggled desperately, but he couldn't get rid of her control at all. The woman pounced on him again and bit his neck frantically. The crowd around screamed in fear, and the scene fell into chaos in an instant. Several men tried to step forward to stop it, but the woman's strength was far beyond that of ordinary people, and it took several people working together to subdue her. Yao Yao stared blankly at the man, who had become a bloody mess with a pale face. Her instinct told her that she had to leave this place quickly, but the exit was blocked by the crowd, and the shouting from all directions made her feel suffocated. Just then, she suddenly noticed something was wrong with a middle-aged man. He held his stomach, squatted on the ground, his face in pain, and his body began to twitch violently. After a few seconds, the twitching stopped, and he squatted there quietly, as if he had lost all control, with his shoulders shaking occasionally. "Uncle, are you okay?" Yao Yao asked cautiously. The man looked up, and the bloodshot eyes made her shudder. His eyes had turned almost completely white. Veins popped out on his forehead. His expression was ferocious, and the low growl he made was exactly the same as the woman's just now. "Roar!" Before Yao Yao could react, the man suddenly stood up and rushed towards her. She screamed and quickly pushed him away, But the man lost his balance and fell to the ground. She took the opportunity to take a few steps back, her heartbeat suddenly accelerating. The man quickly got up again, and this time, he pounced on another man next to him and started biting him. The man screamed in pain and hit his back frantically with his elbows. But the man seemed to be unaware of the pain and did not react. Yao Yao's mind seemed to be struck by lightning, and she couldn't comprehend what was happening. She remembered seeing this kind of scene in the movies, where zombies went crazy and lost their minds. But what was happening now was far more terrifying than the movies. However, this is far from over. Yao Yao suddenly discovered that the people around her began to act like those crazy women and men, with pain on their faces and their bodies twitching uncontrollably. At this time, the man who was bitten by the woman also began to twitch. After a few seconds, he seemed like a different person. He stood up, his body full of strength, as if he had turned into a wild beast, and pounced on the crowd. Those in the crowd also began to stand up, going crazy, like out-of-control beasts, biting anyone they saw. The scene suddenly turned into hell, with screams and cries filling every inch of the air. Yao Yao watched helplessly as a teenage boy was besieged by several people and torn into pieces almost instantly, with blood gushing out. This scene made Yao Yao's stomach churn, and she almost vomited. The air was filled with a strong smell of blood, and the entire supermarket seemed to have turned into hell on earth in just a few minutes. Run! It's zombies! People finally reacted and rushed to the exit, with trampling sounds coming one after another. Everyone wanted to escape from this hellish place. However, under the shoving of the crowd, the speed became slower and slower. In the crowd, shouting and crying were intertwined, and the air was filled with a strong sense of despair. Yao Yao's heart sank suddenly. It was almost impossible to escape from the supermarket's main entrance. Fortunately, she stood far away and did not attract the zombies' attention for the time being. She forced herself to calm down, turn around, and ran towards the inside of the supermarket. She shouted in her heart, "I must find a place to hide." Yao Yao usually exercises and has good physical fitness. She can easily dodge the zombies that pounced on her. However, suddenly, a thought flashed through her mind, and her face turned pale in an instant. Oh no, Lin Yuan is still in the supermarket. He must not know what happened outside. She quickly accelerated and rushed to the fresh produce section. Sure enough, she saw me. At this moment, I was lowering my head, holding a cabbage, looking at it carefully. Yao Yao hurried forward and grabbed me. Lin Yuan, come with me. I was stunned and looked at her with confusion. She explained anxiously. Out there's zombies, there are real zombies. You know those rumors a while ago? They really appeared. I was stunned, but what surprised me was not the zombies, but her reaction. She actually came back to me and told me these things as soon as possible. Seeing my skeptical look, Yao Yao became even more anxious. I'm not kidding. The door has been blocked. We have to find a place to hide quickly. She held my hand, but I didn't move. At this moment, not far from us, a supermarket staff member suddenly fell to the ground in pain, and his body began to twitch violently. Yao Yao's face turned pale instantly, and she almost cried out, Run, Lin Yuan. He's going to turn into a zombie. I lowered my head and put down the cabbage. A slight smile appeared on the corner of my mouth, and I felt a little curious. This woman unexpectedly came back to me without hesitation under such circumstances. I stretched out my hand, and in an instant, a black alloy sword appeared in my hand. Yao Yao looked at it in astonishment, stunned. I clearly didn't see anything just now. How come in the blink of an eye, there was a black long knife in my hand? At the same time, the staff member who had fallen to the ground stood up, his face distorted, and he had obviously turned into a zombie. I frowned slightly, stared at the zombies, and had a certain feeling in my heart. I was back to the familiar doomsday. After summoning the sword, I quickly summoned the armor from the storage space. The armor quickly covered me like flowing water, with almost no seams and no dead angles. Yao Yao was so shocked that she was speechless. It was like magic. She had never seen me like this before, and she realized that the man in front of her was far from being as ordinary as he looked. After putting on the armor, I held the sword without hesitation and walked towards the zombie. The zombie in front of me was slow in movement, almost without intelligence, and attacked completely on instinct. Under the protection of this armor, I can easily deal with them even if I stand still. The most terrifying thing about zombies is their powerful strength. The virus allows their bodies to break through the limits, and their strength is amazing. Roar! The zombie let out a low growl and pounced on me. I didn't step back, but stepped forward, the sword dancing in my hand like a flower. When the zombie was within 2 steps, I suddenly took a step forward and swung the knife at its neck. The alloy sword easily cut through the zombie's neck, and the head fell to the ground, and the body collapsed. Decapitation is the fastest way to destroy the central nervous system of the zombie. After the head is chopped off, although it can still keep biting for a short time, it has lost its combat effectiveness. I didn't stop and continued walking deeper into the fresh food area. After a few steps, I found Yao Yao still standing there in a daze. I frowned and said, "Why are you in a daze? Hurry up and catch up." Yao Yao nodded as if she had just woken up from a dream. Oh. She watched me kill the zombies with ease. Although it looked easy on the surface, my speed was actually extremely fast, almost beyond the limit of ordinary people. Yao Yao didn't see clearly how I did it. She quickly realized that my strength was far beyond that of an average person, and perhaps following closely behind me was her only hope of survival. Not far away, a man suddenly called out, "Wife, what's wrong with you? Are you okay?" He was squatting on the ground, and the woman beside him was twitching violently. Her flesh and blood were a mess, and it was obvious that she had just been bitten by a zombie. The man's body was covered in blood, and his face was panicked. He took out his cell phone and seemed to want to call for help. However, the woman suddenly sat up and pounced on him. The man screamed in fear, and the phone fell out of his hand and fell heavily to the ground. The woman opened her mouth and bit the man's arm fiercely, tearing off a large piece of flesh. "Ah!" The man screamed. "Wife, what's wrong with you? Let me go." He couldn't believe how his wife, who had been with him day and night, had become like this. The woman swallowed the flesh and blood, opened her mouth again, and bit the man's neck. At this moment, a cold light flashed, and the sword cut into the woman's neck like lightning. A few seconds later, a smooth cut appeared on the woman's neck, blood gushed out, and the woman's head rolled down and fell heavily into the man's arms. You killed my wife." The man looked at me with red eyes. I stared at the man coldly, with a hint of disdain in my eyes. "Can't you see that she has turned into a zombie?" The man gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with hatred, his voice trembling. "She is just sick. Why kill her?" "Why?" I interrupted him impatiently. "She is no longer herself." The man's eyes instantly turned crazy. He lost his mind and rushed towards me, roaring, "Give me back my wife!" In my eyes, his movements were so slow that I could almost catch every detail. With a swing of the alloy sword, the blade passed like lightning, easily cutting through his body. Blood splattered everywhere, and the man's body fell to the ground, losing all his life. I didn't show any emotion at all. I just shook the knife indifferently and wiped off the bloodstain lightly. At this moment, Yao Yao finally spoke, her voice so weak that it was almost inaudible. Lin Yuan." Her face was pale, and her body was trembling slightly. She looked at me, and an indescribable fear rose in her heart. Although she knew that the man would become a zombie sooner or later, she still felt a sinking feeling in her heart when she saw this cold-blooded act. She lowered her head and tried to calm herself down. To her, killing zombies might be understandable, but killing people was something completely different. What made her even more uneasy was that my expression remained calm, as if none of this had broken the waves in my heart. This seemingly cold-blooded man in front of her made her feel even more oppressive than the zombies. I looked up at her and said coldly, "What's wrong?" Yao Yao swallowed her saliva, her eyes slightly red, and shook her head in a low voice. Nothing. Seeing this, I heaved a sigh of relief and couldn't help but smile. It seemed that she didn't intend to interfere too much. This woman was quite smart and saved me a lot of worry. I didn't say anything more and turned around and continued walking towards the supermarket entrance. With a clear goal, I began to search every corner carefully to make sure I didn't miss any lurking zombies. Yao Yao followed closely behind and gradually came to her senses. She realized that there were almost no living people in the supermarket. The man who just rushed up was actually the last survivor in the supermarket. I'm not surprised by this. The zombie virus spreads rapidly, and the global population has dropped by almost 80% in just 1 month. Even if the survivors escape from the supermarket, the world outside is still full of zombies. "Hurry up," I ordered calmly, and kept walking. I swung my sword to kill zombies one by one. My movements were swift and precise, and each blow carried deadly force. Blood splattered everywhere, and the zombies fell to the ground one after another. Soon, We arrived at the corner of the supermarket entrance. The air was filled with a pungent smell of blood, which was nauseating. I turned the corner and frowned at the scene in front of me. This scene was even more bloody and terrifying than I had imagined. The ground was littered with corpses. Blood was flowing like a river. Broken limbs and internal organs were scattered all over the ground, and the pungent smell made it almost impossible to breathe. Dozens of zombies were devouring the corpses, and occasionally new zombies would crawl out from the corpses and join their ranks. This scene made me feel disgusted. There was no one alive at the entrance of the supermarket, and the survivors obviously did not escape. Ugh! Yao Yao couldn't hold it in any longer and bent over to vomit. She continued to retch violently until the food in her stomach was completely emptied. She felt that her spirit was about to collapse. When the zombies heard the sound, they stopped eating, turned their heads, let out low roars, and pounced towards me. My expression remained unchanged as I swung my alloy sword, slashing and killing zombies one by one like harvesting wheat. Every time I swung my sword, the zombies fell, blood splattered, and the bodies fell to the ground helplessly. However, there were too many zombies. One of them pounced on me from the side, growling and biting my shoulder with its bloody mouth. But my high-strength armor was impeccable. The zombie's teeth bit into the armor, making a dull collision, but it couldn't shake it at all. Instead, one of its teeth was directly broken off. I quickly fought back when it pounced on me. Several other zombies also tried to pounce on me, but I quickly shook them off. "Lin Yuan!" Yao Yao exclaimed and hurriedly looked for weapons. She picked up the fire extinguisher next to her and wanted to rush over to help. However, she soon discovered that although I was surrounded by zombies, I remained calm and not panicked at all. I grabbed a zombie that was rushing towards me and threw it over my shoulder effortlessly, sending it slamming heavily to the ground. Then I stepped on its head, and its skull shattered instantly. Blood splattered everywhere, and a bloody flower bloomed on the ground. I grabbed another zombie and threw it hard, knocking over a bunch of zombies that were besieging me. Turning around, I said to Yao Yao coldly, "Don't come over here, just take care of yourself." Yao Yao was almost stunned when she saw me throwing the zombie as easily as throwing a sandbag. There was a flash of astonishment in her eyes. Is this really the power of human beings? After dealing with the zombies surrounding me, I continued to move forward, swinging the alloy sword again. Every time I swung the sword, the zombies fell down like wheat being cut, and blood and corpses covered the ground. Dozens of zombies fell one by one in front of me, and soon, the supermarket entrance returned to a moment of tranquility. After dealing with these things, I walked to the door of the supermarket and glanced at the scene outside. The streets were full of panicked people, abandoned vehicles were scattered on the roadside, and the occasional flickering fire in the distance reflected the chaos. I quickly closed the supermarket door to make sure no zombies could follow me in. "Aren't we going out?" Yao Yao's voice came from the side. I shook my head and responded calmly, "It's not much better out there than in here right now, and I have more important things to do." I walked to the corpse of a zombie, bent down, and gently placed the tip of the alloy sword against its forehead. With a faint stab, the tip of the knife cut through the zombie's skin, revealing a white crystal embedded under its skin. Even zombies of this level have mutant crystals. I murmured softly, gently picked out the crystal with the tip of the knife, and held it in my hand to examine it carefully. Yes, this is the mutation crystal, although it is a little smaller. I nodded and explained, some zombies and strange beasts will breed such crystals in their bodies after mutation. These crystals, after being absorbed, can greatly enhance the power of the superpowered. The more powerful the zombies and superpowered beasts are, the more powerful the energy contained in the crystals in their bodies. However, these crystals are useless to ordinary people. Strictly speaking, they're not completely useless. If ordinary people dare to swallow these crystals, their physique may be strengthened, and there is even a small chance that they will become a superpower. But it comes with huge risks. The possibility of becoming a zombie is extremely high, and the process is extremely painful. In other words, anyone who dares to take the risk is fighting death and pain. The end of the world was unfair to ordinary people. The existence of mutant crystals only exacerbated this. Chapter 17, Crazy Sweep. Lin Yuan also collected a lot of mutant crystals in his previous life, but he never tried to take them. Usually he would sell these mutant crystals to those with special powers in exchange for some resources. However, there are also some unruly psychics who directly snatch the crystals without giving any compensation. Lin Yuan had no idea what to do about this matter, as people with special abilities were someone he couldn't afford to offend. Lin Yuan waved to Yao Yao. Come over. Yao Yao walked slowly to Lin Yuan, not knowing what he was going to do. Lin Yuan handed her the alloy sword, then shook the mutant crystal in his hand. Cut open the foreheads of these zombies and collect these crystals. Be quick. Yao Yao was stunned. Me? Lin Yuan said coldly. Why, you don't want to? Yao Yao paused, lowered her head, and remained silent. After a brief silence, she picked up the knife and began to search among the corpses on the ground, looking for the crystals. At this moment, a voice sounded in their ears. Emergency notice, please pay attention. Both of them were attracted by the sound from the TV and looked up. Emergency notice. An unknown virus has broken out worldwide. The infected will become brain dead within a few minutes. Then the central nervous system will be controlled by the virus, and they will become zombies. The reason behind this is still unknown. Please keep your doors and windows closed. Do not go out without permission, and wait for rescue at home. The TV at the entrance of the supermarket, which had no signal, suddenly broadcast a news report. The TV is broadcasting disaster situations in countries around the world. After reading the news, Yao Yao realized that Shanjiang City was not the only place where the virus had broken out. Almost at the same time, disasters broke out all over the world, and endless zombies paralyzed all countries. At this time, Yao Yao finally realized the seriousness of the matter. Stop looking and get to work, Lin Yuan said to Yao Yao. Yao Yao had a conflicted look on her face. She walked over to the corpse of a zombie and squatted down. When she used a knife to cut the skin on the zombie's forehead, she saw a transparent crystal faintly visible under the skin. She stretched out her hand, trying to pick out the crystal. The moment her fingers touched the zombie's skin, a sticky feeling came from between her fingers. There seems to be no blood under the skin where the crystals are growing, only a layer of fat-like tissue that wraps around the crystals. Vomit! Yao Yao knelt on the ground and couldn't help vomiting again. But this time there was nothing in her stomach, and she could only retch continuously. After vomiting, Yao Yao turned to look at Lin Yuan beside her, with a pleading look in her eyes. Lin Yuan stood aside, just looking at her expressionlessly, with no intention of helping at all. Yao Yao didn't know why, but she felt a wave of grievance in her heart, and 2 lines of tears rolled down from the corners of her eyes. She has been the daughter of the family since she was a child. She has never killed a chicken in her life, so how could she do this kind of work? Lin Yuan said, forget it if it doesn't work. Don't force it. After saying that, Lin Yuan ignored him and turned to walk into the supermarket. Yao Yao looked at Lin Yuan's departing back, tears streaming down her face. While crying, she picked up the alloy knife and continued to dig out the zombie's scalp. Yao Yao is not an ordinary person. She can manage a company, and she has some abilities. She was a smart person, and she understood what Lin Yuan meant. She just thought of this. With Lin Yuan's strength, if Lin Yuan had taken action at the beginning, he could have saved most people. But Lin Yuan did not rush to take action, which showed that he did not care about the lives of these people at all. Moreover, Lin Yuan stockpiled supplies in the supermarket some time ago, so he must know something. If Yao Yao hadn't gone back to remind Lin Yuan, she would probably have become one of those zombies now. If she wants to continue staying with Lin Yuan, she must prove her worth. There are zombies everywhere outside now, and there is no chance for her to survive by herself. Moreover, her parents were far away abroad and could not provide her with any help. Lin Yuan is the only person she can rely on now. Lin Yuan is here. He began to buy out all the goods in the supermarket. Lin Yuan put all the items on the shelves into the storage space. Even things like rice cookers, vacuum cleaners, dishcloths, etc. He threw them all into the storage space. Anyway, the capacity of the space is almost unlimited. Even with the blessing of 100,000 times critical strike, the supplies in this supermarket cannot fill the entire storage space. Soon, Lin Yuan swept away all the items on the supermarket shelves. Then Lin Yuan came to the fresh food area of the supermarket and put all the vegetables, chicken, duck, fish, meat, etc. into the space. Lin Yuan is very efficient. With just a thought, these things will be instantly stored in the storage space. You get a cabbage, 100,000 times critical strike is in effect. Congratulations on getting 100,000 cabbages. You get 1 pound of pork, 100,000 times critical strike is in effect. Congratulations on obtaining 100,000 kilograms of pork. The system's prompts kept coming, and the 100,000-fold critical hit caused the supplies in Lin Yuan's storage space to increase rapidly. Soon, Lin Yuan cleared out all the useful supplies in the supermarket. It only took Lin Yuan less than half an hour to get all this done. After storing the supplies into the space, Lin Yuan returned to the entrance of the supermarket. At this time, Yao Yao was still working hard to collect the mutant crystals. Her eyes were red and swollen. Obviously, she had just cried a lot. How's the collection going? There are only a few left. There was a hint of crying in Yao Yao's voice, and she sounded a little aggrieved. Lin Yuan walked to the counter nearby and sat down, taking out a pack of biscuits and a bottle of water to replenish his energy. After the battle and collecting supplies just now, he had consumed a lot of physical strength. A few minutes later, Yao Yao came to Lin Yuan and returned the alloy sword to him. Then Yao Yao took out dozens of mutant crystals from her pocket and carefully placed them on the counter. It's all here. Lin Yuan counted them, and there were 35 in total. This kind of primary mutation crystal is actually not a rare thing in the end times. After all, even ordinary people with slightly stronger strength are capable of killing ordinary zombies. But not every zombie can produce crystals in its body. Interestingly, zombies that can produce crystals in their bodies usually have the opportunity to evolve into more advanced zombies. Those zombies that do not produce crystals in their bodies will most likely just be ordinary zombies in the later stages. Good job. Lin Yuan nodded and put all 35 mutant crystals into the storage space. You have obtained 35 mutation crystals, and the 100,000 times critical strike is in effect. Congratulations on obtaining 3.5 million mutation crystals. Chapter 18 Mutation Crystal. Lin Yuan was shocked. Could the mutated crystal also be able to deal a critical hit? He originally thought that the system should have some restrictions on such important resources, but he didn't expect that even the mutant crystals could have a critical strike of 100,000 times. That means he now has 3.5 million mutant crystals. Lin Yuan swallowed his saliva. He was afraid that even the most powerful psychic in Shangjiang City in his previous life had never possessed so many mutant crystals. What a pity. This is only the lowest level crystal. Its effect is limited. It would be much better if it was a high-level crystal. However, Lin Yuan was in a very good mood as he had harvested so many crystals at once. He walked over to Yao Yao and took out a large bottle of water and a bar of soap from the space. Wash your hands. Yao Yao took the soap and water, her expression already somewhat numb. Lin Yuan knew that it was indeed difficult for a girl to accept so many things happening in just one day. But as time goes by, she will get used to it. He asked Yao Yao, "Are you hungry?" Yao Yao shook her head, but soon nodded. Although she really had no appetite now, her stomach was indeed empty. Lin Yuan took out some food and drinks from the storage space and handed them to her. He looked at his watch. Rest for half an hour, and we'll set off in half an hour. Yao Yao said, and nodded obediently. She didn't ask Lin Yuan where he was going. She just wanted to stay with Lin Yuan. "Mom, how are things going over there? Are you and Dad okay?" Taking advantage of the break, Yao Yao called her parents who were far away abroad. Although the world is now in the grip of a zombie crisis, fortunately the communication network has not had any problems for the time being, and telephones and the internet are still usable. "I'm glad you're okay. You must take good care of yourselves." Yao Yao's eyes were red and her voice was choked. Although she learned that her parents were safe for the time being, the disaster was so serious and Yao Yao's parents were also old. Yao Yao felt depressed and uncomfortable when she thought about the possibility of never seeing her parents again. "Well, I'll take good care of myself. I am with my friends. I am safe here." After chatting with her parents for a while, Yao Yao wiped away her tears and hung up the phone reluctantly. At this time, Lin Yuan, who was sitting aside with his eyes closed, also opened his eyes. He looked at his watch. 36 minutes had passed since Yao Yao's call. However, Lin Yuan did not urge her. He was very satisfied with Yao Yao's performance just now, and he also had a little more recognition of Yao Yao in his heart. Lin Yuan plans to establish his own base in the near future. His original plan was to recruit powerful people with special powers and various technical talents. Logically speaking, ordinary people like Yao Yao are not his top choice. But when Yao Yao came back to inform him of the zombie outbreak, Lin Yuan finally decided to take her with him. And it seems that Yao Yao is capable of doing things and adapts quickly. Besides, Yao Yao is the boss of a company after all and has certain management experience. If Lin Yuan establishes a base in the future, perhaps her management skills will come in handy. "Well, are you ready? Once you are ready, we will set off." Lin Yuan asked Yao Yao. Yao Yao put away her phone and looked at Lin Yuan apologetically. Sorry for the delay. I'm fine now. Lin Yuan waved his hand to indicate that everything was fine. Yao Yao suddenly thought of something, and she asked Lin Yuan curiously, By the way, don't you want to call your family? Lin Yuan paused and said, I have no family. Yao Yao knew that she had said something wrong and apologized quickly. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have asked. She felt extremely regretful and secretly blamed herself for asking such a question. However, Lin Yuan's expression didn't seem to have changed much. It's okay, let's go. Lin Yuan didn't take it to heart. He stood up and walked into the supermarket. Yao Yao found that she was increasingly unable to understand Lin Yuan. When he killed people, he looked so callous and ruthless, like a cold-blooded executioner. But when I chatted with him, I felt that he was like a taciturn boy next door. Suddenly, Yao Yao discovered that Lin Yuan seemed to be walking in the wrong direction, so she trotted after him. Lin Yuan, aren't we going out through the main gate? Lin Yuan shook his head. No, let's go to the underground garage. Before the doomsday broke out, Lin Yuan had come to this supermarket several times to check it out. He had planned the escape route from the supermarket several times to ensure that he could escape safely even if he encountered the worst situation. There is a freight elevator in the back of the supermarket, which leads directly to the mall's underground garage. This freight elevator is generally only known to supermarket employees. Lin Yuan rented a car a few days ago and parked it in the underground garage of the shopping mall. There are zombies everywhere outside now, and it is very dangerous to try to run away on foot, although he was confident that he could fight dozens of zombies at the same time. But as the saying goes, a swarm of ants can kill an elephant. If he was accidentally surrounded by a tide of zombies, even with the help of armor and genetic potions, he would probably be in great danger. When Lin Yuan brought Yao Yao to the freight elevator at the back of the supermarket, Yao Yao became more certain of her thoughts. Lin Yuan must know something to make such a detailed plan. However, Yao Yao did not ask more questions. Everyone has their own secrets, and she would not take the initiative to ask if Lin Yuan did not tell her. Lin Yuan pressed the elevator button, and just as the elevator door opened, a zombie in work clothes suddenly rushed out of the elevator and pounced on Lin Yuan. Yao Yao was startled and screamed. Lin Yuan reacted quickly. He dodged the zombie's attack by leaning sideways, then beheaded it with one sword. When the zombie's forehead was cut open, a mutant crystal was found inside. Lin Yuan put the crystal into his storage space, and the system prompt sounded. You have obtained a mutation crystal. 100,000 times critical strike is in effect. Congratulations on obtaining 100,000 mutation crystals. Once a crystal is put into the pocket, it instantly turns into 100,000 crystal cores, which is really cool. The only pity is that this mutant crystal is too small and the energy contained in it is not too much. It seems that I have to collect more mutation crystals during these 3 days. It would be even better if I could collect high-level mutation crystals. As time goes by, zombies will continue to evolve. The zombies of a few years' time, even the most common zombies, will be completely different from the zombies of today. As for the evolved, mutated zombies, ordinary people are no longer likely to be their opponents. Only those with special powers can deal with them. Some zombies and strange beasts that possess elemental powers will also have mutated crystals that show special colors. For example, the crystals of the fire element are red, and their crystals have additional benefits for those with fire abilities. They can obtain more energy from the crystals, and even have a certain probability of comprehending the elemental skills that the other party mastered during his lifetime. But no matter what, even this kind of poor quality mutant crystal is hard currency in the apocalypse. Chapter 19. In the end times, knives are still effective. Lin Yuan heard that some forging and crafting abilities require the use of mutant crystals to create special weapons and props. Therefore, there is definitely no problem in stockpiling more mutant crystals. Lin Yuan put the knife back into the storage space and took the elevator with Yao Yao to the underground garage of the mall. The underground garage was very quiet, and the footsteps of Lin Yuan and Yao Yao were particularly clear in this quiet environment. This slightly depressing environment made Yao Yao feel a little scared, and she couldn't help but move closer to Lin Yuan. Only by staying close to Lin Yuan can she feel some security. Soon, Lin Yuan found his car parked in the underground garage. This is a Jeep Wrangler with a sturdy body and high chassis, which is very suitable for off-road. Lin Yuan has storage space, so he doesn't need a car that can carry a lot of cargo. It just needs to be strong enough. Just as the two were about to get in the car, suddenly, Lin Yuan heard a burst of chaotic footsteps coming from a distance. "Little brother, wait for us." Lin Yuan turned around and saw 5 young men in work clothes running towards them. The 5 young men were all men, wearing chef uniforms and waiter work clothes. The man in the lead looked to be in his 30s and was wearing a greasy chef's uniform. "Little brother, can you take us with you? We are trapped here and don't dare to go out without a car." These men obviously knew the situation outside, so they hid here. When they saw Yao Yao's appearance clearly, their eyes couldn't help but be drawn to her. There's no way around it. Yao Yao's appearance and figure are so outstanding that it's normal for her to attract attention. The leading chef took out a cigarette and handed it to Lin Yuan. "Little brother, it's so chaotic outside right now. Take us with you so you can take care of us on the way." Lin Yuan decisively refused. "No, I have to pick someone up later. This car can't hold so many people. You guys figure it out." As soon as Lin Yuan said this, the faces of those men changed immediately. The chef's hand that was handing over the cigarette stopped in midair, and his expression looked a little unhappy. "Young man, don't be so selfish. Your car is so big, it can at least seat 5 more people." The chef looked at Yao Yao again. "Girl, please persuade this young man. You can't just stand by and watch him die." Yao Yao looked away and said nothing. Lin Yuan smiled and said, "What does it have to do with you? How many people can sit there? Do I know you well?" He said to Yao Yao, "Get in the car." Yao Yao obediently walked to the passenger side, opened the door, and got in the car. Seeing that the two were about to leave, everyone suddenly became anxious. One of the young waiters pulled out a kitchen knife from somewhere. "Fuck Master Li. Why are you nagging him? Just rob his car and be done with it. With so many of us, are we really afraid of just one person?" He walked up to Lin Yuan and pointed a kitchen knife at Lin Yuan, who was standing next to the car door. "Kid, you asked for this. We could have gone together, but you didn't want to. Get out of the way now and leave the key and that woman behind, or I'll kill you." Lin Yuan sighed. He didn't want to take action in the first place. If he had known, he wouldn't have wasted his time arguing with these people. This is how it is in the end times. Resources are limited, and people can fight to the death for anything. "Hey, are you pretending to be deaf?" The waiter became more and more agitated. He raised the kitchen knife in his hand and pretended to chop. Suddenly, the waiter was horrified to find that Lin Yuan had a long knife in his hand. Lin Yuan raised his hand and swung the knife with extreme swiftness. The man's knife-holding hand was cut off instantly, and his arm fell to the ground along with the kitchen knife, with blood gushing out. "Ah, my hand!" The waiter let out a scream of horror. It all happened so fast that the chefs and waiters behind him turned pale with fright when they saw this scene. The waiter had been extremely furious just now, but now there was only endless fear on his face. He looked at Lin Yuan in horror and met Lin Yuan's eyes. From Lin Yuan's eyes, he saw the other party's indifference to life, as well as a hint of cold, murderous intent. At this moment, he felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, and he felt as if the other party was a killer walking towards him from a sea of corpses and blood. Before the waiter could make any move, he saw a figure flash by as fast as lightning. In a flash, a knife had accurately pierced his heart. The waiter looked at Lin Yuan with a deathly pale face, as if he was looking at a monster. Lin Yuan pulled out the knife, and the waiter suddenly fell to the ground like a deflated ball. "Murder! Run quickly!" The remaining men finally reacted. They no longer dared to stay where they were. They scattered like birds and beasts, fleeing in different directions desperately. Sure enough, a direct cut is more effective. Lin Yuan thought to himself. Putting away the alloy sword, Lin Yuan opened the car door and got in. The next place he was going to was the food street not far from where he lived, where Li Bin's barbecue restaurant was located. If he guessed correctly, Li Bin and his wife should be hiding in the store now. The zombies' destructive power is limited at this stage. As long as they close the door, the zombies will not pose any threat to them. Moreover, that food street mainly operates as a night market, and there are hardly any people there during the day. So Li Bin and the others are relatively safe there. Lin Yuan started the car and drove towards the food street. Xiangshan Food Street. Li Bin was holding his cell phone and making an anxious call. In addition to his wife Sun Lan, there were 2 young people, a man and a woman, around him. Li Bin sighed. "It's over. The police call can't get through. We are trapped here." The young man next to Li Bin was browsing the news on his mobile phone. He frowned and sighed. "Brother Li, it seems that this matter is very serious on the internet. It's not just here, but there have been zombie outbreaks in countries all over the world. Li Bin nodded and took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, but he quickly realized that there were two women here and put the cigarettes back. He paced back and forth in the room, unable to think of a solution for a moment. The entire Shanjiang city must be in chaos right now. There shouldn't be any extra police force to rescue us. Everyone had a worried look on their face. If they couldn't get rescued, wouldn't they be trapped here and die? They didn't dare to go out at all now. Just now, they saw with their own eyes a passerby being bitten to death by a group of zombies. The death was extremely tragic. Chapter 20, Strength in Numbers. Li Bin walked to the rolling door and looked out through the gap in the window. The zombies were still wandering on the street. He spoke out to comfort everyone. There are many zombies here. Maybe if we wait a little longer, they will go away on their own. At this moment, everyone suddenly heard the sound of an engine roaring. They all crowded to the window and saw an off-road vehicle violently knocking away the tables and chairs on the food street and knocking away the zombies wandering on the street. After the off-road vehicle sped to the other end of the street, it drifted and turned the front of the car around, then crashed into the remaining zombies again. Under the violent collision of the off-road vehicle, the zombies were either killed on the spot or lost their ability to move. Li Bin and others were stunned. Just when they were curious about who the driver of the car was, they saw the SUV driving towards their store. Finally, the SUV stopped steadily in front of Li Bin's shop. The car door opened and a young and handsome man got out of the car. This man was Lin Yuan. "Brother Lin, it's you." Li Bin recognized Lin Yuan instantly and exclaimed. Lin Yuan smiled at him. "Boss Li, I'm here to pick up the goods." Li Bin was stunned at first. Then he remembered that Lin Yuan had ordered a batch of barbecue seasonings and charcoal from him some time ago. Zhang Qian had complained to him before that if Lin Yuan had not ordered this batch of goods, they would not have needed to come to the store today and would not have been trapped here. He didn't expect Lin Yuan to come to pick up the goods under such circumstances, which made him a little confused. Li Bin opened the door and said with a smile, "Brother Lin, everything is here. It's dangerous outside. Please come in first." At this time, Yao Yao also got out of the car and came to Lin Yuan's side. Only then did everyone notice that there was a stunning beauty following Lin Yuan. The young man behind Li Bin's eyes almost popped out of his head. He looked Yao Yao up and down, not trying to hide his unscrupulous gaze. Yao Yao frowned. The boy's eyes made her feel very uncomfortable. Lin Yuan also noticed the young boy and frowned slightly. Somehow, he felt that the boy in front of him looked familiar. The situation of having 4 people in the store now is different from Lin Yuan's original plan. He originally planned to only bring Li Bin and his wife. Li Bin also noticed that there was something wrong with the young boy's eyes and quickly came out to smooth things over. "Brother Lin, is this your girlfriend?" Just as Lin Yuan was about to speak, Yao Yao took the initiative to greet Li Bin. "Hello, my name is Yao Yao." Not sure if it was intentional or not, but she did not explain that Li Bin misunderstood her as Lin Yuan's girlfriend. Li Bin also introduced the young couple to Lin Yuan and the others. "Brother Lin, this is Zhang Qian, our waitress. I wonder if you still remember her." Lin Yuan naturally remembered Zhang Qian. It was because Zhang Qian was touched by a dirty hand that day that Li Bin and his friends had a conflict with the group of customers. Li Bin pointed at the young man next to Zhang Qian and said, "This guy is called Wang Chong, and he's Zhang Qian's boyfriend." Wang Chong looks to be only 18 or 19 years old, very young, with a bald head and a very tall stature. He was wearing a vest, revealing his muscular body, and it was obvious that he was a regular gym rat. When Lin Yuan heard the name Wang Chong, there was a small ripple in his heart. No wonder the young man in front of me looks so familiar. This Wang Chong was a well-known figure in the early days of the apocalypse. However, he is not a person with special powers, but the leader of a group of thugs. Wang Chong is strong, courageous, and ruthless. After the end of the world came, he formed a team with a group of people and burned, killed, and looted everywhere in Shanjiang City. After losing the constraints of the law, this group of people became more and more lawless and committed almost any evil. Lin Yuan heard that they often killed and tortured the survivors for fun. However, perhaps because this gang offended too many people, they were eventually wiped out by a powerful psychic. Lin Yuan didn't want to bring Zhang Qian and Wang Chong with him in the first place. After recognizing Wang Chong's identity, he was even less willing to bring such people into the team. During the chat with Li Bin, Lin Yuan learned that the reason Wang Chong appeared here was to find his girlfriend Zhang Qian. He was not very familiar with Li Bin and his wife, he just happened to be trapped here. Lin Yuan told Yao Yao to move the things he ordered to the trunk of the car. Although he could put these things directly into the storage space, he did not intend to show his abilities in front of Wang Chong for the time being. Seeing this, Li Bin hurried forward to help. Sister Yao Yao, let me do it. You just rest aside. Li Bin's wife Sun Lan also hurried forward to help. After a busy period, everyone finally moved everything into the car. Lin Yuan noticed that there seemed to be something wrong with the way Wang Chong looked at him. But Lin Yuan soon figured it out. Maybe it was because of Yao Yao. Lin Yuan has a sturdy build. He doesn't look strong even when he's dressed. He looks a little thin. He also has a delicate face and looks harmless. On the contrary, Wang Chong, with his muscular body and a large tattoo on his hands, looks more intimidating. Lin Yuan felt helpless. If Li Bin hadn't been here, Lin Yuan would have sentenced Wang Chong to death based on this look. Although Li Bin was his good brother in his previous life, the two were not very familiar with each other in this life. If he chopped Wang Chong to death without saying anything, Li Bin would probably have a bad impression of him. While Lin Yuan was thinking, Li Bin and others had already moved all the things Lin Yuan wanted into the car. After thinking for a while, Lin Yuan said to Li Bin and Sun Lan, I should have paid you the balance, but money is useless in this world. My team is short of manpower, so why don't you two come with us? Li Bin's face suddenly lit up with joy. This was of course what he wanted. He was worried that he couldn't leave here. But the expressions of Zhang Qian and Wang Chong on the side changed. Judging from what Lin Yuan said, it seems that he doesn't plan to take them with him. Li Bin also reacted and looked at Zhang Qian and Wang Chong. Although Wang Chong was not familiar with him, Zhang Qian was his employee after all. Having been with the couple for such a long time, he had developed some feelings for them. If he were to abandon Zhang Qian like this, he would definitely feel guilty. He looked at Lin Yuan with an inquiring look, and the way he addressed him changed. Brother Lin, can you bring Xiao Qian and the others along as well? Lin Yuan sighed inwardly. He knew this would happen. Li Bin is a warm-hearted and kind-hearted person. We can tell what kind of person he is from the fact that he gave up the chance to survive to Lin Yuan in his previous life. Lin Yuan didn't want to make things difficult for his brother, with whom he had a life-and-death friendship in his previous life. He nodded. Well, let's all come together. There is strength in numbers and we can take care of each other. Lin Yuan was not in a hurry to deal with Wang Chong. He had plenty of ways to expose Wang Chong's true colors. An ambitious person like Wang Chong cannot hide it all. Chapter 21, Leadership Temperament. Li Bin and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Yuan agreed so quickly that they thought they had misunderstood Lin Yuan's meaning. Wang Chong's eyes were wandering, and he glanced at Yao Yao from time to time, and no one knew what he was thinking. After Lin Yuan and others got in the car, Lin Yuan drove towards the community where he lived. He deliberately chose a road with fewer pedestrians. But even so, you can still see countless crazy zombies running on the road. The roads were filled with pedestrians fleeing in panic, and the ground was littered with corpses and blood, which was a terrifying sight. Zhang Qian and Sun Lan looked at the situation outside the car window with pale faces. Occasionally, some blind zombies would rush towards the vehicle and be knocked away by Lin Yuan, causing blood to splatter everywhere, causing the two to scream. On the contrary, Yao Yao, who was sitting in the passenger seat, didn't react much. After the experience in the supermarket just now, she was somewhat numb. Lin Yuan drove the off-road vehicle, almost rushing all the way. When he encountered zombies blocking his way, he didn't slow down, but accelerated and crashed into them. Zombies that didn't know their own limitations kept rushing up, and were all violently knocked away by Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan knew that he couldn't slow down. If he was surrounded by these zombies and his vehicle broke down, it would be even more dangerous. The windshield was soon covered with blood. Lin Yuan drove too violently, scaring everyone in the car. But in fact, Lin Yuan himself felt very stable. He was used to it. After all, there was no such thing as speed limits and traffic lights in the apocalypse. Lin Yuan does not have a driver's license. He learned how to drive after the end of the world. As the vehicle passed through the downtown area, the number of zombies became fewer and fewer. Everyone in the car breathed a sigh of relief. Wang Chong was playing with a sheet metal hammer in his hand, with his head down, wondering what he was thinking. He found this long-handled sheet metal hammer at the door of an auto repair shop next to Li Bin's store, so he picked it up to use as a weapon. Wang Chong looked at Yao Yao, who was sitting in the front passenger seat, and swallowed quietly. His eyes flickered, and after thinking for a moment, Wang Chong asked, Sister Yao Yao, were you a celebrity before? I think I saw you on TV. Yao Yao was stunned for a moment and replied, No, I'm in the clothing business. Wang Chang laughed and said, then I must have made a mistake. I didn't expect Sister Yao Yao to be so beautiful and also be able to do business. She is really talented and beautiful. Yao Yao felt a little embarrassed. No, it's just a small business. Wang Chang continued. I really envy Lin Yuan for finding such a beautiful and capable girlfriend. Yao Yao's face turned red instantly, and she secretly glanced at Lin Yuan beside her. But Lin Yuan didn't respond and didn't show any expression. Yao Yao looked slightly disappointed. Wang Chang felt a little embarrassed when he saw Lin Yuan ignoring him, and a barely perceptible annoyance flashed in his eyes. Zhang Qian's expression also looked a little strange. She felt that what Wang Chang said was not right, but she couldn't tell what was wrong. So she looked at Wang Chang with some resentment, but Wang Chang ignored her. For a moment, the atmosphere in the car was a little depressing and everyone fell into silence. Li Bin held Sun Lan's hand and looked out the window worriedly, not knowing what he was thinking. About an hour later, Lin Yuan finally drove the car back to the community where he lived. The gate of the community was wide open. The people in the security booth had disappeared, and there were traces of blood all over the ground, but there was no sign of zombies. Lin Yuan drove the car into the underground garage. Perhaps because there were relatively few people in the community where Lin Yuan lived, there were no traces of zombies in the underground garage. Lin Yuan found a spot close to the corridor and parked the car. After everyone got off the car, they lost the protection of the vehicle and everyone's nerves became tense again. They looked around nervously, as if they were afraid that a zombie would suddenly emerge from the darkness. Let's take the stairs, Lin Yuan said. If something happens to the elevator, it would be troublesome to be trapped in it. No one will come to rescue them at this point in time. Let me take the lead. I have some practice, and I can handle zombies if I encounter them. Wang Chang volunteered to lead the way. Lin Yuan smiled slightly, moved aside, and made a pleased gesture to Wang Chang. Wang Chang swaggered past Lin Yuan and walked ahead. When passing by Lin Yuan, his shoulder gently bumped into Lin Yuan's chest, and it was unclear whether it was intentional or unintentional. With his massive body and the powerful sheet metal hammer in his hand, he looked quite convincing. Lin Yuan knew that Wang Chang wanted to demonstrate his strength and subtly strengthen his position in the team. Over time, he will be able to take away Lin Yuan's position as the leader in the team. This Wang Chang was indeed a gang leader in his previous life. Although Lin Yuan knew that Wang Chang certainly didn't understand anything like power struggles, his actions were just out of vanity. But Lin Yuan had to admit that he was the kind of person who was born with leadership qualities. Lin Yuan and Yao Yao both live on the 5th floor, and their rooms are right across from each other. Everyone groped their way upstairs. Fortunately, there was enough light in the corridor so that people didn't feel too scared. Just as they reached the corner of the 2nd floor and were about to reach the 3rd floor, suddenly, everyone heard a low growl. Suddenly, a zombie appeared in the corridor on the 2nd floor and rushed towards everyone. This zombie was wearing a black skirt and looked like she was a young woman in life. Wang Chang gripped the sheet metal hammer tightly, roared, and rushed out. He raised the sheet metal hammer in his hand and smashed it on the zombie's head. After all, the zombies had no intelligence. When they saw the hammer coming, they didn't dodge or evade, but rushed straight towards Wang Chang. Bang! With a crisp sound, the hammer hit the zombie's head hard, and the zombie fell to the ground, with red and white blood flowing all over the ground. Wang Chang's hands and body were shaking violently. Under the effect of adrenaline, he felt his heart beating fast, and his brain went blank. Dead. He looked at the zombie lying motionless on the ground, then turned around and looked at everyone. The expression on Wang Chang's face gradually changed from nervous to proud. Not bad, Xiangzi. I didn't realize you're quite capable. Your muscular body has not been trained in vain. Li Bin praised out loud. Wang Chang chuckled. Brother Li, you were too kind. This zombie is just so powerful. Brother Li, you have been a soldier before. If it were you, you should be able to deal with it easily. Li Bin smiled and waved his hands, indicating that he couldn't do it. Wang Chang looked at Lin Yuan, and there seemed to be a hint of provocation in his eyes. Lin Yuan was not surprised by this. Wang Chang was a local boss after all. If he didn't have this little ability, how could he be the leader of a gang? Besides, the zombies nowadays are not that strong. Ordinary people are fully capable of killing them as long as they overcome the fear in their hearts. Sun Lan also praised. Xiangzi, you are so strong. Xiao Qian will have you to protect her from now on. She will feel very safe. Chapter 22, you call this just hoarding? Zhang Qian also cast an admiring look at Wang Chong, which made Wang Chong feel very happy. He looked even more proud and said proudly, "It seems that this zombie is not as scary as we thought. Don't worry, I will protect you well in the future." Wang Chong glanced at Yao Yao casually, but to his disappointment, Yao Yao's expression was very calm and she didn't react much. Yao Yao was looking at Lin Yuan curiously, but Lin Yuan had no intention of collecting the crystals. Does he want to keep it a secret? Yao Yao didn't say much. Since Lin Yuan didn't say anything, there was no need for her to say anything. Wang Chong felt annoyed when he saw Yao Yao staring at Lin Yuan. He turned around and continued to lead the way with the sheet metal hammer. Everything went smoothly for everyone afterwards, and they didn't encounter any other zombies. This is actually not surprising. When the virus breaks out, most people usually stay at home, and not many people would hang around in the corridor with nothing to do. So it is normal that there are not many zombies in the corridor. Soon, everyone arrived at the door of Lin Yuan and Yao Yao's house. "We're here. This is Yao Yao and I's home." Lin Yuan pointed to the two doors in the corridor and spoke to everyone. The building they lived in had 4 households on each floor. Yao Yao and Lin Yuan's houses were opposite each other, and at the other end of the corridor were 2 other households. Lin Yuan walked to his door, took out the key, and opened it. The moment he opened the door, he instantly took out a large amount of supplies from the storage space and piled them in the room. All this was done silently, and no one noticed anything unusual. Lin Yuan didn't want to expose his abilities in front of Wang Chong for the time being, so he summoned the supplies first to avoid having to spend extra time explaining the source of the supplies later. Moreover, Lin Yuan had other intentions in summoning these supplies. After opening the door, Lin Yuan said to Li Bin and the others, "This is my home. The 4 of you can stay here temporarily. I'll stay at Yao Yao's house." Li Bin and Sun Lan hurriedly thanked him, but Wang Chong frowned. He said to Lin Yuan, "There are 6 of us, and we have 2 apartments in total. You 2 are staying in one, but the 4 of us are squeezed into another. This is not appropriate." Lin Yuan's face turned slightly cold. He knew that Wang Chong was deliberately looking for trouble. Wang Chong probably felt that Lin Yuan was not as strong as him, so he started to get too much advantage. But he didn't expect that Wang Chong would lose his patience so quickly. Lin Yuan took 2 steps forward and stared at Wang Chong coldly, with a hint of coldness in his calm tone. "There's nothing inappropriate. This is Yao Yao and I's house. I can live here however I want. If you don't agree, you can find a place of your own." Somehow, Wang Chong found himself somewhat afraid to face Lin Yuan's gaze. He couldn't explain why, but Lin Yuan's eyes were not fierce and full of hostility. His eyes were calm as water, yet they gave people a murderous feeling that was chilling. For a moment, Wang Chong even wondered if he had seen it wrong. Lin Yuan's tall and thin figure doesn't look like that of a strong and intimidating person. When Wang Chong saw Lin Yuan for the first time, he was very confident that he could easily beat 3 people like Lin Yuan alone. But for some reason, he didn't dare to look directly into Lin Yuan's eyes at this moment. Seeing that the 2 were on the verge of a fight, Li Bin quickly stepped forward to smooth things over. "Xiangzi, this is your fault. This is Brother Lin's house. He gave it to us to live in. We should be grateful to him." Li Bin smiled apologetically at Lin Yuan. "I'm sorry, Brother Lin. Xiangzi didn't mean that. He's just young and has a bad temper. Don't take it to heart." Li Bin turned around and said to Wang Chong, "How about this? Xiangzi, Xiaolan, and I will stay in the 2nd bedroom, and you and Xiaoqian will stay in the master bedroom. How about that?" Wang Chong snorted coldly. "It's just a shabby house. What's so special about it?" Wang Chong picked up the hammer, walked to the other end of the corridor, and knocked on the door. "Hey, is anyone here? Speak up. I'm coming in." After waiting for a few seconds, Wang Chong saw that no one responded, so he picked up a hammer and hit the door lock. Wang Chong hammered the door several times and actually broke it open. Li Bin and others looked at each other. Wang Chong walked in carelessly. 10 seconds later, he stood at the door and shouted to Zhang Qian, "Xiao Qian, come here quickly. There's no one in here. We'll live here." After saying that, Wang Chong showed a disdainful expression towards Lin Yuan. "See? It's not difficult to find a place to live in this building. You should keep your house for yourself." Zhang Qian gave Li Bin and Sun Lan an apologetic look. Then she trotted all the way to Wang Chong. Wang Chong pulled Zhang Qian over and closed the door heavily. Li Bin smiled awkwardly at Lin Yuan. "This kid is just like that. He has a bad temper, but he's actually a kind-hearted person. Brother Lin, don't take it to heart. I'll talk to him later." Lin Yuan just said calmly, Fine. He didn't take Wang Chang seriously at all, but he felt a little sorry for him. Originally, he summoned the supplies in the room in order to seduce Wang Chang. Unexpectedly, Wang Chang had such a bad temper that he actually found a room to live in by himself. This was beyond Lin Yuan's plan. Wang Chang was really anxious. He couldn't wait to become the one with the most say in this team. That's why he felt dissatisfied when Lin Yuan suggested that the four of them live together. Lin Yuan also evaluated Wang Chang in his heart. Although he has some ability, his brain is average, he acts too impulsively, and he can't hide his thoughts at all. Such a person can lead a small group, but it is difficult for him to accomplish great things. You guys go in and take a look first. You can call me if you need anything. Lin Yuan took off the key in his hand and handed a spare key to Li Bin. Li Bin took the key and said gratefully, "Thank you. I'm sorry to bother you." After Li Bin pulled Sun Lan into Lin Yuan's house, he was immediately stunned by the scene in front of him. I saw that Lin Yuan's room was filled with all kinds of supplies, including canned food, mineral water, instant noodles, sausages, and the like. All kinds of supplies were piled everywhere, almost filling the entire room. Oh my god! Li Bin and Sun Lan were both stunned. They never imagined that Lin Yuan had hoarded so many supplies at home. Lin Yuan explained, "Some time ago, I saw rumors of doomsday circulating online, so I just stockpiled some. I didn't expect it would actually come in handy." Li Bin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Just randomly stockpiled some? Then he also wanted to be as casual as Lin Yuan. "Brother Lin, you are so foresight." Li Bin and Sun Lan both felt secretly fortunate in their hearts. Fortunately, they chose to follow Lin Yuan. With these foods, they don't have to worry about food problems for a long time. Chapter 23, Awakening of Superpowers. Lin Yuan said, "You guys should be hungry too. Just take whatever you want to eat. I'll go back to the room with Yao Yao first." Li Bin hurriedly said, "Okay, you guys take a rest first. If you need any help, just let me know." Lin Yuan closed the door and said to Yao Yao in the corridor, "Let's go." Yao Yao didn't dare to look Lin Yuan in the eye. Her cheeks felt a little hot. She didn't understand what Lin Yuan meant by wanting to live in the same room with her. Could it be what she thought it meant? Yao Yao took out the key from her pocket, but perhaps because she was too nervous, she failed to insert it into the keyhole after several attempts. She quietly turned her head to glance at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan was looking into the distance through the window in the corridor, still with an expressionless look on his face. Yao Yao took a few deep breaths to calm herself down. After opening the door, she glanced at Lin Yuan quietly again. "At least this guy is pretty handsome. If it's my first time with him, it doesn't seem impossible." Yao Yao's mind was filled with thousands of thoughts, and she was unable to control herself. Two blushes remained on her cheeks for a long time and did not fade away. After entering the room, Lin Yuan looked around Yao Yao's room. Her room was very clean, and all the furniture was arranged neatly and meticulously. The decoration style of the room is mainly simple, with cool colors, mainly black, white, and gray, which surprised Lin Yuan. He thought Yao Yao's room would be a typical little girl's room, filled with all kinds of dolls and things. After Yao Yao changed into a pair of slippers, she took out a pair of slippers from the shoe cabinet and handed them to Lin Yuan. She said a little embarrassedly, "I'm sorry, the house is a bit messy and I haven't had time to tidy it up." "A bit messy?" Lin Yuan looked at the neatly arranged furniture and the spotless floor. "If there was any mess, it would be the few books placed on the sofa. I didn't expect you to be so modest." Lin Yuan put on slippers and without any hesitation, sat down on the sofa. He picked up a book and flipped through it casually, as if he was at home. He looked at the time on his watch. It was already past 3 in the afternoon. Logically, he should take advantage of this time to kill more zombies and collect mutation crystals. But with the experience of living a new life, Lin Yuan knew that today was not the right time. Because on the night of the end of the world, the first group of people with awakened superpowers will be born. The first batch of awakened people are generally people with great potential and abilities. The earlier you awaken, the greater your potential supernatural powers will be. People likely been awakened very late. He awakened his superpowers several months after the end of the world. Generally speaking, those who awaken their superpowers later will have relatively weaker growth potential. Of course, nothing is absolute. There are losers who wake up early and geniuses who wake up late. Everything is possible. Unfortunately, Li Bin died before he grew up in his previous life, so Lin Yuan didn't know what his potential was. In his previous life, Lin Yuan did not have the talent to become a psychic, but this life was different. He took genetic medicine, which greatly increased the chances of awakening his superpowers. Lin Yuan is looking forward to whether he will become one of the first lucky people to awaken his superpowers. When the superpower awakens, the brain will produce severe pain, which will last for several minutes. That's why Lin Yuan didn't go out to hunt zombies. You have to know that in a battle, these few minutes of pain can be fatal and will seriously affect his ability to move. Lin Yuan sat on the sofa, picked up a book, and started reading leisurely. Instead, Yao Yao was a little at a loss. The current situation seems to be somewhat different from the plot development she imagined. Lin Yuan looked at Yao Yao, who was standing beside him, and suddenly asked, "Can you cook?" Yao Yao hesitated for a moment and nodded. "Yeah, a little bit." Lin Yuan waved his hand, and some meat and vegetables appeared out of thin air on the table nearby. "You will be the one to prepare dinner tonight. Let me see how good your cooking skills are." Looking at the food that appeared on the table, Yao Yao was not surprised. She had already witnessed Lin Yuan's ability when she was in the supermarket, and she could also see that Lin Yuan wanted to hide his abilities in front of Wang Chong and others. Of course, Yao Yao would not say anything more. She was a smart woman and knew what to say and what not to say. Moreover, she is the only one who knows Lin Yuan's secret for the time being, so she feels somewhat happy about it. "Okay, I'll get ready." Yao Yao picked up the meat and vegetables on the table and prepared to put them in the refrigerator. "Don't worry, it's still early, take a rest." Just as Lin Yuan finished speaking, suddenly, a cat's meow was heard. Lin Yuan raised his head and looked in the direction where the shouting came from. A pure black cat walked out of Yao Yao's room. The black cat looked at Lin Yuan with some confusion in his eyes. Yao Yao squatted down and gently touched the black cat's head. She explained to Lin Yuan, "Its name is Coke. I found it downstairs. When I first found it, it was only the size of a palm. Now, it is already 1 year old." Lin Yuan nodded, and suddenly he remembered something. Speaking of pets, he then remembered that he had forgotten Xiao He in the room. Lin Yuan quickly got up, put on his shoes, opened the door, went out, and knocked on the door opposite. Yao Yao was just wondering when she suddenly saw Lin Yuan coming back with a dog cage. There was a puppy in the cage, and it looked like some kind of local dog. "Is this your pet? It's so cute." Yao Yao looked at the little puppy curiously. Lin Yuan nodded and said, "Yes, its name is Xiao He." Lin Yuan took the bottle, mixed some goat milk powder into a bottle of milk, and prepared to feed Xiao He. Only then did he realize that Xiao He had actually opened his eyes. Lin Yuan remembered that Xiao He had not opened his eyes when he went out this morning. Moreover, its body has become larger and its bones are stronger than before. Lin Yuan was shocked. Is this the beginning of a mutation? This growth rate is too amazing. Xiao He was held in Lin Yuan's arms. It recognized Lin Yuan's scent and seemed very excited. Part of its tail was shaking like a motor, and it stuck out its tongue to lick Lin Yuan's hand. It seemed to be very hungry. When Lin Yuan put the pacifier in its mouth, it immediately bit the pacifier and sucked it nonstop, even biting the pacifier until it broke. Seeing its appearance, Lin Yuan simply got it an iron bowl and poured the milk into it. Xiao He wagged his tail and drank happily from the bowl. After drinking the milk, Xiao He was satisfied and began to explore the house, looking very energetic. It soon spotted the black cat staring at it curiously. Xiao He ran over happily and stretched out his nose as if he wanted to smell the black cat. Unexpectedly, the black cat slapped Xiao He so hard that he fell to the ground. Although it did not extend its claws, it was very strong and slapped Xiao He's forehead, making a paw-paw sound. "Ouch!" Xiao He let out a scream and ran away quickly. He hid beside Lin Yuan's legs and looked at Lin Yuan with pitiful eyes. Chapter 24. Lin Yuan, you were so nice to me. "Ah!" It barked at Lin Yuan twice. Lin Yuan looked at it, shook his head, ignored it, and continued reading the book in his hand. The black cat jumped onto the sofa with light steps and sat down next to Lin Yuan. It didn't seem to be afraid of Lin Yuan. It just looked at Lin Yuan with curious eyes. Lin Yuan also looked at it curiously. For some reason, he felt that the cat's eyes seemed very spiritual. Is it an illusion? The look in this cat's eyes makes it look like it's very smart. Lin Yuan touched it and found its fur was very smooth and its bones and muscles were very strong. The black cat made a comfortable sound, turned over, and exposed its belly to Lin Yuan. "Oh!" Xiao He suddenly became anxious and started yelling at the black cat. The black cat glanced at Xiao He with contempt in his eyes. At around 6 o'clock in the evening, Yao Yao finished preparing the meal. She brought the food to the table and whispered to Lin Yuan, "It's time to eat." Lin Yuan closed the book, stood up, and went to wash his hands. When Lin Yuan stood up, Yao Yao saw that the black cat was sitting on the puppy on the sofa, pressing it under its body and making it unable to move. The puppy was under the black cat's butt, making whining sounds of grievance. Yao Yao suddenly let out a cry of surprise. "Cola, you can't bully others." Yao Yao hurried forward and picked up the black cat. The black cat wagged its tail, took light steps, walked to Lin Yuan's legs and rubbed against them, looking at Xiao He with a provocative look. Xiao He cried out in grievance, but did not dare to cry out too loudly. Yao Yao said to Lin Yuan helplessly, "How about I lock up Coke? He seems a little unfriendly to your puppy." Lin Yuan said indifferently, "It's okay. Let them play. Xiao He is a mutant dog and is very tough. It doesn't matter if he gets beaten a little. And the black cat didn't hit hard, so just think of it as training its fighting skills in advance." I don't know if Xiao He understood what Lin Yuan said. It looked at Lin Yuan with a resentful look. After Lin Yuan washed his hands, he and Yao Yao sat down at the dining table. Yao Yao introduced Lin Yuan. "I made stir-fried pork with green peppers, eggplant with minced pork, stir-fried pork with celery, and a meatball soup." Lin Yuan looked at the 3 dishes and 1 soup on the table. They were all home-cooked dishes, but they looked good. He picked up a piece of meat, tasted it, and his face changed immediately. Yao Yao looked at him nervously and expectantly. "How does it taste?" Lin Yuan was silent for a moment. "How should I put it? There is still room for improvement." Yao Yao's face looked a little embarrassed. She picked up a piece of meat and tasted it, and her face immediately changed. It seems a little too salty." "Well, not a little. It's too salty." Yao Yao put down her chopsticks and gently pinched the corner of her clothes with her fingers, looking very embarrassed. She hasn't cooked for a long time. She is usually busy with her career and usually eats out. "I'm sorry, I haven't cooked for a long time. It's a waste of ingredients." Yao Yao's tone was very guilty. She also knew that at this stage, all food was precious. There are zombies running rampant outside now, and no one knows when this disaster will end. The official emergency notice also asked everyone to save food and water. She was a little nervous. She lowered her head and didn't dare to look at Lin Yuan's eyes. But to her surprise, Lin Yuan did not get angry. "It's okay. Take your time and eat something else tonight." Of course, there was no need for Lin Yuan to be angry, as he had plenty of food in his storage space. Since he has decided to let Yao Yao stay with him, it is no big deal to let her weigh some ingredients to practice cooking. Yao Yao looked at Lin Yuan in disbelief, as if she couldn't believe that the 3 words "take it slow" would come out of the mouth of someone like Lin Yuan. He didn't have any dissatisfaction or complaints about her wasting a table full of food. Even acting a little gentle? She really couldn't connect the Lin Yuan in front of her with the cold-blooded Lin Yuan in the supermarket who killed people like killing chickens. Lin Yuan pushed the dishes made by Yao Yao aside and took out some prepared dishes from the storage space. A serving of dompa pork, a serving of BJ roast duck, a dish of Westlake vinegar fish, and a pot of chestnut stewed chicken soup. These dishes were not only delicious, but also steaming hot, as if they had just come out of the pot. Yao Yao was stunned. Lin Yuan took out another bottle of expensive red wine. He asked Yao Yao, "Drinking? Or something else?" Yao Yao was stunned for a moment and said, "It will be all right." Lin Yuan handed her a bottle of juice. "Then let's have juice, it's healthier." After a busy day, Lin Yuan was very hungry. He picked up his chopsticks and began to enjoy the delicious food on the table. Seeing Yao Yao standing there without moving her chopsticks, Lin Yuan asked curiously, "What's wrong? Not to your liking?" Unexpectedly, Yao Yao's eyes suddenly turned red. "Thank you, Lin Yuan. You are so kind to me." Lin Yuan was speechless. "Is this Stockholm Syndrome? Let's eat." "Aha! This is Wang Chong." The security door in the room was smashed by Wang Chong. He blocked the door with a cabinet and placed a glass bottle upside down on the cabinet. If someone pushes the door, the falling glass bottle can serve as a warning. At this moment, Wang Chong's stomach was growling with hunger, and he was in a very irritable mood. He and Zhang Qian searched through all the drawers and cabinets in the room, but found no food. It was obvious that the owner of this house did not live here permanently. The refrigerator was empty, the power had been out for a long time, and the furniture was covered with dust. The two hadn't eaten anything all day and were now extremely hungry. Zhang Qian thought about it and asked tentatively, "Lin Yuan and the others must have food. Why don't I go ask them?" Wang Chong frowned. Shut up. I can't afford to lose this man. If you want to go, go by yourself. Don't come back to find me when you go. Zhang Qian felt aggrieved and opened her mouth. But looking at Wang Chang's gloomy expression, she didn't say anything in the end. Wang Chang paced back and forth in the room. He thought for a while, then opened the door. He looked around carefully, and after confirming that there were no zombies in the corridor, he walked to the door opposite and knocked. Is anyone here? I can come in even if no one is here. Seeing no one responding, Wang Chang picked up a hammer and was about to break down the door, but unexpectedly, a middle-aged man's voice came from inside the door. No, no, no. There's someone here. Please stop messing around, or I'll call the police. The man's voice was tense. Obviously, the man on the other side of the door also knew about Wang Chang's glorious deed of breaking into the house and was quite afraid of Wang Chang. When Wang Chang heard the voice, he suddenly felt angry. What bad luck! He looked at the staircase, hesitating whether to look on other floors. But he was afraid that zombies would appear on other floors. It's dark now, and the corridor is full of voice-controlled lights. The voice-controlled light lasts for a short time, and you need to make a sound to turn it on, which may attract zombies. Although Wang Chang is reckless, he is not fearless at all. Fuck it, forget it, let's talk about it tomorrow. Wang Chang returned to his house dejectedly, holding a hammer. After blocking the door again, Wang Chang threw the hammer aside, feeling a nameless anger in his heart that he had nowhere to vent. He grabbed Zhang Qian, picked her up horizontally, carried her to the bedroom, and threw her roughly onto the bed. He pressed Zhang Qian under him, but what he was imagining in his mind was Yao Yao's face. Yao Yao's exquisite and beautiful face, perfectly symmetrical figure, and every frown and smile seemed to be full of charm, lingering in his heart. But then he thought of Lin Yuan again. When he thought that he was with Yao Yao, Wang Chang felt uncontrollable anger in his heart. I don't know what that couple is doing right now. Wang Chang became more and more angry. He grabbed Zhang Qian's neck with one hand, pressing her under him, and used the other hand to roughly strip off her clothes. Chapter 25, Sleepless Night. Oh, be gentle. Zhang Qian was a little unhappy about being treated roughly by him, but looking at Wang Chang's gloomy face, she didn't say anything more. Alas, husband, the barbecue restaurant we worked so hard to open is gone, and we haven't even paid off the loan yet. Sun Lan held a bowl of hot instant noodles, her eyes somewhat melancholy. Li Bin sat opposite her, also holding a bowl of instant noodles in his hand, and he smiled helplessly. You're still thinking about the barbecue restaurant. If it's gone, it's gone. At least we're still here, and we don't have to pay back the loan. Sun Lan suddenly asked curiously, why do you think Lin Yuan is helping us like this? We are not related at all. Is he really here to get the barbecue seasoning? Li Bin also fell into deep thought. I can't really say. If Lin Yuan said that he came here at such a great risk just to get some barbecue seasoning, Li Bin didn't really believe it. But they had only met Lin Yuan once, so it didn't seem reasonable to say that he came specifically to save them. But one thing is certain, Brother Lin is definitely a good person, even though he looks a little cold on the surface. Just from the fact that he helped us at the barbecue restaurant, we can tell that no ordinary person would be willing to take on this trouble. Sun Lan nodded in agreement. Li Bin continued, we must repay him. If he hadn't rescued us, we wouldn't know how long we would have been trapped there. There wasn't much food in Li Bin's store, and there were 4 of them, so the food was only enough for them to eat for 5 or 6 days at most. At this moment, they looked at the mountains of food in the room and felt a sense of security in their hearts. The two were thankful that they chose to follow Lin Yuan. Around 9 o'clock in the evening, Lin Yuan stood in front of the window, looking out at the dead city. Tonight is still a sleepless night for Shangjiang City, just like every other night. It's just that the raging flames replaced the neon lights, and the broken limbs and blood on the ground replaced the endless flow of vehicles and people. The blood was all over the city. The streets were silent except for the low roars of the wandering zombies. Lin Yuan saw countless tall buildings lit up with scattered lights, and he knew that they were lonely and helpless survivors one after another. They were trapped in their homes, waiting for official rescue that would arrive at an unknown time. Lin Yuan was almost the same in his previous life, thinking he could wait for rescue at home. But later he realized that collecting food was easiest when the end of the world just arrived, but it became more difficult as time went on. Because the zombies will continue to become stronger, all kinds of terrible mutant beasts will appear one after another. Mutated beasts are more terrifying than zombies. At least the evolution of zombies can be traced, but mutant beasts have all kinds of mutations. Lin Yuan once saw a giant beetle as big as a tank that could release powerful and deadly electric currents. He also saw a butterfly as big as a mountain, flying in the sky, covering the clouds and blocking the sun, like a Kuanping bird. Mutated beasts appeared later than zombies, but they pose a much greater threat to humans than zombies. Lin Yuan, let me make the bed for you. Yao Yao's voice came from behind Lin Yuan. Yao Yao's house has 3 bedrooms and a living room. Yao Yao has 1 bedroom of her own, and another bedroom has been converted into a study. The remaining bedroom is usually vacant, with only Yao Yao's parents coming to stay occasionally. So Yao Yao gave the empty bedroom to Lin Yuan and replaced his quilt cover and bed sheets for him. Lin Yuan said, you should go to bed early. Yao Yao walked to Lin Yuan. She stood very close to Lin Yuan, and Lin Yuan could smell the faint fragrance coming from her. What are you looking at? Yao Yao asked curiously. Lin Yuan was about to speak when he saw a flash of red light in the sky. Yari come. Lin Yuan whispered. Yao Yao followed Lin Yuan's gaze and saw that the sky suddenly turned a strange red. Above the dark clouds, it seemed as if the gates of hell were opened, and scarlet blood filled the entire sky. There was a faint red light flowing in the sky, as if the eyes of the god of death were overlooking the entire earth. Yao Yao opened her mouth slightly, staring blankly at the scene in front of her. Lin Yuan had seen this scene once in his previous life. When this bloody sky appears, it is the time when the first batch of people with special powers awaken. Yao Yao looked at it for a long time before she came back to her senses from her shock. Lin Yuan, how did this disaster come about? I saw online that it seemed to be a virus leak. Lin Yuan shook his head. I don't know either. He wasn't just trying to be polite to Yao Yao. He really didn't know. It is certain that there is some kind of mysterious virus in the bodies of zombies that can be transmitted. But if this disaster was just caused by the virus, then how do we explain the strange red light in the sky? How do we explain those people with different abilities? After the end of the world, protected scientists around the world have been studying zombies and people with special powers day and night. They want to unlock the secrets of the virus and crack the principle of the continuous evolution of mutants and zombies. But unfortunately, until Lin Yuan was reborn, he had not heard any news about the research progress. Obviously, with the current level of human technology, it is impossible to get a glimpse of the mystery. However, Lin Yuan in his previous life didn't care much about these things. In his previous life, he just wanted to survive, so he didn't have the time to think about these things. However, in this life, after solving the problem of survival, Lin Yuan also felt a little curious about the cause of the disaster. Lin Yuan looked at his watch. It was 9 o'clock and 1 minute. After the red light descended, his body still felt nothing. Could it be that even after taking the genetic medicine in this life, I still can't awaken my superpowers? I can't be that unlucky, right? Lin Yuan still felt a little uneasy. The system's description of the genetic potion was to increase the probability of awakening superpowers, but it did not mean that it would definitely awaken. Just when Lin Yuan was feeling uneasy, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his brain. It was as if 1,000 needles were piercing his mind at the same time, turning his brain into a mess. This pain was far beyond Lin Yuan's expectations. Even with his endurance, he couldn't help but let out a groan, covering his head with a painful expression. Lin Yuan, what's wrong with you? Yao Yao quickly supported Lin Yuan, looking frightened. Don't scare me, Lin Yuan. Wait, I'll call an ambulance for you right away. As soon as the words came out of her mouth, Yao Yao realized that there was no ambulance at the moment. For a moment, Yao Yao panicked and didn't know what to do. Chapter 26 Space Power. I'm fine. Lin Yuan endured the pain and comforted Yao Yao. Then the next second, Yao Yao suddenly let out a scream. She squatted on the ground, covering her head with a look of extreme pain. My head hurts. Yao Yao cried out in pain. Her expression was filled with agony, and she even fainted from the pain. At this time, Lin Yuan had recovered from the pain, which came and went quickly. Lin Yuan looked at the unconscious Yao Yao and was stunned at first, then showed a surprised expression. Yao Yao is also a person with superpowers? The probability of an ordinary person becoming a superpower is not very high. Even the most ordinary psychics are the focus of care in any base. Any person with superpowers has unlimited potential for growth and is the backbone of the base's fight against mutated zombies and strange beasts. I didn't expect that Yao Yao is actually a potential psychic. Lin Yuan carefully recalled his previous life. He was stuck at home for a while when the virus broke out. But he had never seen Yao Yao, who lived across the street, nor had he heard of anyone with awakened special abilities in the community. Does that mean Yao Yao had already met with misfortune when she first arrived at the end of the world in her previous life? Lin Yuan thought about the time when he met Yao Yao in the supermarket when the virus broke out. If nothing unexpected happened, she should have received her lunchbox at the beginning. At that time, everyone in the supermarket wanted to escape, which caused congestion and trampling at the door. In the end, only a few people actually ran out. Lin Yuan turned his attention back to himself. When the pain in his brain faded away, Lin Yuan felt a warm current rising from his dantian. This warm current spreads throughout the body, making the whole body feel as comfortable as if taking a hot bath. At this time, a mysterious power appeared in his body. This power lurks in every corner of the body, and Lin Yuan can clearly sense and control it. Lin Yuan concentrated this power at his fingertips and saw that a small area above his fingertips seemed to be distorted, and even the light seemed to be distorted. It's the power of space. Lin Yuan felt a surge of excitement in his heart. He never expected that he would become an extremely rare person with space ability. Generally speaking, the type of awakened ability is determined by one's own potential. Is it because I have a huge storage space that I can awaken the space-related ability? Space-related abilities can be said to be the rarest of all abilities. Not only is his spatial ability extremely destructive, but it also allows him to protect his life. His elusive spatial jump ability means his opponents can't even touch him. Space-type psychics are also one of the few psychics who are not afraid of giant zombie tides. Moreover, the destructive power of space-type psychics is among the best among all psychics. Lin Yuan once heard that a space-based mutant created a small shattering black hole, which killed thousands of zombies in one move. If there is any disadvantage of space-related abilities, it is that they are relatively weak in the early stages. In the early stages, space-related abilities are weaker than other types of abilities in all aspects. Lin Yuan opened the window, condensed the space energy in his hands, and then continued to compress and condense the energy, making it into an extremely sharp blade. This is the only skill that Lin Yuan has mastered now, Space Blade. And for a long time, he will only have this one skill. Unlike other types of psychics, other psychics can master a large number of skills at level 1. Alternatively, they can also obtain mutation crystals by killing zombies and alien beasts with the same abilities. After absorbing the crystals, there is a certain probability that they can comprehend the other party's skills when they were alive. In the early stages, space-type psychics can only comprehend one skill each time they level up and can only comprehend more skills in the later stages. As for relying on the mutated crystals of the space system to comprehend skills, not to mention that space-related monsters and mutations are extremely rare, and each one is top-notch and powerful. Even if they cannot defeat humans, they can use their own abilities to escape. They are not so easy to kill. Under Lin Yuan's control of his mind, the space blade flew out of his hand, slid in a straight line, and cut a neat opening in the awning outside the window. When the space blade fell on the alloy awning, it cut it open easily as if there was no hindrance. However, after flying about 10 meters, the space blade ran out of energy and disappeared without a trace. This lethality is acceptable. Lin Yuan nodded. After all, it was a space-related ability, so its destructive power was still very good. The only problem is that the attack distance is too small, only about 10 meters. Moreover, the attack range of this space blade is very small, about the size of a sickle, and the accuracy requirement is a bit high. After releasing the space blade, Lin Yuan felt that some of the energy in his body had been drained away. He estimated that he could release the space blade about 10 more times before his energy would be completely exhausted. It seems that the energy consumption of this space blade is extremely high. However, Lin Yuan was not worried. After all, the late-stage potential of space-related abilities was infinitely powerful, and it was also recognized by most people as one of the strongest abilities. After he took the genetic medicine, his strength far exceeded that of ordinary people, and now with superpowers, he is even more powerful. Lin Yuan looked at Yao Yao beside him. Yao Yao had woken up, with traces of tears in the corners of her eyes. What happened to me just now? Yao Yao touched her head and found that it didn't hurt anymore. Lin Yuan asked, "How is it? Do you feel a strange energy in your body?" "Strange energy? I feel a little warm in my lower abdomen." Yao Yao stretched out her hand, and a tiny spark suddenly appeared in her hand, which scared her. She was so scared that she threw her hands away, and the electric sparks flew out uncontrollably. As luck would have it, the electric spark just landed on Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan twitched and instantly felt like he had stepped on the accelerator. Fortunately, it was just a tiny electric spark with average power, and he was strong and was not injured. "Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to." Yao Yao panicked and apologized quickly. "Are you okay?" Lin Yuan looked somewhat helpless. "I'm fine. It seems you have lightning abilities, which is great." "Superpowers?" Yao Yao was confused. She stretched out her hand and saw the electric sparks appear in her hand again, crackling. Lin Yuan was in a good mood, as he felt he had found a treasure. Lightning abilities are extremely powerful abilities, and are one of the abilities with the strongest attack power and attack range in both the early and late stages. Lin Yuan looked at Yao Yao with more and more satisfaction. He didn't expect that he would end up bringing Yao Yao along on a whim and end up gaining a superpower. Not long after, when Li Bin awakened, there were 3 people with special powers in his team. 3 psychics are enough to guard a medium-sized survival base. After Lin Yuan explained to Yao Yao, Yao Yao finally understood what had happened to her. "Don't show your abilities to other people yet. Keep them secret for now." Yao Yao nodded to show that she understood. Chapter 27 Women are also a resource. Late at night, Lin Yuan was lying on the bed, holding a book in his hands, reading quietly. Yao Yao is a reading enthusiast and has collected many books at home. These books are a good choice to kill time. Although the network is still connected, Lin Yuan doesn't want to go online. The internet is now flooded with messages asking for help and reports of zombie disasters in various places. As a reborn person, Lin Yuan was not interested in this information. He had much more information than these ordinary people. As he read, Lin Yuan felt a little sleepy. He closed the book, put it aside, and prepared to go to bed. Find some time to collect some mutant crystals while the 100,000 times storage reward is still there. Lin Yuan planned to first clear out all the zombies near the community and then leave. He doesn't plan to live in this community for long. It won't be long before the city's power system collapses and the water supply system won't last long. After the power and water are cut off, it is very difficult to live a normal life in such a high-rise building. But Wang Chong is a trouble. We need to get rid of him quickly. If Lin Yuan didn't want to create a rift between him and Li Bin, he would have killed Wang Chong with a knife long ago. He couldn't tell Li Bin and his wife that he was a reborn person and knew in advance that Wang Chong was a bad person. Lin Yuan was thinking of a countermeasure when suddenly there was a knock on the bedroom door. "Lin Yuan, are you asleep? Can I come in?" It was Yao Yao's voice. "The door is not locked. Come in." Yao Yao pushed open the door. She was wearing a thin silk pajamas and holding a pillow in her arms. "What's wrong?" Lin Yuan looked at her and actually guessed what Yao Yao wanted to do. Yao Yao's face was as red as a ripe apple. She hugged the goose-down pillow tightly in her arms, her eyes wandering, not daring to look at Lin Yuan's face. "Well, I'm a little scared to sleep alone. Can I sleep with you?" Lin Yuan sat up from the bed, walked to Yao Yao's side, and looked at her seriously. "Are you serious?" If Yao Yao had not awakened her superpowers today, Lin Yuan would not have asked this question. In this end times, it is normal for some beautiful women to sell their bodies in exchange for the protection of a strong man. Women are just a resource in the end times and have no ability to control their own destiny. Although this statement is cruel, it is an indisputable fact. For them, it is better to follow a strong person than to be captured and become a slave, right? Lin Yuan didn't mind having Yao Yao stay by his side and be a pleasing vase. But Yao Yao is now a lightning-type mutant with unlimited potential, and to some extent, she has the qualifications to make Lin Yuan take her seriously. Lin Yuan hopes to develop her into a reliable ally rather than any other relationship. Yao Yao met Lin Yuan's calm gaze. At this moment, she felt that Lin Yuan's calm eyes were like a bottomless vortex in the starry sky, and she seemed to be about to fall into it. Her face flushed, and she stared at Lin Yuan deeply, her body involuntarily taking a step forward. Yao Yao leaned her head on Lin Yuan's chest. Lin Yuan could feel her breathing was rapid and her heart was beating fast. She said in a soft voice, "Lin Yuan, I like you." Lin Yuan immediately knew that he didn't need to say anything more. Even though he never thinks with his lower body, it doesn't mean he is not a man. Lin Yuan gently held her in his arms, smelling the fragrance from her hair and feeling the warmth from her body. Yao Yao felt as if she had been electrocuted, as if all her strength had been drained away, and she collapsed into Lin Yuan's arms. The next morning, Lin Yuan woke up very early. When he opened his eyes, he found Yao Yao hugging him tightly from behind. Lin Yuan could feel her warm breath on the back of his neck. He gently took Yao Yao's hand away and slowly sat up from the bed without waking her up. He and Yao Yao had been busy for nearly 2 hours last night. Yao Yao must be exhausted now and would not be able to get up for a while. Although Yao Yao was still asleep, there was a sweet smile on her face. No one knew what kind of sweet dream she was having. Lin Yuan covered her with a quilt and tucked in the corners. Looking at Yao Yao's delicate and cute face like a doll, Lin Yuan suddenly felt a wonderful feeling in his heart. Without thinking too much, Lin Yuan put on his clothes and left the room quietly. After washing up, Lin Yuan did not rush to eat breakfast. He looked at the time and estimated that Li Bin and his wife should have gotten up by now. He walked to the door, opened it, and stuck his head out to look into the corridor. After confirming that there were no zombies in the corridor, Lin Yuan walked to the door opposite and knocked. "Who is it? Is it Brother Lin?" Li Bin's voice came from inside the room. "It's me." "Wait a moment, Brother Lin." Through the door, Lin Yuan heard Li Bin's hurried footsteps, and soon the door opened. "Morning, Brother Lin." Li Bin greeted Lin Yuan. "How was it? Did you sleep well last night?" Lin Yuan asked. "Very well. I slept well last night." Lin Yuan did not continue to be polite and said straight to the point. "I came to you because I have something serious to discuss with you." When they heard that they were going to discuss serious matters, Li Bin and Sun Lan's expressions turned serious. Li Bin said, "Brother Lin, just tell us what you want. We will follow your instructions." Sun Lan looked at Lin Yuan and asked curiously, "Where's Yao Yao? Shouldn't we invite her along?" Sun Lan and Li Bin tacitly did not mention Wang Chong and Sun Qian. Lin Yuan and Wang Chong had a small conflict yesterday. After discussing it last night, they decided to stand on Lin Yuan's side. After all, no matter what, it was Lin Yuan who saved them. Lin Yuan said, "It's okay. Yao Yao hasn't woken up yet. I'll tell her later." After a pause, Lin Yuan continued, "What I want to say is that although we still have sufficient supplies, no one knows how long this disaster will last. And the situation doesn't seem very optimistic now, so I think we have to save food." Li Bin and Sun Lan nodded in agreement. "So I plan to ration the supplies every day. What do you think?" Li Bin quickly said, "Brother Lin, we all listen to you. These supplies originally belonged to you. You have the final say on how to distribute them." Lin Yuan nodded and said, "Okay, one of you go call Wang Chong and the others over. I'll give them some food." A hint of surprise flashed in Li Bin and Sun Lan's eyes. They thought that after what happened yesterday, Lin Yuan would exclude Wang Chong and the others, but they didn't expect Lin Yuan to be so magnanimous. "Okay, I'll go call them now," Li Bin said quickly. Chapter 28, Allocating Resources. This is Wang Chong. When Li Bin told Wang Chong and Zhang Qian that Lin Yuan was looking for them, Wang Chong originally planned to refuse. But Li Bin told them that Lin Yuan asked them to go there to distribute some food to them, and Wang Chong hesitated immediately. Zhang Qian advised, "Ah Qiang, why don't we go check it out? You didn't eat anything the whole day yesterday." Wang Chong was silent. Not to mention him, Zhang Qian didn't eat anything the whole day yesterday. He had originally planned to go outside today to see if he could find some food. But this morning when he looked out the window, his heart sank. The streets were full of zombies wandering around, and there were dozens of zombies visible to the naked eye. If he went out now, he would probably be surrounded and dismembered by these zombies. If this continues, he and Zhang Qian might really starve to death. "Okay, let's go check it out." After hesitating for a moment, Wang Chong decided to go and take a look at the situation first. Li Bin was relieved when he saw that the two agreed. Deep down, he still hopes that everyone can work together to overcome the difficulties. In his opinion, everyone is in a relationship of sharing weal and woe, so there is no need to have conflicts over trivial matters. The two followed Li Bin through the corridor and came to Lin Yuan's home. "Brother Lin, Wang Chong and Zhang Qian are here." Li Bin led the two into the room. When Wang Chong stepped into Lin Yuan's house, his face suddenly changed. He glanced around the room in surprise and saw mountains of food everywhere. When Wang Chong, who had been hungry for a day, saw the food, his eyes seemed to light up. Zhang Qian on the side was also stunned. They didn't know that Lin Yuan had so much food stored at home. Lin Yuan sat at the table and pushed a bag forward. The bag contained 4 buckets of instant noodles and 4 sausages. Lin Yuan had carefully considered this aspect. Although the quantity seems considerable at first glance, it can only keep the two people from getting hungry, but it cannot really fill them up. Generally speaking, an adult will consume more than 2,000 calories a day, even if they sit still, and these foods consumed by two people would only consume a little over 1,000 calories. Lin Yuan said to the two, "The situation is special now, and I hope everyone can unite together." Wang Chong looked at Lin Yuan with a slightly gloomy expression, and it was unknown what he was thinking. Lin Yuan continued, "I can let bygones be bygones for what happened yesterday, but I hope you can follow my instructions in the future. If you agree, take the food away. If you don't think it's necessary and want to do it alone, I won't force you." Wang Chong clenched his fists, feeling extremely conflicted. He did need food, but taking it away would mean he would have to bow to Lin Yuan. This was more painful than a slap in the face. He didn't think he was weaker than Lin Yuan. He even felt that he was stronger than Lin Yuan in every aspect. Seeing a stunning beauty like Yao Yao following Lin Yuan made him burn with jealousy. Unexpectedly, even the food is now in Lin Yuan's hands. Zhang Qian looked at Wang Chong eagerly, waiting for his statement. After Wang Chong was silent for about 10 seconds, his clenched fists suddenly loosened. "Okay, I promise." He walked up to Lin Yuan and picked up the bag of food. Lin Yuanchong said to him, "If there are no special circumstances, food will be distributed at 7 a.m. every day. Remember to come and collect it." Wang Chong's face was a little stiff. "No." Looking at Wang Chong's expression as if he had eaten shit, Lin Yuan found it funny. He knew that Wang Chong must be furious at this moment. Wang Chong is a strong-willed person who cares a lot about his reputation. Now, for the sake of a few buckets of instant noodles, he had to bow to Lin Yuan in front of everyone. Lin Yuan knew that Wang Chong would not swallow this easily. After Wang Chong left, Lin Yuan said to Li Bin and his wife, "If there's nothing else, I'll go back to my room." Li Bin asked, "Brother Lin, do we have any plans for the future? Is there anything you want us to do?" Lin Yuan thought about it and realized that he had a lot of things to do next, but Li Bin and Sun Lan could not help with any of them. "Nothing's wrong for now. Let's wait at home and see if the authorities will send someone to rescue us." Of course, Lin Yuan was just saying this casually. Of course he knew that help was not coming. Now the official army is so busy that it can't take care of itself. So how can it have extra strength to rescue civilians? Their current focus is on rescuing high-level leaders, elites from all walks of life, and scientists, especially those in the fields of biology and virology. After Lin Yuan left, Li Bin sighed. It seems that Brother Lin is actually a cold-hearted person. Wang Chong contradicted him so much, but he didn't take it to heart. This kind of tolerance is really beyond the reach of ordinary people. Sun Lan also sighed. "Alas, I'm just worried about Xiaoqian. Wang Chong has a bad temper. Xiaoqian might suffer if she follows him." Lin Yuan allocated to Li Bin and his wife a pack of biscuits, a chocolate bar, 3 buckets of instant noodles, a large bottle of water, a can of fruit, and a can of meat per person every day. The two of them were even worried that they wouldn't be able to finish the food. How could this be considered saving food? But Wang Chong and Zhang Qian could only eat instant noodles. Li Bin also sighed. He knew very well that Wang Chong had character problems. Zhang Qian is a girl with a very good personality. She is down-to-earth and hardworking. Li Bin and Sun Lan both like her very much. If it weren't for Zhang Qian, Li Bin would not have spoken up for Wang Chong yesterday. In Wang Chong's room. "Fuck, what does he think he is?" Wang Chong kicked a chair and kicked it 5 or 6 meters away. "And he asked me to remember to go and get it. Who does he think he is? Does he think he's the boss?" When Wang Chong thought about having to get food from Lin Yuan every day and having to look at his face, he felt furious. Zhang Qian advised, "Forget it, Chong. After all, this is their food. It's already great that he can share some with us." Even though Zhang Qian was on Wang Chong's side, she also felt that Lin Yuan had done his best. If Lin Yuan wanted to, he could completely ignore the lives of the two people. After all, Lin Yuan didn't know them anything. But Wang Chong obviously didn't think so. He grabbed Zhang Qian's collar. "You speak for him? What the hell? You're my woman, and you're actually speaking for him." He pushed Zhang Qian to the ground. "Then go away, go follow him." "Why are you following me?" Zhang Qian's tears instantly burst out. "Ah Qiang, that's not what I meant." She stepped forward and grabbed Wang Chong's hand. But Wang Chong shook her hand away and pushed her to the ground again. "Stop bothering me." Wang Chong grabbed the big bag of food and walked into the bedroom, slamming the door shut, leaving Zhang Qian alone outside. Zhang Qian walked over and tried to open the door, but found that the bedroom door was locked. She stood there in a daze, tears streaming down her face. Lin Yuan said goodbye to Li Bin and returned to Yao Yao's house. Yao Yao was still sleeping at this moment, and Lin Yuan had nothing to do, so he decided to make himself breakfast. He went to the kitchen, took out 2 Angus steaks, and prepared to fry a black pepper steak. Lin Yuan first beat the steak with the back of a knife. The purpose of doing this is to loosen the meat fibers, making the steak softer and more tender, and more flavorful when marinated. Chapter 29, Little Black Mutation. After beating it for nearly 3 minutes, Lin Yuan then marinated the steak with salt, onion juice, sugar, red wine, and black pepper. While the food was being marinated, he took out 2 large bottles of milk from the storage space, heated them in a milk pan, poured them into 2 cups, and fried a few eggs. By this time, the steak is almost done marinating. Lin Yuan put a piece of butter in the pan, and when the butter melted, he put the steak in and fried it over high heat. The purpose of using high heat is to quickly brown the surface of the steak and lock in the moisture inside. When it was almost done, he poured the remaining sauce from the marinating meat on the steak, then covered the pot with a lid and simmered it over low heat. After simmering for a few minutes, Lin Yuan estimated that it was almost done. So he opened the lid, took out the steak, placed it on a plate, and poured the sauce on it. The tempting aroma wafted into Lin Yuan's nose, and he cut a small piece with a knife and tasted it. The taste was unexpectedly good, and the center of the steak was pink and red, juicy and tender. Lin Yuan uses high-quality steaks, and even with simple cooking methods, he can create delicious food that will whet your appetite. Lin Yuan placed the fried eggs and steak together, and cut some tomatoes and pickles on the plate. A delicious breakfast was ready. Looking at his own work, Lin Yuan gave himself a full score for this breakfast he made himself. This steak is delicious and is in no way inferior to the steaks in some professional Western restaurants. He was not good at cooking before, but in the month before the end of the world, in order to prevent himself from eating too badly in the future, he would try to cook for himself when he had nothing to do. He also spent money to hire a professional chef online to give him remote guidance. This enabled his cooking skills to improve dramatically in just 1 month. At this time, Yao Yao also woke up. When she came out of the room, she happened to see Lin Yuan busy in the kitchen. "It smells so good. What delicious food are you making?" Lin Yuan came out of the kitchen carrying 2 steaks. "Fried steak. I made one for you too." Yao Yao's eyes suddenly lit up when she saw the steaming and fragrant steak. "Wow, that looks great." She went up to Lin Yuan, hugged him, and kissed him on the face. "Thank you." Lin Yuan could clearly feel that the way Yao Yao looked at him seemed a little different today. When she looked at herself, there were little stars in her eyes, full of love. Lin Yuan was used to wandering alone in the apocalypse. Now there was suddenly a woman by his side, looking at him with such a disgusting look. Lin Yuan felt a little uncomfortable. He looked at Yao Yao with disdain. "Have you brushed your teeth? Then come and kiss me." "Humph, since you actually despise me, I'm going to kiss you." Yao Yao took advantage of Lin Yuan's inattention, hugged him again, and pecked him hard on the face twice. She was like a koala, holding on to Lin Yuan and refusing to let go. Lin Yuan showed a helpless expression. Since Yao Yao became a psychic, her physical fitness has improved a lot. Although they were just playing around, when she hugged Lin Yuan could clearly feel that her strength was much stronger than that of an ordinary person. With this level of strength, if she trains in fighting skills, she should have no problem knocking down a few adult men. This is what people with special powers are like. Not only do they possess special abilities, but their physical fitness also completely surpasses that of ordinary people. Stop messing around and have breakfast. I have something else to do later. He got it. Only then did Yao Yao let go and went to the bathroom to wash up. Lin Yuan sat down at the dining table and began to enjoy his breakfast. Although it was just a simple meal, it still made Lin Yuan feel emotional. In his previous life, he was often so hungry that he felt dizzy and would go hungry for days at a time, only occasionally finding something to eat. Where else can I enjoy such a sumptuous breakfast as soon as I wake up like now? This is life. Lin Yuan couldn't help but sigh. After the two of them finished breakfast, Yao Yao took the initiative to wash the dishes. Lin Yuan took out his mobile phone and started studying the map software, preparing to find the next base. After Yao Yao finished washing the dishes, she came and sat down next to Lin Yuan. "By the way, you said you had something to do later. What was it?" Lin Yuan had no intention of hiding it from her. "I'm going to go out and collect some mutant crystals." A hint of worry suddenly appeared in Yao Yao's eyes. Then I'll go with you. There are so many zombies outside. I'm a little worried about you going alone. After the two awakened their special powers last night, they experimented with their abilities in the room. This was also Lin Yuan's first time becoming an awakener, and he had no experience. Fortunately, after this special power awakened, it became like an instinct to him, and he could use it almost as easily as with his own arm. Now Yao Yao can control lightning skillfully. With the intensity of the lightning she releases, it is no problem for her to kill an adult or a zombie instantly. However, Lin Yuan still decisively rejected her. No, I have something else for you to do. Lin Yuan took out 30 mutant crystals from the storage space and placed them on the table. With his and Yao Yao's current strength, they can absorb about 30 mutant crystals a day at most. More mutant crystals will bring extra burden to the body, and the body needs some time to digest this energy. However, for ordinary psychics who have just awakened, it is a problem whether they can get 30 mutant crystals in a day. The probability of a zombie having crystals in his head is about 1 in 3. Lin Yuan killed nearly 100 zombies in the supermarket before he obtained 35 mutant crystals. The newly awakened psychics not only have less energy in their bodies, but also recover more slowly. Generally, after they release their superpowers 10 to 20 times, their energy will be exhausted, and it will take a long time to recover. And they are not saying that they can kill a zombie 100% every time they release their superpowers. Therefore, a psychic who can collect 10 mutant crystals in a day is already considered a very powerful psychic. However, Lin Yuan's package contained 3.6 million mutant crystals, so he had no worries about not having enough mutant crystals. These mutant crystals can enable him and Yao Yao to quickly improve their strength in the early stages and widen the gap with other psychics. Lin Yuan said to Yao Yao, "You stay at home today, absorb these mutant crystals, and then practice your lightning ability." Yao Yao asked, "Won't you save some for yourself?" "I can't use that much." Last time, Yao Yao spent half a day digging at the zombies in the supermarket and only collected 35 of them. However, now Lin Yuan directly gave her 30 mutant crystals, which made Yao Yao a little flattered. Lin Yuan did not tell Yao Yao about the storage space. The identity of the reborn person and the existence of the system are his biggest secrets, and he will not reveal even a little bit to the people closest to him. Don't worry about that. If you don't have enough crystals, just come to me. Yao Yao was immediately deeply moved. Lin Yuan thought for a moment and continued to whisper to her, "There's one more thing. I need you to keep an eye on Wang Chong for me." Hearing the name Wang Chong, Yao Yao frowned immediately. Speaking of Wang Chong, I always feel that he is not a good person. Lin Yuan smiled. Yao Yao's intuition was quite accurate. Yao Yao then asked, "You don't trust him either, do you?" Lin Yuan nodded and said, "Right. So I need you to help me keep an eye on him. If he does something wrong, you don't have to show him mercy." Wang Chong is definitely not a match for Yao Yao. The gap between a psychic and an ordinary person is like a chasm. The fighting power of ordinary people is as ridiculous as that of a child in front of a person with special powers. Lin Yuan was not worried about Yao Yao, but Li Bin and Sun Lan. "Yeah, I understand. Don't worry." Lin Yuan had almost finished explaining everything. He stood up, put on a backpack, and prepared to set off. The backpack contained some food and water, as well as medical supplies. Of course, this backpack is used to hide from others. Although he has storage space, he doesn't want to expose it casually. "Then I'm ready to go." Yao Yao stood up and hugged Lin Yuan. "Come back soon, please." Lin Yuan patted her on the back. "Don't worry, I'll be back as soon as possible. Oh, and remember to feed the dog for me." Speaking of dogs, Lin Yuan looked at Xiaohei, who was still sleeping soundly in the doghouse. To his surprise, Xiaohei was actually a size bigger than yesterday. Its growth rate is too amazing. The original dog cage can hardly accommodate it anymore. As Xiaohei grows bigger, he is no longer as round and cute as before. Its appearance now looks more like a real wolfhound. Oh, Xiaohei seemed to notice someone was watching him. When he opened his eyes and saw that it was Lin Yuan, he fell back to sleep and turned over. This little black guy is growing up so fast. Yao Yao was also very surprised at Xiaohei's change in size. Lin Yuan said, "It should have mutated just like us." Yao Yao was surprised. Can animals mutate? Does that mean they can also evolve superpowers? Chapter 30, There must be something hateful about pitiful people. Lin Yuan smiled and said, I guessed. Otherwise, dogs don't grow so fast. Lin Yuan didn't explain too much. Yao Yao would find out slowly in the future anyway. Looking at its size, it should be able to eat meat. You can try feeding it some meat today. Lin Yuan asked Yao Yao to feed Xiaohei in the hope that Xiaohei would have some affection for her. After all, Xiaohei is the dog that ranks first in Jiang City's combat effectiveness ranking. After giving the instructions, Lin Yuan said goodbye to Yao Yao, opened the door, and walked out. When he walked to the middle of the corridor, he suddenly heard a woman crying coming from Wang Chang's house. Since taking the genetic medicine, Lin Yuan's physical fitness in all aspects has improved, and his hearing has also become better. In addition, now that he has awakened his supernatural powers, his overall physical fitness has been further improved. Although the sobbing sound was very faint, it was still caught by Lin Yuan's powerful hearing. What is Wang Chang doing now? Obviously, this was Zhang Qian's crying. Lin Yuan frowned. Generally, he never cared about such trivial matters. But he could also see that Mr. and Mrs. Li Bin took good care of the girl named Zhang Qian. After hesitating for a while, Lin Yuan decided to go and see what was going on. He walked to Wang Chang's door and knocked gently. Who? Zhang Qian in the room seemed startled. It's me, Lin Yuan. After hearing Lin Yuan's voice, Zhang Qian breathed a sigh of relief. She walked to the door and opened it halfway, then looked at Lin Yuan timidly. Brother Lin, what's the matter? Zhang Qian lowered her voice. Wang Chang is sleeping. Are you here to see him? Lin Yuan could see that Zhang Qian seemed a little afraid of him. He guessed that it was because Zhang Qian didn't want Wang Chang to know that she was talking to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan shook his head and said, I'm not looking for him. I heard you crying and came to see what happened. When Lin Yuan said this, Zhang Qian seemed to recall the sad things and couldn't help but started crying again. It's okay. We just had an argument, and he took the food to the bedroom and locked himself in, not letting me in. Lin Yuan found a red slap mark on Zhang Qian's face. Did he hit you? Zhang Qian showed a look of panic and shook her head quickly. But looking at Lin Yuan's serious expression, she knew she couldn't hide it, so she nodded again. I was wrong. I disturbed his sleep. Lin Yuan was also convinced. Zhang Qian was really a coward. She even found excuses for the other party after getting beaten. In other words, Wang Chang not only beat her, but also did not give her any food. Wang Chang treated her like this, and Lin Yuan couldn't understand why she was still speaking for Wang Chang. Lin Yuan shook his head helplessly and said to her, You can go live with Li Bin and the others. I have an empty room. Ask them to get you some food. Just tell them that it was my order. You will live over there from now on. If Wang Chang wants to cause trouble for you, just tell me. Unexpectedly, Zhang Qian showed a conflicted expression. She looked back at the bedroom where Wang Chang was, and then at Lin Yuan. I'm sorry, Brother Lin. I still want to stay with Wang Chang. Lin Yuan was so angry that he laughed. Are you mentally ill? He beat you and didn't give you food, but you still followed him? Do you think that as long as you compromise, he will treat you as a human being? Zhang Qian lowered her head, wiped her tears, but said nothing. Judging from her attitude, it seems that she is determined to follow Wang Chang. Lin Yuan was speechless for a moment and didn't know what to say. As the saying goes, there must be something hateful about a pitiful person. Since Zhang Qian is so devoted, Lin Yuan doesn't bother to care about her anymore. This is her own choice. Never mind. It's up to you. Lin Yuan turned around and was about to leave, but after thinking about it, he took out some bread and a bottle of water from his backpack and placed them on the cabinet that Wang Chang used to block the door. He gave these foods for Li Bin's sake. After putting down the food, Lin Yuan turned and left, no longer paying attention to Zhang Qian. Thanks. Zhang Qian looked at Lin Yuan's departing back with a complicated expression. After Lin Yuan left, he walked downstairs smoothly along the corridor. The corridor was very quiet, and Lin Yuan did not find any trace of zombies. If you didn't know, you would think this building has become an empty building. But when Lin Yuan was going downstairs, he could occasionally hear some rustling sounds coming from the rooms. Lin Yuan knew that there were some survivors hiding in the room. Zombies are very sensitive to sounds, so they all stay at home and dare not make too much noise. When Lin Yuan walked out of the unit door, he immediately encountered two zombies. When the two zombies saw Lin Yuan, they instantly became excited, just like beasts seeing their prey. They roared and rushed towards Lin Yuan. Looking at their actions, Lin Yuan was slightly surprised. After just one night, the movements of these two zombies seemed much more coordinated than those of yesterday. The zombies he encountered yesterday seemed like their limbs couldn't keep up with their brains. But today they can run like normal people, and their nails seem to have become longer and look quite sharp. The speed at which this zombie evolves is even faster than I thought. In his previous life, Lin Yuan stayed at home for most of the early days of the zombie outbreak, and he did not notice these subtle changes in the zombies. Lin Yuan stretched out his hand, but this time he did not summon the alloy sword. He simply let the power of space condense quickly in his hands, and a space blade quickly formed. Lin Yuan launched the space blade, and the space distorted the surrounding light, making the space blade look like a translucent sickle blade. As the sharp blade swept past, a zombie's head was instantly split in two, and his body instantly lost power and fell heavily to the ground. Lin Yuan did not stop his movements and summoned another spatial blade, cutting the other zombie's head in half. In just a few seconds, he easily killed both zombies. Yes, this spatial ability is quite useful in actual combat. This force of space is not only highly lethal, but also much safer than close combat. Lin Yuan took out a mutant crystal and held it in his hand, slowly absorbing the energy in the crystal. This is also the usage technique of the mutant crystal he discovered last night. When part of the body's energy is consumed, the energy absorbed from the mutant crystals will be used first to replenish the body's energy. The excess energy will then be used to increase the user's strength. In other words, mutant crystals can be used as mana recovery items to some extent. However, this usage is too luxurious at the current stage. Lin Yuan estimates that he is the only one who would do this now. Anyway, there are millions of crystals in the backpack. It would be a waste if they are not used. Lin Yuan walked up to the bodies of the two zombies and skillfully picked up the skin on their foreheads. The two zombies only found one mutant crystal, and Lin Yuan put the crystal into the storage space. You have obtained one mutation crystal. 100,000 times critical strike is in effect. Congratulations on obtaining 100,000 mutation crystals. One mutant crystal directly turned into 100,000 pieces under a 100,000-fold critical hit, and Lin Yuan showed a satisfied smile. No matter how many times it happens, the feeling of a 100,000-fold critical hit is always so great. Chapter 31, Wang Chang's Little Thoughts. We can't waste time. Let's try to collect more crystals today. Lin Yuan continued walking into the community. There are a lot of zombies wandering around in the community now, and they are relatively scattered, not gathered in groups like on the streets outside. As long as Lin Yuan is careful not to attract too much hatred from zombies, it will be relatively safe. At that time in the supermarket, nearly 100 zombies could not threaten him. Now that he has awakened his special powers, these zombies can hardly pose a threat to him. Wang Chang woke up from his sleep, looked out the window, and found that it was just evening. He took out his lighter and reached for his trouser pocket out of habit, only to remember that he had already finished his cigarette. Grass! Wang Chang was craving for a cigarette but had no cigarette to smoke, so he was very upset and threw his lighter on the table. There were 2 buckets of leftover instant noodles on the table with a few cigarette butts mixed in with the noodle soup, giving off a strange smell. Wang Chang stared at the ceiling with dull eyes. No cigarettes, no food, nothing. He was upset and his mind started to wander. Somehow, he thought of Yao Yao again, her stunning beauty and charming figure. If I could have sex with a woman like this once, it would be worth it even if I died. The more Wang Chang thought about it, the more annoyed he became, so he simply took out his phone and started watching videos. The internet is still usable, but now it is flooded with information discussing zombies and the end of the world. Suddenly, a video caught Wang Chang's attention. In the video, several seemingly crazy men were seen torturing a woman in a room. The woman was naked and her body was covered in blood. She kept begging and screaming. But the louder the women screamed, the more excited the men became. The men laughed wildly and tortured the woman in all kinds of cruel ways. The man leading the group called himself Brother Dao. There were 2 disheveled women lying next to Brother Dao, with dog collars around their necks and tied to Brother Dao's chair with iron chains like dogs. Brother Dao pointed the camera phone at himself. He gave the camera a cruel smile, pointed at the woman, and said, "This is what happens when you don't listen to me." After saying that, he ordered his little brothers to throw the woman down from the building. The woman begged desperately, but to no avail. A group of people picked her up like a pig. They opened the window and threw her directly from the building. Judging from the video, it is at least 7 or 8 stories high. The woman let out a heart-wrenching scream, and then a loud bang came from downstairs, and the woman's scream stopped abruptly. In the room, Brother Dao cheered, and the others followed suit, shouting and cheering, looking like a group of crazy people. The zombies downstairs seemed to smell the blood, and soon they swarmed forward and drowned the woman's body. Wang Chong was terrified when watching the video. Fuck, how could such a bloody video be posted? I don't know if it's because there is no one responsible for managing and maintaining the website after the disaster. Such a bloody and violent video can actually be posted on the homepage of the website. Wait, why does the background in this video look so familiar? At the end of the video, Brother Dao said to the camera, "I'm Brother Dao, a superpower. I welcome ambitious brothers to join my team and conquer the world with us. We have cigarettes, alcohol, and women here. I look forward to your joining us." Finally, Brother Dao left his address below the video. Wang Chong looked at the address left by Brother Dao and was surprised. The address Brother Dao left turned out to be the community where he currently lives. This is the community where Lin Yuan and Yao Yao live. Brother Dao lives only one building away from Lin Yuan and the others. Fuck, no wonder he looks so familiar. He's right next to us. But what is a mutant? Wang Chong continued to look at his phone. Most of the comments under the video were cursing Brother Dao. They called him inhumane and worse than pigs and dogs. But Wang Chong didn't think there was anything wrong. On the contrary, he even admired this Brother Dao a little. Since he was a child, Wang Chong has admired the tough characters in TV dramas and movies. The gangsters in the movies who were willing to risk their lives for their brothers and were fearless were once Wang Chong's idols. Wang Chong was expelled from junior high school because he often fought with others. After entering society, Wang Chong fantasized about creating a career with his own ruthlessness. But because he had no education and no special skills, he had a terrible time in society. Those good brothers in school who used to call him Brother Chong have all gone to higher education and have no contact with him anymore. The huge sense of gap has made Wang Chong feel very uncomfortable over the years. Wang Chong was attracted by Brother Dao's video. He clicked on Brother Dao's homepage and opened a video titled "Recruiting Heroes from All Over the Country." In the video, Brother Dao is shirtless, revealing his well-developed muscles. He took a U-shaped lock, gently bent it and pulled it, and the U-shaped lock was easily broken into two pieces. Brother Dao threw the two U-shaped locks aside, clapped his hands in a cool manner, pointed his finger at the camera and said, "Brothers, the world has changed. This is the worst era, but also the best era. The winner is the king, and the loser is the enemy. Join your Brother Dao's team. We brothers will fight the difficulties together and share the happiness together. Men, you should make a career now. Don't be timid and hide at home like a waste." Brother Dao spoke in a domineering tone and boldly. He waved his hand and said, "Brother, remember this. No matter if you are a corporate executive, a big boss, a celebrity, or a wealthy person, you are useless to me, Brother Dao. Do you understand? In your place, Brother Dao, strength is king. If you are a dragon, coil up for me. If you are a tiger, lie down for me." Dao Ge's videos are basically all about showing off his amazing power, with the goal of recruiting more accomplices. Many of his videos are pornographic and violent, with cruel and disturbing content. Similarly, Brother Dao's contact information and address are left under each video. Wang Chong suddenly felt as if he had been enlightened. Hey, what the hell is going on in this world? Why should I be so timid and sit here eating instant noodles? When he thought about having to look at Lin Yuan's face every day and get food from him, he felt helpless. Why does Lin Yuan pretend in front of him? How could a skinny loser like him have a woman like Yao Yao? Didn't he just stock up some food in advance and have a house? But so what? In this world, even the law no longer exists, and the property certificate is just a piece of paper. The supplies in that house, and Yao Yao, who said that all of these should belong to him. Lin Yuan? Wang Chong felt that he had figured it all out in an instant. He was extremely excited, and countless thoughts instantly popped up in his mind. He thought carefully about these bold ideas, and suddenly came up with a plan in his mind. Wang Chong sent a friend request to Brother Dao and added a note. "Hello, Brother Dao. I have some important news to tell you." Chapter 32. Ruthless Knife Brother. After the message was sent successfully, Wang Chong sat up from the bed, picked up the two remaining buckets of instant noodles on the table, and walked out of the bedroom, shouting impatiently. "Xiao Qian, are you there, Xiao Qian?" Wang Chong looked around the room and found Zhang Qian lying in another bedroom. He immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Zhang Qian is a part of his next plan. If Zhang Qian runs away, his plan will be ruined. Zhang Qian sat up from the bed and looked at Wang Chong with a hint of nervousness in her eyes. Wang Chong sat down next to Zhang Qian with an apologetic look on his face, and he gently held Zhang Qian in his arms. Xiao Qian, I am sorry for you this morning. I really didn't mean it. I was just in a very bad mood at that time. I had no control over myself at all, and when I calmed down, I really regretted it. Zhang Qian was a little surprised. She didn't expect Wang Chong to come to apologize to her. Wang Chong looked at Zhang Qian seriously. Will you please forgive me? I promise I will never do that again. Zhang Qian was immediately moved. Yeah, I know you didn't mean it. Seeing that Zhang Qian forgave him so easily, Wang Chong immediately smiled. But soon his smile froze on his face when he saw a few loaves of bread on Zhang Qian's bedside. Where did this bread come from? His face suddenly looked a little ugly. Yes, Lin Yuan gave them to me. I ate 2 and saved the rest for you. Wang Chong's eyes flashed with gloom, but he quickly forced a smile, gently stroked Zhang Qian's head and said, Why leave it for me? Eat it yourself. It's all my fault that I'm incompetent and let you starve with me. Don't worry, I will never let you go hungry again. Zhang Qian was deeply moved by Wang Chong. She didn't know why Wang Chong's personality suddenly changed. She guessed that maybe Wang Chong had suddenly matured after experiencing the changes in the past 2 days. Looking at the man in front of her who made a promise to her, Zhang Qian's heart was filled with happiness and joy. She was glad that she chose to stay with Wang Chong. You must be hungry. I'll make you some instant noodles. Wang Chong touched her head lovingly and walked towards the kitchen with a bucket of noodles. When Wang Chong turned around, his face instantly became extremely gloomy. You bastard Lin Yuan. I haven't even started yet, but you've already seduced my woman. It seems like you really think you're so great. Wang Chong was so angry that his teeth were itching and his fists were clenched so tightly that veins were exposed. But he soon figured it out. Forget it. I'm planning on taking advantage of this bitch anyway. Next, Wang Chong made instant noodles for Zhang Qian and massaged her shoulders and back, looking like a good man. When Zhang Qian finished her instant noodles, Wang Chong carried her to the bed. Under Zhang Qian's shy gaze, Wang Chong took off her clothes. Suddenly, Wang Chong took out some ropes and a roll of tape. Baby, how about we do something exciting today? As he said that, he was about to tie Zhang Qian's hands with a rope. Zhang Qian was a little resistant at first, but when she thought about how nice Wang Chong had been to her just now, she hesitated again. Okay, but just this once. Soon, Wang Chong tied up her hands and feet with ropes and sealed her mouth with tape. The moment he tied Zhang Qian's hands and feet, his expression changed immediately, and the tenderness in his eyes disappeared. He slapped Zhang Qian loudly. Fuck you, bitch, for seducing other men behind my back. Woo-woo. Zhang Qian immediately realized that something was wrong, and she began to struggle violently, but her hands and feet were tied, so she had no ability to resist. Wang Chong grabbed her neck and punched her twice. You like to seduce men, don't you? I'll make you happy later. Brother Dao, someone sent a message saying that there is important news for you. Brother Dao was lying on a recliner with his eyes slightly closed and a relaxed look on his face. 2 women were massaging and pounding his legs beside him. Hearing the words of the man next to him, Brother Dao smiled contemptuously. He touched the thigh of the woman next to him and said, Important news? Bullshit news. Don't pay attention to it. Brother Dao didn't take the news to heart. Ever since he posted those videos online, his private messages have been bombarded with comments, and countless people have applied to add him as a friend. Most of these people came to curse him, and their curses were particularly harsh, saying all kinds of things. And there's almost no one who really wants to join him. Brother Dao has been worried about this matter these past few days. He originally planned to establish his own team and make a career in this doomsday. But now his career has stagnated. After recruiting more than 20 subordinates, he can no longer find suitable candidates. And now he is facing a food shortage problem. He and his men searched the entire building. They stole a lot of food and women from the homes of innocent survivors and killed many men. But he had more than 20 people to support. In order to gain their loyalty and appear to be righteous and heroic, he never withheld food from them and ensured that they had enough to eat every day. At the current rate of consumption, the food will be gone in 10 to 20 days at most. Brother Dao was a little worried as there wasn't much food in the community, but he didn't dare go to the supermarkets or convenience stores outside. It seems that we can only look at other buildings then. Going to other buildings means the risk of encountering zombies. Brother Dao is a strength-enhanced psychic. He himself is not afraid of zombies, but his subordinates do not have the same fighting power as him. If these men who were recruited with great difficulty were killed, it would be a huge loss. Brother Dao was thinking in his heart when the man next to him spoke again. Brother Dao, but this guy sent a photo and said he wants to give you his girlfriend. Oh. When Brother Dao heard this, he immediately became interested. So awesome? Let me see. Okay. The man quickly handed the phone to Brother Dao. Brother Dao took the phone and saw that the other party had sent him a photo, which was a selfie. The photo shows a tall and strong young man who looks young, perhaps 18 or 19 years old, but has a bald head and large tattoos on his arms. Behind the man was a naked young girl who was tied tightly to the bed, her mouth sealed with tape, and her eyes were swollen from crying. Below the photo, the other party attached a self-introduction. Hello, Brother Dao. My name is Wang Chong. I want to join your team. This is my girlfriend. I am willing to give her to Brother Dao as a token of my joining your team. Wang Chong also attached his address. Brother Dao took a closer look and found that Wang Chong was also in the same community, only one floor away from him. Brother Dao's eyes suddenly lit up. This kid is good, he is strong and ruthless, he is a talent. Brother Dao looked at the girl in the photo again and commented. This girl is average looking, but she has a nice figure and looks young, probably no older than 18. Brother Dao is not short of women now. He has played with more women in the past 2 days than he has in his entire life. But thinking that this was someone else's girlfriend, he still felt a little restless. Playing with someone else's girlfriend? That sounds a bit exciting. So he sent a message to Wang Chong. Do you have any important news to tell me? This is Wang Chong. He was suddenly excited when he saw that Brother Dao actually replied to his message. Wang Chong quickly told Brother Dao about his situation without reservation. In particular, he exaggerated the information about Lin Yuan hoarding food. Chapter 33. You can't die even if you wanna? The food that kid has stockpiled almost fills up the entire room. I think it will be enough for them to eat for several years. Just a dozen seconds after Wang Chong sent the message, he immediately received a reply from Dao Ge. Brother, wait for me. I'll bring people over right away. If there's really so much food as you said, I'll give you a great credit and make you a core member. Wang Chong was extremely excited when he saw Brother Dao's reply. What he didn't know was that Brother Dao on the other side was also extremely excited at this moment. He was worrying about the lack of food, but he didn't expect Wang Chong to provide him with such important information. Even God is helping me. Huh? Brother Dao was in a good mood. He quickly said to the people around him, Brothers, go get everyone here. We have work to do. As the sky gradually darkened, Lin Yuan looked at his watch, and it was almost 7 o'clock in the evening. In front of him lay the corpses of dozens of zombies, all of whom had their heads cut open by the space blade. Along the way, Lin Yuan did not hesitate to use his crystals. He released the space blade while using the mutated crystals to replenish his energy. This feeling is like unlimited firepower. The space blade is swung out like it's free, bombarding the zombies. As he continued to use the space blade, his supernatural powers were also being tempered in the process. Lin Yuan's ability to control the power of space has been greatly improved. Not only is his accuracy becoming more and more precise, but while the space blade is flying, he can also slightly control the flight direction of the space blade and adjust the flight trajectory of the space blade to track the target. This greatly enhances Lin Yuan's skill hit rate. Moreover, Lin Yuan felt that his energy level had increased significantly. From being able to release the space blade only 10 times at the beginning, he can now release the space blade at least 20 times before the energy is exhausted. The attack range and destructive power of the space blade have also been greatly improved, from an attack distance of 10 meters to the current 20 meters. With such a rapid rate of progress, it is estimated that a large number of newly awakened psychics will be left far behind. Lin Yuan consumed nearly 100 mutant crystals just in the battle today. Where would an ordinary psychic get so many mutant crystals? He was very satisfied with his gains today. Not only has his strength been greatly improved, but he has also collected about 100 mutant crystals. Under the system's 100,000-fold critical strike, the more than 100 mutant crystals turned into more than 10 million mutant crystals. Lin Yuan couldn't figure out how to use up so many mutant crystals. However, he would never have too much resources like mutant crystals. It's almost time to go home. After a day of fighting, although he had the mutant crystals to replenish his energy, he was also a little tired. Moreover, the night is very dangerous. In places with insufficient light, zombies might attack you. Lin Yuan doesn't want to capsize in a gutter. The room where Wang Chong was very lively and crowded with people. More than 20 men of different ages and appearances were smoking and chatting in Wang Chang's living room. They were all Brother Dao's men. Wang Chang chatted with these people enthusiastically, trying to get to know them. Everyone was very polite to Wang Chang, mainly because Wang Chang was strong and looked like a tough guy. And they all heard that Wang Chang provided Brother Dao with a very important piece of information. Anyone with a discerning eye knows that Wang Chang's position in the team will definitely not be too bad in the future. Brother Dao might even let him take the second-in-command position. About 10 minutes later, the bedroom door opened, and Brother Dao came out with his pants held up, along with several of his men. In the bedroom, Zhang Qian lay on the bed with lifeless eyes. She looked at the ceiling with empty eyes and traces of tears that had long dried in the corners of her eyes. Her body was covered in bruises, and there was blood all over the sheets. Zhang Qian lay motionless on the bed. If it weren't for her chest still rising and falling slightly, she would have looked like a dead person. Wang Chang flattered. "Brother Dao, how is it? Are you having fun?" Brother Dao chuckled and patted Wang Chang on the shoulder. "Yes, thank you, Brother Wang Chang, for the hospitality. We all had a great time." Wang Chang laughed and said, "Brother Dao, what are you talking about? We are brothers from now on." "Brother Dao, you are being too polite." Brother Dao looked at Wang Chang with increasing satisfaction. He fastened his belt and continued, "Okay, let's get down to business." Wang Chang suddenly stopped Brother Dao and said to him mysteriously, "Brother Dao, can I discuss something with you?" Brother Dao stopped. "Oh, what's the matter? Just tell me, brother." Wang Chang showed an obscene smile on his face. "Brother Dao, do you still remember the Lin Yuan I told you about? He has a girlfriend who is very pretty. I've been attracted to her for a long time." Brother Dao burst into laughter and gave Wang Chang an expression that said, "I understand you." "Oh, I thought it was nothing, a small problem. When we catch that woman, no one except you is allowed to touch her for the first 3 days," I said. Wang Chang was extremely excited and said with a smile on his face, "Thank you, Brother Dao. Thank you, Brother Dao. Let's go then. I'll lead the way." Wang Chang took the lead and led the way. He opened the door and led everyone towards Lin Yuan's house. Suddenly, everyone discovered that a young man with a delicate face and handsome features was standing in the corridor. The man held a completely black knife in his hand and looked at the 20 or so people in front of him with a calm expression. "Lin Yuan, why is it you?" Wang Chang recognized at a glance that the man in front of him was Lin Yuan. The knife in Lin Yuan's hand made Wang Chang quite afraid. He didn't know where Lin Yuan got this weapon. And why did he appear in the corridor out of nowhere? Looking at Wang Chang mixed in the crowd, Lin Yuan frowned. When he went upstairs just now, he heard a lot of noise and footsteps in Wang Chang's room, and he immediately felt something was wrong. Now, more than 20 people filled the narrow corridor, and Wang Chang, who was among them, seemed to be quite familiar with these people. After some thought, Lin Yuan had roughly guessed the other party's intention. Sure enough, Wang Chang said to Brother Dao beside him, "Brother Dao, this is the Lin Yuan I told you about. He has stored a lot of supplies at home." Wang Chang pointed to the door behind Lin Yuan. "All the supplies are in that room. The house opposite is where Lin Yuan and his girlfriend live. I have never been in there, but I estimate that there must be a lot of supplies in there." Brother Dao nodded, took 2 steps forward, and took out a solid iron rod from his waist. "Listen to me, kid. Put down the knife, and I'll spare your life. Otherwise, I'll make sure you can't die even if you want to." The long sword in Lin Yuan's hand, which was shining coldly, made the people behind Brother Dao quite afraid, so they didn't dare to go up at the first time. This group of people have no problem bullying the weak and fearing the strong, but when it comes to fighting with real weapons, they're still a little cowardly. Brother Dao also understood this in his heart, and he knew that he had to step in to deal with Lin Yuan. Chapter 34. This woman is also a superpower. At this time, Li Bin and Sun Lan also heard the noise outside the door. The 2 men opened the door and walked out of the room, only to find Lin Yuan confronting more than 20 people. "Brother Lin, what's going on?" When Brother Dao, who was in the distance, saw Li Bin and Sun Lan, his eyes fell on Sun Lan, and he looked her up and down. "Hey, this girl is pretty good-looking, petite, just my type." Sun Lan seemed to be frightened by Dao Ji's eyes, and she quickly hid behind Li Bin. Li Bin protected Sun Lan behind him, and he instantly realized that the other party must have bad intentions. He looked at Brother Dao with a gloomy expression and took out a folding knife from his arms. At this time, the door of Yao Yao's room opened, and she saw Lin Yuan and others confronting a group of ferocious-looking men, and Wang Chang was actually among them. When Brother Dao saw Yao Yao coming out, his eyes widened. Brother Dao swore that he had never seen such a beautiful woman in real life. This woman is even more beautiful than those female stars on TV screens. He poked Wang Chong beside him. Fuck, Brother Wang Chong. Is this the girlfriend of Lin Yuan you mentioned? Wang Chong laughed and said, Yes, Brother Dao, it's her. Brother Dao suddenly regretted agreeing to what Wang Chong had just done. However, he couldn't go back on his word after agreeing to it in front of so many people. He smiled and patted Wang Chong on the shoulder. You have a really good eye. This woman is really top-notch. You got her for free. As promised to you, this woman will be yours for the first 3 days. But after 3 days, she will be mine. Wang Chong felt somewhat disappointed, as he had originally wanted to monopolize Yao Yao for a long time. But he had already anticipated this. How could Brother Dao let go of a woman as beautiful as Yao Yao? He smiled flatteringly. That has to be Brother Dao's decision. The two of them didn't seem to take Lin Yuan and the others seriously at all, and started discussing in front of them as if no one else was around. When Yao Yao saw that these two people were actually discussing her rights of ownership in front of her, a trace of anger flashed in her eyes. She turned and looked at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan, what happened? Lin Yuan said calmly. Wang Chong sold us out. He brought these people to try to steal our supplies. That pig-like man should be their boss. Lin Yuan could have easily dealt with these people, but the reason he didn't move was to let Li Bin see Wang Chong's true face. Wang Chong did not disappoint Lin Yuan and showed his fangs so quickly. Although Lin Yuan didn't know where Wang Chong found these small fry, it didn't matter to him. Fuck, who do you say looks like a pig? Brother Dao was furious after hearing what Lin Yuan said. He didn't expect that Lin Yuan and others would be so arrogant when surrounded by more than 20 people on his side. Just wait for me, kid. I'm going to break your legs and let you watch your woman being toyed with before your own eyes. Others also joined in the shouting and cursing. Brother Dao, kill him. The little-armed bastard is still so stubborn even when he is about to die. Brother Dao, kill him. Originally, Brother Dao felt a little afraid when he saw the long sword in Lin Yuan's hand. But at this moment, he was angered by Lin Yuan. How could he lose face in front of so many younger brothers? He raised the iron rod and rushed straight towards Lin Yuan. Brother Dao's eyes also became extremely fierce at this moment. I'm going to smash you into pulp with this iron rod. Brother Dao is extremely confident in his own strength, and he believes that no one can withstand his blow. Just when he was only a few steps away from Lin Yuan suddenly moved. Brother Dao only saw a blurry black shadow flash by. Before he could see the other party's movements clearly, he felt his chest suddenly suffered a severe blow, as if hit by a hammer. The iron rod in Brother Dao's hand flew out of his hand and fell to the ground with a crisp sound. He was knocked flying by Lin Yuan's punch and fell into the crowd behind him. Brother Dao's huge body instantly knocked down a group of people. Wang Chong was the first to be hit and was almost knocked unconscious by Brother Dao's fat body. But Wang Chong did not dare to complain at all, and hurriedly helped Brother Dao up with the people around him. Brother Dao, are you okay? Brother Dao struggled to get up from the ground, looking a little embarrassed. He looked at Lin Yuan in horror. The power of Lin Yuan's punch was extremely terrifying. You have to know that he is a power-type awakener, but he was knocked away by Lin Yuan with just one punch and had no power to fight back. If he didn't have the strong physique of a supernatural being, this punch would probably have taken half his life. Moreover, Lin Yuan's movements just now were too fast. If Lin Yuan had used a knife instead of a fist, he would probably be dead now. Could it be that this kid is also a superpower? Brother Dao was filled with fear, cold sweat breaking out from his back. He instantly knew that he seemed to be in big trouble. Everyone, including Wang Chong, looked at Lin Yuan with something strange in their eyes. They have seen Brother Dao's strength. His exaggerated power is like a humanoid monster. And Lin Yuan could actually knock Dao Gu away with one punch? What kind of terrifying power is this? At this moment, Lin Yuan had returned to Yao Yao's side and said to her, I'll leave these people to you to deal with. It's a good opportunity to test the strength of your lightning. Just leave Wang Chong behind. Yao Yao nodded. Dao Gu and Wang Chong had just spoken rudely to her, and she was already feeling angry. She stretched out her hand, an electric light flashed in her hand. The electric current lingered around her fingertips, making a sizzling sound. Brother Dao's face suddenly changed. Shit, this woman is also a superpower run. He didn't expect that this seemingly beautiful woman was actually a psychic, and an elemental psychic with the most destructive power. Just last night, Brother Dao saw a lot of information about people with special powers on the internet. Because many people have awakened their special powers, the online discussions were very heated. In general, the total number of people with superpowers is very small, and only a small number of people have awakened their superpowers. Among those with special abilities, those with enhanced strength, agility, and physical fitness are the most common. Elementalists and certain special types of psychics are relatively rare. Brother Dao originally thought that although his special ability was not very powerful, it should not be a problem for him to dominate a small place. He never thought that he would be so unlucky to encounter such a powerful psychic for the first time. At this moment, Brother Dao no longer cared about his face. Relying on his physique as a superpower, he ran faster than anyone else. He just wanted to leave here quickly. However, no matter how fast he ran, how could he be faster than lightning? Yao Yao released multiple lightning bolts from her hands at the same time, and countless dazzling arcs flew towards everyone at the same time. This is a characteristic of lightning powers. As long as there is enough energy, it can attack targets in multiple directions at the same time. Unlike Lin Yuan's spatial blade, it cut directly across. Therefore, in the early stage, lightning abilities will be more useful than other abilities when facing a large number of zombies. Chapter 35 Worse than Pigs and Dogs. When everyone was hit by Yao Yao's lightning, their bodies immediately began to twitch wildly, and they fell to the ground one after another, quickly losing their lives. The whole process took only a few seconds. Yao Yao's move instantly killed more than 20 people. A burnt smell came from the corridor. Because of Lin Yuan's explanation, Yao Yao spared Wang Chong's life, and he was the only one who was not struck by lightning. Wang Chong was completely frightened. He sat on the ground, looking at the charred corpses all over the floor, his eyes full of horror. He didn't dare to run away, for fear that if he moved, he would suffer the same fate as Brother Dao and the others. Li Bin and Sun Lan on the side were also stunned. They didn't expect Yao Yao to be so powerful. Lin Yuan walked slowly forward and came to Brother Dao's side. Brother Dao's body was still twitching slightly, his face full of fear. He is indeed a person with superpowers, and he is not dead yet. Lin Yuan stabbed him in the heart with a knife, ending his life. This slash of the knife frightened Wang Chong, who was standing beside him. Wang Chong looked at Lin Yuan in front of him and felt extremely unfamiliar. In his mind, Lin Yuan has always been an ordinary person, but he was just lucky enough to stock up some supplies in advance. But now, the Lin Yuan in front of him made Wang Chong feel fear from the bottom of his heart for the first time. Lin Yuan ignored Wang Chong and used his knife to cut open Dao Ji's forehead. When he felt the tip of the knife touching something hard, he used the tip of the knife to pick up a crystal from Dao Ji's forehead. Sure enough, there are crystals. This crystal looks slightly larger than those produced by ordinary zombies. Lin Yuan had heard in his previous life that psychics, like zombies, could also produce crystals. Moreover, unlike zombies who have only a 1/3 chance of producing crystals, psychics have a 100% chance of producing crystals. Just like the mutated crystals of zombies and alien beasts, the crystals of psychics can also enhance the user's strength after being absorbed, and there is a certain probability of comprehending the opponent's skills. However, Brother Dao seems to be of average strength, and Lin Yuan does not expect his crystal to be much stronger than that of an ordinary zombie. Lin Yuan wiped the crystals clean and put them back into the storage space. You have obtained a mutation crystal. 100,000 times critical strike is in effect. Congratulations on obtaining 100,000 mutation crystals. After putting away the mutant crystal, Lin Yuan turned his eyes to Wang Chong. That cold look made Wang Chong shiver uncontrollably, as if he was falling into an icy cave. Lin Yuan asked coldly, "Where is Zhang Qian?" Wang Chong quickly replied, In the room. I'll take you there." Wang Chong quickly got up from the ground and led the way. Li Bin, Sun Lan, and others followed. They looked worried, as if they had a bad premonition. Everyone followed Wang Chong to his room. Wang Chong stood at the bedroom door with his back to everyone, his hand on the door handle, looking hesitant. After a moment, he gritted his teeth and finally made up his mind to open the door. The moment the door was pushed open, everyone frowned. I saw Zhang Qian lying naked on the bed. She was covered with bruises and scars, and the bed sheets were stained with blood. Her hands and feet were tied up, and her mouth was sealed with tape. It was hard to imagine what kind of torture she had endured. Xiao Qian, Sun Lan's eyes suddenly turned red, and she rushed forward and untied the rope around her hands. Yao Yao also hurried forward to help. She took off her coat and covered Zhang Qian with it. Xiao Qian, what's wrong with you? Sun Lan's voice was tearful, and she felt heartbroken when she saw Xiao Qian's miserable appearance. Zhang Qian's originally numb and desperate eyes finally showed some life after she saw Sun Lan and others. She hugged Sun Lan and burst into tears. Well, Sister Lan, Wang Chong is not a human being. He brought a group of people back and took turns violating me. Woo-woo. They also said they would kill Brother Bin and Brother Lin and take away your supplies. Suddenly, Zhang Qian realized that Lin Yuan and others appeared here intact. You are all right? Li Bin was immediately furious when he heard this. He rushed forward and kicked Wang Chong. Bang! Wang Chong was kicked against the wall and let out a groan, showing a painful expression. Li Bin pushed him to the ground and punched him in the face again and again. Wang Chong, you're a beast. You're worse than pigs and dogs. Wang Chong was beaten by Li Bin until his face was covered in blood, but he did not dare to fight back. He cried out, Brother Bin, stop hitting me. I was forced by that group of people. If I didn't agree to them, they would kill me. Li Bin did not stop his actions at all, but hit even harder. How dare you lie? I'll beat you to death. The look on Wang Chong's face in the corridor didn't look like he was being forced. Lin Yuan stepped forward to persuade Li Bin and pulled Li Bin up. Then he took out Wang Chong's mobile phone from his pocket, first looked through his calls and text messages, and then looked through his communication apps. After searching for a while, Lin Yuan finally found the chat history between Wang Chong and Dao Gu on a video software called Doubo. He handed the phone to Li Bin, who was standing beside him. Li Bin looked at it and immediately started cursing. Is this what you call being forced? Is this what you call being forced? He walked up to Wang Chong and stomped on him hard a few times. Not feeling satisfied, he picked up a bench and hit him hard on the head a few more times. Wang Chong was beaten half to death, muttering, Please stop hitting me. Please stop hitting me. I was really forced to do this. Sun Lan closed the bedroom door and helped Zhang Qian put clothes on with Yao Yao. Zhang Qian got out of the bed tremblingly, and her steps were a little unsteady. Sun Lan felt heartbroken when she saw this. She held Zhang Qian, and tears kept falling. When she was at the barbecue restaurant, she always treated Zhang Qian as her own sister. Now seeing Zhang Qian's appearance, her heart was broken. After Yao Yao and Sun Lan helped Zhang Qian put on her clothes, they took her out of the bedroom. Lin Yuan glanced at them and sighed. You guys go back first, Li Bin, and I will handle this. Zhang Qian suddenly walked up to Lin Yuan and said with a sob, Brother Lin, I'm sorry. I should have listened to you and lived with Brother Bin and Sister Lan. I deserve this fate because of my own actions. Lin Yuan sighed. His eyes were quite complicated. He had already persuaded Zhang Qian today, but failed to convince her. He didn't expect Zhang Qian to be so devoted to Wang Chong. But what he didn't expect was that Wang Chong was such a beast and so cruel to a girl who loved him deeply. Go back and have a good rest. Lin Yuan didn't know how to persuade her. What happened to her was too cruel for a young girl. He could only hope that time could heal the pain in her heart. Yao Yao and Sun Lan took Zhang Qian away from Wang Chong's room. Chapter 36, Strong Strength. Lin Yuan said to Li Bin, Why don't you go and rest for a while? Your hand looks injured. Let me take care of him. Just now, Li Bin hit Wang Chong too hard and injured his own hand. There were several cracks on his fist and blood kept dripping. Brother Lin, I'm fine. Li Bin's eyes were red as he glared at Wang Chong, like a wild beast waiting to devour its prey. I'm going to kill this beast myself. Li Bin took out his folding knife and walked slowly towards Wang Chong. Brother Bin, don't kill me. Please. Wang Chong, who was lying on the ground and beaten half to death, was suddenly terrified. He supported himself with his hands and crawled backwards. But Li Bin and Lin Yuan blocked the door, and Wang Chong had nowhere to escape. At this moment, two women's screams suddenly came from outside the door. Ah! Xiao Qian, Lin Yuan, and Li Bin rushed out the door when they heard the sound. However, they only saw Sun Lan and Yao Yao, while Zhang Qian was nowhere to be found. For some reason, Sun Lan sat on the ground with a look of devastation on her face, while Yao Yao looked downstairs with a pale face. Li Bin rushed over and helped Sun Lan up. Lin Yuan asked Yao Yao, What's wrong? Where's Zhang Qian? Yao Yao's voice trembled slightly. Xiao Qian, she jumped off the building. Lin Yuan looked down through the inner window of the corridor and saw a bloody mess. He immediately frowned. Lin Yuan, what should we do? There was a hint of crying in Yao Yao's voice, and her body was shaking continuously. Lin Yuan held her in his arms and stroked her back gently. Suddenly, Lin Yuan heard footsteps behind him. He turned around and met Wang Chang's frightened eyes. Wang Chang took a step forward and turned around and ran, as if he wanted to escape. Lin Yuan casually threw out a space blade and instantly cut off one of Wang Chang's legs. Ah! Wang Chang let out a scream and fell flat on his face. He hugged his broken leg and screamed heartbreakingly, "My legs, my legs!" Lin Yuan patted Yao Yao on the shoulder. "You and Sun Lan go back first." Yao Yao nodded, helped Sun Lan up, and led her into the room. Sun Lan looked distraught and had obviously suffered a great blow. Li Bin stood up, glaring at Wang Chang, holding a folding knife in his hand, and walked towards Wang Chang step by step. Lin Yuan stood aside and watched Li Bin walk towards Wang Chang without stopping him. He was not worried that Li Bin would fall into the ditch. Wang Chang had no weapons and had lost a leg. If Li Bin could be killed in return, he would not have lived to meet Lin Yuan in his previous life. Lin Yuan remembered when he first met Li Bin in his previous life. Li Bin had not yet become a superpower. But at that time, Li Bin had already demonstrated stronger fighting ability than ordinary people. Lin Yuan knew that Li Bin had been a soldier before, but he didn't know what branch of the military he served in. Although Wang Chang is physically strong, he has completely lost his will to fight after losing a leg. Sometimes, physical strength is not the key factor in determining the outcome of a battle. "Brother Bin, please forgive me. I won't dare to do it again next time." Wang Chang was still begging for mercy, his snot and tears mixed together, and he was desperately crawling backwards, looking extremely embarrassed. Li Bin did not respond to him. When he was only a few meters away from Wang Chang, he suddenly started to speed up. He rushed forward, held Wang Chang down, and rode on him. Wang Chang began to struggle hard, but Li Bin was in an advantageous position, and Wang Chang was ridden on top of him, unable to exert any strength at all. In addition, his broken leg made it even more difficult for him to exert strength in his lower body, and he was completely unable to break free from Li Bin's control. Li Bin punched Wang Chang on the nose with his left hand, and Wang Chang cried out in pain. Taking advantage of the moment when Wang Chang closed his eyes in pain, Li Bin took out the small folding knife in his right hand and stabbed it into Wang Chang's chest quickly and fiercely. When Lin Yuan saw Li Bin's knife, his eyes suddenly lit up. The timing of the knife was perfect, and it just bypassed Wang Chang's ribs and accurately stabbed into the opponent's heart. Such a skillful knife move. If it wasn't luck, can only be said that Li Bin has a very good understanding of human structure. When Lin Yuan met Li Bin in his previous life, it had been some time since the end of the world. At that time, Lin Yuan thought that Li Bin's abilities were honed after the end of the world. It now seems that Li Bin had strong capabilities from the beginning. He is not just a fat barbecue restaurant owner as he seems. Lin Yuan began to look forward to what kind of strength he would have after becoming a superpower. Li Bin pressed the knife into Wang Chang's heart little by little. Various emotions flashed through Wang Chang's eyes: resentment, fear, and unwillingness. He struggled hard with his hands, trying to push Li Bin away from him. But the moment his heart was pierced, the strength in his body began to dissipate rapidly. The anger in Li Bin's eyes gradually disappeared, leaving only coldness, like an indifferent executioner. He and Wang Chang looked at each other, watching Wang Chang's life disappear bit by bit in his hands. Finally, Wang Chang lost all his strength. His hands fell limp, and an expression of fear still remained on his face. At this moment, Lin Yuan seemed to be able to feel that Li Bin was undergoing a transformation. This is the process that everyone who survives the end times must go through. With the disappearance of civilization, order, morality, and law also disappeared, and mankind returned to barbarism. Survival of the fittest. If you want to survive, you must adapt to all of this. This is the end of the world, and no one can stay out of it. Li Bin sat up from Wang Chang's body. The adrenaline slowly faded away, and his body began to tremble slightly. Lin Yuan walked to the inner window of the corridor and looked down. Perhaps it was the bloody smell from Zhang Qian's body that attracted the surrounding zombies. The zombies in the community had been almost cleared out by Lin Yuan, but now a new group appeared out of nowhere. Lin Yuan picked up Wang Chang's body and threw him down from the building. Let's deal with these bodies too. Looking at the corpses lying all over the ground, Lin Yuan decided to throw them down the building and let the zombies deal with them. This was the easiest way. He didn't want the bodies to rot and stink on his floor. Li Bin didn't say anything. He silently put away his folding knife and started to carry the body with Lin Yuan. They threw the corpses on the ground one by one. The body fell to the ground with a dull sound, which was particularly harsh in the quiet neighborhood. After the two men finished their work, the corridor returned to its former emptiness. Only the bloodstains on the ground and the burnt smell in the air proved that everything that had just happened was real. After throwing the last corpse down, Li Bin sat down on the ground, looking a little tired. He suddenly asked Lin Yuan, "Brother Lin, do you have any cigarettes?" Lin Yuan was stunned. He remembered that Li Bin never smoked. Lin Yuan himself doesn't smoke, but he still stores a lot of cigarettes in the storage space. Although Lin Yuan found it difficult to understand, the fact was that cigarettes were hard currency in the apocalypse, so he stocked up some. Chapter 37, Taking Crystals. Lin Yuan took out a pack of expensive cigarettes, handed it to Li Bin, and also gave him a lighter. Li Bin was leaning against the wall, and behind him was the place where Zhang Qian jumped down. He tore open the cigarette package with trembling hands, took out a cigarette, put it in his mouth, lit it, and took a deep puff. Cough, cough, cough. He started coughing violently, feeling mixed emotions after experiencing this kind of thing so suddenly. Sucking too hard. This cigarette is really irritating to the throat. I'm sorry for wasting your cigarette, Brother Lin. Li Bin threw the cigarette on the ground, crushed it with his foot, and returned the remaining cigarette to Lin Yuan. It's all right. Lin Yuan took the cigarettes. He didn't smoke them anyway. If the storage space wasn't so large, he wouldn't bother to stockpile them. Li Bin stared ahead with empty eyes, muttering, "I've known for a long time that Wang Chong is not a good person. Lan Lan and I have advised Xiaoqian before, but Wang Chong is her first love and she just can't let him go." As he spoke, Li Bin's eyes turned red. Xiaoqian's mother is in poor health. She works very hard to earn more money for her mother's medical expenses. What a sensible child she is. Lin Yuan didn't know what to say. He was not good at comforting others. He knew that Zhang Qian's death was quite shocking and difficult to accept for Li Bin, Sun Lan, and Yao Yao, who had never experienced the end of the world. But Lin Yuan had long been accustomed to it. If the end of the world had not come, Zhang Qian's worst outcome would have been to be dumped by Wang Chong and then be sad for a while. But this is how the end of the world is. No one's feelings and dreams are worth mentioning in this world. Human cruelty and bestiality are also magnified to the fullest in this chaotic world, and foolishly kind people may very likely pay the price with their lives. What the hell is going on here? Li Bin's emotions suddenly broke down. He held his head, grabbed his hair tightly, and started crying. But in Lin Yuan's opinion, his reaction was normal. At the beginning, the countless dead people and zombies all over the city brought people the greatest feeling of fear. Only when the close people around them die in front of them can they truly feel how cruel the end of the world is. At night, Lin Yuan, Li Bin, and others sat together, and Lin Yuan explained to Sun Lan and Li Bin what superpowers were. "Does that mean Brother Dao is also a mutant?" Li Bin asked. "That's right." Lin Yuan picked up the paper towel on the dining table, put it into the storage space, and then took it out again. Everyone noticed that the tissue in Lin Yuan's hand suddenly disappeared, and then suddenly appeared again. "I have awakened a space-related ability that allows me to store lifeless objects in another space and take them out at any time." With the spatial ability as a cover, Lin Yuan no longer has to bother explaining to others what the storage space is. Lin Yuan explained to them that he had awakened his superpowers a month before the end of the world. So he began to stockpile large amounts of food and resources, which explains what happened later. Both Li Bin and Sun Lan's eyes were filled with surprise. "So, how can we obtain superpowers?" Li Bin showed a longing look. What happened today had a profound impact on him. He realized, if Yao Yao and Lin Yuan had not taken action today, he and Sun Lan would have no idea what would have happened. The world is so chaotic now. If you don't have enough strength to protect yourself and those around you, you will become a prey to be slaughtered. But Lin Yuan shook his head. It seems that there is only natural awakening at the moment. Lin Yuan did not tell Li Bin that ordinary people could also become superpowers by taking crystals. Because if an ordinary person takes the crystal, the probability of becoming a mutant is probably less than 1%. Although Lin Yuan had heard that the crystals dropped by certain high-level zombies or alien beasts could increase the user's success rate in becoming a mutant while reducing the probability of death, he had only heard about it. If one fails to awaken after taking the crystal, the brain will die immediately and turn into an irrational zombie. For those with special abilities, it doesn't matter if they eat the mutant crystals as candy. At most, there is too much energy for them to absorb. However, compared to swallowing, Lin Yuan is more accustomed to absorbing the energy in the crystals through skin contact. Anyway, the effects of both are the same. Lin Yuan only told Li Bin and Sun Lan that ordinary people might turn into zombies after eating mutant crystals, but he did not tell them that doing so might awaken their superpowers. He was mainly afraid that the two of them might eat the mutant crystals in pursuit of power. Moreover, based on his previous life, Li Bin would become a superpower sooner or later. It was just a little later, so there was no need for him to let Li Bin take this risk. As for Sun Lan, Lin Yuan estimated that she was most likely an ordinary person. There is no such coincidence in the world. The probability of 4 people in a team, all being psychics, is too low. Lin Yuan was extremely lucky just to have picked up Yao Yao, this treasure. How could he expect that all 4 of them would become superpowers? Oh, that's it. Li Bin looked a little disappointed. Lin Yuan comforted. Don't think too much. Everyone has a chance. Let's eat first. Lin Yuan waved his hand, and the dining table was instantly filled with sumptuous food, all taken out from his storage space. There is chicken, duck, fish, and meat, and it is as sumptuous as the New Year's Eve dinner. Looking at the table full of steaming food, Lin Yuan's appetite was whetted. He was tired and hadn't eaten all day today, so he was already hungry. Lin Yuan picked up the chopsticks and started eating without hesitation. Ever since he became a superpower, his appetite has become exaggerated, because his body needs enough calories to strengthen its physique and restore energy. The other 3 people didn't have much appetite at first, but when they saw Lin Yuan eating so happily, they seemed to be infected by him, and they also picked up their chopsticks and started to eat with relish. In a short while, all the delicious food on the table was eaten up by everyone. After dinner, Li Bin and Sun Lan returned to their house, leaving only Lin Yuan and Yao Yao in the house. Yao Yao was picking up the dishes and preparing to throw them away, while Lin Yuan was sitting in front of Yao Yao's computer. He didn't want to surf the internet, as the information on the internet was basically worthless nowadays. He opened the map software and searched for the location of a cold storage on the map. After some inquiries, he finally locked down the cold storage location of a company called Houtsai. This company is engaged in cold chain logistics and is the largest cold chain logistics company in Shangjiang City. The company uses cold chain transportation to provide fresh vegetables, fruits, meat, rice, flour, oil, and other foods to major supermarkets and restaurants in Shangjiang City every day. And this cold storage is where Houtsai Company stores food. All food will be transported here for storage first, and then distributed to supermarkets and restaurants in Shangjiang City. If nothing unexpected happens, there should still be a lot of food that is not yet spoiled stored in the cold storage. Tomorrow is the 2nd day. The system gave an extra 3 days of 100,000 times material critical strike bonus. Chapter 38 Mutated Beast. Lin Yuan used the first day to collect mutant crystals. Now he has more than 10 million mutant crystals in the storage space, which is more than enough. So Lin Yuan planned to collect some more food next. Although the supplies in his storage space are so many that he may not be able to use them all in more than 10 lifetimes, who would complain about having too much supplies? If we collect supplies bit by bit from supermarkets in the city, it would be too slow, and there are too many zombies in the city. In order to save on land rental costs, this cold storage is located in the suburbs of Shangjiang City, where there are few buses. It can be imagined that there are not many zombies around. It looks like I have to go there tomorrow. Lin Yuan made a decision in his heart. He was about to turn off the computer when he heard Yao Yao's exclamation from the living room. He also heard a few cheerful dog barks. Lin Yuan, come and see Xiaohei. Lin Yuan hurried to the living room and saw Xiaohei wagging his tail and jumping around Yao Yao, looking very excited. After it saw Lin Yuan, it barked at him twice. Its smug expression seemed to be saying to Lin Yuan, "Look at me, look at me." Xiaohei opened his mouth and spewed a stream of scorching green flame towards the empty space in front of him. Green flames? Lin Yuan had heard in his previous life that Xiaohei's flame was not simple. If one was touched by its flame, even a little, the flame would burn all over the body like a maggot attached to the bone and would be difficult to extinguish. However, Lin Yuan did not expect that the color of the flame was green. It felt a bit like a ghost fire. No wonder others nicknamed it Hellhound. Yes, it seems that you have awakened as well. Lin Yuan leaned down and touched Xiaohei's head. Xiaohei enjoyed it very much and wagged his tail happily. After Lin Yuan touched his head, Xiaohei ran to Yao Yao and rubbed her trouser leg hard. Lin Yuan heard that after ordinary animals awaken into exotic beasts, their intelligence will be greatly enhanced. Xiaohei does seem to be a lot smarter. It seems that it can see that Yao Yao and Lin Yuan have a close relationship, so it tries to please Yao Yao. Yao Yao was very pleased. She also squatted down and touched Xiaohei. You are such a sensible little guy. It seems that I didn't feed you in vain today. After showing off in front of the two men, Xiaohei called out twice to the black cat on the sofa. His eyes were full of pride and boasting, but the black cat ignored him. Seeing that the black cat ignored it, Xiaohei jumped onto the sofa again. It raised its head and spit out a stream of fire at the ceiling, as if showing off to the black cat. Just as it was showing off its might, Lin Yuan grabbed it by the scruff of the neck and lifted it up. Don't breathe fire in the house anymore. Do you hear me? If you burn the house down, I will beat you up. Xiaohei seemed to understand what Lin Yuan said and cried out in grievance. Yao Yao said to Lin Yuan, "This little guy has a big appetite. Today I fed him 5 kilograms of meat before he was full. I don't know how he can fit 5 kilograms of meat in such a small stomach." Lin Yuan Dao. Well, it's normal for mutants to have a big appetite. I'll put more food in the refrigerator and try to keep it full. He was not worried about Xiaohei's big appetite. Even if it ate 10 kilograms of meat a day, Lin Yuan could afford to feed it. However, it seems that Xiaohei, as a dog, may have better living conditions than most people, which is a bit sad. He took out a handful of mutant crystals from his backpack, about 50 of them, and put them all in Xiaohei's food bowl. In the end times, the strange beasts do not unite with each other, and different kinds of strange beasts often fight each other. Some strange beasts will also hunt mutant zombies. They have only one purpose: to obtain the mutant crystals in the other's brain. Mutated crystals can quickly increase their strength. When Xiaohei saw the crystals in the food bowl, his eyes suddenly lit up. It rubbed against Lin Yuan's trouser legs several times, then rushed to the food bowl impatiently and swallowed several mutant crystals whole. Lin Yuan noticed that it stopped after swallowing about 30 pills. It seems that just like humans with special abilities, alien beasts also have a limit on the number of crystals they can absorb each day. After Xiaohei swallowed 30 crystals, he stood beside the food bowl, guarding the remaining crystals like a miser. Unexpectedly, the black cat suddenly jumped off the sofa and walked toward Xiaohei. "Cola, what are you doing?" Seeing that the black cat seemed to be looking for trouble, Yao Yao was a little worried about Kale. After all, Xiaohei was now a mutant beast. If Xiaohei sprays the Coke, it will be finished. Before she could stop him, Coke suddenly turned into a black shadow and flew past Xiaohei as fast as an arrow. Lin Yuan and Yao Yao were immediately shocked. What a fast speed! Lin Yuan thought that his speed was not slow, but this black cat was much faster than him. The next moment, the black cat had retreated away from Xiaohei and returned to the sofa. Xiaohei realized later that his dog bowl was missing. He looked up and saw that the dog bowl was under the black cat. "Oh!" Xiaohei suddenly became anxious. He barked at Lin Yuan several times in a row, his voice full of grievance. Lin Yuan, however, focused his attention on the black cat. Only mutant animals are interested in mutant crystals. Ordinary animals have no reaction to mutant crystals. Considering the speed of the black cat just now, could it be that Coke is also a mutant? Lin Yuan sat down on the sofa and asked Black Cat, "Are you also interested in this crystal?" I don't know if the black cat understood what Lin Yuan said. It didn't eat the mutant crystals in the dog bowl. Instead, it walked to Lin Yuan and rubbed against him, with a bit of resentment in its eyes. Lin Yuan immediately understood what it meant. He took out dozens of mutant crystals from the storage space and placed them next to the black cat. The black cat meowed happily and started purring. It squatted down, picked up the mutant crystals one by one, and swallowed them into its stomach. Its movements were much more elegant than Xiaohei's. A hint of surprise flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. This black cat is indeed a mutant beast. Yao Yao was stunned. Ah, is Coke also a mutant? No wonder the two of them didn't notice it before. Unlike Xiaohei, Coke doesn't seem to have changed in appearance. He just looks a little stronger than before. Lin Yuan returned the dog bowl to Xiaohei. Xiaohei quickly picked up his dog bowl, ran to the corner of the living room, hid his dog bowl in the corner, and protected it with his body. Then, Xiaohei yawned and fell asleep. Lin Yuan heard that after the strange beasts ate the mutant crystals, they would absorb energy by sleeping. Judging from Xiaohei's appearance, the energy of the mutant crystal should be starting to take effect. Even when he is asleep, Xiaohei still covers his dog bowl tightly. Lin Yuan shook his head upon seeing this. "Silly dog, can't you see that others dislike your dog bowl? Although Cola snatched Xiao Hei's dog bowl, he didn't eat any crystals. Lin Yuan guessed that Coke was just jealous and didn't really want to eat the crystals in the little black dog's bowl. But Lin Yuan was still very happy. After animals that have lived with humans for a long time evolve into mutant beasts, most of them recognize their masters, unless their owners treated them badly or abused them in the past. With wisdom, they will become closer to their owners, actively follow their owners, and protect their safety. Chapter 39. The city is full of zombies. Li Hong in the previous life was such a lucky example. Now the relationship between these two mutant beasts and Lin Yuan is very good, and Lin Yuan has their favorite mutant crystals in his hands. The two mutant beasts like Lin Yuan very much. This was absolutely the best news for Lin Yuan. Late at night, in Yao Yao's room, Yao Yao, sweating profusely, snuggled in Lin Yuan's arms, while Lin Yuan hugged her from behind. After a long period of tossing and turning, both of them were a little tired, and Lin Yuan also felt sleepy. In a half-awake state, Yao Yao suddenly called out softly, "Lin Yuan." What's wrong?" Yao Yao leaned towards Lin Yuan, her whole body tightly pressed into his arms. "I feel really lucky to have met you." Lin Yuan guessed that Yao Yao must have witnessed what happened to Zhang Qian and was inspired by this. If it weren't for Lin Yuan, how would her ending be better than Zhang Qian's? Lin Yuan shook his head and said seriously, "No, I should say that it is my luck to meet you." Lin Yuan wasn't just being polite to her, he really meant it. Just because he accidentally decided to bring Yao Yao along, his team had an extra lightning-related mutant and a mutant beast. Isn't that lucky enough? Yao Yao was deeply moved when she heard Lin Yuan's words. She buried her head in Lin Yuan's arms, her face filled with happiness. The next day, early in the morning, when Sun Lan just got up, she saw Li Bin doing push-ups in the living room. 45, 46, 47. Oh, I can't do it anymore. I haven't practiced for a long time. Li Bin lay on the floor, gasping for breath. Sun Lan asked curiously, "Husband, what are you doing?" Li Bin replied, "I heard from people online that people with good physical fitness are more likely to become psychics, so I have to work hard." Sun Lan smiled. "You've gained dozens of pounds since you retired from the army. It's probably too late for you to exercise now." When Li Bin heard this, he immediately became dissatisfied. "Oh, you look down on your husband, don't you? Then I have to tell you the story of how I won first place in the military competition that year." Sun Lan covered her ears. "I don't want to listen. My ears are getting calluses from listening to it." Li Bin stood up and reached out to pull away her hands that were covering her ears. "No, you have to listen. I'm going to tell you some different details this time." "I don't want it. You always say that." In the corridor, Lin Yuan, who was just about to go out, heard the quarrel between Li Bin and his wife and smiled with relief. It seems that after a night, both of them have recovered well, which is the best thing. Zhang Qian is no longer with us, but those who survived must continue to move on. There is no point in dwelling on sorrow. Lin Yuan walked downstairs with the car keys in his pocket. What surprised Lin Yuan a little was that he actually encountered several zombies in the corridors on each floor. He guessed that these zombies were attracted by the corpse thrown down last night. Lin Yuan looked downstairs and found that, as expected, the more than 20 bodies thrown down yesterday had disappeared, with only a few bones left. These zombies must have wandered into this building accidentally. When the zombies discovered Lin Yuan, they rushed towards him like crazy. Lin Yuan didn't bother to be polite with them. He released the space blade one after another to kill the zombies one by one, and then picked out their crystals. After a whole day of fighting yesterday, Lin Yuan felt that his strength had improved rapidly. If I keep going like this, I should be able to upgrade to a level 2 psychic soon, right? Psychics can be divided into levels 1 to 10 according to their strength. And above level 10, there are King level, Emperor level, and the Legendary Saint level. The reason why strength is divided into this level is because there are some natural barriers in the energy channels in the body of the psychic. Whenever a psychic's strength reaches a certain level, he will break through these barriers and enter the next realm. Some people say that this opens up the meridians, while others say that this unlocks the genetic locks. But no matter what, these barriers are real, and anyone with special abilities can feel their existence. Every advancement in realm will bring a huge boost in strength to the psychic, and it is also possible to comprehend new skills. However, the most powerful psychic Lin Yuan had seen in his previous life was only level 7. The level 7 psychic instantly destroyed a large base with just one move, which left a deep impression on Lin Yuan. If this is the case for a level 7 psychic, how terrifying would those above level 10 be? As for the legendary saint-level psychic, Lin Yuan had never heard of it. He even doubted whether psychics of this level really existed. If it really exists, how terrifying would its power be? Along the way, Lin Yuan easily killed all the zombies he encountered and successfully arrived at the underground parking lot. The Wrangler he had rented before was still parked here. Lin Yuan took out the key and started the car. The car has not suffered any major collisions so far and looks to be intact. Lin Yuan suddenly thought of something. Hey, how could I forget about this car? Lin Yuan opened the car door and got out, then put the entire SUV into the storage space. You get an off-road vehicle. 100,000 times critical strike is in effect. Congratulations on winning 100,000 off-road vehicles. As expected, even vehicles were judged as supplies by the system. In this way, he wouldn't feel bad even if his car was damaged because he still had 100,000 spare cars. After copying, Lin Yuan summoned another car and sat back in it. Although he was not familiar with the location of the cold storage, fortunately the vehicle's built-in GPS navigation system could still be used for the time being. Lin Yuan looked around and found that the cold storage was not far away, only about a 20-minute drive away. But now the city is full of zombies, so Lin Yuan has no choice but to take a detour through the less crowded suburban roads, which may take some time. Along the way, Lin Yuan drove the car recklessly. As long as any zombie dared to rush up to block the road, he would step on the accelerator and ram into it directly. Anyway, there are many spare vehicles, so it doesn't matter if the car is damaged. Occasionally, one could hear cries for help from both sides of the road, and there were even brave survivors who wanted to stop Lin Yuan's car. Lin Yuan simply ignored them and rushed forward with his foot on the accelerator. He treated those who stopped his car as zombies. Who knows what these people wanted to do after stopping his car? Along the way, Lin Yuan went in circles, took detours, and avoided places with many zombies. In addition, there were various broken-down vehicles and obstacles on the road, so the 20-minute drive actually took 40 minutes to reach the destination, which took nearly twice as long. The cold storage is located in an industrial park. When he drove into the industrial park, the surroundings suddenly became quiet. The area is vast and sparsely populated, and Lin Yuan hardly saw any zombies along the way. After all, there are not many workers here, and the zombies in the city center have not yet spread here. Chapter 40. Kill on the spot. Lin Yuan easily found the location of the cold storage. On the stone tablet at the entrance of the cold storage are written the words Outside Cold Chain Transportation Company, Limited. Lin Yuan drove the car directly into the gate and drove in. The first thing that caught my eye was an empty space. On both sides of the open space are two huge warehouses, and several trucks are parked in the distance. There are many small platforms at the entrance of the warehouse, which seem to be used for loading and unloading trucks. If Lin Yuan guessed correctly, these two warehouses should be places where food is stored. Lin Yuan decided to go to the warehouse on the left first to take a look. He drove to the warehouse on the left. There were 4 big words written on the door of the warehouse. Warehouse number 1. Lin Yuan got out of the car and walked to the gate. He saw a small map pasted on the gate, marking the area divisions of the warehouse. Lin Yuan walked forward and took a look. On the left was the frozen storage area, in the middle was the refrigerated storage area, and on the right was the normal temperature storage area. After thinking about it, he decided to go to the normal temperature storage area first. Following the instructions on the small map, Lin Yuan walked towards the normal temperature storage area. Strange, there's not even one person in this place. Lin Yuan was curious. Near the warehouse, he didn't see any survivors, or even a zombie. Logically speaking, although there are few people in this place, it shouldn't be so crowded that there is not even a zombie to be seen. Could it be that the company happened to be on holiday on the day the zombie outbreak occurred? However, Lin Yuan quickly rejected this idea because these cold chain transportation companies basically operate all year round. Supermarkets and restaurants in Shangjiang City have to purchase large quantities of fresh food every day, so it is impossible for this kind of cold storage to be closed easily. However, there is not a single zombie to be seen here, which does seem a bit weird. Soon, Lin Yuan arrived at the normal temperature storage area of warehouse number 1. The roller shutter door of the warehouse was half open, about half a person's height. Just under the half-open rolling door, Lin Yuan found half a leg bone. Lin Yuan stepped forward and moved the half-leg bone with force. It was obvious that it was a human leg bone. Lin Yuan looked at the leg bone carefully and quickly concluded that the owner of this leg bone was definitely not killed by zombies. The flesh on the leg bones was eaten cleanly. If it was a zombie, It would be impossible to eat the flesh so cleanly. Lin Yuan bent down and took a closer look. The leg bone was covered with various tiny bite marks, which looked like the bite marks of some small rodent. The bite mark looked very fresh, and the blood stains on it were also fresh. Lin Yuan speculated that the owner of the bone had been dead for no more than a day. Could it be a mutant rat? Looking at the bite marks, Lin Yuan couldn't think of any other creature except a mouse. Although any animal has the possibility of mutation after the apocalypse, aren't cats, dogs, and rats the most common animals in cities? Lin Yuan thought of a rat plague that had broken out in the refuge base established by the government of Shangjiang City in his previous life. Thousands of mutant rats invaded the official base and destroyed all the food stored in the warehouse. Although the rats were successfully wiped out in the end, the base also paid a huge price. The mutant rats not only bit to death many survivors, but also killed several people with special powers. The worst thing is that they carry various viruses and bacteria, making a lot of the remaining food inedible. Many survivors in the base died from the plague. Retracting his thoughts, Lin Yuan walked to the rolling door, stretched out his hand to lift it up, and the door made a rustling sound. As if in response to Lin Yuan's actions, a rustling sound was heard in the warehouse. There's something in there? Lin Yuan opened the rolling door, and the light from outside instantly shone into the dark warehouse. Lin Yuan also saw a scene that made his scalp tingle. Various kinds of rice, flour, grain, and oil were piled up in the warehouse, and these grains and oils were now covered with a large number of rats. The mice were startled by the noise and began to flee in all directions. These rats were densely packed together, at least thousands of them, and looked very creepy. Moreover, these mice are much larger than ordinary mice, with red eyes, and look quite scary. Obviously, this is a group of mutated rats. The rice and flour stored in the warehouse had been destroyed by them. The bags containing rice and flour were bitten into many holes and leaked everywhere. Lin Yuan also smelled a pungent smell of rat shit, which was nauseating. It seems that this group of rats have regarded this place as their nest, eating, drinking, defecating, and urinating here without restraint. Lin Yuan instantly understood why there were no traces of zombies or humans here. With this group of mutant rats around, not to mention humans, even zombies will be gnawed into skeletons. After a brief panic, the mice finally discovered Lin Yuan's presence. They seemed to be angered by Lin Yuan, the foreign invader, and made shrill noises. Dozens of mice that were closer to Lin Yuan rushed directly towards him. This mutant rat is really fierce. It can be seen that these rats are not afraid of people at all, and they even actively attack Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan did not dare to delay and quickly summoned his armor. He first raised his hand and swung out several space blades in succession, cutting the leading rats in half and killing them on the spot. But soon, the remaining rats rushed to Lin Yuan, and Lin Yuan had to fight them with his knife. Every time he swung his sword, a mutant rat was killed. But there were so many rats, and they were small and agile, that in a flash more than a dozen rats had climbed onto his body. The rats were like crazy, biting his armor frantically. But Lin Yuan's armor was made of special materials after all, so even if the mutant rats had sharp teeth, they could only leave scratches on it. Lin Yuan grabbed a few mice that were crawling on his body and threw them to the ground, and the mice squeaked miserably. Lin Yuan soon realized that he could not continue to fight with these rats. If he continued like this, he would most likely be surrounded by them. The dozen or so rats besieging him were just the vanguard. If the rats rushed forward in unison, no matter how strong his armor was, it would be gnawed through. Seeing that the rats behind him were ready to move, Lin Yuan no longer wanted to fight, turned around, and ran away. He ran all the way to his off-road vehicle and caught the dozen or so mice that were still gnawing at his armor one by one. "Stop biting. Your teeth are broken, and you're still biting." Lin Yuan couldn't help but sigh that these mutant rats were really ferocious. One of the rats even had its teeth broken, but it was still biting Lin Yuan's armor with all its might. It seemed as if he was going to die together with Lin Yuan's armor. After Lin Yuan caught these mice, he threw them heavily to the ground. The mice started bleeding from all their orifices and died on the spot. He turned his head and looked. Fortunately, the mutant rats in the warehouse did not chase out. Chapter 41. You are truly my savior. It seems these mice have a strong sense of territory. These mutant rats have plenty of food and water in their territory, so there is no need to provoke other creatures. But once someone enters their territory, they will attack the enemy frantically. After killing a dozen rats on his body, Lin Yuan picked up the body of one of the rats and cut its scalp with a knife. There was indeed a mutation crystal under its scalp, but this mutation crystal was very small, only about 1/3 the size of a zombie mutation crystal. But even a mosquito leg is still meat, so Lin Yuan took the crystal back into the space. Lin Yuan did not rush to deal with the remaining rat corpses. He simply opened the car door and got in. There are so many rats that he definitely can't handle them all by himself, so he has to go back and get some help. At noon, Li Bin was lying on the floor, sweating profusely. He was sore all over and had no strength left in his body. He had been exercising at home all morning today and was almost exhausted. If he hadn't practiced on a whim today, he wouldn't have known that his physical fitness had declined to this extent. You know, he used to be able to run 10 kilometers cross-country easily, but now doing a few push-ups and sit-ups is like a death sentence for him. Seeing Li Bin training so hard, Sun Lan's eyes were full of pity, and she wiped Li Bin's sweat with a towel. Li Bin gasped and sighed. Alas, I am really old now. I am no longer the same as before. Sun Lan was amused by him. You are only 23 years old. How can you be old? You have just been too lazy in the past 2 years and gained weight. Li Bin was ruthlessly exposed by Sun Lan, and his face immediately turned red. Stop talking. Don't I have any dignity? The two were chatting when suddenly there was a knock on the door. Li Bin immediately asked alertly, "Who?" He stood up suddenly from the floor and picked up a long knife that was on the table. This knife was given to him by Lin Yuan yesterday for him to use for self-defense. In addition to the knife, Lin Yuan also gave him a set of armor. A strange man's voice came from outside the door. "Hello, brother. I'm your neighbor. I also live on this floor. I'm the guy named Wang Chang. He used to live across from me." Li Bin suddenly realized that there were 4 households on this floor. The apartment that Wang Chang broke into was empty, but the apartment opposite was occupied. However, this family stayed indoors and had no intention of communicating with Lin Yuan and others. Lin Yuan and others had no intention of taking the initiative to get to know each other. Unexpectedly, the other party suddenly knocked on the door at this moment. "What's the matter?" There was a hint of caution in Li Bin's voice. As he asked, he looked through the peephole of the security door and saw a man in formal attire standing at the door. Although he was dressed decently, his messy hair and haggard face showed that he was in a very bad mental state. There was a little boy following the man, hiding timidly behind him. "I'm sorry to bother you, brother. I didn't want to beg you shamelessly, but my son hasn't eaten for a long time. I'm afraid he'll have problems if he continues to be hungry. Can you please give my son some food?" "I don't care. I just ask you to give my son some food." Li Bin immediately understood the other party's intention. If things went as expected, this man should have heard the whole incident at home on the day Wang Chang betrayed him. Obviously, he had already learned that Lin Yuan had stockpiled a lot of supplies at home. If the other person was alone, Li Bin might have refused without hesitation. But when he saw the little boy standing pitifully outside the door, Li Bin's mind wavered. After thinking for a moment, he sighed and said, "Brother, I'm sorry. I can't help you. I'm also living under someone else's roof. Nothing in the house belongs to me. I can't make the decision. Go ask someone else." Li Bin still chose to reject the other party. After what happened with Wang Chang, it was difficult for him to fully trust others again. What's more, the man in front of him is a stranger. Unexpectedly, the man actually knelt down in front of Li Bin's door. He was crying and his voice was filled with sobs. "Please, brother, as long as you can give my son some food, I can ask you to do anything. I can transfer all the money on my card to you." Li Bin felt a little uncomfortable when he saw this man who was several years older than him calling him brother just to get food for his son. The man was wearing a famous brand watch and high-end looking clothes. He must have been a man with considerable financial strength before the end of the world. But when the end of the world came, all the money in his bank card turned into meaningless numbers. In order to let his son have something to eat, he gave up his dignity and knelt in front of Li Bin's door, begging bitterly. Sun Lan softened her heart and pulled Li Bin's sleeve. "Husband, why don't we share some of our food with them?" Lin Yuan allocated a lot of food to Li Bin and Sun Lan every day, but with their appetites, they could not finish that much every day. "Hey, these are Brother Lin's things. Although they are allocated to us every day, we can't just give them away to others at will." Li Bin was conflicted. Outside the door, the little boy saw his father crying and started crying too. "Whoa, Dad, I'm not hungry. Let's go back." The man hugged his son. "My child, it's my father's fault. I'm sorry for you, for letting you starve with me." Hearing the conversation between the father and son outside the door, Li Bin felt very upset. Somehow, he suddenly remembered his old squad leader in the army. After he retired, he was stabbed several times for being a hero. As a result, the criminal ran away. The girl he rescued also ran away, and the old squad leader became disabled for nothing. But once when Li Bin went to visit him, the old squad leader said that he had never regretted it. He thought, "Oh, how did I become like this? Forget it, just give them my food. At worst, I will starve today." Li Bin walked into the living room and took some biscuits, canned food, instant noodles, and other food. The man saw no response from the room, and a look of disappointment appeared on his face. When he was about to stand up and leave, the door suddenly opened. Li Bin stood at the door and handed him a bag of food. "Just this once. I can't help you next time." The man showed an excited expression and said quickly, "Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother. You are really my savior." Li Bin was not used to the other person's behavior. "If you have nothing else, go back quickly and don't attract the zombies." Yes, brother is right." After the man left, Sun Lan saw that Li Bin's face was heavy, so she grabbed Li Bin's hand. "Hubby, I'll share some of my food with you later. I don't eat much." Li Bin smiled helplessly. "I'm not worried about that. I'm thinking about how to explain this to Brother Lin." The two looked at each other and sighed. Chapter 42: Good Brothers Who Share Life and Death. At the same time, Yao Yao breathed a sigh of relief after seeing the man taking her child away through the cat's eye. She witnessed the whole process, but she did not step in or stop Li Bin. Yao Yao was just following Lin Yuan's instructions to protect the safety of Li Bin and Sun Lan. As for the matter of Li Bin giving food to the man, she planned to tell Lin Yuan the truth later. Just as Yao Yao was about to return to the kitchen to continue cooking, familiar footsteps were heard in the corridor. Yao Yao looked through the peephole, and a hint of surprise flashed across her face. It turned out that Lin Yuan had returned. Lin Yuan just walked to the door and took out the key, but before he could open the door, Yao Yao opened the door in advance. She hugged Lin Yuan and gave him a big hug. "You're back!" Seeing Lin Yuan coming back, Kola, who was sleeping on the sofa, ran over to greet Lin Yuan, rubbed Lin Yuan's trouser legs, and was very close to Lin Yuan. Ever since Lin Yuan gave it dozens of crystals, it has become extremely close to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan picked up Coke from the ground, looked it up and down, and became more and more satisfied. With Coke's sturdy body and sharp claws, it's obvious that he's an expert at catching mice. Lin Yuan said to Yao Yao, "Let me borrow Coke for a while and take it for a walk." Yao Yao was stunned. Although she didn't know why Lin Yuan was going to take Coke, she still said, "You don't even need to ask me. It's closer to you than to me now. It feels like you are its owner." There was a hint of jealousy in Yao Yao's tone. Lin Yuan smiled and said, "It's okay. Next time I'll let you feed it the mutant crystals, and it will kiss you." As he spoke, Lin Yuan took out another handful of mutant crystals and gave them to Yao Yao. "You should stay at home today and continue to absorb the crystals, and try to break through to level 2 as soon as possible." Yao Yao took the crystal and nodded obediently. "I know." Lin Yuan walked to the corner, where Xiao He was curled up and sleeping soundly. Its body had grown larger, and its bones had become thicker, and it looked like the size of a medium-sized dog. It seems that the mutant crystals it absorbed yesterday had a very good effect. Now the dog cage can no longer accommodate it, so Xiao He has developed a habit of sleeping in a corner. Lin Yuan gently kicked the little black boy who was still sleeping in. "Oh!" Xiao He opened his sleepy eyes and looked at Lin Yuan. When he saw Lin Yuan holding Coke in his arms, he immediately howled several times. His voice was full of jealousy, and he looked very anxious. Lin Yuan smiled and said, "Xiao He, come with me. I'll take you for a walk." When Xiao He heard this, he immediately became energetic. He was almost bored staying at home these days. Generally speaking, dogs need to be walked every day, especially energetic dogs like Xiao He. But it has been staying at home for the past 2 days and has no chance to go out, making it feel very uncomfortable. Moreover, there's a cat at home staring at it all day, making it difficult for it to move around the house. Xiao He jumped up immediately and circled around Lin Yuan wildly, looking extremely excited. Yao Yao said, "Are you going out again? I was just about to make lunch." Lin Yuan shook his head. "Don't worry about me. I have things to do. I'll be back for dinner in the evening." After saying that, Lin Yuan carried the cat and prepared to go out. Just as Lin Yuan opened the door opposite also opened. Li Bin, who was standing behind the door, was stunned when he saw Lin Yuan holding a cat in his arms and a dog following him. He smiled and nodded at Lin Yuan as a greeting. Then, Li Bin said to Lin Yuan with a serious expression, "Brother Lin, Let me confess something to you. Seeing his heavy expression, Lin Yuan thought something bad had happened. What's going on? Li Bin told Lin Yuan that he had just given food to the man. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment and said, I didn't think it was a big deal. The food is on my side. Just don't starve yourself. However, Lin Yuan then said seriously, but I have to talk to you too. Today is only the second day of the zombie outbreak. If you calculate the time, how hungry can these father and son be? They can't have no food at home, right? Li Bin suddenly showed an expression of realization. Now that you mention it, something doesn't seem right. Lin Yuan shook his head. When people have no food, as long as they have water, they will have no problem living for at least 10 to 20 days. If you have better physical fitness and more body fat, it is possible to live more than a month. Li Bin is a very kind-hearted person. He became soft-hearted when he saw the other party using the child as a shield. If any other teammates did this, Lin Yuan would have kicked them out. But there was no way, because Li Bin saved Lin Yuan's life in the previous life. Lin Yuan has only one good brother like him in the apocalypse. He also understood that the end of the world had just begun, and it would be difficult for Li Bin to change his mindset in a short period of time. Although Lin Yuan was not clear about the true thoughts of the father and son, in the end times, he was not afraid to assume the worst of strangers. You guys should be careful with this guy. Next time he comes, don't open the door. Lin Yuan's intuition told him that something was wrong with this man, but he was not particularly worried. With Yao Yao, a person with special abilities, it would be easy for him to defeat ordinary people no matter how many came. Yeah, we got it. Li Bin felt a little guilty. He knew that he had good intentions, but ended up doing something bad this time. Moreover, Lin Yuan was so generous to him and had no intention of blaming him at all, which made him feel even more guilty. Okay, I'm gonna go out now. Lin Yuan hurried downstairs holding the cat, and Xiao He followed closely behind. Looking at Lin Yuan's departing back, Li Bin and Sun Lan were both stunned. Brother Lin, are you walking the dog? In the room, a man in formal attire handed a pack of biscuits to the little boy beside him. Xiao Nan, eat quickly. The man's name is Zhao Quan, and he was the one who asked Li Bin for food just now. Zhao Quan took out 2 biscuits from a box and stuffed them into his mouth, and handed the remaining biscuits to the little boy next to him. Dad, I'm not hungry yet. Zhao Quan nodded to the little boy and touched his head. Go play. The little boy looked a little hesitant, as if he had something to say to Zhao Quan. Zhao Quan asked with concern, What's wrong, Xiaonan? Do you have anything to say to Dad? The little boy hesitated for a moment. Then he said, Dad, didn't you tell me that lying is wrong? We still have so much food at home. Zhao Quan smiled and touched his head. Good boy, lying is wrong, but we are here to survive. When your goal is to survive, whatever you do is right. The little boy nodded, not quite understanding. Go play. Zhao Quan touched his head lovingly. Zhao Quan went to the bathroom and tidied his hair in front of the mirror. This person has extra supplies to share with me. It seems that the news I heard yesterday was correct. This family really has hoarded a lot of supplies. Yesterday, Wang Chong and that Dao Gu were yelling at each other across the street from Zhao Quan, and Zhao Quan also heard a woman crying. Chapter 43. Shadow-related supernatural powers? Zhao Quan was curious at the time, so he stuck close to the door and eavesdropped on what was happening on the other side. In fact, it couldn't be considered eavesdropping because the voices on the other end were very loud and Zhao Quan could easily hear their conversation clearly. He also learned that Lin Yuan's home had stockpiled a lot of supplies. The strength of that guy, named Lin Yuan, must be terrifying. More than 20 people couldn't beat him. In the past 2 days, Zhao Quan also learned about the news about people with superpowers from the internet. He guessed that Lin Yuan should be the legendary person with superpowers. The food at home won't last long. I have to think of a way. What should I do? Zhao Quan fell into deep thought. Lin Yuan drove the car and rushed towards the cold storage. A cat and a dog sat in the back seat. Kola was taking a nap while Xiao He kept looking outside through the glass window. Xiao He was extremely curious about everything outside the window. Occasionally, when it sees zombies chasing a vehicle, it will make alert cries and pull at the window anxiously. It looks like it can't wait to go down and fight these zombies. Lin Yuan was carrying a cat and a dog, and it felt like he was holding Huang on the left and Song on the right. Having both a cat and a dog is the goal that many people strive for. Lin Yuan looked at Coke through the rearview mirror. Speaking of which, Coke, what is your ability? Meow. Due to the language barrier, Lin Yuan's attempt to communicate with the cat failed. But he was indeed curious about what abilities Coke possessed. although I know that Xiaohei must be a powerful mutant beast. But the only ability Coke has demonstrated so far is extraordinary speed. Is it in the direction of physical strengthening? Judging from the speed shown by Coke, it does seem to be the direction of physical mutation. Just based on its agility, it can defeat most first-level psychics. So this is also the reason why Lin Yuan brought it out. Many mutant beasts are not weaker than those with special powers. In the last days, humans are not the ones favored by God. About an hour later, Lin Yuan drove to the industrial park again. This time, he found the location of the cold storage easily without the help of navigation. Lin Yuan drove the car to warehouse number 1 and parked it. As soon as he opened the car door, Xiaohei rushed out like a wild horse and ran around happily in the open space. But soon Xiaohei stopped, and it twitched its nose vigilantly in the direction of warehouse number 1 and sniffed a few times. Obviously, it has discovered something unusual in warehouse number 1. Woof woof! Xiaohei suddenly called out a few times towards warehouse number 1, then looked at Lin Yuan, as if giving a warning. Coke also jumped out of the car and looked towards the location of warehouse number 1 with an alert look. Lin Yuan watched Xiaohei and Kayleigh's series of reactions. The mutant beast is indeed very sensitive. It discovered the abnormality so quickly. He waved to Xiaohei and Coke. Come with me. Coke followed Lin Yuan obediently. Xiaohei stopped running around and followed Lin Yuan quietly, staring at the direction of the normal temperature warehouse. Lin Yuan brought a cat and a dog to the door of the normal temperature warehouse. Vuiv, vuiv, vuiv. Xiaohei barked even louder this time. He looked inside the rolling door and seemed very excited. Lin Yuan pushed open the rolling door, and the warehouse full of mutant rats appeared before him again. The moment the sunlight shone into the warehouse, the mutant rats inside instantly became excited. Especially when these mutant mice saw Coke and Xiaohei, they immediately felt like they were facing a formidable enemy. They squeaked and screamed, and this time they actually launched an attack directly, rushing towards Lin Yuan like a black tide. Come on, Xiaohei, Kayleigh, let me see your strength. When Xiaohei heard Lin Yuan's command, he was extremely excited and was the first to rush out. Silly dog, don't get surrounded. You're breathing fire. Why are you rushing over? Lin Yuan felt helpless. No wonder they said dogs were meddling in other people's business. Xiaohei's enthusiasm for catching mice was even greater than that of a cat. Xiaohei was planning to rush into the rat group, but he calmed down after hearing Lin Yuan's words. It stopped not far in front of the rat group and spewed out a green flame at the mutant rats. The flame instantly covered the vanguard of the mutant rats. When the flames died down, the hundreds of rats at the head were burned to nothing but bones, showing the terrifying power of the green flames. Lin Yuan was also shocked when he saw this scene. No wonder Li Hong was able to top the list of Jiang City's superpowers in his previous life with just a dog. The power of the green flame was too exaggerated. It burned the rat's flesh and blood to ashes in an instant. Lin Yuan had heard in his previous life that Xiaohei's flame had a special burning effect on flesh and blood. Once it touched the body, it would spread throughout the body. Unless the flesh and blood were completely burned, the flame would not go out. It is precisely because of the characteristics of the small black flame that many powerful psychics have died tragically under its flame. It is said that only one psychic survived after being hit by Xiaohei's fire. In order to prevent the fire from spreading to his body, the man cut off his left hand and thus saved his life. After Xiaohei breathed out a breath of fire and burned the mice to death, the wildness in him seemed to be awakened. It ran excitedly, keeping its distance from the rats while spewing out flames. With every burst of flame, dozens or even hundreds of rats were burned to ashes. Kola, who was standing by, saw Xiaohei's performance and was not willing to be outdone. Coke also rushed out, his figure as fast as lightning. Just when Lin Yuan thought it was going to rush up for a fight, he discovered a wave of energy emanating from Coke's body. As a person with superpowers, Lin Yuan is very familiar with energy fluctuations, which are a sign of releasing superpowers. Coke summoned several black shadows, which fell on the mice and wrapped them up like a black mist. Although this black shadow had no attack power, it blocked their vision completely. Suddenly, everything went dark before the eyes of the mice, and they could not see anything. They became a group of headless flies, running around in the warehouse in panic, and occasionally bumping into the surrounding obstacles. Coke rushed into the group of blind rats, like a tiger into a flock of sheep, and started a one-sided massacre. Its claws were extremely sharp, comparable to swords, and every time it swung its claws, a mouse would be killed. There are also rats that tried to attack Coke through smell. But Coke was too fast, and all the attacks of the rats were in vain, posing no threat to Coke at all. Lin Yuan showed a surprised expression on his face. A shadow-related ability? Shadow powers are almost as rare as space powers. I didn't expect Coke to have this kind of ability. He heard that shadow-type psychics were always elusive, had very strange methods of attack, and were a very difficult type of psychic to deal with. Looking at Coke killing rats indiscriminately, Lin Yuan suddenly thought of his previous life. He had heard that there was a famous shadow cat demon in a large base in Tsinghua City. Everyone in the base provided the cat with good food and drink for fear of making it unhappy. This is because this shadow cat demon is the most powerful being in the entire base. Chapter 44, Ridiculously Fast. The location of Tsinghua City happens to be next to Shangjiang City. Could that shadow cat demon be Coke? Just as Lin Yuan was surprised, the cat and the dog had gone crazy killing the rats. In just 2 or 3 minutes, hundreds of rats had died at their hands. Lin Yuan felt relieved when he saw this. This person was much more efficient than his. You two are really professionals at catching mice. With a few whooshes, under Coke's shadow ability, the little black rat in warehouse number 1 completely disappeared in the warehouse. Looking at the mess on the ground, Lin Yuan felt more and more. Coke is the shadow cat demon. Meow. Coke walked over and rubbed Lin Yuan's calf. Lin Yuan smiled helplessly and squatted down. Just as his hand was about to touch the cat's head, Xiaohei handed its head over to him. As a result, Lin Yuan's hand fell on Xiaohei's round head. Ouch! Xiaohei hummed softly, with a very satisfied look on his face. When Cola saw this, he quickly became dissatisfied and made a whining sound at Xiaohei. Looking at the posture of the cat and the dog, Lin Yuan smiled helplessly. Cola, do you know the shadow cat demon? When he asked suddenly, Kaylai froze in place and looked at him in confusion. The next second, Lin Yuan stood up and looked inside warehouse number 1. This is crazy. How can I communicate with Coke? After saying this, he called the cat and the dog and walked towards warehouse number 1. The further you go inside, the stronger the stench becomes. These mice must have lived here for quite some time. The white bones all over the ground show how powerful the attack power of these rats is. Snap! Every step Lin Yuan took, he crushed a bone. The bones suddenly broke into 2 pieces. Black? Normally, bones should be white inside and out. But Lin Yuan found the broken part on the bone. It's black. Why is this thing black? Lin Yuan was muttering to himself and was about to squat down to take a closer look when he suddenly heard Xiaohei's cry. He quickly looked up and saw Xiaohei yelling in one direction, and Coke behind him also became alert. Lin Yuan hurriedly collected the bones in front of him, planning to take a closer look at them after returning. After putting it away, he walked forward, carefully moving in the direction where the cat and the dog were on guard. There are many containers in warehouse number 1, but it is unknown what is inside these containers. But this place is undoubtedly not a conducive place for fighting. As I walked forward, I gradually heard the sound of someone eating. The voice sounded extremely anxious and hurried, just like someone who had not eaten for more than 10 days. Is it a human? In this warehouse full of mutant rats, are there still people here? Soon, Lin Yuan's eyes told him the answer. In a larger container, a skinny zombie was gnawing on something frantically with his head down, and a very foul smell emanated from the entire container. Lin Yuan was standing outside the container, but the zombie didn't seem to notice him. Even Xiaohei's cry just now did not divert its attention. From the moment we entered warehouse number 1, it was filled with bones. This zombie must be very powerful to be able to survive here. Lin Yuan quietly walked away to the side. It would be best not to mess with this zombie. After searching for a long time, Lin Yuan finally found a whole box of food in warehouse number 1. However, the box of food was surrounded by the corpses of these mutant rats. The corpses were piled up together, as if they had been crushed by something, and they were all shriveled and stuck to the ground. Seeing this scene, Lin Yuan couldn't help but frown. The countless corpses around reminded Lin Yuan that it was not so easy to get the box of food. But this is a whole box of food which is life-saving in the entire apocalypse. How could Lin Yuan give up? Just as Lin Yuan took the first step forward, Xiaohei started screaming like crazy. The next second, Xiaohei spewed out a flame without hesitation. Lin Yuan turned around quickly. When he saw the figure in the air, who successfully avoided the small black flame, he suddenly felt goosebumps all over his body. This is the zombie that was eating in a container just now. At this moment, the zombie landed steadily on the highest container, with both hands and feet on the ground. Like a reptile, it was staring at Lin Yuan hungrily. This zombie seemed to be halfway through eating when it rushed over, with a human hand hanging from its mouth. Snap! The zombie stared at Lin Yuan, and seeing that Lin Yuan did not move, it continued to eat the human hand in front of him. Just because the zombies didn't attack Lin Yuan doesn't mean that Lin Yuan is safe. He didn't dare let his guard down. In a place like this, if he relaxed for even a moment, he would lose his life. Lin Yuan quickly summoned his armor, and after a few clicks, his entire body was wrapped in the armor. Today, this box of food behind me. He must get it. Lin Yuan took a look at the zombies gnawing on human hands, calmly stepped back, and moved closer to the box behind him step by step. Roar! The zombie saw Lin Yuan's actions, swallowed the last bite of human hand in its mouth, and roared at Lin Yuan. The next moment, the zombie saw that Lin Yuan had no intention of stopping and moved. With a whoosh, the zombies rushed to Lin Yuan at an extremely fast speed. Bang! The zombie's entire body hit Lin Yuan's armor. It took a few steps back and stared at Lin Yuan vigilantly. Call! Lin Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. Fine. The armor is hard enough. At the speed just now, he couldn't even see any shadow of this guy. Ridiculously fast. As a shadow-type psychic, Coke is already considered to be very fast. But I didn't expect that this zombie could be several times faster than Coke. Since this guy can't break the armor on his body, he can just keep staring at the armor and take away the food. Thinking of this method, Lin Yuan did so in coordination with Xiao He and Coke's attacks. What Lin Yuan didn't expect was that this guy didn't take the attacks from Xiao He and Keilei seriously at all. While dodging the attacks from Xiao He and Keilei, it attacked Lin Yuan frantically. Every time Lin Yuan took a step, he would feel a huge impact from behind him. If it were anyone else, they would have fallen down countless times. But what troubled Lin Yuan was that no matter how strong his armor was, it couldn't withstand this guy's repeated attacks. This is bad. Feeling the changes in the armor on his body, Lin Yuan felt something was wrong. Turning around, he raised his hand without hesitation and swung out several space blades at the zombies that were rushing towards him again. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The speed of the space blade was extremely fast. The zombie obviously did not expect Lin Yuan to counterattack. It paused slightly and dodged very quickly, but was still hit by the sword. Roar! The zombie stood in place, green blood slowly flowing out of its right arm. Why is it green? Lin Yuan looked at the color and felt a little uneasy. Chapter 45. Eating mutant mice? Green liquid slowly dripped from the wound on the zombie's arm onto the ground. Lin Yuan stared at the green liquid for a long time without being able to react. In the previous life, zombies with green liquid also appeared, but that was about a month after the disaster. It's only the second day after the disaster. How could the zombies mutate so quickly? Roar! A roar brought Lin Yuan back to his senses, and he suddenly looked up. The zombie's bloody mouth was already within reach. He quickly raised his hand, and several space blades shot out instantly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. But unfortunately, all of these space blades hit the air. This zombie is so fast. Lin Yuan moved his body, and his eyes tried to follow the active figures of the zombies. He clenched his fingers tightly, looking for an opportunity to knock the space blade away. The zombies outside have not mutated yet. If this mutated zombie is released here, the consequences will be disastrous. The system space critical strike only has a little more than a day left. Being able to collect the mutant crystals of the mutant zombies is undoubtedly a great thing. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up, and he called out to Xiao He Coke, who was standing beside him. Xiao He Coke, go! The cat and the dog became excited when they heard Lin Yuan's call. Xiao He even shouted first, and the flames in his mouth sprayed straight towards the zombies. The zombies moved very quickly, and Xiao He's face turned red. Its attack could only follow the zombie shadows. Coke moved his feet and teleported in front of the zombie the next second. Coke's skills haven't been used yet, so it could only pounce on the zombie's face, catching the zombie off guard. The zombie never expected that Coke's speed would be so fast. In the second it was stunned, Xiao He's flame behind it was already within reach. The time is now. Seeing that the zombie had just dodged, Lin Yuan swung the space blade in his hand out without hesitation. Puff! A space blade accurately slashed across the zombie's neck, and the remaining space blades all shot through the zombie's abdomen. The next second, Xiao Hei's flame covered the pass just in time. In just a blink of an eye, a strong burnt smell came over, and Lin Yuan frowned slightly. Meow. Coke got there a second before Xiao Hei and leaned over to Lin Yuan's feet, humming softly. Xiao Hei, who was only one step away, saw this scene and his face was full of resentment, but he didn't dare to step forward. He could only complain and make noises not far away. Lin Yuan picked up Coke, squatted beside Xiao Hei, and touched its head. You two did a great job. Xiao Hei rubbed his head against Lin Yuan's palm contentedly, and the sounds he made became pleasant. When Lin Yuan put Coke down, Coke glanced at Xiao Hei quietly. He walked towards the burnt area of the zombie. On the ground, there was only one mutant crystal emitting green light lying quietly. As for the zombies' bodies, not even ashes were left. This zombie was different from the mutated zombies Lin Yuan had seen before. Although this zombie has mutated, its IQ is much lower than those mutated zombies in the previous life. It can be said that there is absolutely none. Lin Yuan picked up the mutated crystal, and with a thought, the green crystal in his hand disappeared. You have obtained an intermediate mutation crystal. 100,000 times critical strike is in effect. Congratulations on obtaining 100,000 mutation crystals. Lin Yuan was delighted when he heard the reminder. This mutant crystal is much larger than the mutant crystals collected before. The effect of this intermediate mutant crystal is as good as that of 1,000 low-level small crystals. Even these colored intermediate crystals may trigger new skills after being absorbed by the psychic. There is not much time left for 100,000 critical hits. If the zombies encountered in this remaining time are all mutated, this will undoubtedly be a huge benefit. There was not much time left, so Lin Yuan walked to the container and with a slight force, he lifted the lid of the container. After opening it, a whole box of canned food, rice, bread, etc. appeared in front of him. Lin Yuan's consciousness moved, and the next second a whole box of room-temperature food disappeared. At the same time, the system also issued a prompt sound. You have obtained 50 cans of canned fresh meat, and the 100,000 times critical strike is in effect. Congratulations on winning 5 million cans of canned meat. You have obtained 50 pieces of bread, and the 100,000 times critical strike is in effect. Congratulations on winning 5 million pieces of bread. The normal temperature storage area was not particularly large, and Lin Yuan, Xiao Hei, and Coke finished the tour in a short while. He planned to go to the frozen storage area next, where there should be more things to fill his stomach. If he was lucky, there would be another wave of 100,000 critical hits. When Lin Yuan took Xiao Hei and Kaylai over there, they were passing by the container where the mutant zombie had been before. When looking inside, Lin Yuan actually saw the corpses of several mutant rats. This guy eats mutant rats? Lin Yuan withdrew his gaze with disgust. In the refrigerated storage area, Lin Yuan easily found 2 containers of stock. Looking at the frozen food in the containers, he put them away without hesitation. Finally, he came to the frozen storage area. The door handles of the frozen storage area were covered with a fine layer of frost. It is conceivable that the temperature inside is many times colder than that in the cold snow area. Lin Yuan used a little effort to open the door. As soon as he opened the door, a cold wind blew in his face, making him shiver. The cat and dog following behind him felt the temperature and shivered as they hid behind Lin Yuan. Every step Lin Yuan took felt like he was walking on ice. Because of this disaster, all the staff in warehouse number 1 have been killed, and naturally, no one is controlling the temperature here. The further you go forward, the colder the air in the entire area becomes. But the colder it gets, the rarer the mutant rats become. Even though these mice have mutated, they still can't withstand the cold temperature. Ouch! Xiao Hei couldn't bear it anymore and let out a low whimper. Lin Yuan turned his head and couldn't help but smile when he saw the cat and the dog shivering. You guys go out and wait for me. After that, Xiao Hei and Kaylai hesitated for a moment. Although they wanted to move forward with Lin Yuan, they couldn't stand the temperature inside. So Xiao Hei and Kaylai had to return the same way. Even if he left Xiao Hei and Kaylai outside, Lin Yuan had nothing to worry about, as the cat and the dog were both very powerful. Lin Yuan walked towards the end. This little bit of cold is nothing considering his physical condition. When he reached the end, he pushed open the door in front of him. When the door opened, the first thing Lin Yuan saw was boxes of vegetables and fruits, as well as a lot of dairy products. When he cleared out all the food in the room and was about to walk out, he caught a glimpse of an inconspicuous medicine box in the corner. Chapter 46 Trap. In the apocalyptic world, food is certainly very important, but survival requires not only food but also medicine. In this environment with extremely harsh living conditions, many people did not die from zombies, but more often from illness. While the 100,000 critical hits are still there, he needs to find more medicines. Lin Yuan picked up the medical box in the corner, but before he could open it, the entire room he was in began to shake violently. Earthquake? Impossible. There hasn't been an earthquake in this city for hundreds of years. On the contrary, Lin Yuan felt that it was more like something huge was walking. As his consciousness shifted, the medical kit in his hand disappeared. You get a medical kit, 100,000 critical hits are in effect. Congratulations on obtaining 100,000 medical kits. Lin Yuan's attention was not on what the system said. He leaned closely against the door. The moment the system's voice sounded, he saw something outside the door. Gurgle. He swallowed nervously. The pair of feet outside the door were not wearing shoes. They were just walking barefoot on the ground, and every time they stepped, the entire cold storage area would shake violently. Lin Yuan only saw the owner of the pair of feet for a second and did not dare to look any further. This is a combination of a human and an animal. The lower body of this zombie is that of a human, while its upper body looks like a rat. Even Lin Yuan in his previous life had never seen such a thing so early. He pressed himself against the wall, waiting for the thing outside to leave. After about a few minutes, the things outside left. Lin Yuan didn't dare to let his guard down. He tiptoed out slowly. In the corridor, every step the zombie took left a footprint. But because of the temperature, the footprints were soon covered by frost. This is why Lin Yuan didn't notice the zombie when he came in. Opposite the door that Lin Yuan came out of, there is another door, but this door is locked. Lin Yuan looked around and confirmed that the zombie was not nearby for the time being. Then he touched the lock and pulled it hard. Snap! The lock on the door handle snapped open. Lin Yuan pushed the door open and walked in. The moment he entered the door, he immediately understood why the zombie looked neither human nor rat. The room in front of me looked like an operating room, with an operating table in the middle. There was a corpse on the operating table, and the corpse of a mouse was beside it. Also on the operating table was an injection, which was inserted into the hand of the corpse. It seemed that the injection was halfway done, but because of something, it left in a hurry. Lin Yuan closed the door behind him and walked to the operating table. The corpse on the operating table was a normal human corpse. It had not mutated yet, and the injection in his hand was flowing with green liquid. What's even more bizarre is that the body hasn't rotted yet. Every piece of skin on his body was intact. Lin Yuan didn't observe any further. He focused his attention on some boxes in the room. These might be medicine. With this possibility in mind, Lin Yuan walked towards the box. When he opened it, his eyes lit up. It really is medicine. Inside the box, bottles of medicine came into view. The next moment, all the medicine bottles in the box were collected by Lin Yuan into the space. Similarly, these medicine bottles were replicated 100,000 times by the 100,000 critical hits. When Lin Yuan stood up, turned around, and was about to leave, the whole room shook violently again. This guy is not easy to deal with. This zombie might have some intermediate crystals on its body, but his current ability is still too poor, and it is too difficult for him to face this intermediate zombie alone. Just when Lin Yuan was about to wait quietly for the zombie to leave, the footsteps of the zombie suddenly came towards the room where he was. Lin Yuan looked around and quickly hid behind a box. Several boxes stacked together could just cover Lin Yuan's entire body. Bang! Lin Yuan had just hidden himself when the door was suddenly slammed open. The zombies that broke and saw the corpse on the operating table, and their eyes lit up immediately. Without saying a word, he pounced on the corpse. Lin Yuan hid aside, hearing the sound of chewing constantly in his ears. He waited quietly without a trace of anxiety. Lin Yuan has been out for some time. During this time, Li Bin and Sun Lan have been staying at home, and nothing unusual has occurred. Until this moment, there were sudden knocks on the door. Boom, boom, boom. Is anyone home? Sun Lan was lying in Li Bin's arms and was startled by the knock on the door. You know, zombies have very good hearing, and they dare not speak too loudly at home for fear of attracting zombies. Hubby this? Sun Lan showed a look of fear, but Li Bin stood up and said to her soothingly, I'll go and take a look. After saying that, he picked up a long knife beside him and walked to the door. Li Bin looked at the cat's eye, and his expression became complicated. Standing outside the door was the son of the strange man who had come to ask for food earlier. Little boy, Why are you here if you're not going home? Li Bin asked cautiously. The little boy had tears in the corners of his eyes, and he wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes as he spoke. Uncle, Uncle, my father collapsed at home. I don't know what to do. Can you help me take a look? Sun Lan walked over and happened to hear these words. Looking at the little boy outside the door, she felt very sorry for him. Hubby, what should we do? I guess his father is the only one in his family. Li Bin looked at the little boy and hesitated. What's more, the little boy was still crying outside the door, and who knows what would happen if zombies came and tore the little boy to pieces alive. He really wanted to help, but Lin Yuan's words kept lingering in his mind. What if that man did this on purpose? But they're just children after all. What kind of parents would put their own children in danger? Li Bin gritted his teeth and opened the door. Little friend, let me go with you to take a look. Don't cry. After saying this, the little boy sniffed and nodded. Honey, I'll go with you. Sun Lan grabbed Li Bin's clothes and whispered. How could Li Bin be willing to let Sun Lan go with him? He patted Sun Lan's hand gently, turned around and walked back into the room, put on the armor that Lin Yuan left for him, and spoke to her. Stay at home and wait for me to come back. If I'm not back, don't open the door. After saying that, Li Bin closed the door, holding a long knife, and followed the little boy. All of this was seen by Yao Yao on the opposite side through the cat's eye. Yao Yao watched the entire process silently through Mao Yin. Li Bin was wearing armor and a long sword given by Lin Yuan, and she would only take action when it was absolutely necessary. As for Li Bin, he followed the little boy all the way back to his home. Click! The little boy opened the door. Li Bin walked in with a wary look on his face, but there was no one in the room, let alone the fallen man. Where's your daddy, little boy? He turned and asked the little boy. But the little boy closed the door behind him and locked it with a click. The little boy opened his eyes wide and pointed to the room next to him. It's right there. Li Bin looked at the little boy and frowned. He had probably guessed that this was a trap. They actually use children to deceive people. Are they still parents? Chapter 47, Mutated Zombies Appearing Early. Li Bin squatted in front of the little boy and asked in a low voice. Little boy, tell your uncle the truth. What did your father say to you? The little boy looked at Li Bin and was about to say something. Before he opened his mouth, Li Bin saw the little boy's eyes slowly move upwards. Not good. Li Bin's heart was filled with alarm. He quickly dodged to the side, and the next second, a chair hit the place where he was a second ago. Dad! The man obviously didn't care about his son's safety. Even when the stool hit the little boy's hand, he didn't stop to care about his son. The little boy was hit so hard that he started crying. Stop crying. After scolding the little boy, the man turned around and stared at Li Bin viciously. What do you want to do? Li Bin stood up slowly and alertly. The man raised the corner of his mouth slightly and looked at the armor on Li Bin, not taking it seriously at all. He directly took out the iron rod hidden behind the door and threatened Li Bin. If you give me all the food in your house, I will consider letting you go. How about that? The man stared at Li Bin greedily. Li Bin's face turned dark. I helped you before, and you actually... Brother Lin is right. In the end times, no one can be trusted. After saying this, the man sneered. If there was no food left, do you think I would come to beg you? After saying that, the man raised the iron stick in his hand and swung it towards Li Bin without saying anything. Clang! The iron rod hit Li Bin's armor, and Li Bin just felt his shoulders sink, nothing else. But the man couldn't even hold the iron rod in his hand. His whole hands were shaking constantly. Ah! The man yelled, picked up the fruit knife on the table, and stabbed it towards Li Bin's eyes. Li Bin was a retired soldier and had encountered countless knife-wielding gangsters before. Facing the man in front of him, he knocked him to the ground in just a few moves. Brother, I was wrong. I was wrong. The man was pressed by Li Bin so hard that it hurt. Knowing that he could not beat Li Bin, he begged for mercy quickly. Li Bin listened to his plea with cold eyes. When he thought that if he killed the man, the child would be without a father, Li Bin would kill this treacherous man without hesitation. On the battlefield, such a man will only betray his companions. Betrayal is the thing Li Bin can't tolerate the most. Li Bin let go of the man with a cold face. Just as he was about to walk out of the room, there was a clanging sound behind him. Hey! Li Bin slowly turned around and saw the little boy holding a knife, stabbing him from behind. Bang! Suddenly, a loud noise was heard in the room where Lin Yuan was. He shuddered all over and cautiously stuck his head out. The moment he saw the scene in front of him, his eyes widened. On the operating table, the intact body that should have been eaten by zombies actually stood up. and the loud noise just now should be the zombie being kicked aside by him. The zombie was smashed heavily against the wall, and it glared at the corpse on the operating table angrily. Roar! The zombie roared, and the next second, sharp claws appeared on his hands. With a movement of its body, it attacked the corpse. Just as the claws were about to tear the corpse apart, the corpse jumped lightly and actually jumped behind the zombies. Again, a kick. Bang! The zombies flew out again. However, this time, the place where the zombie crashed happened to be face-to-face with Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan's mouth twitched as he watched the zombie move, but the next moment, he was stepped on hard by the corpse again. Roar! The corpse actually left a pair of footprints on the zombie's body. Lin Yuan clearly saw that there were marks of zombie bites on the shoulders of the corpse. After being bitten by zombies, this corpse should turn into a zombie. But why? Lin Yuan's eyes suddenly widened. The corpse had already dealt with the zombie. Gurgle. He swallowed and prepared the space blade to attack. The corpse looked at the zombie under his feet. He stepped on the zombie's body and stomped on it a few more times, looking very dissatisfied. He retracted his foot only after he had crushed the zombie's flesh. The corpse slowly turned around and looked at Lin Yuan. This corpse is a male. Judging from his face, he is only about 10 years old. If he was still alive, he would have been a child who had just entered college life. What Lin Yuan didn't expect was that the corpse just glanced at him, as if it was disgusted with him, and walked away without attacking him. Lin Yuan stood up and looked at the corpse's back as it left, feeling very confused. What on earth is this thing? He was reborn, but everything seemed different from his previous life. The mutated zombies that appeared early, and this corpse. Is there any relationship between the two? Could it be that he disrupted the results of his previous life and did something different from his previous life before the disaster struck? Lin Yuan shook his head. It was a good thing that the corpse didn't attack him. He couldn't beat the corpse. This corpse is too powerful. Lin Yuan turned around and walked back to the zombie that had no ability to move. He took out a knife and gently scratched its forehead, revealing an intermediate crystal inside. Like the previous crystal, this one also has a faint green color. After being stored in the space, the crystal was replicated 100,000 times. When Lin Yuan walked out, Xiaohei and Kailei saw Lin Yuan and ran over hurriedly. The cat and the dog were trembling all over, as if they had seen something extremely terrifying. Lin Yuan led them out of warehouse number 1, and the body had disappeared. Just when Lin Yuan drove back to where he lived, as soon as he walked upstairs, he saw Li Bin dragging a long knife and walking slowly down the stairs with a dull look in his eyes. The long knife in his hand was covered in blood. Brother Lin? Li Bin looked up with empty eyes towards Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan was slightly stunned when he met Li Bin's eyes. In his previous life, Li Bin's state had always been exactly the same as it is now. What happened? Lin Yuan asked. Before Li Bin could answer, Yao Yao opened the door and walked towards Lin Yuan excitedly. You're back. Yao Yao walked up and was about to hug Lin Yuan when she accidentally met Li Bin's eyes and her whole body trembled. Lin Yuan sighed. He could roughly guess what had happened. He patted Yao Yao's shoulder and whispered, Let's take Xiaohei and Coke back first. Yao Yao did not hesitate and agreed immediately. Click! Hearing the sound of Yao Yao closing the door, Lin Yuan took out a pack of cigarettes from the space. This pack of cigarettes was the one that Li Bin hadn't finished smoking last time. When the end of the world came, he was either on the road collecting supplies or hunting zombies. He didn't have much time to sit down and smoke a cigarette. Li Bin looked at the cigarette that Lin Yuan handed over, hesitated for a moment, and then walked up. The two men leaned against the fence. Li Bin put the cigarette in his mouth, glanced at Lin Yuan cautiously, and started smoking like him. This time, he was not choked by the cigarette. Échappé 48 invincible existence. Call! Lin Yuan slowly exhaled a smoke ring, turned around and looked at Li Bin, who also exhaled a smoke ring. Tell me about it. Li Bin took a puff of cigarette and recalled the scenes that had just happened. Brother Lin, you are right. When this disaster comes, we can't trust anyone. I killed that man and his child with my own hands. As he spoke further, Li Bin's voice became lower and lower. He didn't expect that he was about to let the family go and leave. The man was determined to keep him as if he was risking his life. The man was no match for Li Bin. By the time Li Bin knocked the man down again, the man was already half dead. He actually called his son and hugged Li Bin tightly. Li Bin kept trying to pull the little boy away, but the man's next words shocked Li Bin. Brother, I'll give you my son. Can you give me some food? When he heard this, Li Bin exploded. He pulled the little boy away and stepped forward to put an end to the man. Even if the little boy follows such a father all the time, he will eventually be abandoned. He originally wanted to adopt the little boy with Sun Lan, but he didn't expect that when he killed the man, the little boy rushed towards his long knife himself. Call! After Li Bin finished speaking, he slowly exhaled a smoke ring. Brother Lin, this is the process. Lin Yuan nodded and patted his shoulder gently. It's okay, just have a good rest. There will be many more such things in the future. Lin Yuan raised his foot and walked towards the room where the man lived. Li Bin watched Lin Yuan walk away, and he followed him. As soon as he entered the door, Lin Yuan saw the bodies of the man and the boy. Looking at the blood all over the ground, he frowned. Zombies will be here soon. You should go back first. After saying this, Lin Yuan walked around the corpse and went into the room. Li Bin did not leave, nor did he answer Lin Yuan's words. Instead, he stood guard in front of the door with his long knife. Lin Yuan ignored Li Bin's choice and searched carefully in the room. After a while, he found a large box of food hidden in the room. There were all kinds of food and drinks in the box. Lin Yuan raised his hand and put them all into the space. You get 30 pieces of bread and 100,000 critical strikes are in effect. Congratulations on getting 3 million pieces of bread. You get 5 cans and 100,000 critical hits are in effect. Congratulations on reaching 500,000 cans. The voice of the system kept ringing in his mind. Lin Yuan did not stay in the room for long and quickly took Li Bin away from this place. Less than a minute after the two men left, a dozen zombies swarmed in and tore the 2 corpses in the room to pieces, leaving only bare bones. After the zombies finish eating, they will wander around the building and will leave after a while. Lin Yuan stayed in the room where Li Bin and his wife were. He raised his hand and put out a lot of food and drinks. The two watched on, stunned. Brother Lin, with so much food, we won't have to worry about food and drink, right? Deep inside. But Lin Yuan shook his head and said, these things are only temporary. The disaster has just begun, so these things are easier to collect, but after a month, the zombies will have completely mutated. At that time, it was very difficult to find food and drink outside. There wasn't much time left for the 100,000 critical hits, so he had to take advantage of this time to collect everything he could. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, there was a series of knocking sounds outside the door. Sun Lan was shocked and hid behind Li Bin. Li Bin was about to go forward to take a look, but was stopped by Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan looked at him and shook his head. At this time, the zombies had just finished eating the bodies of the father and son. The person outside the door now may not necessarily be a human. It is more likely to be a zombie. But the next second, an old voice came from outside the door. Is there anyone? The voice was extremely strange, like that of an old man, but after saying one word, the second word was mixed with the voice of a young woman. The two voices mixed together, giving people a creepy feeling. Li Bin looked towards Lin Yuan and was about to speak. Lin Yuan calmly raised his index finger and placed it in front of his lips. If I make a sound, the thing outside the door will rush in the next second. They were exposed. Lin Yuan had seen zombies that could talk and communicate before. I have seen it in my previous life, but it didn't appear so early. More and more, Lin Yuan felt that things were beyond his understanding. These zombies appeared so early. Who knows what even more terrifying things will appear in a month. Not long after, the sound outside the door slowly disappeared. Lin Yuan tiptoed forward and looked through the peephole to confirm that there was no one there. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. Remember, if someone else knocks on the door, don't open it. After leaving these words, Lin Yuan left and returned to his home with Yao Yao. As soon as she entered the door, Yao Yao rushed over and hugged Lin Yuan tightly. Lin Yuan gently touched her hair and carried her to the sofa. How is it? How is it absorbed? Yao Yao smiled proudly and stood up. She stretched out her cell phone, and lightning surrounded her fingers, allowing her to make any shape the lightning obeyed. I haven't discovered any new skills, but the lightning seems to be getting easier and easier to control. As Yao Yao spoke, she continued to play with lightning on her fingertips. Very nice. Lin Yuan held his chin with his hand and looked at Yao Yao with satisfaction. It only took about 30 low-level crystals to control the lightning so smoothly. If a mid-level crystal was used, the consequences would be unimaginable. But unfortunately, the corresponding attribute of each superpower is represented by a color, and the color representing Yao Yao's lightning attribute is blue. The crystals found today are all green and not suitable for Yao Yao to absorb. Even if she absorbed it, it would be like Yao Yao absorbing air with no effect at all. Green crystals? If I remember correctly, this is a healing crystal. Just like in the previous life, healing crystals and people with special abilities are extremely rare. If a team has a person with healing abilities, that team will be almost invincible. And that person with healing abilities is treated like a treasure. A person with healing abilities can be treated as a treasure or as a tool. In his previous life, Lin Yuan once saw a person with healing abilities being treated like a slave by an organization who used crystals in exchange for his healing. In the end, this healing psychic died within a few days. Lin Yuan had thought about adding a healing psychic to his team, but Lin Yuan never found such a person. If you meet such a person, you would want to hide yourself, let alone expose yourself to the public. Chapter 49 Mission Doomsday Reserve. What are you thinking about? Yao Yao saw Lin Yuan distracted, so she walked over and took his arm. Lin Yuan shook his head. I didn't think much. After he finished speaking, he took out another 50 low-grade crystals and handed them to Yao Yao. You continue to absorb these. Looking at the 50 crystals in her palm, Yao Yao paused slightly. Just by going out for one trip, Lin Yuan can collect so many crystals. How strong is Lin Yuan? Good. Yao Yao agreed immediately, turned around, and walked back to the room with the crystal in her hand. She had to become stronger quickly so that she could fight with Lin Yuan and not hold him back. After watching Yao Yao return to her room, Lin Yuan squatted down in front of Xiaohei. He stroked Little Black's fluffy fur, took out a few crystals, and placed them in its dog bowl. Meow. Coke walked towards him step by step, like a cat. When Xiaohei saw the crystals in the dog bowl, he didn't have time to be happy. Then, seeing Coke's attitude, he quickly protected his dog bowl and stared at Coke, who was coming towards him. Coke glanced at it indifferently, then rubbed Lin Yuan's ankle, making a humming sound in his throat. Looking at the appearance of the cat and the dog, Lin Yuan smiled helplessly. Having a cat and a dog to accompany me in the doomsday world is not boring. Lin Yuan took out a dozen crystals and handed them to Coke one by one. Cola meowed and started eating happily. The amount given to Coke was more than that given to Xiaohei. Lin Yuan wanted to see whether Coke was the shadow cat demon. Xiaohei, who was standing by, looked at the amount in his dog bowl, then looked at the amount in the Coke, unhappily lay on the ground, and started to eat with a wronged look on his face. Coke quickly finished eating a dozen of the crystals. But Lin Yuan looked at Coke and thought, why does he look like he is not full? After eating more than a dozen crystals, Coke did not experience any reaction at all. The demand is really huge. Lin Yuan looked at Coke rolling on the ground and said silently in his heart. He took out 20 crystals again. When Coke saw the crystals, he pounced on them. Lin Yuan screamed, and the crystals in his hand fell to the ground. What's wrong? Yao Yao in the room heard the sound and opened the door worriedly. In the time it took for the crystals to scatter on the ground, Coke moved its body and all the crystals were eaten into its stomach. This speed. Lin Yuan was stunned when he looked at Coke. He only knew that the shadow cat demon was very fast, but at this speed, even its shadow could hardly be seen. The last time I saw Coke's speed, it wasn't this fast. It seems that absorbing those dozen or so crystals is still very useful. Cola! Yao Yao screamed and ran up quickly. Lin Yuan stopped her. On the ground, Cola ate all 20 crystals at once. It curled up on the ground, emitting a faint white light. What is worrying is that Coke looks very painful and his whole body is shaking slightly. Kaylee has been following Yao Yao for quite some time, so seeing this scene, Yao Yao couldn't help but feel a little worried. Lin Yuan glanced at Coke and comforted Yao Yao. It's okay. Coke is absorbing the crystals. After hearing Lin Yuan's words, Yao Yao nodded, and her frown relaxed. After Xiaohei ate the crystal, he quickly fell asleep. Lin Yuan had been guarding Coke for a long time, but Coke had not yet completed the absorption. In the second half of the night, Lin Yuan gave up observing and followed Yao Yao back to the room to rest. The next day, boom! A loud noise woke up Lin Yuan and Yao Yao, who were resting. Lin Yuan started and got up from the bed. He quickly stood outside the window and carefully poked one eye out. The house not far away was actually blown up. This movement attracted countless zombies around. At this glance, the zombies in a large area were staggering towards the explosion site. This is... Yao Yao looked at the place where the explosion occurred and murmured. It's hard to say. Maybe it was done by a superpower. Lin Yuan guessed. Help! Is there anyone? Is there anyone in the house? Along with the woman's screams, there were bursts of knocks on the door. Yao Yao and Lin Yuan looked at each other and walked behind the door. Through the cat's eye, Lin Yuan saw a young woman followed by a swaying zombie. The woman banged on Lin Yuan's door like crazy, and the zombies behind her were getting closer and closer. I know you are home. Please open the door and let me in. Lin Yuan just watched the scene quietly without any reaction. He is not a saint, so there is no need for anyone to save him. What's more, they are insignificant people. Yao Yao didn't say anything either. Following Lin Yuan, she understood more and more, especially about human nature. A minute passed, and the woman was still banging on the door frantically. The zombie behind her did not move, but stood not far away, watching the woman's movements. The next second, the woman's neck suddenly made a crackling sound, and the corners of her mouth curled up in an astonishing arc, all the way to the position of her apple cheeks. Even the skin on the woman's body began to rot very quickly, but not a single piece of flesh fell off. There were even a few pieces of flesh that just hung on her body and did not fall off. Sure enough, it's nothing. Lin Yuan watched calmly. Just as the woman was about to leave, she turned around and knocked on Li Bin's door again. Is anyone there? Open the door. This time, the woman made an extremely sad sound. If it were someone else, they might have opened the door out of compassion. But Lin Yuan kept watching, his hand tightly holding the door handle. He doesn't know how to open the door, but that doesn't mean Li Bin doesn't know how to. Li Bin is a retired soldier, and he always has a sense of justice in his heart. I just hope he learned a lesson from what happened to that father and son last time. After about a few minutes, the woman looked at Li Bin's door, then at Lin Yuan's door, tilted her head, and then left. Lin Yuan looked at Li Bin's locked door and couldn't help feeling satisfied. At the end of the world, the person you can trust the most is yourself. Lin Yuan thought for a moment and saw the unfinished tasks in the taskbar. Mission Doomsday Reserve. The end of the world is coming. Please collect as many available resources as possible into the combat storage space. During this mission, all your stored resources will receive a 100,000 times critical hit. The remaining time of the mission is 0 days, 15 hours, and 1 minute. Looking at the very precise time, Lin Yuan frowned. It is not easy to go out and search for supplies at this time. Because of the explosion, just now, the zombies around started moving. If Lin Yuan went out at this time, he would easily be surrounded by dozens of zombies if he was not careful. Brother Lin, are you there? Li Bin's voice came from outside the door. Lin Yuan looked through the peephole and opened the door only after confirming that it was Li Bin. Li Bin walked in, already wearing the armor Lin Yuan had given him, holding a long sword in his hand. You are? Lin Yuan asked doubtfully. Brother Lin, I'm going out with you today. Li Bin said seriously. Going out together might not be a bad thing. On the one hand, it can give Li Bin more experience, and on the other hand, it can increase his combat effectiveness. Lin Yuan nodded and agreed. Turning around, he said a few words to Yao Yao and asked her to go and live with Sun Lan temporarily and come back after Lin Yuan returned. Chapter 50, they must have food. When leaving, Coke was still sleeping, so Lin Yuan did not take Coke with him, but only took Xiaohei with him. Xiaohei was very happy to see that Lin Yuan didn't bring Coke, and he jumped and followed Lin Yuan away. Just after the few people left, Coke, who was curled up in the house, slowly opened his eyes. Its eyes glowed with a faint green light. Coke groaned and stood up. After stretching, he jumped lightly and disappeared into the room. This time, Lin Yuan planned to go to the largest hospital in the city center. As luck would have it, the city center hospital was right next to the explosion site. Brother Lin, are there usually so many zombies? Li Bin was sitting in the passenger seat, looking at the zombies being knocked away along the way, and couldn't help but speak. Lin Yuan glanced at him indifferently and shook his head. Just a small part. As he spoke, Lin Yuan sped up the car. Behind their car, there were still a lot of zombies chasing them. But their speed was far slower than Lin Yuan's, and they were left behind after a while. The zombies had no targets and were just like headless flies, walking around the streets in a daze. City Center Hospital. When they saw the sign half hanging above their heads, they were both shocked. The former City Center Hospital turned into a horror hospital after the disaster. Lin Yuan drove the car to a short distance and then parked it. Brother Lin, which store are these zombies walking into? Li Bin pointed to a small shop next to the hospital and said, and that store was exactly where the explosion occurred. But the magical thing is that the explosion only blew up the shops around that store, but that store remained safe and sound. Lin Yuan didn't pay much attention to it. It was a good thing that no zombies entered the hospital. While the zombies outside were all paying attention to the shop, Lin Yuan and Li Bin successfully entered the hospital. Inside the hospital, the interior was in a mess, with all the machinery knocked to the ground. Looking at the zombie corpses on the ground, Lin Yuan did not hesitate and took Li Bin around the corpses and went straight to the pharmacy. As soon as I walked to the door of the pharmacy, I found that the door could not be opened at all, and even the windowsill was locked. According to the timing of the zombie outbreak, the pharmacy should not be closed. Is there someone inside? Just as Lin Yuan was thinking about it, Li Bin said something to him and used the long knife in his hand to chop open the door in front of him. Brother Lin, your knife is really useful. Li Bin's eyes lit up and he looked at Lin Yuan in surprise. Lin Yuan nodded, not at all surprised, but rather an expected reaction. As soon as I walked into the pharmacy, a dangerous aura suddenly attacked me. Lin Yuan turned his body to the side and perfectly avoided the sudden attack. Human, you are human. At the side, a doctor was holding a scalpel and pointing at Lin Yuan and the other person tremblingly. He has been hiding in the pharmacy ever since the zombie outbreak, not daring to make a sound. For 3 days, he ate only one piece of bread and a bottle of water, nothing else. It was also because he did not dare to move or shout that he was able to avoid the zombies roaming outside. Lin Yuan frowned and glanced at the doctor, then began to search through the entire pharmacy for medicines. You get 10 bottles of ibuprofen, and 100,000 critical hits are in effect. Congratulations on winning your millionth bottle of ibuprofen. You have obtained 20 bandages, and 100,000 critical hits are in effect. Congratulations on reaching your 2 millionth bandage. Li Bin watched the medicine disappear into Lin Yuan's hands and no longer felt strange. The doctor holding the scalpel at the side felt it was magical as he watched Lin Yuan's movements. Ever since the zombie crisis broke out, all his 3 views and common sense have undergone subversive changes. Looking at everything in front of him, it seems like a dream. Sadly, all this was not a dream. After Lin Yuan cleared out all the medicines in the pharmacy, he took Li Bin out without saying a word. Take me with you. The doctor put down the scalpel in his hand and spoke. Lin Yuan didn't stop and walked out directly. The door of the pharmacy had been smashed down by Li Bin. Judging from the doctor's behavior, he was a coward. Without this pharmacy, he would not live long. Brother Lin. Li Bin stopped and stood at the door of the pharmacy. He was the one who broke the door, which was equivalent to ruining someone's livelihood. He still felt bad about it. Looking at Li Bin, Lin Yuan sighed, walked up to him, patted his shoulder, and whispered, I'm not someone who will take anyone with me. Understand? Li Bin was stunned and nodded. Go find some medicine. After saying that, Lin Yuan walked into the pharmacy again. Li Bin did not hesitate and walked around nearby, listening to Lin Yuan's words. The moment Lin Yuan walked into the pharmacy, a low-level crystal appeared in his hand. If ordinary people eat the crystals, they will either turn into zombies or become people with special powers. There's no need for him to have trash around him. Click! The primary crystal fell to the ground with a sound. The doctor was stunned when he saw the milky white crystals on the ground. What is this? He asked tremblingly. Lin Yuan said calmly, if you want to follow, eat this. Eat this. The doctor was very surprised, but he didn't dare to say it out loud, and he controlled his voice. Lin Yuan looked at him quietly. He didn't have any choice. He didn't have any companions here, and there were zombies everywhere outside. Even if he didn't eat, he would be eaten by the zombies outside. Looking at the crystals on the ground, the doctor swallowed and picked up the crystals. Eat. After I eat, can I go with you? The doctor asked tentatively. He's not stupid, he can see that. The 2 people who broke in are capable of protecting him. As long as you hold on to these 2 people, you won't have to worry about surviving in this environment. And they must have food. The doctor gritted his teeth and swallowed the primary crystal in his hand in one gulp. Gurgle. After the crystal entered his stomach, he thought something might happen, but after a minute passed, he didn't feel anything wrong. The doctor's eyes lit up, and he immediately laughed. He hurriedly said to Lin Yuan excitedly, Haha, I'm fine. Can I go with you guys? Lin Yuan looked at the doctor and sighed silently. What a pity for my precious child. As soon as he finished speaking, a space blade appeared in Lin Yuan's hand. What are you doing? You can't go back on your word. The doctor looked at what was in Lin Yuan's hand and showed a look of fear. When he was about to run out, he suddenly found that his vision became very strange. Lin Yuan's figure in front of him became extremely blurry, and then his hands, feet, and then his entire body began to become out of control. Roar! The next second, he let out a roar that was not his own voice. Lin Yuan looked at the zombie in front of him, raised his hand, and knocked off the head, and the zombie immediately lost the ability to move. He squatted in front of the zombie, gently cut open his forehead with a knife, and took out a low-level crystal. Chapter 51. I advise you not to mess around. Not everyone is lucky. You have obtained a primary crystal, and 100,000 critical strikes are taking effect. Congratulations on obtaining 100,000 primary crystals. After finishing everything, Lin Yuan walked out. After a few steps, he ran into Li Bin, who was walking back. Li Bin had a good harvest, and the backpack behind him was filled to the brim. When we get back and put them into the space, they will be a valuable supply. Li Bin looked at Lin Yuan and saw no one behind him. He understood everything without saying a word. Let's go. Lin Yuan walked in front. He looked at the zombies on the ground, one after another, and suddenly stopped, becoming stupid. Lin Yuan patted his head and turned to Li Bin. Cut open their foreheads and take out the crystals. After saying that, Lin Yuan squatted down and took out the crystals one after another very skillfully. Li Bin was stunned for a moment, looking at the zombies all over the ground, and started to fight with Lin Yuan. After a short while, the two of them collected nearly 100 crystals in total. Lin Yuan looked at the crystals on the ground, and with a thought, all the crystals entered the space. Brother Lin, are you trying to pick up a bargain? Li Bin was slightly stunned when he saw Lin Yuan's operation. You have obtained 98 primary crystals, and 100,000 critical strikes are taking effect. Congratulations on obtaining 980,000 primary crystals. Listening to the system prompts, Lin Yuan was very satisfied. This trip is totally worth it. At this rate, it would only take a flick of the finger for him, Yao Yao, and Xiaohei Keilei to quickly upgrade. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan took out a crystal and threw it to Xiaohei beside him. Xiaohei jumped lightly and bit the crystal that Lin Yuan threw to him. With a gurgle, he swallowed the crystal. Lin Yuan looked at Xiaohei eating and was very satisfied. At present, as long as Xiaohei and Coke do not eat too many crystals, they can absorb the crystals without sleeping. Taking them out with you and upgrading them at the same time is the best of both worlds. After leaving the hospital, you can still see a lot of zombies walking towards a small shop. But the magical thing is that after these zombies went in, they never came out again. Moreover, there was a strong stench in the air. These zombies seemed to ignore them and just kept walking forward. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin Yuan took Li Bin and Xiaohei into a nearby daily necessities store. It was obvious that this store had been looted. The shelves were empty, and several had fallen to the ground. The whole store looked in a very messy state. Brother Lin, this. As soon as Li Bin opened his mouth, Lin Yuan walked in. These people must have looted things in the chaos. Now that you're here, you can't go back empty-handed. The two men and the dog kept moving around the store, not missing even the smallest corner, and finally found a few abandoned candles in a small corner behind the counter. Brother Lin, just a few candles. Li Bin held up the candle in his hand and said helplessly, although there are only a few of them, Lin Yuan has a plug-in with 100,000 critical hits. In his hands, these candles were no longer just a few. Lin Yuan didn't say anything and took the candle from Li Bin's hand. As soon as he started, Lin Yuan immediately put the candle into the space. You get 5 candles and 100,000 critical strikes are in effect. Congratulations on reaching 500,000 candles. Listening to the system's prompts, Lin Yuan nodded with satisfaction. Candles are very useful in certain situations. Looking at the empty store, Lin Yuan took Li Bin and Xiaohei out. As soon as he stepped out of the store, Lin Yuan stopped. Brother Lin, should we go back to the store? Li Bin whispered and slowly stepped back. In front of them, the zombies that were supposed to go to the store were all looking in the direction of Lin Yuan and his dog. Lin Yuan calmly summoned the armor and looked at the zombies in front of him calmly. Not many, no problem at all dealing with them. Lin Yuan clenched his fists and stretched the muscles in his hands and feet. Don't panic, let's go. Fortunately, their numbers are not large. Once their numbers increase, they will be really difficult to defeat. The moment he finished speaking, Lin Yuan rushed forward with the space blade in his hand. Is Brother Lin so fierce? Li Bin was stunned when he saw Lin Yuan rushing forward. The next second, Li Bin shouted, Brother Lin, I'm coming too. Xiaohei barked and rushed up following Li Bin. With a puff, the flame spit out by Xiaohei immediately burned a large number of zombies. Fortunately, they are all low-level zombies, and the number is not enough to be scary. After a while, Lin Yuan, Li Bin, and their dog completely dealt with the zombies. Looking at the zombie corpses all over the ground, Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. These corpses are full of crystals. It can be said that the harvest is fruitful. Lin Yuan raised the corner of his mouth slightly and called out to Li Bin, who was covered in rotten flesh beside him. Quick, dig out all the crystals on their foreheads. Lin Yuan and his team's current mission is to collect all the crystals of these zombies before other zombies arrive. Okay. Li Bin was breathing heavily and looking at Lin Yuan, who was not breathing at all. He couldn't help but wonder what he had been doing before. Faced with so many zombies, he couldn't even breathe after the fight. It seems that he needs to go back and practice more. Thinking of this, Li Bin snorted, encouraged himself, and followed Lin Yuan to collect the crystals of the zombies on the ground one by one. Just as Xiao Hei picked up a crystal on the ground and was about to eat it secretly, a pair of feet suddenly stepped towards it. Xiao Hei screamed and jumped aside. The feet stepped directly onto the crystal. Roar! Xiao Hei growled at the person who came, very dissatisfied. Hey, little black dog, you are so ugly and fierce. Be careful, or your brother will stew you and eat you, the man said to Xiao Hei with a smile. Lin Yuan heard the voice and looked towards the man. Behind the man were a few ferocious-looking young men, but they were picking up the remains of the zombies defeated by Lin Yuan on the ground. They defeated the zombies with so much effort. These people actually want to come here to take advantage of the bargain? Lin Yuan snorted coldly and put the crystals in his hand into the space. You have obtained 6 primary crystals, and 100,000 critical strikes are in effect. Congratulations on obtaining 600,000 primary crystals. Boss, look at that guy with the backpack on his back. The younger brother next to the man poked the man's arm and pointed at the backpack behind Li Bin. The backpack behind Li Bin was filled with things, and it looked like he had gained a lot, which was very eye-catching. The man raised the corner of his mouth slightly, called his younger brothers behind him, and walked towards Li Bin's position. Hello! The man stood in front of Li Bin with his arms folded across his chest, looking arrogant. What's in the backpack on your back? Show us. Li Bin frowned and took a step back. I advise you not to mess around. He held the long knife tightly in his hand. But these people looked at his actions without any panic at all. The next second, the man called to his younger brother behind him, and a young man wearing glasses slowly walked out. Elder brother, he whispered. The man hummed and winked at Li Bin. Chapter 52, Other Agenda. I'll leave this to you. The young man glanced at Li Bin calmly and frowned. Brother, this is just an ordinary person. There is no need to be so harsh. After saying this, the man kicked the young man. After this kick, the young man did not bend his legs, but stood straight in the same place. Stop talking nonsense. I told you to do it, so you do it. Kill the person and take the things. The young man gritted his teeth and said nothing. He raised his eyes and looked towards Li Bin, and actually apologized first. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do that. As soon as he finished speaking, the young man moved and suddenly appeared behind Li Bin. Not good, Li Bin yelled and subconsciously hugged the backpack behind him tightly. The young man just grabbed Li Bin's backpack and was about to use force, but he didn't expect Li Bin to react so quickly and grab the backpack behind him so quickly. Taking advantage of the moment when the young man was stunned, Li Bin turned his body and quickly hit the young man's lower abdomen with his knee. The young man's pupils suddenly widened, and he quickly jumped a few steps away. Damn it, if you dare to lose, I'm afraid your girlfriend won't want you anymore. The man's voice came. Lin Yuan stood aside, listening to these words, feeling very contemptuous. No wonder it looked so strange. It turned out that they took advantage of the young man's weakness. But this person is actually a supernatural being. It still looks like a shadow type similar to Coke. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan's mind moved, and he held the space blade in his hand and slashed towards the man's neck. With a whoosh. Before anyone could react, the man's head had already fallen down. Boss! The younger brother who reacted first yelled, his eyes full of fear. No one saw what Lin Yuan did. The young man looked at the man's head rolling slowly on the ground in confusion. He didn't know what to do. Seeing that the young man had lost his fighting spirit, Li Bin hurried to Lin Yuan's side. Brother Lin, what should we do next? Lin Yuan looked at the corpses of the zombies around him. The crystals on the bodies of these zombies have been almost collected, and there are still many zombies around. When this head fell, the surrounding zombies must have smelled it. It's time to go. The next second, Lin Yuan's ears had already heard the sounds of zombies coming from all around. He summoned the car and quickly sat in the driver's seat. Get in the car. After he finished speaking, Xiaohei barked and jumped onto the car nimbly. Before getting into the car, Li Bin glanced at the young man who was standing there in a daze, then turned to Lin Yuan and said, "Brother Lin, that kid is also a superpower. Maybe he can join us." Listening to Li Bin's words, Lin Yuan had thought about it. But there is no guarantee that he won't turn against us. According to the man, his girlfriend was still in their hands. Lin Yuan turned the car key, the car started humming, and Li Bin hurriedly got in. Just as a few people got into the car, all the zombies rushed out and rushed towards the men. Ah! Immediately afterwards, screams rang out. Just when a few zombies were about to eat the young man who was standing there in a daze, Lin Yuan drove his car and ran over them. "Get in the car." Lin Yuan kicked open the passenger seat and spoke coldly to the young man. The shadow-type supernatural power, as long as it is cultivated well, can still be a very explosive existence here. As for this person, he can be tested for a period of time. If it is inappropriate, Lin Yuan is fully capable of killing him on the spot. The young man looked at Lin Yuan blankly. Lin Yuan sighed and said calmly, "If you want to save your girlfriend, get in the car." It was as if the word girlfriend was his switch. When he heard this word, there was a reaction in his eyes. He hummed, quickly grabbed the car door, and jumped in. As soon as the young man got in the car, Lin Yuan quickly started the car and drove away. However, the men who stayed where they were not so lucky. Apart from their strength, they had no other abilities to fight against the zombies. Faced with a huge number of zombies, it didn't take long before they were eaten up like snacks. Lin Yuan looked through the rearview mirror and saw that there were still many zombies chasing their vehicle relentlessly. From time to time, a few zombies would suddenly appear from the front and pounce on you. Click! The car's tire rolled over the zombie's head, flattening it directly, and the crystals on the zombie's forehead were exposed. Lin Yuan looked at the shining crystals in the rearview mirror and sighed with regret. If the other party were not so numerous, he would really want to get off the car and search again. After the car left, the mutant crystal exposed outside was picked up by a zombie. The zombie looked at the thing in his hand and tilted his head in confusion. Then, he ate it in one gulp. After it ate the crystals, its entire face turned red and rotten flesh on its body kept falling off. It growled and squatted down in great pain. Then, the zombie's body slowly swelled up. The next second, bang, the zombies were blown away instantly. The other zombies around heard the noise and looked over. They tilted their heads curiously, and when they found out that it was not a human, they shifted their attention over again. In the car, the young man frowned as he looked out the window at the deserted houses passing by. He looked at the open Lin Yuan and spoke. "Can you take me to rescue my girlfriend?" Lin Yuan glanced at the young man in the rearview mirror and said lightly, "I don't do business without rewards. In this world full of zombies, no one would help a completely unrelated person for nothing." Lin Yuan helped this young man for another purpose. His shadow abilities are very useful. The young man frowned and replied, "Just ask for whatever you want. It's quite refreshing." Lin Yuan actually admired this man's character to some extent. "I just didn't expect that such a person's weakness is actually his girlfriend." Lin Yuan smiled slightly. The car drove all the way to a place where there were no zombies. Suddenly, Lin Yuan stepped on the brakes and the car drifted. He put his hands on the steering wheel, looked at the road ahead, and said, "No matter what, just promise me first, and I'll take you to rescue your girlfriend. No matter what." The young man hesitated. After a few seconds, he nodded and agreed. Following the young man's instructions, Lin Yuan drove to the place where the man and his companions lived. When we got here, it was already 5:09 in the afternoon. There are only less than a few hours left before the 100,000 critical hits plugin ends. Since it is a base, there must be a lot of food stored there. The young man reminded them as soon as the three people and the dog got off the car. "There are quite a lot of people inside, and my little sister is locked in the innermost room." Little sister? Lin Yuan couldn't help feeling confused when he heard the young man's address. Calling your girlfriend little sister? Young man, your girlfriend is called Xiaomei? Li Bin couldn't hold back the doubts in his heart and asked. The young man nodded and explained. "Her name has the word Mei in it, so I call her little sister." Hearing this, Li Bin breathed a sigh of relief and laughed. "It's all right then." Almost Li Bin and Lin Yuan thought it was really as they guessed. If that's the case, then Chapter 53, Doomsday Reserve. Come in. Lin Yuan looked around vigilantly. "If we stand here and chat any longer, I'm afraid the zombies will come." The other two nodded and walked in. As soon as he took a step inside, there was a click, and a small pistol was pointed at Lin Yuan's forehead. Gun. Lin Yuan looked at the gun pointed at his head and did not feel scared. Instead, he became excited. As long as he gets a gun, it will become 100,000 guns in the space. Even the gatekeeper in this base has a gun, so there is no shortage of firearms inside. If Lin Yuan gets all of these, it's like he has a mobile armory. Who are you? The gatekeeper raised a questioning voice. He was slightly stunned when he saw the young man. You kid, why are you here? Didn't you go out with the boss? The man questioned. The young man stepped forward and answered calmly. The boss told me to bring these two back first. After saying this, the man glanced up and down at Lin Yuan in front of him and asked, Newcomer? It looks like that. As the man spoke, he slowly put down the gun. He walked behind the young man, lifted his hand without saying a word, and rolled up his sleeves. Then he took out a reagent from his pocket and injected it into the young man's arm. The young man watched the whole process and just frowned. Then the man walked towards Lin Yuan with new reagents. Like the young man, Lin Yuan lifted up his sleeves. He watched the reagent being slowly injected into his skin, but he didn't feel anything wrong with his body. Li Bin was also injected with the reagent. The three of them followed the man, and Li Bin leaned close to Lin Yuan's ear and spoke cautiously. Brother Lin, this reagent. Lin Yuan didn't say anything and just shook his head silently. The composition of the reagent has not yet been clarified, but it appears to be harmless. The next moment, when Lin Yuan saw that everyone inside was holding a gun in their hands, he was shocked. Mission Doomsday Reserve. The end of the world is coming. Please collect as many available resources as possible into the war storage space. During this mission, all your stored resources will receive a 100,000 times critical hit. The remaining time of the mission is 0 days, 6 hours, and 1 minute. Lin Yuan glanced at the transparent panel in front of him, then turned his attention away. The last 6 hours were more than enough. He wants all the guns here. Guns in the Doomsday world are extremely precious. Not only can they be used for self-defense, but they can also be sold for exchange. With a gun, you can say that you have already taken a step towards becoming the king in this world. What are you looking at? Get out. A man who felt uncomfortable being stared at by Lin Yuan directly scolded him. The man who was leading the three people forward walked over, stood in front of Lin Yuan, and said lightly, New guy, be nice. Hearing the three new words, the scolding man's face darkened and sank. Turning around, the leading man warned Lin Yuan. Don't look around. The man glared at Lin Yuan and continued walking forward. Lin Yuan didn't say anything and just followed the man quietly. For some reason, his body began to feel a little hot. Could it be because of the reagent just now? When he turned to look at the young man did not react at all, and even Li Bin was the same. Is this reagent only useful for him? It shouldn't be like this. Lin Yuan lowered his eyes and thought for a moment. When he raised his eyes again, he had already walked to the door of a room. Come in. The leading man glanced at Lin Yuan and spoke to the young man indifferently. The young man's eyes lit up as he listened. Before he walked into the door, he deliberately took another look at Lin Yuan. There are many rooms here, and the entire building seems to be used as their base. And the room in front of me is room 303. Hey, you two, follow me. The leading man said coldly. He glanced at Xiaohei, who had been following him all the way, and asked impatiently, Is this the dog you brought back? What's the use of this thing? Isn't it just stewed and eaten at the last minute? The leading man said this, and when he saw Xiaohei baring his teeth in dissatisfaction, he sneered. He murmured, He's quite temperamental. The man turned around and continued to lead the way. Xiaohei quickened his pace, walked to Lin Yuan, and rubbed Lin Yuan with his furry body. Ouch! It whined softly. Lin Yuan reached out, touched it, and whispered, It's okay, Xiaohei. Let's be patient. We'll make you happy later. Xiaohei seemed to understand Lin Yuan's words, and he wagged his tail happily. Several people walked forward and finally stopped in room 309. The leading man turned around and said, I don't know why the boss chose you. From now on, you can only listen to us. You will live here. After you collect 20 crystals, you will get a gun. As he said this, the man proudly swung the gun in his hand. See? I collected 30 crystals to get this, and you only used 20. Be content. After saying this, the man snorted coldly and turned away. Brother Lin, what should we do now? Only after seeing the man's figure completely disappear from his sight did Li Bin start to ask. Lin Yuan didn't say anything, and several more men appeared in their sight. The men glared at them, then turned and walked into room 308. There's no telling how many people are in the entire building, or how much firepower they have. If we attack rashly, we can defeat them, but we'll also be injured. It would be better to use other hands. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan turned around and opened the door of room 309. As soon as the door opened, a foul smell hit me in the face. That's a zombie? Li Bin looked at the corpse lying in the room and spoke slowly. Lin Yuan frowned. In the very center of the room, there were two zombie bodies lying. The horrifying thing was that the rotten flesh on the two corpses had been dug out, and only a few pieces of extremely rotten flesh fell on the zombies' bones, barely falling off. Lin Yuan walked in and closed the door, and the two of them squatted beside the zombie's body. The marks on the zombie's body didn't look like bite marks at all, but more like they were cut by a knife. Could it be that the people here are eating the rotten flesh of zombies? But soon, Lin Yuan dismissed the idea in his mind. In the previous life, even people with special abilities would turn into zombies after eating the rotten flesh of zombies, let alone ordinary people. What on earth are these people doing with the rotten flesh of zombies? Bite. Mission Doomsday Reserve. The end of the world is coming. Please collect as many available resources as possible into the war storage space. During this mission, all your stored resources will receive a 100,000 times critical hit. The remaining time of the mission is 0 days, 5 hours, and 0 minutes. An hour later, the system issued a warning sound. Lin Yuan stood up and walked towards the door. He can't waste time here. There are still many machines waiting for him to collect. Li Bin watched Lin Yuan walk out, and he hurriedly followed him. Chapter 54, Why are there only 4 boxes? The layout of room 303 is not the same as that of room 309. The layout of room 309 is suitable for normal people to live in, while the layout of room 303 only has a bed, a chair, and a small cabinet. Room 303 is the smallest compared to other rooms, only the size of a bedroom in other rooms. It was more like a cage. The young man sat on the only chair, holding the hand of the girl on the bed, and spoke tremblingly. Little sister, it seems we have a chance to go out. On the bed, the girl's hands and feet were tied with chains. Tears slowly rolled down from the corners of her eyes, and her eyes were dull as she stared at the ceiling. Suddenly, the girl spoke. I don't have the energy anymore. When the young man heard this, he was shocked, and his hands holding the girl began to tremble. No, you can still live. Crash. The young man stood up excitedly, and the chair fell to the ground. His chest was rising and falling with heavy breaths, and the next second, the expression on his face relaxed and turned into an apologetic look. I'm sorry. I forgot you don't like me like this. As he said this, he hurriedly picked up the chair. When the young man held her hand, a faint green light flashed in the girl's palm. This power slowly flowed into the young man's body, healing the injuries in his body unknowingly. Brother Lin here. Li Bin stood in front of the door of room 201 and waved at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan walked towards 201. The two looked through the window and saw that many people were sleeping in the room, and in this room, boxes of weapons were placed inside. There were about 10 boxes inside. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. He squatted beside Xiao He, stroked its head, and spoke gently. Xiao He, it's up to you from now on. Do you understand what I mean? After saying this, he pointed to the door of room 201. Xiao He jumped happily, and when Xiao He walked towards the door, Lin Yuan and Li Bin hid aside. The next second, a large burst of flames spurted out of Xiao He's mouth. Puff! Suddenly, the door of room 201 was burnt. Even the person leaning against the door was burned. Ah! Fire! Fire! The people in 201 shouted. Lin Yuan stood aside and waved to Xiao He. Xiao He looked dissatisfied, but still walked towards Lin Yuan. Once the noise here gets louder, the zombies outside will come over immediately. They have to act quickly, take away these weapons, and then take away the young man and his girlfriend, and today's mission will be completed. After the 2 men and the dog had hidden themselves, the sound of several footsteps was heard in the stairwell. Hurry up! Take everything out! The man who had been leading the group shouted. The brothers around looked at the fire that was getting bigger and bigger, and none of them dared to move forward. The man yelled and kicked the 2 men inside. The man saw that only 1 or 2 of his brothers who had gone in had brought out things, and he shouted again anxiously. Damn it! Hurry up! If these 10 boxes of weapons were burned, I wouldn't know how to explain to the boss when he comes back. However, it's already this late. Why hasn't the boss come back yet? Just as he was thinking about it, someone else ran up from downstairs with blood all over his face and shouted at the man. No, no, the zombies are coming. The man's heart was shocked. Damn it, we should take advantage of this time. He hesitated for a moment and said to the people beside him, "You must move the things out." Turning around, he said to the man who had just come up to report the news, "You and I go down and stop the zombies." After the man finished speaking, he ran down quickly. The man who reported the news obviously hesitated for a moment and didn't say what he wanted to say. As the two left, Lin Yuan, who had been hiding nearby, suddenly had an idea and came out. "I'll help," he said it loudly, and the moment his hand gently touched a box of weapons that had been moved out, his consciousness moved and he immediately stored them in his space. Under the current circumstances, even if he just left, nothing would happen. What's more, he just ran over. You have obtained a box of weapons, and 100,000 critical hits are in effect. Congratulations on obtaining 100,000 boxes of military equipment. Hearing the system's prompts, he became even more excited. This is just measured in boxes, and we haven't even looked at what's inside. I wonder how much he can gain in the end from this 100,000 critical hits. Lin Yuan rushed in directly, without paying any attention to the flames around him. The first second he rushed into the room and touched the armory box, his second goal was stored in the space again. While everyone in the room rushed out, Lin Yuan immediately stored the second box and the third box into the space. "Brother, are you okay?" The man who just rushed and saw Lin Yuan standing there in a daze and asked with concern. Lin Yuan lowered his head and said lightly, "Fine. What could possibly happen to him?" He was almost dying of joy. Once these 3 boxes of weapons entered the space, they instantly turned into 300,000 boxes of weapons. "I'm glad you're okay. This fire is really strange. Even water can't put it out." As the man spoke, he picked up the weapons box in front of him. He looked at the box in the room suspiciously. "We've already moved so many boxes. I don't know why people outside are still rushing us." Watching the man running out, Lin Yuan silently put another box of weapons into the space, and then moved another box of weapons out. "Huff!" Lin Yuan put the weapons on the ground and casually put another box of weapons into the space. Li Bin, who was standing aside, had already seen all of Lin Yuan's actions, and he couldn't help but twitch his lips. Brother Lin is so blatant. Isn't he afraid of being discovered? After going back and forth for a while, Lin Yuan had already stored 6 boxes of weapons into the space. The remaining 4 boxes of weapons had also been moved out by them. "Aren't there 10 boxes? Why are there only 4? Yeah, what's going on?" The fire didn't burn the boxes inside. "How could there be only 4 boxes? They can't be still inside. Let's go in and look for them, or the boss will beat us to death." Just when everyone was confused, the person who reported the news downstairs rushed up. "Quick, go down quickly." Before he could finish his words, the reporter's face suddenly changed and his neck made crackling sounds. The next moment, he turned into a zombie. "Oh my God!" With a curse, a man with a pistol shot the zombie's head off with a bang. Click! The crystal on the zombie's forehead fell off, and the man who fired the shot stepped forward to pick it up and called out to the brothers behind him. "Don't worry about the remaining 6 boxes. Go down and help." After saying that, Lin Yuan pretended to follow, but in fact he walked to the end of the team and put the remaining 4 boxes into the space. You have obtained 4 boxes of weapons, and 100,000 critical hits are in effect. Congratulations on obtaining 400,000 boxes of military equipment. Listening to the voice of the system, Lin Yuan was very satisfied. He brought Li Bin and Xiao He to the door of room 303. Chapter 55: Intelligent Zombies. Click! The moment the door was opened, Lin Yuan raised his hand, and the knife in his hand immediately blocked the attack of the intruder. When the young man saw that it was Lin Yuan, he quickly withdrew his hand. "Are you here to rescue us?" Lin Yuan did not answer him, but looked at the girl on the bed. The girl was wearing a white dress and lying quietly on the bed. His hands and feet were tied up with chains, and he looked extremely miserable. Lin Yuan raised his hand, and with 4 clicks, the chains on the girl's hands and feet were immediately opened. "Take it with you. We're leaving now." With such a big commotion, the downstairs was already filled with zombies. Besides, it is nighttime now, and the people killed by zombies downstairs will attract more zombies. In a short while, no one downstairs was left alive. The young man picked up the girl and followed Lin Yuan and the others. As soon as I walked out of the staircase, I ran into several zombies. Xiao He opened his mouth, and with a puff sound, the zombies were instantly burned to ashes. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin Yuan summoned the car and sat directly in the driver's seat. Li Bin opened the car door very quickly and jumped in. Boy, reach out. He extended his hand toward the young man. The young man gritted his teeth, hugged the girl's waist with one hand, grabbed Lee Bin's hand with the other, and used the force to jump into the car. Roar! All of a sudden, dozens of zombies swarmed over. The car windows were quickly closed, and many zombies were banging on the windows frantically. Lin Yuan was sitting in a defensive position and couldn't even see what was happening in front of him. Hold on tight, Lin Yuan shouted, pulled the handbrake directly, and stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. The next moment, the car rushed out at the fastest speed. Outside, the man who was fighting with the zombies turned around and suddenly saw a car driving out. His eyes lit up and he thought the car would stop. But no, before he could even open his mouth, the car ran over him. Brother Lin, it seemed like there was a living person standing in front of us just now. Li Bin looked back. I saw a lot of zombies surrounding the place that had just been crushed, and they were busy gnawing on something. Lin Yuan glanced at the rearview mirror calmly and did not answer. At this time, he doesn't care whether you are alive or dead. In the back seat, the young man was holding the girl. The girl's eyes have not opened since she left the bed. Boy, is your girlfriend okay? Li Bin glanced at the girl in the young man's arms and asked calmly. The moment he heard Li Bin's words, the young man secretly clenched his fists and then loosened them. She's fine. Li Bin hummed and didn't ask any more questions. Lin Yuan was sitting in the driver's seat, watching all this silently. Lin Yuan drove the car and took the two of them all the way back downstairs. A few people looked out of the car window and found that downstairs, there were already more than a dozen zombie bodies lying quietly on the ground. Bite. Mission Doomsday Reserve. The end of the world is coming. Please collect as many available resources as possible into the war storage space. During this mission, all your stored resources will receive a 100,000 times critical hit. The remaining time of the mission is 0 days, 3 hours, and 0 minutes. The system's voice suddenly sounded, and several people got out of the car. Lin Yuan parked the car, walked forward, and used a knife to dig out the crystals on the foreheads of the dozen or so corpses. Click, click. The sound of crystals falling to the ground could be heard one after another. Lin Yuan kept digging, and Li Bin picked up the crystals behind him. The young man held the girl and watched silently from behind the two people and the dog. Brother Lin, there are 12 in total. As Li Bin spoke, he handed the collected crystals to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan hummed and took the crystal. While digging the crystals, Lin Yuan could still see a lot of burning smell permeating the zombie corpses. These smells don't sound like they were burned by fire. Instead, it looked like it was burned by lightning. These dozen or so zombie corpses should be the work of Yao Yao. Lin Yuan's consciousness moved, and the 12 crystals in his hand suddenly disappeared. You have obtained 12 primary crystals, and 100,000 critical strikes are in effect. Congratulations on obtaining 1.2 million primary crystals. After putting away his things, Lin Yuan slowly walked up the stairs. Roar! As soon as I walked up the stairs, I heard bursts of low growls coming from upstairs. The walls of the entire stairwell were covered with zombies' blood and rotten flesh. When did Yao Yao's ability become so terrifying? Soon, when he walked upstairs, he immediately realized that his guess was wrong. As they went upstairs, their whole bodies froze in place. In front of it, an extremely strong zombie was holding a small zombie and biting it. It held the zombie and tore off the rotten flesh piece by piece without hesitation. After tearing it off, it first looked at it carefully, and when it saw that it was good carrion, it ate it. Looking at this scene, Lin Yuan's heart was shocked. This zombie is conscious. Just as he was thinking about it, the zombie was swallowing the rotten meat, and the next second it slowly looked in the direction of Lin Yuan and the others. The moment it met the gaze of Lin Yuan and the others, it did not rush towards people like an ordinary zombie. Instead, the zombie looked at Lin Yuan and laughed. The zombie's mouth corners raised with difficulty, revealing its yellow-white teeth. Lin Yuan trembled all over and quickly summoned out his armor, holding the alloy sword in his hand, and became alert. How could intelligent zombies appear at this time? Today is just the 3rd day since the disaster broke out, so the zombies that have appeared should be ordinary-level zombies. It's not just the zombie in front of him, but also the one in warehouse number 1 before. Where's that corpse now? Soon, Lin Yuan dismissed the thoughts in his mind and focused his attention on the zombie in front of him. This zombie won't appear for long. All the zombies we met on the way back were ordinary zombies. If we were lucky, this zombie would be a mutated one. The next second, Lin Yuan moved his left hand and several space blades appeared around his left hand. The young man was slightly stunned as he looked at the space blade in Lin Yuan's hand. He is actually a person with superpowers like me? Lin Yuan pointed his hand towards the zombies, and several space blades stabbed out at an extremely fast speed. The zombies stared at the space blade. Lin Yuan watched the zombies dodging, and his eyes suddenly lit up. When the zombie dodged the space blade, its lower body moved first, but its upper body seemed to be slow to react, and was a second slow. This resulted in two of Lin Yuan's spatial blades piercing through the zombie's upper body. Ah! The zombie covered its wound in pain, and the screams it made sounded like those of a human. In the room, ever since Lin Yuan took Li Bin and Xiaohei away, Sun Lan has been staying with Yao Yao. Even if there was any noise outside the door, neither of them went out. The zombie scream just happened to reach the ears of Sun Lan and Yao Yao. Sun Lan was startled and subconsciously hugged Yao Yao's arm, saying fearfully, "Xiao Yao, is there anyone outside?" Sun Lan is like an older sister to Yao Yao and treats her like her best friend. Yao Yao understands how good Sun Lan is to her, so naturally she is good to Sun Lan as well. She patted Sun Lan's hand gently and comforted her. "Sister Sun Lan, don't worry. We will just wait in the room for Lin Yuan and the others to come back. The zombies won't come in." Yao Yao didn't look nervous on the surface, but she was actually very alert. Chapter 56 or use space. Outside the door, Lin Yuan and Li Bin were already fighting with the zombies. Xiaohei looked at the two people fighting with the zombies, not knowing whether he should start spitting fire or not. It paced back and forth and looked very anxious. The zombies' movements became faster and faster over time, and the coordination between their upper and lower bodies became higher and higher, which was a very bad thing for Lin Yuan. While attacking the zombie, Lin Yuan paid attention to the scars on its body. The zombies looked covered in scars, but the only fatal part was well protected by them. Li Bin gritted his teeth, rushed forward and hugged the zombie tightly. "Brother Lin!" Li Bin shouted, and Lin Yuan, holding the alloy sword in his hand, chopped at the zombie's neck without hesitation. The zombie suddenly became anxious. It never expected that Li Bin would hug it desperately. The moment it saw Lin Yuan's alloy sword coming towards it, it did not struggle, but chose to bite Li Bin. Not good. Lin Yuan thought something was wrong and quickly formed a space blade with his left hand. Too late. It's probably too late to throw out the space blade at this time. He didn't expect that the zombies would bite Li Bin. Even if the space is distorted, it is too late to save it. Just when the zombie was about to bite Li Bin, the young man's figure suddenly appeared behind the zombie. He raised his hand quickly, and with a swish, the zombie's head fell to the ground with a plop. Lin Yuan stopped moving, and Li Bin quickly let go of the zombie, wiping the stains off his body with disgust. "Brother Lin." Li Bin walked over while wiping it. Lin Yuan looked at him seriously, then said to the young man, "Name." The young man glanced at the girl leaning against the wall, not far away, and replied calmly, "Fong Ling." After Fong Ling finished speaking, he walked towards the girl. The girl had woken up at this time. Her lips were very pale, and she looked very haggard. But she still tried to speak. "My name is Qing Shu." Qing Shu was very fair, with long straight hair falling on her chest. Her pale face set off her melancholy eyes. The corners of her mouth slowly rose, and the cold voice came out again. "Thank you for saving us." After saying this, Qing Shu's hand slowly held Fong Ling's hand. Lin Yuan looked at Qing Shu and felt an indescribable sense of familiarity. I feel like I've seen this person in front of me somewhere. Familiar, yet strange. "Brother Lin," this guy even said that his girlfriend's name contains the word Mei. Li Bin leaned close to Lin Yuan's ear and whispered. Before Lin Yuan could say anything, Qing Shu smiled and said lightly, "My nickname has the word Mei in it. That's why Brother Ling calls me that." As she spoke, she touched Fong Ling's palm. Fong Ling's frown finally relaxed. When Lin Yuan heard Qing Shu's words, his eyes lit up. "The nickname contains the word Mei." He said why this sounded so familiar. In his previous life, there was also such a girl in his team. The girl came later, and her name was not told to them. Instead, they were asked to call her little sister. And that girl is a person with healing abilities. Originally, it was very popular to have a person with healing abilities in the team. But the good times did not last long. The crystallization of the healing system was very scarce at that time, and the little sister died in a zombie wave. Several other brothers also died in that trend. Lin Yuan looked at Qing Shu again, and when he saw a faint black mole near the corner of her eye, he was more certain. Although my little sister in the previous life did not have this black mole when she joined the team, But one night, he ran into his younger sister crying secretly. At that moment, Lin Yuan clearly saw the black mole at the corner of her eye. The mole must have been covered by her with something. Qing Shu felt a little uncomfortable when she saw Lin Yuan staring at the black mole at the corner of her eye. She walked behind Fong Ling and was about to say something when Lin Yuan spoke first. "You are a healing psychic, right?" As soon as he finished speaking, Qing Shu and Fong Ling's faces suddenly became gloomy. She was stopped behind by Fong Ling, who spoke vigilantly. "What you up to?" Looking at Fong Ling's protective action, Lin Yuan smiled faintly. "If I wanted to take your girlfriend away, I would have done it a long time ago. There's no need for me to wait until now." Fong Ling was stunned. He wanted to say something, but Qing Shu quietly poked her head out and asked in a low voice, "I'm a healer. What do you want to do?" "Little sister." Seeing Qing Shu expose his identity, Fong Ling suddenly became anxious. But when he met Qing Shu's eyes, he immediately became timid. "How interesting." Lin Yuan looked at the two people fighting and shook his head helplessly. He turned around and spoke as he walked. "Come with me." Fong Ling and Qing Shu looked at each other for a few seconds, and finally Qing Shu took the initiative to speak and asked Fong Ling to follow. Before taking the two people into the room, Lin Yuan squatted in front of the zombie and took out the mutant crystal on its forehead. Being able to cause such a great power and smelling like burnt lightning, Lin Yuan guessed that this zombie must have lightning attributes. The knife gently cut the zombie's forehead, revealing a blue crystal. Lin Yuan was delighted and quickly took out the blue crystal. It really is the lightning attribute. It's a pity that this zombie seemed to have just mutated. When the situation became tense, it even forgot to use lightning. As long as Yao Yao absorbs the blue crystals, she will gain a lot of improvement. Lin Yuan's consciousness moved, and the blue crystal was collected into the space. "You have obtained an intermediate crystal, and 100,000 critical strikes are taking effect. Congratulations on obtaining 100,000 intermediate crystals. Bite. Mission Doomsday Reserve. The end of the world is coming. Please collect as many available resources as possible into the war storage space. During this mission, all your stored resources will receive a 100,000 times critical hit. The remaining time of the mission is 0 days, 1 hour, and 0 minutes. There is only 1 hour left for the 100,000 critical hits, and he can't collect anything in this last hour. Are you Space?" Qing Shu's voice suddenly rang out. Lin Yuan didn't turn around to look. He just nodded, stood up, and walked into the room with the two of them. Lin Yuan. When Yao Yao saw Lin Yuan coming back, her eyes suddenly lit up. She quickly walked towards Lin Yuan and hugged his arm. The next second, when she saw Qing Shu walking into the room, her face suddenly became alert. The next second, Fong Ling walked in and held Qing Shu's hand. Yao Yao breathed a sigh of relief when she saw this. Click. After Lin Yuan closed the door, he took out a green primary crystal from the space. The moment Qing Shu and Fong Ling saw the green crystals, their eyes widened. "You." Before Qing Shu finished speaking, Lin Yuan quietly put the crystal away. "I thought the healing crystal would have to be kept for a long time before it could be used, but I didn't expect the rare healing ability person to be delivered to my doorstep." Chapter 57. This crystal is so beautiful. Even if there was no one with healing abilities in Lin Yuan's team, he would be satisfied. Those with healing abilities are even stronger. "I can give you the crystal, but the requirement is that you and your boyfriend stay by my side loyally." After Lin Yuan finished speaking, the expressions of the two of them suddenly changed. Qing Shu's face turned pale and red. She clenched the corner of her clothes tightly and was very hesitant. But the healing crystals are as rare as the healing psychics. Even in the previous organization, they didn't have any healing crystals. "I'm afraid that if I reject Lin Yuan now, I'll never meet him again." "Can?" Qing Shu frowned and looked up at Fong Ling. Fong Ling patted Qing Shu's hand gently and whispered, "It's okay. Leave it to me." Turning around, Fong Ling said to Lin Yuan, "We also have a condition." Lin Yuan raised his eyebrows. "Go ahead. You can't take my little sister as a slave." As soon as Fong Ling finished speaking, Sun Lan immediately spoke. "Young man, how can we take a girl as a slave? You and her should stay here. Brother Lin is very nice." Sun Lan's words did not reach Fong Ling's ears. What he wanted to hear was Lin Yuan's own answer. Lin Yuan smiled faintly and agreed. No problem. He would not treat a healing psychic as a slave. When Qing Shu and Fong Ling heard this, they did not show much happiness. but nodded calmly. We will stay. And correspondingly, Lin Yuan interrupted Fong Ling before he could finish his words. There are rooms all around, just pick one. Food and other things will be distributed on time at 7 o'clock every morning if nothing goes wrong. Go find a room and don't leave this building. After Lin Yuan finished speaking, he handed over a healing crystal. Fong Ling took a look at the crystal and swallowed back what he was about to say. Qing Shu looked at the crystal in Fong Ling's hand, gently tugged at his sleeve, and whispered, "Let's go." Being able to obtain the crystals was already great, and they didn't dare to think too much about food and a place to live. They have gained enough experience from the previous organization and are no longer willing to trust anyone too much. Lin Yuan watched the two people walk out of the room, then turned and said to Li Bin, "Send them some food tonight, enough for two." Li Bin nodded. After giving a few more instructions, Li Bin took Xiao He and Yao Yao back to the room. As soon as I opened the door, the system prompt sounded. Mission Doomsday Reserve. The end of the world is coming. Please collect as many available resources as possible into the war storage space. During this mission, all your stored resources will receive a 100,000 times critical hit. The remaining time of the mission is 0 days, 0 hours, and 0 minutes. Bite. Mission accomplished. Congratulations on receiving the gift package for completing the task. Please choose whether to open it. As soon as he finished speaking, a transparent panel appeared in front of Lin Yuan. There are two options above, yes and no. As Lin Yuan walked forward, he chose yes in his mind. Bite. Congratulations on receiving a genetic enhancement potion and a pair of night vision glasses. He was familiar with genetic enhancement drugs, but were these night vision glasses really just as their name suggested? At night, he didn't have to worry about it for now. Ordinary zombies have poor eyesight, but now that mutated zombies have appeared, these night vision glasses can be said to have come at the right time. I opened the inventory and saw a pair of night vision glasses there. Lin Yuan's consciousness moved, and the next second the night vision glasses were automatically put on his eyes. After putting on the night vision glasses, Lin Yuan looked out the window. The outside of the window originally looked pitch black, but now in his eyes, it became as bright as day. It's very clear. Lin Yuan walked forward a few steps and leaned against the window. He stuck his head out and looked at the tall building not far away. He could clearly see that there was a zombie standing on a tall building not far away. Lin Yuan, what are you looking at? Yao Yao was very curious when she saw Lin Yuan suddenly put on the glasses. It seems that Lin Yuan's spatial ability is very convenient. Even glasses can be worn directly on the eyes. He doesn't need to put them on himself at all. Just as Yao Yao was about to walk to the window, while talking, Lin Yuan happened to see the zombie looking towards them through his night vision glasses. Don't move. After Lin Yuan finished speaking in a calm voice, he quickly hid under a window nearby. Ah! Yao Yao was stunned for a moment, but still quickly imitated Lin Yuan's movements. She looked at Lin Yuan's nervous expression and wanted to move towards him. Before she could move, a snapping sound was heard above her head. There's something in the window. At this moment, just above Yao Yao's head, outside the window, the zombie that was supposed to be on the high-rise building was standing outside the window. It looked at the dark room and wanted to reach out to open the curtains, but the curtains were inside the room. Roar! The zombie growled in dissatisfaction and kept wandering outside the window for a long time before it became silent. Yao Yao listened to the noise above her head and didn't even dare to breathe. He remained on high alert, fearing that the zombies would rush in. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Yuan finally stood up. When he looked carefully towards the tall building again, the zombie had returned to its original position. Lin Yuan breathed a sigh of relief and closed the curtains. What he saw at night was something he had never seen in his previous life. This zombie is like a sentinel. If it finds something wrong, it should directly notify its companions. At that time, countless zombies will rush towards this side. At night, it is still too dangerous. The growth rate of zombies is getting faster and faster. Lin Yuan looked at Yao Yao, reached out his hand, and pulled her up. Yao Yao's legs were weak, and she barely managed to stand up with the help of Lin Yuan. After standing up for a few seconds, she fell softly towards Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan, she murmured Lin Yuan's name. Lin Yuan hummed and picked her up horizontally. He was wearing night vision glasses, so he had no trouble moving around in the dark room. After carefully placing Yao Yao on the bed, Lin Yuan took out a candle, lit it, and placed it beside the bed. You guys went out and found candles? Yao Yao said in surprise. Lin Yuan gently touched her head and whispered, I found more than just candles. I got something good. After saying that, Lin Yuan took out a lightning crystal. A crystal emitting a faint blue light came into view, and Yao Yao exclaimed and said, "This crystal is so beautiful." As she spoke, she unconsciously stretched out her hand towards the lightning crystal. For some reason, this blue crystal has been tempting her to absorb it. Lin Yuan looked at what Yao Yao did and did not stop her. Instead, he handed the crystal over. As soon as Yao Yao's hand touched the crystal, the blue light on the crystal began to radiate, and gradually, the blue light surrounded her body. She slowly closed her eyes and absorbed the crystal in her hand. Chapter 58. Where did Coke go? Soon, Yao Yao's forehead and body were covered with sweat. Lin Yuan took out a towel and carefully wiped away the sweat for her. After a while, Yao Yao's face began to turn pale, and then she let out a painful groan. "Ah!" Yao Yao screamed. Lin Yuan was shocked and quickly covered her mouth with the towel in his hand. If this shout attracted nearby zombies, and Lin Yuan was not there at the moment, Yao Yao would become their snack. Yao Yao bit the towel tightly in her mouth and curled up on the bed. She covered her stomach and her sweat soaked the entire sheet. Lin Yuan watched nervously from the side, but there was nothing he could do. This was something Yao Yao had to go through to absorb, and he couldn't help her with anything. About half an hour later, the system's voice sounded. "Bite! Congratulations on becoming an intermediate lightning power user. The second task will be released below. Mission Storage Crystals. There is 1 month left before the first zombie outbreak. Please collect as many mutant crystals as possible and form your own small team during the remaining time. During this period, all your stored resources will receive a 100-fold critical hit. The remaining time for the mission is 29 days, 21 hours, and 5 minutes." Listening to the tasks issued by the system, Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. 100 times critical hit? Although it is not as tempting as a 10,000-fold critical hit, it is enough. The first zombie outbreak. Hearing this word, Lin Yuan fell into deep thought. In his previous life, he died before he even survived the first zombie outbreak. In this life, he wants to see what the scene will be like when a zombie outbreak occurs. Just as she was thinking about it, Yao Yao in front of her had already absorbed a blue crystal. She took a deep breath, feeling the changes in her body. Her eyes lit up. "Lin Isim tu." Hearing Yao Yao's voice, Lin Yuan turned around and looked over. "Has it absorbed? Any changes?" Lin Yuan asked, looking at Yao Yao expectantly. Yao Yao's face turned pale red. She hummed and stood up from the bed. She slowly raised her hand, and a crackling sound was heard. Yao Yao's eyes suddenly became sharp, and the next second, lightning surrounded the TV outside the living room. Burst! Yao Yao opened her lips and uttered a word softly. Bang! The TV in the living room was suddenly blown apart by lightning and turned into a pile of dust on the floor of the living room. Lin Yuan was shocked when he saw this scene. Mind operation. This means that Yao Yao's mental abilities are getting stronger and stronger. Attack through objects. In case someone is taken hostage, Yao Yao's skill will be the best solution. Lin Yuan was thinking about it and was already looking forward to what the result would be if Yao Yao absorbed more lightning crystals. Then, Lin Yuan took out another 30 lightning crystals from the space and placed them on the bed. "These are for you. Take your time to absorb them." As he said that, he stood up, patted the stunned Yao Yao on the shoulder, and whispered, "You don't have to absorb it all at once. This is too much for you. Take your time. Don't force yourself." Hearing Lin Yuan's words, Yao Yao lowered her eyes and nodded, feeling very happy. She watched Lin Yuan walk out, then turn around and picked up the blue crystals on the bed. She had to absorb these crystals quickly before she could go out with Lin Yuan. Gurgle. Yao Yao absorbed the 2 crystals in one breath. She immediately sat cross-legged on the bed, feeling waves of tingling and burning sensations in her body. Afraid that she would scream out loud, Yao Yao half opened one eye, picked up the towel beside her, and covered her mouth with it. The pain in her body was so unbearable that Yao Yao couldn't help but scream out from time to time. Outside the room, Lin Yuan came out and helped Yao Yao close the door. Ouch! Xiao Hei came closer and kept rubbing Lin Yuan's calves. Lin Yuan looked at it and smiled helplessly. "Okay, I'll feed you now." After saying that, Lin Yuan took out 30 crystals and put them in Xiao Hei's dog bowl. Only then did he realize that Coke was missing. When I just entered the door, all my attention was on the night vision glasses given by the system, and I didn't even notice when Coke disappeared. Lin Yuan was anxious for only a few seconds when a meow suddenly came from the window. Meow. Hearing the sound, Xiaohei quickly swallowed the half-eaten crystal in his mouth and then protected his dog bowl. Looking at Xiaohei's actions, Lin Yuan could guess that what was outside the window should be Coke. He walked forward, wearing night vision glasses, and carefully lifted a small corner of the curtain. When he saw that it was Coke, Lin Yuan opened the window. As soon as the window opened, Coke jumped in with a light jump. As soon as he entered the room, Coke walked towards Xiaohei proudly. Lin Yuan quickly closed the window curtains. When he looked at Coke, it was already lying next to Xiaohei, looking at Xiaohei with contempt. The fur on Coke's body became even brighter. Where did Coke go during this time? Lin Yuan thought about it and walked over. He squatted down and reached out to touch Coke's head, and Coke rubbed it along the palm of his hand. Xiaohei looked on with dissatisfaction and deliberately ate the crystals in the bowl with force, making a crunching sound. Coke listened, but ignored him and continued to rub Lin Yuan's palm with a look of enjoyment. After touching for a while, Lin Yuan did not find any wounds on Coke's body. That's right. How could a shadow cat get hurt when going out? Click, click. Lin Yuan took out 30 primary crystals. Seeing Coke eating with satisfaction, Lin Yuan stood up. There is only 1 month left. It would be great if we could find crystals of various supernatural powers within this month. However, these crystals are all on the mutated zombies, making them quite difficult to deal with. As far as he knew, the first batch of awakened psychics would have abilities in space, shadow, healing, lightning, and basically time, which no one could awaken. The second batch of psychics will awaken about a few months later, which is the day when Li Bin successfully awakens. There are so many types of awakenings in the second batch that it is difficult to count them all, but relatively speaking, the abilities of the two awakenings cannot be compared. The first time Lin Yuan saw mutated zombies in his previous life was after the second batch of psychics awakened. But this time it was too fast. Just as Lin Yuan was thinking, there was a knock on the door. Lin Yuan looked out through the peephole. It's Fong Ling. The person he was holding in his arms was Qing Shu. Fong Ling knocked a few times, but no one opened the door, so he lowered his voice and spoke. It's me, Fong Ling. As soon as he finished speaking, the door in front of him opened with a click. The moment Fong Ling met Lin Yuan's eyes, a hint of resentment flashed across his face, but it quickly disappeared. After closing the door, Fong Ling put Qing Shu on the sofa. Lin Yuan looked towards Qing Shu, who was lying on the sofa. Qing Shu's lips were pale, and she was still trembling. Her face was pale, and her whole body was covered in sweat. Her brows were furrowed, and she looked like she was dying. Chapter 59 Delicious Food. Is the crystal you gave me real? Fong Ling clenched his fists and whispered through gritted teeth. Looking at Fong Ling's forbearing look, Lin Yuan couldn't help but want to laugh. Is this because you are afraid of him? Lin Yuan sat on a chair nearby, crossed his legs, and spoke casually. I just picked it up randomly. Of course the crystal is real. As for whether Qing Shu can get through it, it depends on her own luck. Not everyone who absorbs the crystals can bear the power of upgrading their superpowers. You. Fong Ling moved and was about to swing his fist towards Lin Yuan. The next second, several bolts of lightning surrounded Fong Ling. As long as he moved slightly, these bolts of lightning would burn him to ashes. Yao Yao, with lightning surrounding her fingers, slowly walked out of the room and spoke calmly. You can't touch him. Yao Yao looked at Fong Ling coldly and moved her hand slightly, and the lightning around Fong Ling moved closer to him. As long as he moved slightly, he would be touched by the lightning around him. Gurgle. Fong Ling swallowed nervously. In terms of speed, the shadow system is definitely not worse than the lightning system. But now Yao Yao is already a level 3 lightning user, which is more than enough for her to deal with Fong Ling, a level 1 shadow user. Young man, you are so anxious, Lin Yuan said lightly. Yao Yao walked towards Lin Yuan and stood behind him. Fong Ling looked at the two of them, clenched his fists tightly, and said through gritted teeth, If anything happens to my little sister, I will make sure you are buried with her. Just when the three of them were in a stalemate, Qing Shu, who was lying on the sofa, slowly opened her eyes. She looked at Fong Ling, who was surrounded by lightning, and she called out to him nervously. Fong Ling? Fong Ling heard the voice and turned over excitedly. However, as soon as he moved, he was immediately touched by the surrounding lightning. Ah! Fong Ling was immediately injured by lightning. He covered the wound on his arm, then slumped to the ground. Yao Yao didn't expect Fong Ling to actually move. After seeing that someone was injured, she hurriedly retracted the lightning. I didn't mean to do that, she said in a low voice. Lin Yuan patted the back of her hand gently and comforted her. It's okay. This is not your fault. Although he was comforting Yao Yao verbally, his eyes were always on the fallen Fong Ling. There were traces of lightning injuries all over Fong Ling's body. Qing Shu's heart tightened, and she moved her feet and fell directly off the sofa. She dragged her weak body and crawled towards Fong Ling with difficulty. Just as her hand held Fong Ling's hand, a gentle green light spread from her body to Fong Ling's body. And as the green color spread, it was actually healing every wound on Fong Ling's body. After a while, all the wounds on Fong Ling's body disappeared. Lin Yuan, what's this? Yao Yao was dumbfounded when she saw this scene. Lin Yuan explained, this girl is a psychic like you, and her psychic ability is healing. It's like a wet nurse. A healing psychic who is only at level 2 can already heal so quickly. It is hard to imagine what earth-shaking changes will happen when she reaches level 10. Little sister, you... Fong Ling slowly stood up and quickly picked up Qing Shu. The last time he saw Qing Shu's supernatural powers activated was more than 10 days ago. At that time, Qing Shu and he were just showing their special abilities for the first time in front of that group of people. From that time on, Qing Shu was treated like a slave and had to constantly provide them with medical treatment. They refused to let them go until Qing Shu was no longer able to release the healing power. It was because Qing Shu was controlled by them that Fong Ling was unable to take her away with him and had to be controlled by others. And what they used to control was exactly that tube of reagent. Fong Ling's excited eyes were filled with tears. Qing Shu looked at him, smiled helplessly, and raised her hand to wipe away the tears from the corners of his eyes. Why are you crying? I'm fine, right? Fong Ling hummed in a tearful voice, then carefully placed Qing Shu on the sofa. He turned around and bowed deeply to Lin Yuan. Thank you. Lin Yuan raised his eyebrows. In the end of the world, saying thank you is too childish. He held his chin with both hands and spoke slowly. I don't want your thanks. I just want you to remember clearly what I said to you. After Lin Yuan talked to the two of them for a few words, he let Fong Ling and Qing Shu go back to their own rooms. The next day, Lin Yuan and Yao Yao were lying on the bed, hugging each other and falling asleep. As soon as the sky got bright, there were bursts of irregular knocks on the door. Xiaohei and Keilei stood behind the door with full alert, ready for a fight. Lin Yuan suddenly opened his eyes and sat up. This sound made his heart beat faster unconsciously. His intuition told him that this was definitely not the sound of someone knocking on the door. Yao Yao, who was sleeping next to her, also woke up. She quickly put on her clothes and looked at Lin Yuan warily. Lin Yuan touched the back of her hand, motioning her to wait for him in the room. He walked out cautiously. Lin Yuan waved toward Xiaohei and Keilei, and the cat and the dog moved aside. Click! Lin Yuan's consciousness moved, and the armor in the space was summoned out, covering his body the next second. He was wearing armor and holding an alloy sword in his hand. When Lin Yuan looked out through the peephole of the door, he didn't see anything outside. That's not right. How come there is no one here? Lin Yuan looked out carefully and felt a chill all over his body. He quickly moved his gaze to the window. Gurgle! The curtains were opened a small gap at some point, and at this moment, a pair of eyes were staring at him. The mouth of that face moved slightly, as if saying, I found you. Lin Yuan's whole body trembled, and the next second, the window suddenly exploded. Bang! Yao Yao in the room was shocked, and she quickly got off the bed and rushed out. When she saw the zombie standing at the window, her legs suddenly went weak. This zombie is covered with muscles all over its body, arms, and thighs, and it looks no different from an ordinary human. The only difference was that the muscles on his body smelled like rotten meat and gave off a disgusting smell. The zombie raised the corner of his mouth and walked down from the window. Every step it took left a bloody footprint on the ground. After it came in, its eyes were fixed on Yao Yao, as if it had seen some delicious food. Lin Yuan slowly moved to Yao Yao's side. But before he could say anything, the zombies started moving. Seeing this scene, Lin Yuan quickly raised the alloy sword in his hand. At the moment when it blocked the zombie's body, the sword and the zombie's body actually made a sound of metal colliding with metal. Clang! Lin Yuan's hands began to tremble, and he took a few steps back. Chapter 60. I can't stay in this room anymore. Lin Yuan, are you okay? Yao Yao hurriedly supported him. Lin Yuan said in panic, "Quick, don't hesitate. Use your lightning." As soon as he finished speaking, the zombies pounced on him again. The moment Lin Yuan dodged, he quickly threw out several space blades. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. When the space blades stabbed the zombie's body, it only scratched a few cuts and did not penetrate. Depend on, this is a zombie above level 3. Level 3 zombies. Both in terms of physical fitness and attack power, they are beyond ordinary people. Now Lin Yuan's level has not even reached level 3, so we will definitely lose if we try to deal with him. If it were Lin Yuan in his previous life, encountering such a situation, he would only think about how to escape. But now it's different. He has a powerful helper. Xiaohei, Lin Yuan shouted. Xiaohei barked, opened his mouth, and sprayed flames towards the zombies. Xiaohei's flame can easily deal with ordinary zombies, but I don't know what effect it will have against level 3 zombies. But a level 3 zombie wouldn't be sprayed so easily by Xiaohei. A burst of flame came out, and the zombie quickly dodged to the side. Coke meowed and rushed towards the zombies. With a swish, Coke appeared on the left side of the zombie. The zombie raised his hand and was about to grab it, but the next second Coke appeared on the right side of the zombie. Back and forth, the zombie was trying to catch the constantly running Coke, while also trying to avoid Xiaohei's attacks, and it began to become a little difficult. Good opportunity. Lin Yuan was delighted and quickly grasped a few space blades in his hands. He turned his head and looked at Yao Yao, who happened to be looking over here. The two looked at each other, and Yao Yao immediately understood what Lin Yuan meant. Yao Yao's consciousness moved, and several lightning bolts suddenly surrounded the zombies. Sizzle. Receive! Yao Yao murmured, and the lightning quickly tightened towards the zombies. At the same time, the space blade in Lin Yuan's hand was thrown out at the right time. Just when everyone thought they could succeed, the zombie actually raised his hand, pinched open a space door, and walked in. Door! Could this be? Before Lin Yuan could react, Yao Yao shouted towards him, Lin Yuan, be careful. A hair behind Lin Yuan. He rolled to the side almost subconsciously, but no matter how fast he moved, it was as if he was hit hard from behind. Lin Yuan rolled to the side and looked at the zombie in front of him vigilantly. He raised his hand and touched the area behind him. The place where he was hit by the zombie was very hot, but fortunately, he was wearing armor and was not attacked at all. This armor is also awesome. It can even block the attacks of level 3 zombies. But feeling the heat, I'm afraid that if it's a level 4 zombie, I won't be able to resist it. The corners of the zombie's mouth rose slightly, and it looked at Lin Yuan with the same eyes as when it first looked at Yao Yao. Greedy. A psychic with the same level of superpowers is like a tonic pill in the eyes of a mutated zombie with the same level of superpowers. If they take it, their level growth will be twice as effective with half the effort. And this zombie, like Lin Yuan, has space-related supernatural powers. Just then, there were 2 knocks on the door. When these 2 sounds reached Lin Yuan's ears, his body was shocked. This time, it's definitely not zombies, but people. As for who it was, he just hoped it wasn't Li Bin. In his previous life, Li Bin died to protect him. In this life, he didn't want to see this scene again. Lin Yuan gritted his teeth, tightly grasped the alloy sword in his right hand, and pinched the air with his left hand. Several space blades appeared on his left hand. Almost at the same time, Yao Yao coordinated with Lin Yuan's actions and quietly covered the soles of the zombie's feet with lightning. The zombie looked at Lin Yuan, who was rushing towards him with a look of contempt. It raised its hand and was about to grab Lin Yuan easily. Suddenly, there was a sizzling sound under my feet. The zombie's pupils widened, and it suddenly looked down at its feet, but it was too late. Yao Yao scolded, using all her might. With a swish, the lightning under the zombie's feet became like a cage, full of electric current that wrapped the zombies together. Roar! The zombie was electrocuted beyond recognition and roared loudly. But it had not lost consciousness yet, but was struggling to create a space door again to escape. Lin Yuan saw its actions and scolded it. Want to escape? Immediately afterwards, Lin Yuan activated the space blade, and with a swish, he chopped off the zombie's hands, feet, and head. Gulp! The zombie's head fell heavily to the ground. Seeing this, Lin Yuan quickly stepped forward with the alloy sword, grabbed the zombie's head, and gently cut its forehead. As soon as the skin on the forehead was cut open, a crystal shining with platinum light suddenly came into view. Is this the space crystal? Lin Yuan murmured, and the moment he took out the crystal, the zombie was truly dead. This was the first time he had seen a space crystal. This light is actually platinum in color. Lin Yuan's consciousness moved, and the crystal in his hand was put into the space. You have obtained an intermediate crystal, and the 100-fold critical strike is taking effect. Congratulations on obtaining 100 intermediate crystals. Hearing the final number, Lin Yuan's eyes showed a hint of regret. If this was the 10,000 times critical hit from before, he would have already had 100,000 space crystals. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan sighed and shook his head helplessly. Bite! Congratulations, host. You have reached the S+ level standard for material reserves, and your storage space is being upgraded. Congratulations to the host. Your storage space has been upgraded from 100 million cubic meters to 200 million cubic meters. You have been awarded the reward system and have reached level 3. System upgrade? Lin Yuan was stunned. Just when he was confused, his whole body suddenly became hot. After a burst of heat ended, I suddenly felt a tingling sensation all over my body. Lin Yuan covered his stomach and slowly squatted down. Yao Yao was enjoying the joy of defeating the zombies, but when she saw Lin Yuan's condition, the smile on her face froze. Lin Yuan! She hurried forward and helped Lin Yuan up. Just when she was about to help Lin Yuan into the room, more than a dozen zombies suddenly appeared from the window that had just been broken by the zombies. It must be the noise of the fight just now that attracted the zombies here. When Xiaohei saw the zombie, he jumped out, stood in front of the zombie, and opened his mouth. With a puff, the zombies that poured in all of a sudden were instantly reduced to ashes. We can't stay in this room anymore. Yao Yao suddenly had an idea and had to take Lin Yuan to Li Bin's room. As soon as her hand touched the door of the room, Coke came over and rubbed against her feet. Cola, Kaylee jumped lightly and opened the door for Yao Yao. The moment the door opened, zombies were already waiting outside. Roar! The moment the zombies saw Yao Yao, they all rushed towards her. Yao Yao's heart tightened, and she subconsciously took a step back. Meow! Coke shouted and leaped into the air. After a few swipes, all the zombie heads in front of him fell down. In less than a second, more than a dozen zombies' heads fell to the ground with a thud. Chapter 61 Change Room. At this time, Coke was standing at Yao Yao's feet and licking his lips. If Yao Yao hadn't seen the blood on Coke's claws, she would really suspect that the zombie heads at the door had really fallen to the ground by themselves. Coke's speed is so fast. Yao Yao was shocked in her heart. While the zombies had lost their ability to move, Yao Yao hurriedly supported Lin Yuan and walked to the door of Li Bin's room opposite. Boom, boom, boom. Sister Sun Lan, it's me, Yao Yao. Yao Yao said while knocking on the door, suppressing her voice. At this moment, Yao Yao was stepping on the corpses of zombies, and the sticky blood covered the entire corridor. There was a rustling sound in the room, and within a few seconds, Li Bin, wearing armor and holding a long sword in his hand, opened the door. When Li Bin saw Yao Yao supporting Lin Yuan, his eyes lit up and he quickly opened the door. Yao girl, come in quickly. When all the doors were opened, Li Bin saw the corpses of zombies all over the corridor. Could it be that all the bodies in this corridor were killed by this girl Yao Yao? It's inevitable. So awesome. Li Bin was about to close the door with a shocked look in his eyes. Just as the door was about to be closed, a dark figure quickly rushed in. What the hell? Li Bin was startled and looked carefully, only to find that it was Xiaohei. Hi, it's Xiaohei. He patted his chest and closed the door. Yao Yao carefully placed Lin Yuan on the sofa. Lin Yuan was in so much pain that sweat was pouring out of his forehead. Yao Yao felt very distressed when she saw this, and she quickly took a tissue and gently wiped the sweat off his forehead. Brother Lin, what happened? Li Bin came closer and asked worriedly. Looking at the dense beads of sweat on Lin Yuan's forehead, Li Bin remembered the terrible scene outside the door, and he asked curiously again. Yao girl, did you kill those zombies outside? After he finished speaking, Coke, who was lying on the ground, moved his ears. Yao Yao wiped the sweat from Lin Yuan's forehead while answering Li Bin's words. It wasn't me, it was Coke. Cola? Li Bin looked suspiciously at Coke, who was lying on the ground. When did Coke gain this strength? Just when he was wondering, Lin Yuan, who was lying on the sofa, slowly opened his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, Lin Yuan felt a series of headaches. Lin Yuan! Yao Yao helped Lin Yuan up and called his name excitedly. Lin Yuan glanced at Yao Yao, then looked up at the surrounding environment. Isn't this his home? As he was thinking about it, the scene of fighting with zombies just now suddenly came into his mind. The system has been upgraded. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up, and he called out the system. Bite. There is 10% left for the system upgrade. Please be patient. 10% left? Lin Yuan was stunned, but the pain in his body had completely disappeared, and he could even feel the changes in himself. Especially in terms of physical fitness, it has become even stronger. Lin Yuan stood up from the sofa, looked at Li Bin and the others, and nodded slightly. Don't worry, I'm fine now. Li Bin breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. I thought something happened to you. Lin Yuan opened his lips and was about to say something when the system's voice suddenly rang out. Bite. System upgrade completed. Congratulations. The system has been upgraded to level 3. A newly developed function that can automatically distinguish the properties of variant crystals. Newly developed function 2. You can have 10 times the critical hit even when you are not in the mission state, but it cannot overlap with the critical hit of the mission. 3 new development features are waiting to be discovered. Distinguish the properties of variant crystals? This is pretty good. Lin Yuan didn't know many supernatural attributes, so this function was very important to him. But then he looked at the next 2 functions and his face darkened. These 2 functions are actually useless, and Lin Yuan feels that they are cheating him. Especially function 3, which is still to be discovered. Lin Yuan silently withdrew his attention from the system and turned to look at Yao Yao in front of him. Let's go back and take a look. Yao Yao nodded, said a few words of thanks to Li Bin, and followed Lin Yuan out of the room. When Lin Yuan returned to Yao Yao's house, his face turned dark when he saw the window with a big hole in it. I really can't live in this house anymore. Lin Yuan turned his head and looked at the zombie corpse on the ground. He didn't figure out how the zombie discovered that there was someone living in the room. After pondering for a while, Lin Yuan really couldn't think of anything, so he shook his head and started to clean up the room. We can't live in this room anymore. We need to change rooms. Lin Yuan said as he packed up. Yao Yao nodded and joined the team, cleaning up. It is very easy to tidy up the room. As long as Lin Yuan moves his consciousness slightly, he can put everything in the room into his own space. Yao Yao saw that Lin Yuan had already packed up everything in the room in less than half an hour. You cleaned up so quickly. She spoke to Lin Yuan in a daze, holding the suitcase in her hand. Lin Yuan hummed lightly. His hand gently touched Yao Yao's suitcase, and with a slight touch of his mind, the suitcase in her hand was immediately put into the space by him. Detected. Before the system finished its prompt, Lin Yuan directly rejected its option. Let's go. Seeing Yao Yao's surprise, Lin Yuan reached out and held her hand, then walked out of the door. He chose a place that was not too far away and was previously occupied by an elderly couple. When I arrived at the door, it was closed. Lin Yuan pushed the door lightly, and it opened. He took a quick check and found that the lock on the door was intact. This meant that the old couple must have opened the door and ran away because they were scared when the zombie outbreak occurred. The 2 walked in and locked the door. The room was very tidy and looked like it was cleaned regularly. There was a photo of the old couple on the cabinet, and next to their photo was a household registration book. Lin Yuan picked up the household registration book and took a look at it, only to find that the old couple had a son. Their son's surname is Deng, and his name is Deng Yanxi. It seems like a very artistic name. In his previous life, before the zombie outbreak, this old couple took good care of him, so he usually paid more attention to the affairs of the elderly. I only knew that the old man had lived here a long time ago, but I never thought that he had a son. After all, he had never seen their son visit the old couple. Lin Yuan put the household registration book in his handbag, took out the luggage in the space one by one, and placed them according to the positions they were used to. Leave it alone. I'll do it. Lin Yuan took the things from Yao Yao's hand and put her aside. Then he took out some of the ingredients, placed them on the table, and spoke to her. If you really want to help, how about working on your cooking skills? After all, no one's cooking skills are as good as Yao Yao looks. Yao Yao's face turned slightly red after hearing what Lin Yuan said. The last one was definitely a mistake. She murmured softly. However, Lin Yuan was willing to believe her and give her another chance. She has to perform well this time and not waste Lin Yuan's ingredients. Yao Yao made up her mind, stood up quickly, and took the ingredients on the table into the kitchen. Chapter 62, it's time to take her out for actual combat. After Lin Yuan had put everything in place, Yao Yao was still tinkering in the kitchen. He took a chair, walked to the door, looked through the peephole for a few times, and then put the chair behind the door. Then, he sat on the sofa and took out the space crystal. He has been thinking since just now, since one crystal can be turned into 100 crystals, can the crystals that are turned into doubled again? As soon as he thought of it, he started to do it. But when he put the copied crystal into the space again, the system did not give any prompts. Obviously, it is impossible for Lin Yuan to catch this bug. He had no choice but to sigh and take out the crystal obediently. Lin Yuan looked at the 5 crystals in his hand and began to absorb them one by one without hesitation. When he absorbed the first one, he actually felt the strength in his body resisting this external energy. But when it came to the second and third ones, the power in the body began to choose to accept the power of the crystals. Soon, when Lin Yuan absorbed the last crystal, earth-shaking changes began to occur all over his body. In the kitchen, Yao Yao was looking at the food boiling in the pot while reading the recipe saved on her mobile phone. She picked up a spoon beside her, carefully scooped up a spoonful, blew on it, and then tried to bite herself. Yao Yao's eyes lit up, and she nodded with satisfaction. She quickly turned off the fire and put the dishes on the plates. Lin Yuan will definitely be very satisfied with the dish this time. Yao Yao walked out with a few dishes with great anticipation. As soon as she walked out of the kitchen, she saw Lin Yuan lying motionless on the sofa. She first put the dishes on the table before walking over. When she walked in front of Lin Yuan had just finished absorbing and opened his eyes. Lin Yuan. Yao Yao looked at Lin Yuan and called his name in a low voice. Lin Yuan looked up in surprise and hugged her excitedly. He is level 3. Just by absorbing 5 space crystals, he has advanced from level 1 to level 3. Although there are less than 100 crystals left, if he follows the rate of 5 crystals to raise 2 levels, wouldn't he be able to reach level 10 easily after he absorbs them all? But the next second he gave up the idea. There is no such good thing. Lin Yuan let go of Yao Yao, looked at the embarrassed Yao Yao, and gently kissed her on the cheek. I'm level 3, he whispered. Yao Yao stopped halfway, through lifting her hair, and looked up at Lin Yuan in disbelief. Lin Yuan raised his hand and gently pinched the air beside him, and a space door was opened. He could raise his hand and tear open a door under any circumstances, and this door could lead to any place within 10 meters of Lin Yuan's visual range. With another gentle wave of the hand, the door disappeared. This skill is just right whether it is for escaping or for launching a surprise attack on the enemy. Yao Yao looked at his actions and was surprised. This is not the same as that zombie. She didn't finish the rest of the sentence, but Lin Yuan had already nodded. Yao Yao smiled and quickly pushed him to the dining table. This is what I made today. Please enjoy it. As she spoke, Yao Yao handed a pair of chopsticks to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan took it with a faint smile. Under her gaze, Lin Yuan picked up a piece of beef in front of him. The moment the beef entered his mouth, the smile on Lin Yuan's face froze. Yao Yao looked at his expression and immediately asked worriedly, "What's wrong? Did you make it too salty again?" While biting the beef, Lin Yuan slowly raised his eyes to look at her, then smiled. Just right. Lin Yuan was teasing her. Suddenly, Yao Yao's face turned red. She snorted and gently patted Lin Yuan's shoulder with her hand. If you tease me again, I won't do it for you next time. Hearing this, Lin Yuan couldn't help but want to laugh, but he still hurriedly coaxed Yao Yao. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. He put down his chopsticks and leaned close to Yao Yao's ear. This time it's delicious. As he spoke, he blew gently on Yao Yao's ears. Looking at her beating and scolding him, Lin Yuan couldn't help but have a strange feeling. It seems like the two of them are not in a doomsday world, but are living the daily life of a young couple. If the zombie outbreak had not occurred, would he be with Yao Yao? Lin Yuan shook his head, shaking off the thoughts in his mind. He stood up and served Yao Yao a bowl of white rice. The two of them passed food to each other and soon finished the food on the table. Mission Storage Crystals. There is 1 month left before the first zombie outbreak. Please collect as many mutant crystals as possible and form your own small team during the remaining time. During this period, all your stored resources will receive a 100-fold critical hit. The remaining time for the mission is 29 days, 10 hours, and 0 minutes. Look to the upper right corner, and the system prompts and time will be reflected. It's time to go out and collect crystals. Lin Yuan stood up. I'm going out for a while. After explaining a few things, he was about to take Coke and Xiao Hei out when Yao Yao quickly came over and hugged him from behind. Yao Yao buried her chin in the crook of his neck and pleaded gently. Can I come with you this time? I don't want to be home alone. Lin Yuan was slightly stunned. He originally planned to take Fong Ling out. The purpose is to test what kind of person Fong Ling is and whether he can be used by himself in the long term. It's not impossible to bring Yao Yao along. Now that Yao Yao has reached level 3, it's time to take her out for actual combat. Lin Yuan turned around, hugged Yao Yao from the front, and whispered, Okay, I'll take you with me. Seeing that Lin Yuan agreed, Yao Yao was just about to feel happy. The next second, Lin Yuan took out a set of armor and handed it to her. You can go out together, but you have to wear this, Lin Yuan said, holding the armor in his hand. Yao Yao looked at the armor and was slightly stunned, but still took it. Although it's ugly, it was given to me by Lin Yuan, so I might as well wear it. After a while, Yao Yao, wearing armor, followed Lin Yuan out the door. Yao Yao touched the armor on his body and felt very strange. This armor looks heavy, but it actually feels very light when worn, without any sense of heaviness. Lin Yuan came to Fong Ling's door, knocked gently, and whispered, "It's me." After a while, the door opened with a click. Fong Ling poked his head out, but before he could say anything, Lin Yuan said, "Pack up and go out with us." Going out? Fong Ling frowned. It's not that he didn't want to go out, he was just worried about what would happen to Qing Shu if he went out. Then Lin Yuan said again, "Take Qing Shu to Li Bin, and let Li Bin and sister Sun Lan take care of her." Fong Ling hesitated for a moment, as if he was wondering who Li Bin was. But soon his expression became certain. He hummed, turned around, and walked back into the room. Chapter 63, 2 Crystals. It was 2 minutes later when he brought Qing Shu out. Lin Yuan arranged Qing Shu to Li Bin and his wife, and asked them to take good care of Qing Shu. When using their powers, people with special abilities have very high physical fitness requirements. With Qing Shu's frail body, she would probably collapse after using her supernatural powers a few times. "Brother Lin, don't worry, we will take care of it." Li Bin patted his chest and smiled. Lin Yuan nodded. Considering that there would be no powerful psychics present after Yao Yao and he left, he chose to keep Xiao He. Before leaving, Xiao He was still clinging to Lin Yuan's calf reluctantly. He had no choice but to leave behind the 5 crystals, and only then was Xiao He willing to let him go. This guy is really greedy. The streets were filled with wandering zombies, but these were all low-level zombies and were no longer attractive to Lin Yuan. What Lin Yuan wanted to find were those mutated zombies. It is more likely that mutated zombies will carry the crystals that psychics need. Kaylay curled up quietly in Yao Yao's arms, and Yao Yao's eyes were always looking forward. Zombies rushed out from time to time, and Lin Yuan ran over them with his car with an expressionless face. In the back seat, Fong Ling held his chin with one hand and looked out the window, wondering what he was thinking. Lin Yuan drove all the way to the downstairs of a building. Several people got out of the car, and the car was quickly parked by Lin Yuan. He turned around and looked at the primary zombies that were chasing them, and said lightly, "Go in." After he finished speaking, Lin Yuan took the lead and walked in first. Afterwards, Yao Yao and Fong Ling hurriedly followed in. After entering, the two of them closed the door, and the primary zombies that were chasing after them were blocked outside the door. Lin Yuan looked at the familiar building and sighed. If the doomsday had not come, he might still be working peacefully in this building. This building is the tallest building in Shangjiang City. Standing on the top floor of the building, you can have a panoramic view of Shangjiang City. But it is not easy to get to the top floor, as the building has already been occupied by zombies. Roar! Lin Yuan calmly looked at the dozens of zombies rushing over from the first floor and summoned his armor without panic. He quickly took out the alloy sword and stabbed the nearby zombie. The sword stabbed into the zombie's heart, temporarily rendering it unable to move for a few seconds. With a swish, Lin Yuan quickly took out the sword and accurately cut a cut on the zombie's forehead. Snap! A crystal fell to the ground. Lin Yuan picked it up quickly, and with a thought, it was instantly put into the space. You have obtained a primary crystal, and the 100-fold critical strike is in effect. Congratulations on obtaining 100 primary crystals. Attributes none. Hearing the attribute prompt, Lin Yuan's mouth curled up slightly. Yao Yao and Fong Ling soon joined the battle. It is much easier for people with special abilities to deal with zombies than ordinary people, not to mention that there are 2 level 3 special abilities present. Sizzle. Yao Yao stood in place, controlling lightning with both hands to attack the zombies. The zombie struck by lightning fell to the ground with just one blow. Meow. Coke screamed and moved, and the forehead of the zombie that had just fallen was quickly cut by its claws, and the crystals inside fell out. The man and the cat worked well together and quickly dealt with more than a dozen zombies. Although Fong Ling's efficiency was slow, he still killed nearly 10 zombies. He looked towards Lin Yuan and was shocked. Just 1 second ago, I saw Lin Yuan picking up crystals in front of me, and the next second, I saw Lin Yuan already at the elevator door. He was just thinking about it when Yao Yao walked from his sight to Lin Yuan's side. Is it all so fast? Fong Ling was stunned for a moment, then hurriedly followed. Lin Yuan stood in front of the elevator door. Although the elevator light was on, Lin Yuan had pressed the button several times, and the elevator did not move at all. Let's take the stairs. It seems that the elevator is no longer usable. Although taking the stairs is a bit troublesome, it is the only other option. Just as Lin Yuan was about to walk towards the stairwell, Fong Ling suddenly spoke. Brother, the elevator is coming down. Fong Ling stood in front of the elevator door and said as he looked at the gradually decreasing numbers. When Lin Yuan turned around, the elevator had just reached the first floor. His heart was shaken, and he shouted, "Get out of the way!" This sound woke Fong Ling up, and just before the elevator door opened, he quickly moved to a nearby place. Bang! And right where he was just now, he was stepped on by a zombie that rushed out from inside. Fong Ling stood not far away, looking at the huge zombie, and swallowed silently. What happened to him just now? He just stood there in a daze. If Lin Yuan hadn't shouted, he would probably have turned into mud by now. The zombie was as tall as two people, and its entire body was stuck in the middle of the elevator door. The elevator wanted to close, but couldn't. Its arms were resting on the elevator door, and the rotten flesh on its body was dripping onto the ground in small pieces, looking very disgusting. Yao Yao took a look, and her expression changed. Vomit! She couldn't help it and turned around and vomited. Hearing the sound, the zombie turned and looked towards her position. Lin Yuan looked at the zombies and was slightly stunned. One of this zombie's eyes is actually a crystal, and this crystal also has a faint purple hue. Purple crystals? Careful! Fong Ling's voice came over. Lin Yuan withdrew his attention, looked up and saw a large zombie standing in front of him, raising his hand. Thump! Lin Yuan looked at the hand raised high, and his brain started to move. But for some reason, he couldn't move his body. Bite! A shadow crystal was detected. Bite! A spiritual crystal was detected. 2 crystals. There are not only shadow crystals, but also spiritual crystals. The system's voice sounded very timely, and it immediately pulled Lin Yuan's consciousness back. Lin Yuan quickly took a few steps back, hugged Yao Yao's waist, and moved aside. Boom! The zombie slammed his fist heavily on the ground, making a loud noise and thick smoke. When the smoke cleared, a big hole appeared on the ground. If that punch had landed on Lin Yuan, he would have been crushed to death. No matter how many pieces of armor he wore, it couldn't save his life. Lin Yuankai put Yao Yao down, and the zombies had already started moving. Oops! Lin Yuan felt something was wrong, so he quickly raised his hand and tore open a hole in the air, then quickly pulled Yao Yao in. The next second after the two left, the zombies appeared in their place and punched them hard again. Boom! A deep pit appeared before my eyes. At this time, Lin Yuan and Yao Yao also walked out of a space door not far away. Lin Yuan, what should we do? Beads of sweat appeared on Yao Yao's forehead. She also knew that the zombies this time were different from the previous ones. This time the zombies are very powerful. Lin Yuan gritted his teeth and whispered a few words to Yao Yao. She didn't say the 3 words, it will work, but swallowed them back. Right now, I'm afraid this is the only method. Yao Yao nodded and walked to the side. Chapter 64 Coke has been upgraded. When she walked, just as Lin Yuan said, the zombies only had eyes for him. These are Lin Yuan's guesses. Since the zombie already has 2 crystals, one can imagine how high the IQ of this zombie is. And at the scene, the only thing it didn't have was the crystallization between him and Yao Yao. He guessed that the zombies would want the offspring of the 2 of them more. Judging from the previous 2 attacks, the zombie's first target was him. After Yao Yao walked away from him, the zombies kept staring at him. Lin Yuan was completely unfamiliar with this psychic ability. It was just as if he and the zombie looked at each other for 2 seconds. Thump! Lin Yuan's heart trembled. Here we go again. That feeling of being unable to move has started again. Is this the condition for triggering psychic abilities? If the system gave another prompt at this time, Lin Yuan would be able to break free. But how could there be such a coincidence? Lin Yuan gritted his teeth. The zombies had already started to move, but he was unable to move at all. Fong Ling saw this scene from a distance and saw that the zombies were about to kill Lin Yuan. He moved and pushed Lin Yuan out before the zombies could do anything. Lin Yuan was pushed out safely, but Fong Ling's speed was still slower than that of the zombies. The zombie's punch still hit one of his calves. Fong Ling slumped on the ground, covering his calf with a distorted expression. His calf was bleeding profusely and was completely disabled. You! Lin Yuan looked at his calf and was shocked. He didn't expect that Fong Ling would rush over to save him regardless of his own life. But Fong Ling gritted his teeth and said to Lin Yuan, "This is to pay you back." After saying this, Fong Ling tore off his clothes with difficulty and wrapped his calves. Before Lin Yuan could reply, the zombies rushed over. He held a few space blades in his hands and quickly threw them at the zombies. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As several space blades were thrown out, the zombies began to move again. Shadow zombies are extremely difficult to deal with. They have extremely strong dodging abilities. If you can't catch them when they are weak, you will probably be beaten. Lin Yuan raised his hand and pulled open the space door on the side, walking before the zombies rush over. The zombies stood at the place where Lin Yuan had originally stood, shaking his head. The next second, Lin Yuan appeared from behind him, holding an alloy sword in his hand, and quickly stabbed the zombie in the back. Too high. Lin Yuan originally wanted to stab the heart, but unfortunately, this zombie was as tall as two people. The heart is located above the head. Roar! The zombie screamed in pain. Lin Yuan is not clear about the spiritual abilities, and correspondingly, the zombies are not clear about the spatial abilities. It never expected that Lin Yuan would appear from behind it. The zombie roared and quickly turned back. Seeing this, Lin Yuan quickly pulled back the alloy sword. He tore open another hole and appeared behind the zombie. This time, he chose to pinch out several space blades and shot them straight at the back of the zombie's neck. The plan was very successful. When the space blade pierced the back of the zombie's neck, the zombie shook all over and remained in the air for 2 seconds. Good opportunity. Yao Yao! Lin Yuan shouted. Yao Yao appeared in front of the zombie at the right time. She quickly activated the lightning and rushed directly towards the crystal on the zombie's eyes. Bang! The shadow crystal fell steadily to the ground. The zombie endured the pain, and when he saw the shadow crystal fallen on the ground, he reached out to pick it up and put it back. Seeing this, Lin Yuan shouted hurriedly. Cola! Cola meowed, moved his body, and quickly snatched the shadow crystal on the ground before the zombie's hand touched it. The trouble for big guys is that it is extremely difficult to bend down. If this zombie was not a big guy, it would have picked up the crystal. The crystals in the zombie's eyes were gone, leaving only a hole on its face. It roared loudly, very annoyed. Looking at his appearance, Lin Yuan thought it was just the sound of an angry zombie. But unexpectedly, the next second, countless zombies began to swarm out from the surroundings. Depend on, this guy knows how to call his teammates. Lin Yuan's face changed, and he slowly stepped back, leaning against the crowd. If Xiaohei were here at this moment, it would only take a second to deal with these zombies. But now, Xiaohei is not here. This made things very tricky. Lin Yuan and his companions were surrounded by zombies that were slowly walking towards them. Even outside the door of the building, there were countless zombies knocking on the glass door. It's just a matter of time before you can break the glass door and get in. 2 shadow types, 1 lightning type, plus 1 space type. Lin Yuan had a headache. Although I'm not sure, an idea has already popped up in my mind, and I have to give it a try. Lin Yuan immediately tore open a space door in front of him and turned to say to Yao Yao, "Use your lightning to attack here." Attack towards a gap in space? Yao Yao was slightly stunned, but still did as Lin Yuan said. She gathered all her lightning and attacked the open space door. At the moment when all the lightning entered, Lin Yuan's consciousness moved, and he gently pinched the top of the zombie's head with his fingers. A space gate suddenly appeared above the zombies' heads. Boom! Bolts of lightning struck down from the space gate like sickles. Seeing a large number of zombies falling down, Lin Yuan felt happy. It really works. If we continue like this, it's only a matter of time before we get rid of these zombies. Turning around, Lin Yuan was about to tell Yao Yao the good news. But Yao Yao's face had already turned pale, and she was breathing heavily. The thunder and lightning just now had consumed all her energy. What she needs most at this moment is recovery. Lin Yuan quickly took out 2 primary crystals and handed them to Yao Yao. Absorb these, and you will recover. Fong Ling, who was standing nearby, was confused when he saw this scene. How many crystals are there here? It seems like it will never run out. Yao Yao nodded and took the crystal. Even if there are crystals, it will take time for Yao Yao to absorb and recover. Just then, Coke came over, jumped lightly, and stood on Lin Yuan's shoulder. The magical thing is that when Coke stood on his shoulders, Lin Yuan didn't feel any weight. Meow. Coke shouted and put the shadow crystal in his mouth into Lin Yuan's hand. The next second, Coke jumped forward lightly and landed on the ground. What happened to Coke next surprised Lin Yuan even more. With every step Coke took, its body began to change noticeably, gradually starting to grow bigger. In the end, it turned into the same height and size as the psycho zombie. Meow. Coke yelled, and it seemed like the whole building could hear it. It gently scraped the zombies on the ground with its claws. All the zombie heads that were scratched by it fell to the ground. Coke has been upgraded. Lin Yuan looked at Coke in shock. The next moment, the image of the shadow cat demon from his previous life flashed through his mind. Coke and that cat demon are becoming more and more alike. Chapter 65, I Can Heal You. Now is not the time to think about this. While Coke was dealing with the primary zombies, he was also dealing with this spiritual zombie. Lin Yuan stood aside, constantly holding the space blade and attacking the forehead of the spiritual zombie. As long as the spiritual crystal is taken out, the zombie will lose its life. But it's not that simple. A level 3 space blade can easily kill zombies below level 3. But to this spiritual zombie, his space blade is like air. Every time the spatial blade was about to pierce the zombie's forehead, it seemed to hit a barrier and stopped a few centimeters away from the forehead. Then it fell to the ground. Lin Yuan looked at the space blade that fell to the ground again, without having time to study it. The glass door of the building suddenly made a shattering sound. Zombies are coming. Lin Yuan looked over quickly, and when he saw that familiar face, his heart was shocked. It's the body in warehouse number 1. The corpse was already wearing clothes at this time. It looked coldly at the spiritual zombies, and under its feet were the corpses of primary zombies. Then it walked towards the spiritual zombie. The psychic zombie was struggling with Coke and didn't notice what was happening behind him. When the corpse came behind it, a terrifying aura instantly emanated. Thump! Fong Ling groaned and fell to his knees on the ground uncontrollably. The same was true for Yao Yao standing next to her. But only Lin Yuan was standing there intact. Roar! The psychic zombie roared, and the Coke in front of it was slowly shrinking. Its face gradually began to turn red, and its head slowly turned behind it, but its body stood still. Snap! The zombie's head twisted 360 degrees. The corpse was standing next to the zombie. It raised its hand and snapped its fingers. With a plop, the head of the mental zombie rolled to its feet. It squatted slightly and gently stroked its forehead with its fingers, revealing a crystal with a faint yellow light. Da-da-da! It was wearing leather shoes that were one size larger than its previous size, holding a crystal in its hand, and walked towards Lin Yuan. This corpse, so strong. Lin Yuan looked at the corpse and was unable to move. The corpse walked in front of him, moved its face closer, sniffed Lin Yuan's body. Then its eyes lit up and the corners of its mouth rose slightly. Immediately afterwards, it actually handed the spiritual crystal in its hand to Lin Yuan. Looking at the crystal handed over to him, Lin Yuan was slightly stunned. Why did this corpse give him crystals? While still thinking, Lin Yuan raised his hand unconsciously. Lin Yuan took the crystal from the corpse's hand. The moment his hand touched the corpse's hand, he felt a biting coldness. Psychological system. The only supernatural power that can control people is mental power. Lin Yuan was very shocked. He kept his hand outstretched until the corpse left, then his hand returned to his control. Call! Looking at the body that had disappeared, Lin Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. He lowered his eyes to look at the spiritual crystal in his hand, very confused. Is this corpse an enemy or a friend? If it was an enemy, Lin Yuan would die instantly with just a slight move. But friends, what is its intention? Lin Yuan's consciousness moved, and he put the 2 crystals in his hand into the space. You have obtained an intermediate crystal, and the 100-fold critical strike is taking effect. Congratulations on obtaining 100 intermediate crystals. It has taken effect. Attribute: Shadow. You have obtained an intermediate crystal, and the 100-fold critical strike is taking effect. Congratulations on obtaining 100 intermediate crystals. Attribute: Spiritual. Immediately afterwards, Lin Yuan settled Yao Yao and Fong Ling to rest aside. Then he dug out the crystals of the fallen zombies one by one. Taking advantage that all the zombies around him had been eliminated and no new ones would come for the time being, he hurriedly collected the crystals on the ground. You have obtained 160 primary crystals, and the 100-fold critical strike is in effect. Congratulations on obtaining 16,000 intermediate crystals. Attributes none. Afterwards, Lin Yuan hurried to collect the crystals at the entrance of the building. You have obtained 60 primary crystals, and the 100-fold critical strike is in effect. Congratulations on obtaining 6,000 intermediate crystals. Attributes none. Lin Yuan didn't even see how the corpse attacked the zombies outside the door, but a large number of zombies outside the door had already fallen down. That corpse was too strong. Lin Yuan put the crystals away. I had originally planned to go to the rooftop to take a look, but after this battle, the combat power here had been damaged. Lin Yuan didn't know the situation upstairs, so he didn't dare to continue going upstairs with the wounded. Let's go back first, Lin Yuan said to Yao Yao and Fong Ling. Are you going back now? Yao Yao took a step forward and said. Lin Yuan glanced at Fong Ling and nodded. Following Lin Yuan's gaze, Yao Yao knew that he had guessed what he was worried about, so she swallowed back what she wanted to say. Let's go. Yao Yao lowered her eyes and replied. This time, she originally thought that she could follow Lin Yuan to collect more crystals. But I didn't expect that I would encounter such a tough guy just a few hours after I came out. After all, her strength is not enough. She wants to go back and absorb more crystals. Lin Yuan stepped forward and helped Fong Ling up. That? Fong Ling whispered, thank you. Listening to Fong Ling's thanks, Lin Yuan said nothing. Instead, he kept supporting him and moving forward. Lin Yuan drove the car and took everyone back home. As soon as the door was opened, Qing Shu turned around and saw Fong Ling's injuries. The smile on her face froze in an instant. Fong Ling. Qing Shu ran up anxiously. She squatted down and looked at her bleeding calf, not knowing what to do. Little sister. Fong Ling looked at Qing Shu and wanted to comfort her, but she interrupted him. Don't worry, I can heal you. Qing Shu said this, closing her eyes and placing her hands on Fong Ling's calves. As her consciousness moved, a faint green light emanated from under her hands. Lin Yuan folded his arms across his chest, leaned against the wall, and watched silently. The healing system was only at level 2, and Fong Ling's injury was a broken bone. Can it be cured? Just as Lin Yuan thought, Qing Shu's healing ability was only level 2. It could only stop Fong Ling's bleeding and heal the external wounds. But her current abilities were not enough to heal the wounds that had penetrated deep into her bones. What to do? Qing Shu tried again and again to heal Fong Ling's calf, but to no avail. Fong Ling looked at Qing Shu's appearance and said with great pity, Little sister, it's okay, it's just a small problem. As he spoke, Fong Ling rubbed Qing Shu's hair. But, before Qing Shu finished speaking, Lin Yuan, who was standing by, looked at her calmly and took out 2 healing crystals. Absorb it, Lin Yuan said coldly. He still had some doubts about this couple. 2 crystals. Let's see if Qing Shu's healing system can be upgraded. Even if it is upgraded, can the 3rd-level healing system heal deep injuries? Chapter 66 Mutated Zombies. Qing Shu's eyes were filled with tears. She bit her lip and took the crystal that Lin Yuan handed over. Thanks. She gritted her teeth and said thank you. Turning around, Qing Shu said to Fong Ling, Wait for me. I'll be right back. Fong Ling nodded. Qing Shu took the 2 crystals in her hands and walked into a room nearby. And just before she walked into the room, she turned back and looked at Fong Ling intentionally or unintentionally. When Lin Yuan looked in Qing Shu's direction, Qing Shu had just closed the door. Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly and glanced at Fong Ling. Then he tugged at Li Bin's clothes and took him to the side. I'll go back. If anything goes wrong, or if Qing Shu comes out and cures Fong Ling, let me know immediately. After he finished speaking, Li Bin's face became serious for a second, and he agreed to what Lin Yuan asked. Lin Yuan brought Yao Yao and a cat and a dog back home. Sorry. As soon as she entered the door, Yao Yao gently pulled the corner of Lin Yuan's clothes and whispered. Lin Yuan turned his head, looked at Yao Yao blankly, and asked, Why did you apologize? He held Yao Yao's face and looked at her worriedly. Yao Yao's existence gave him a different feeling in the Doomsday world. This was something he had never felt in his previous life. Yao Yao looked up at him with aggrieved eyes and hugged Lin Yuan directly. It's all my fault. If I were stronger, we wouldn't have to come back so soon. Hearing this, Lin Yuan smiled helplessly. He rubbed Yao Yao's head and said gently, What are you talking about? I don't blame you. After saying that, he picked up Yao Yao and carried her back to the room. He carefully put Yao Yao on the bed and covered her with a quilt. Lin Yuan sat on the edge of the bed and said, Just take a good rest first, Don't force yourself. He raised his hand and gently stroked Yao Yao's brow, feeling itchy in his heart. There was a hint of red in Yao Yao's eyes, and she hummed softly. If the end of the world had not come, perhaps this would not have been possible for him and Yao Yao. Lin Yuan didn't leave the room until Yao Yao fell asleep. He didn't close the door, fearing that something unexpected might happen. After leaving the room, Lin Yuan sat on the sofa in the living room and took out 10 space crystals from the space at once. Inside the room, the light from outside the window was blocked by the curtains, and no light could be seen at all. The white color emitted by the space crystal in Lin Yuan's palm is much warmer than the yellow one. Lin Yuan absorbed the 10 space crystals one by one without hesitation. After eating 10 pills, Lin Yuan didn't feel any discomfort. Is it because the limit has risen? Lin Yuan was stunned for a moment, then took out another 40 space crystals at once. He only has 100 space crystals. After eating them all, he doesn't know whether he will encounter mutated space zombies. After absorbing 20 pills, Lin Yuan's body began to react. Lin Yuan cried out in pain. He covered his lower abdomen and rolled to the ground in pain. In less than a minute, Lin Yuan's forehead was already covered with sweat. It hurts so much. This time it hurts more than any other time. It seems like it's going to take his life. Lin Yuansheng held his stomach in pain and bit his lips hard not to make any sound, for fear of disturbing Yao Yao, who was resting in the room. After about half an hour, the pain in Lin Yuan's body disappeared. Call! Lin Yuan let out a long sigh and stood up. He twisted his body, and it immediately made crackling sounds. Comfortable. Lin Yuan sighed and looked at the remaining 20 crystals on the sofa. It probably hasn't reached the limit yet. Lin Yuan guessed. The next second, Lin Yuan picked up the crystal on the sofa and continued to absorb it. This time, every time Lin Yuan absorbed one, his body began to make crackling sounds. Every time he absorbed one, Lin Yuan's body felt like it was being scraped by a knife. As for the remaining 20 crystals, as long as there is no upper limit, Lin Yuan is determined to absorb them all. Lin Yuan absorbed the crystals one by one, and his whole body was covered in sweat, as if he had been through mountains of swords and seas of fire. His face turned red, and his arms also turned red. His legs were unable to move, and he couldn't even move them a little. Lin Yuan maintained the feeling of pain until he had absorbed all 20 crystals. After absorbing the last crystal, Lin Yuan felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders, and his whole body suddenly felt relaxed. Bite! It has been detected that your space ability has been upgraded to level 4. Now, enable the system's third function to be discovered. Function 3, understand yourself and the other person. It can detect one's own condition, as well as the opponent's physical fitness, ability type and level, etc. Can only be used 3 times a day. This function 3, Lin Yuan was stunned for a moment and quickly shifted his attention to himself. His hands were actually trembling slightly, and the muscles on his arms were very obvious. In terms of physical fitness, he has improved a lot. Lin Yuan's mouth curled up slightly. The feelings of these 4 levels are just different. So, what about skills? Lin Yuan's consciousness moved, and he grasped a space blade in his hand. He walked to the window, leaned against it, and carefully lifted a corner of the curtain. There were already quite a few zombies on the streets, and soon, Lin Yuan's sight fell on a huge zombie. System, explore. Lin Yuan called out the system. With a ding sound, something like a panel appeared in front of Lin Yuan. Level 4 zombies. Attribute, lightning. Unknown skills. It really is a mutated zombie. Lin Yuan's heart moved, and the space blade in his hand moved slightly. He aimed at the 4th level zombie, through the open corner, and shot out. In just less than 3 seconds, the space blade pierced through the forehead of the level 4 zombie. A glowing crystal fell from its forehead. A spatial blade instantly killed the level 4 zombie. Powerful! Lin Yuan's heart was shocked. Just when he was about to pick up the lightning crystal, a dazed zombie walked towards the lightning crystal. He actually picked up the crystal on the ground and held it in his hand. This is... Lin Yuan's eyes followed the zombie. The zombie kept walking forward and disappeared from his sight after entering the alley. In the room, Yao Yao exuded a cool feeling all over her body. She sat up from the bed and gasped for breath while looking at the surroundings. She had only slept for less than an hour, but the dream she had left her breathless. Since the end of the world, I only feel at ease when I sleep with Lin Yuan. She lay down again and when she closed her eyes, all she saw were the faces of zombies. Can't sleep. Yao Yao sat up helplessly. Looking at the dark environment around her, she felt a sense of emptiness. There was a pair of slippers beside the bed, but she didn't put them on. Instead, she stepped directly on the floor. She touched the wall and walked out slowly. Lin Yuan opened a corner of the curtain, letting in a beam of light. Chapter 67. Hunting Zombies. Lin Yuan. Yao Yao spoke softly. Lin Yuan heard the voice and turned around. He pulled the curtains and walked towards Yao Yao. Why did you wake up? As he spoke, Lin Yuan held Yao Yao in his arms. Yao Yao gently hugged Lin Yuan's back, rested her chin on his shoulder, and let out a long sigh. Suddenly, Yao Yao felt something and said in surprise, "You upgraded?" Lin Yuan smiled faintly and let Yao Yao go. He nodded. "Just now, it's level 4. Yao Yao showed a trace of regret on her face. In the time it took her to sleep for a while, Lin Yuan had already surpassed her by 1 level. After hesitating for a moment, Yao Yao extended her hand to Lin Yuan. "Lin Yuan, I think I can do it." Lin Yuan was slightly stunned. He took out 10 crystals from the space and placed them in her hands. "Do what you can," Lin Yuan instructed. Yao Yao held the 10 crystals tightly in her hand and turned to walk into the room. She must be strong enough so as not to drag Lin Yuan down. At this time, in Changjiang City, in a rental house. Call! A woman was wearing high heels, with heavy makeup on her face and a professional women's suit on her upper body. The top 2 buttons were undone, revealing her underwear vaguely. She was standing in front of the window, holding a cigarette between 2 fingers and slowly blowing out smoke rings. "These zombies are growing faster and faster," she said calmly, staring at the zombies outside the window. Behind her, a man was sitting on the sofa, holding the TV remote control in his hand, pressing it impatiently at the TV that was making rustling sounds. The woman turned around and looked at the man coldly. "This crappy TV is broken like this. Can't you just be quiet?" After saying this, the woman looked at him with disdain and crushed the cigarette, but in her hand on the table beside her. She crossed her legs and sat on the bed beside her. In the room, a figure slowly walked out from the darkness. He reached out, took the remote control from the man's hand, and put it aside. "Xiaoyang, stop making trouble. Your sister looks down on you." The man he called Xiaoyang was stunned, looked at his empty hands and sighed. He casually said, "It's been a week. I don't watch TV, and I don't know what's going on outside. What else can I do? All we do all day is kill these zombies. We're almost out of food." Click! The woman crossed her legs and gently kicked the pile of crystals beside her. Although the crystals in the room were piled up into a small hill, all of them were primary crystals. Xiaoyang looked towards the voice and raised his eyes to meet the woman's. He pulled the corner of his mouth helplessly, shrugged, leaned back on the sofa, and muttered, "Just the facts." The man standing next to Xiaoyang patted him on the shoulder, and seeing the awkward atmosphere, he quickly spoke. "Don't quarrel. It's time for us to go out and collect things." After he finished speaking, the man stretched, yawned, picked up the knife beside him, and led the way out of the room. The woman picked up the dagger from the bed, lifted her skirt covering her shoes, and inserted the dagger into the slot next to her shoes. Xiaoyang looked at the 2 of them and sighed helplessly. While packing his things, he picked up a few crystals on the ground and stuffed them into the backpack on his back. He muttered something and walked out of the room. After they walked out of the room, an old man, sitting in a rocking chair, slowly opened his eyes. After Yao Yao took the 10 crystals back to the room, she began to absorb them. The door was not closed, and Lin Yuan sat on the sofa in the living room, observing Yao Yao's situation. "Meow." Kailei walked over and rubbed Lin Yuan's ankle with his head. "Coke, please," Lin Yuan said as he picked up Coke. Seeing Coke's aggrieved look, Lin Yuan smiled helplessly, guessing that this guy was probably hungry. With a thought, he took out 10 shadow crystals from the space and placed them in front of Coke. When Coke saw the crystals, his eyes lit up. Lin Yuan smiled faintly and put down the Coke. As soon as Cola was settled here, Xiaohei came over in a hurry. Just now, when Lin Yuan was crystallizing Coke, Xiaohei had been watching eagerly from the side. How can it not have what Coke has? Xiaohei made a low humming sound of dissatisfaction and imitated Coke, rubbing his head and body against Lin Yuan. "These 2 guys," Lin Yuan complained and took out 20 primary crystals. So far, no zombie with the same attributes as Xiaohei has been seen. If he could encounter one and collect the crystals on the zombie's forehead, Xiaohei's upgrade would probably be faster. When Xiaohei saw the crystal, he ran over and brought back his dog bowl. It placed it carefully on the ground and watched Lin Yuan put the crystal into the dog bowl. Xiaohei happily turned around a few times before starting to absorb the crystals. About an hour later, the cat and dog in the living room absorbed the crystals and fell asleep. When Lin Yuan looked into the room, all 10 crystals in front of Yao Yao had been absorbed. At this moment, she was exhausted and fell asleep on the bed. Lin Yuan stood up and walked into the room. He carefully picked up Yao Yao again, put her back on the bed, and let her sleep straight. Only after covering Yao Yao with a quilt did he walk out. Just as I walked out of the room, there was a knock on the door, accompanied by Li Bin's voice. "Brother Lin, it's me." Lin Yuan walked over. What Lin Yuan didn't know was that a second before the knock on the door, Kola, who was sleeping on the sofa, opened his eyes slightly. It closed its eyes only after Lin Yuan opened the door for Li Bin. "Brother Lin." Li Bin's eyes lit up when he saw Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan hummed, nodded, and brought Li Bin in. After coming in, Li Bin told Lin Yuan what he had just been told. That Qingshu girl, after coming out, still couldn't heal the young man's injuries. Listening to Li Bin's words, Lin Yuan nodded. It was not cured, which was expected. I'm afraid a few crystals failed to upgrade. If upgraded, Fong Ling's minor injury would only be healed by Qingshu moving her fingers. But at present, Qingshu cannot be upgraded. Lin Yuan's eyes dimmed, and then he looked up at Li Bin. The time for the second batch of awakenings is almost here, and it's time for Li Bin's werewolf attributes to arrive. If anything seems wrong with you recently, come to me in time. Li Bin was stunned. What could possibly make him uncomfortable? Although he didn't understand what Brother Lin was talking about, he still nodded and agreed. 10 days passed quickly, and during this period, Lin Yuan had been hunting zombies outside. However, all the zombies encountered during this period were primary zombies. Even the second-level zombies were only 3, and these 3 zombies have primary crystals on their bodies. Chapter 68 Brother Lin is helping them. "Brother Lin, come and check on Li Bin's condition." There were bursts of knocks on the door. Lin Yuan suddenly woke up from his sleep, opened the door at an extremely fast speed, put his index finger in front of his mouth, and stifled Sun Lan's voice. Although the zombies nearby have been almost cleared out by Lin Yuan recently, he has no way of guaranteeing that the zombies will not come from other places. It is better to be cautious. Sun Lan looked at the bloodshot in Lin Yuan's eyes and lowered her voice. "Brother Lin, my husband is not in a good condition. Li Bin's mutation actually started early in the morning. Does the second awakening time vary from person to person?" Lin Yuan nodded, closed the door carefully, and followed Sun Lan back home. As soon as he pushed the door open, Lin Yuan was shocked by the mess on the floor. Next came Li Bin, who was kneeling on the ground. He looked extremely painful, and even his hands had begun to turn into wolf-like shapes. "Lin, Brother Lin." There was a hint of wolf in Li Bin's voice. Looking at this situation, Lin Yuan felt something was wrong. In his previous life, he did not see Li Bin awaken. But on the day Li Bin awakened, he went out for a while, and when he came back, he told himself that he had awakened. Sun Lan stood aside, frowned, and asked Lin Yuan for help. "Brother Lin, look at Li Bin's condition. Please help him." Seeing Li Bin's painful expression, Sun Lan felt very distressed. She tried to move forward, but was beaten back by Li Bin. After struggling, Li Bin asked her to call Lin Yuan, and she did so. Lin Yuan frowned. He can't help with this. He can only help guard the door. If any accident happens, he can help to prevent it. There is absolutely no problem with Li Bin's awakening this time. Becoming an awakened person is also the path he must take. Sister Sun Lan, don't worry. Li Bin will be fine. I'll be watching him here. As he spoke, Lin Yuan sat down at the side, just a few steps away from Li Bin. Ouch! Li Bin began to transform completely into a werewolf, raised his head, and let out a wolf howl. After Li Bin completely transformed into a werewolf, he became out of control and began to attack things around him. Half an hour later, Li Bin gradually became sober. He looked at the messy environment around him and was stunned. Then he turned around, looked at Lin Yuan, who was sitting next to him safely, and spoke. "Brother Lin, I..." Before he finished speaking, Lin Yuan stood up with relief and said to him, "Congratulations, you have awakened successfully." "I awakened successfully." Li Bin shouted excitedly. He finally woke up. Seeing that everyone around him had superpowers, he was often unable to help Brother Lin. He felt itchy just by looking at it. Now he finally woke up. "Very good. Li Bin lowered his eyes and looked at his werewolf state. Then he hurried to look in the mirror. After a while, he came out with a frown on his brow. But, Brother Lin, how should I resolve this? Lin Yuan smiled helplessly and said, use your consciousness to look at it and think about how you want to become your original self. Li Bin hummed, closed his eyes, and frowned. After a while, the werewolf form on his body slowly retreated. When Li Bin's werewolf form completely retreated, he looked at Lin Yuan with surprise. Brother Lin, I did it. Lin Yuan looked at him and coughed lightly. Sun Lan, who was standing aside, looked at Li Bin and her face turned slightly red. Li Bin touched his head, looked down, and his face suddenly turned red. When he just turned into a werewolf, all the clothes he was wearing were torn to pieces. At this moment, he was standing naked in front of Lin Yuan and Sun Lan. I'm going to get dressed. Li Bin said this and ran away quickly. Li Bin in this life is not like the one in the previous life. In the previous life, Li Bin was destroyed by the tide of zombies just after he awakened his werewolf abilities. At present, Li Bin has sufficient physical strength and crystal supply. Seeing Li Bin coming out after changing his clothes, Lin Yuan planned to take Li Bin out for some experience and try out his werewolf abilities at the same time. He immediately told Li Bin about the plan, and Li Bin agreed immediately after hearing it. After Lin Yuan arranged Sun Lan to stay in the same room with Yao Yao, he prepared to take Li Bin out. Brother Lin, just as I closed the door, I heard Qing Shu's voice behind me. Lin Yuan and Li Bin looked back and saw Qing Shu supporting Fong Ling and walking slowly towards them. Fong Ling's injuries have almost recovered during this period of time, and he has no problem walking normally. After spending some time with Lin Yuan and his group, the two of them realized that Lin Yuan did not intend to treat them as slaves. Their impression of Lin Yuan also became better and better. After all, they were eating other people's food without contributing anything, so it was inevitable that they felt a little uncomfortable. Qing Shu gently pinched Fong Ling's arm. Fong Ling took a step forward and said to Lin Yuan, Brother Lin, are you going out? Take us with you. Fong Ling is still injured, but it's time to use Qing Shu's healing skills in actual combat. Healing is like the presence of a mage in the team. Let's go. Lin Yuan left a word and turned away. The two men's eyes lit up and they hurriedly followed. Li Bin followed Lin Yuan, moved closer, and whispered, Brother Lin, the young man is still injured. Are you sure you want him to go with us? As he spoke, Li Bin stretched out his hand and squeezed out his muscles. Brother Lin, with my muscles alone, I can definitely beat 10 zombies at once. Looking at Li Bin's actions, Lin Yuan smiled faintly. They will have to cooperate with us sooner or later. Taking them out is helping them. It would definitely be a good idea to take them out for more training while the zombies nowadays are still low-level zombies. I'm afraid they will be able to survive when the zombie outbreak comes. Li Bin listened to Lin Yuan's words, nodded, and felt that what Lin Yuan said made sense. In this doomsday world, only by becoming strong can you have a chance to survive. Brother Lin is helping them. With a few people, Lin Yuan didn't need to drive and went all the way from the apartment to the center of the largest square. Huff! Li Bin is transformed into a werewolf. He looks at the corpses of the zombies around him with excitement in his eyes. It's so cool. Normally, he had to chop down the zombies one by one, but now that he had transformed into a werewolf, he only needed to slap them, and their heads would explode. Li Bin shouted and rushed towards the new zombies that were pouring in. Lin Yuan stood in place, holding a dozen space blades in his hands, and shot them towards the group of zombies. After a while, dozens of zombies were skewered by Lin Yuan's space blade. Just like a bunch of barbecue skewers, they were nailed to the wall. He swung out another space blade, heading straight for the zombie's forehead. Snap! Just as the space blade touched the crystal fell from the zombie's forehead. Although Fong Ling was injured, Lin Yuan still lent him the alloy sword. As long as he doesn't move too much and touch the wounds on his joints, his injuries won't recur. The reason why I was able to recover so quickly was thanks to Qing Shu's healing skills. Chapter 69, he seems to be dying. Swish, swish, swish. Fong Ling held the alloy sword in his hand and quickly killed more than a dozen zombies. Ah! Qing Shu stood there when a zombie suddenly rushed up from behind her. She screamed with fear on her face. The next second, Fong Ling flashed in front of her and stabbed out with the alloy sword without hesitation. Taking advantage of the few seconds when the zombie lost its ability to move, he quickly took out the crystal on the zombie's forehead. It's all right. Fong Ling spoke gently to Qing Shu. Not far away, Li Bin had just dealt with the zombies in front of him. Seeing this scene, he couldn't help but feel jealous. He walked up to Lin Yuan and complained. This young couple is really the envy of others. Lin Yuan answered while picking up the crystals on the ground. Now that you say that, I have to tell Sister Sun Lan. Hearing this, Li Bin quickly closed his mouth and hummed a little tune aside. Just when several people were about to finish work, Li Bin suddenly shouted, "Hello!" The old man who was running over from the side heard Li Bin's voice, and without caring about anything else, he picked up the crystal on the ground and ate it. Not enough. One is not enough. The old man muttered to himself as he picked up 2 crystals from the side. After he swallowed them, he showed a satisfied look. After a while, the old man's body began to change into that of a young man. Li Bin was dumbfounded when he saw this scene. Lin Yuan was watching from the side, but he wasn't concerned about this. But it was this person who ate the fruits of their hard work. Still 3. As soon as the man turned into a young man, a zombie rushed out from an alley not far away at an extremely fast speed. Come on, I'm not afraid of you now," the man said excitedly as he looked at the zombies rushing towards him. Then he picked up 2 crystals on the ground and put them into his mouth. The next second, his figure became as tall as a zombie. Boom! The man and the zombie collided directly. He used his elbow to hit the zombie's abdomen hard, and the rotten flesh in the zombie's abdomen was directly smashed and a big hole appeared. Roar! The zombie roared, opened its bloody mouth, and was about to bite the man. Just as the zombie was about to bite the man, he moved his body and not only dodged the zombie's mouth, but also broke the zombie's jaw with his backhand. "That won't do," the man said with a smile. Then he swung his fist and punched a big hole in the zombie's body. Just as the man was about to grab the zombie's forehead, the zombie suddenly disappeared from the spot. When she appeared again, she was already behind the man. "Oops!" the man shouted, and when he turned around, the zombie's fist had already hit him. Ah! With a scream, the man flew out. Boom! The man's entire huge body fell on the building nearby. It knocked down the building next to it. Oh my god, no way, what happened to the zombies these days? Why are they so fierce? The man coughed up a mouthful of blood and managed to stand up by supporting himself with his hands. Before he could stand firm, the zombies rushed up quickly. So fast. The man was shocked. He quickly rolled to the side and narrowly avoided the zombie's attack. Before he could react, the next zombie attack came head-on. The man's heart tightened, and he clenched his fist to block the zombie's fist head-on. The rotten flesh on the zombie's fist suddenly exploded. Taking advantage of the moment when the zombie's fist was broken, the man kicked the zombie hard on the body. The next second, the zombie flew backwards. As soon as the man stood up, his body shook violently. Not good. The time is almost up. Oh no, I can't beat this thing by myself. As he was thinking about it, the zombies slowly stood up and rushed towards him quickly. It's over. Damn it, why haven't those guys arrived yet? The man complained. Boom! He raised his hand and took the zombie's punch. In a hurry, he saw Lin Yuan, who was leisurely picking up the crystals on the ground. This guy. The fighting was so intense here, and he was just picking up crystals over there without caring about anything. The man's face turned dark, and he pushed the zombie in front of him away with force. He shouted loudly towards Lin Yuan. Hey, little brother, help me! The sound was very loud, so Lin Yuan naturally heard it, but he chose not to hear it. Lin Yuan picked up the crystals on the ground one by one, without any hurry. Hello! The man scolded. He could clearly feel that his body was gradually returning to its original state. I'm afraid that in less than a minute, he will turn back into the size of a normal human. At that time, the zombie's first target will definitely be himself. Hey, it's just crystals. If you help me, I'll give you as many crystals as you want. The man shouted loudly. If we don't help him, he's probably going to die here. Brother Lin, do you want to help that person? Li Bin looked at the man who was beginning to struggle and asked Lin Yuan sympathetically. Lin Yuan stood up straight and turned to face the man. He took a few steps forward, and when the man saw Lin Yuan's movements, his eyes suddenly lit up. Aren't you moved by the crystal? Just when the man thought Lin Yuan was going to rescue him, Lin Yuan just took a few steps, picked up the crystals on the ground, and put them into the space. You have obtained a primary crystal, and the 100-fold critical strike is in effect. Congratulations on obtaining 100 primary crystals. No attributes. Lin Yuan looked around and made sure that all the crystals had been picked up before he answered Li Bin. No, he just picked up my crystal. Not only did he pick up his crystal, he also absorbed it in front of him. After eating his food, you still want his help? It's simply a fantasy. Li Bin sighed and said helplessly, "But Brother Lin, he seems to be dying." Following Li Bin's words, Lin Yuan looked towards the man. Sure enough, the man's size had begun to shrink, and the zombie in front of him smiled even more proudly. The man looked at the zombie in front of him with despair and cursed. Damn it! The moment he finished speaking, he completely returned to human size. At the same time, a figure came quickly, and 3 gunshots rang out throughout the square. Hearing the voice, the man was stunned at first, and then the corners of his mouth slowly curled up. How slow? After saying that, the man saw a woman walking out from the side with a gun in her hand. Following behind her was a man. The man shouted at him, "Xiaoyang, you are walking too fast." Xiaoyang smiled helplessly at him. "It's slow enough." As he spoke, he touched his sore arm and complained, "If you guys come any later, I'm afraid I'll really die here." The man smiled and threw a primary crystal in front of Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang took it and ate it without hesitation. The woman standing in the front held a gun and fired several more shots at the zombie's forehead. Chapter 70, Wishful Thinking. Bang! The zombie moved and dodged the bullet. Shadow type? Interesting. The woman held the gun and raised the corner of her mouth. She put away the gun and took out the dagger hidden next to her shoe. Turning around, she said to the man, "Stop chatting and get to work." The man responded, took off his glasses and placed them on the ground. When he raised his eyes again, he seemed like a different person. His eyes revealed ferocity and viciousness. The 2 men moved and soon started fighting with the zombies. Xiaoyang felt relieved and sat down next to glasses. He took out a piece of chocolate from his pocket, ate it, and turned to look at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan stood there, his hands in his pockets, watching the fight in front of him quietly. Li Bin stood aside, watching the 2 people fighting with the zombies, and kept sighing. "Wow, Brother Lin, these 2 are so strong, especially the woman. If she hadn't practiced for decades, she wouldn't be able to use such a fierce move." Listening to Li Bin's words, Lin Yuan nodded silently. After about 5 minutes, seeing that the 2 were about to defeat the zombies, Lin Yuan walked to the side and squatted in front of Coke. He whispered something to Coke, who then meowed. Coke jumped lightly and left everyone's sight. When Lin Yuan walked back to Li Bin asked curiously, "Brother Lin, what did you say to Coke?" For some reason, the way he looked at Coke seemed very excited. Could it be something exciting? Li Bin scratched his head in confusion. Lin Yuan smiled mysteriously at Li Bin. "You'll know in a moment." Just as he finished speaking, there was a loud bang from the front. The huge zombie fell to the ground. "So fast," Li Bin said in surprise. Not far away, the woman stepped forward and gently cut the skin on the zombie's forehead with the dagger in her hand, just when she was about to take out the crystal inside. Suddenly, a black shadow flashed by like lightning. When the woman looked again, the zombie crystal had also disappeared. "Oh!" The woman shouted angrily. The woman looked back angrily and saw Lin Yuan, who was touching Coke's head. And in Coke's mouth was the crystal of zombies. "Bite!" Shadow crystals detected. Coke obediently placed the crystal in Lin Yuan's palm. Lin Yuan's heart moved, and the crystal in his hand was collected into the space. "You have obtained an intermediate crystal, and the 100-fold critical strike is taking effect. Congratulations on obtaining 100 intermediate crystals." Attribute: Shadow. What is lost must be taken back. Lin Yuan stroked Coke's fur with satisfaction. Li Bin, who was standing by, was stunned when he saw this scene. So this is what Brother Lin asked Kaylay to do. But it seems that the other party is very angry. Li Bin slowly turned his head and looked towards the woman. The woman was more than angry. She stared at Lin Yuan as if she wanted to kill him. "Give the crystal back," the woman scolded. Lin Yuan turned around and was about to leave, as if he didn't hear anything. "Call out." Just as Lin Yuan turned around, a dagger quickly attacked him from behind. Lin Yuan glanced at it calmly, tilted his head slightly, and dodged the dagger. Clang! After the dagger flew out, it hit an iron door and penetrated several centimeters deep. Looking at the dagger, Lin Yuan said calmly, "Your people took my things, so I should take some of your things. Isn't that right?" After saying this, Lin Yuan turned around and glanced coldly at Xiaoyang, who was sitting on the ground. The woman turned to look at Xiaoyang angrily. "What's going on?" They had been out for a day, and all they encountered along the way were low-level zombies. It was not easy to encounter such a mutated zombie. Even if you defeat the zombie, the crystal was taken away by others. How could she swallow this anger? Xiaoyang smiled awkwardly. "I just wanted a few of their primary crystals." The man walked to Xiaoyang, picked up the glasses on the ground, and put them back on. He said lightly, "How many?" Xiaoyang said timidly, "For I don't remember." Seeing that the woman was about to get angry, Xiaoyang quickly added, "This is an emergency. If I hadn't eaten these crystals, I would have died. Who told you to take so long?" Xiaoyang muttered the following words quietly, not daring to speak them out loud. "You're a piece of trash," the woman scolded. Turning around, she said to Lin Yuan, "It's just a few primary crystals. You return the crystals to us, and we will return the primary crystals to you." After saying that, the woman threw 6 primary crystals directly from her pocket onto the ground. Lin Yuan put his hands in his pockets and said disdainfully, "I want this one." When these words were spoken, the woman exploded. "You little brat, do you think your sister is a vegetarian?" The woman moved and rushed forward at an extremely fast speed. Lin Yuan watched the woman rushing up, and just when she was about to touch Lin Yuan, he calmly tore open a hole in the space on the side and stepped in. The next second, he appeared beside Xiaoyang, and on his shoulder, Cola was licking its paw. The woman's fist hit nothing, and when she looked at Lin Yuan again, her eyes became more vigilant. "Are you a mutant?" Lin Yuan stood behind Xiaoyang and coughed lightly. "Cough. I'll go." Xiaoyang was startled when he heard the sound. He turned around suddenly and found Lin Yuan standing behind him. The man with glasses subconsciously took a step back and said while observing Lin Yuan, "You're a space-type psychic, right?" Lin Yuan didn't want to waste any more time talking to them. "We have collected almost enough for today. It's time to go back." He put his hands in his pockets and turned to leave. "Stop!" The woman had retrieved her dagger at some point. She yelled and rushed forward with a dagger in hand. The man wearing glasses pushed his glasses on the bridge of his nose, shook his head helplessly, and said softly, "Hong, you are no match for him, come back." Hong, who had already rushed halfway, stopped suddenly when he heard this. Hateful. Hong Ding stood still, watching Lin Yuan and his group walking away, tightly grasping the dagger in his hand. After Lin Yuan and his group completely disappeared, she took a deep breath, turned around with a serious face, and walked to the man's side. "How strong he is?" Hong asked coldly. The man pushed up his glasses and said, "A 4th-level space-based psychic. Level 4. Hong muttered. Xiaoyang was surprised when he heard the man's words. "Level 4. He's such a powerful warrior, so why didn't he help me when I asked him for help just now?" The man turned around and looked at him as if he were a fool. "After eating someone else's crystal, you still want them to help you. Isn't this wishful thinking?" Not only him, but also the people around him are not ordinary people. The man lowered his head and said, Chapter 71, Lucky Things. Just now, when Lin Yuan and his group were present, he saw that there was a person with healing abilities on the scene. There are also shadow types and a werewolf. Even the cat and the dog are not to be provoked. Things happening in Changjiang City should be reported to the higher authorities. The man shrugged and turned away. "When will you be back?" Hong asked, looking down at the dagger in her hand. The man glanced at her and consoled her. "Don't be impatient. You can't defeat him in a short time." Hearing this, Hong paused and put the dagger back next to his shoe. She hummed and walked ahead faster. "If you don't leave now, the zombies will come again." The man's mouth curled up slowly and he quickened his pace. Seeing the two men so anxious, Xiaoyang was silent for a moment, then trotted to the man and asked in a low voice, "Brother, when can you lend me your glasses?" "Roll." "Okay." On the way back, Lin Yuan was very silent. In his mind, he kept guessing the identities of the three people. He felt more and more that the three people were probably members of some organization. Otherwise, the two wouldn't work so well together. Before going upstairs, Fong Ling looked at Lin Yuan's back, gritted his teeth, thought for a moment, and quickened his pace to go upstairs. "Brother Lin," he spoke carefully. Lin Yuan didn't look back, but responded to him while walking. "Go back and tell me." Fong Ling hummed, lowered his head, and continued walking. After going upstairs, Lin Yuan did not return to his room, but followed Fong Ling and Qing Shu back to their room. The door was closed, and Fong Ling and Qing Shu skillfully placed a chair behind the door to prevent any accidents. Lin Yuan sat on the chair, put one hand on the table, and watched the two of them finish the tasks at hand. After they finished, they looked at each other and sat down. Fong Ling raised his eyes and met Lin Yuan's gaze, and hesitated for a moment. Seeing Fong Ling hesitating, Qing Shu secretly pushed Fong Ling with her elbow. "No." Fong Ling spoke to Qing Shu in a low voice. Then he said to Lin Yuan, "Brother Lin, I want to ask you for some crystals. Not only mine, but also my little sister's." Hearing this, Lin Yuan's fingers moved rhythmically on the table. He raised an eyebrow and glanced at the two of them. Oh, this period of time can be regarded as a probation period for the two of them. If the two of them had done anything during this period, I'm afraid Lin Yuan would not have kept them until now. Fong Ling pursed his lips and continued. "Brother, we want to become stronger and continue to follow you, not to hold you back. The idea is good, but I don't know if it is true." Lin Yuan nodded, then looked at Qing Shu. "You think so too?" When Qing Shu was asked, she nodded quickly. "I think so too. Brother Lin, you guys are all getting stronger. If we don't become stronger, we won't be able to stay with Brother Lin. Besides, it was you, Brother Lin, who saved us." Next, Fong Ling said a few more words, but Lin Yuan didn't take them to heart. Those few sentences are all old cliches that we are tired of hearing. Lin Yuan stared at the two of them quietly. The two of them held hands together, gritting their teeth and being a little afraid to look Lin Yuan in the eye. A few minutes passed. 2 clicks. 2 crystals, one from the shadow system and one from the healing system, appeared on the table. "Take it." Lin Yuan said this and stood up. When they saw it, they were very surprised. I hurriedly thanked him. "Thank you, Brother Lin." Lin Yuan raised his index finger and put it in front of his mouth. The two nodded and quickly shut their mouths. Lin Yuan looked at the two of them for a moment and sighed. "I hope you won't let me down." After saying this, Lin Yuan turned and left. Qing Shu and Fong Ling. These two people are not people who can be trusted 100%. The two young people have too many plans in their minds. Having gone through what happened before, they have no fewer concerns than he does. The current belief value is only about 50%. He needs to become stronger quickly to be prepared for any emergency. After Lin Yuan left, the fear on Qing Shu's face disappeared in an instant. She held the crystal in her hand and sighed. "I only get 2. Can I level up?" Having said that, Qing Shu turned around and slumped down on the sofa. Seeing this, Fong Ling hurried forward and massaged Qing Shu's shoulders. "Be content. Lin Yuan is thoughtful and can give us 2, which is good enough." Hearing this, Qing Shu snorted coldly, moved her body, and shook Fong Ling's hand away. "If you weren't so weak, I wouldn't have come to this. She's a healing type. No matter which team she is in, she is a precious healing type." Fong Ling had a smile on his face and spoke humbly. Yes, you are right." Qing Shu looked at Fong Ling coldly. She had thought she could make a lot of money from the previous organization, but she didn't expect to run into a tough guy. The other side had too many people, and she could only be abused. Thinking of this, Qing Shu grabbed the sofa tightly with her hands, wishing she could tear the surface of the sofa off directly. After a few seconds, her face suddenly relaxed, and she let out a long sigh. Fortunately, we have Lin Yuan. It was also thanks to Lin Yuan that she was able to walk out of that hell. Lin Yuan has a lot of treasures on him. She must make a good deal of them. Qing Shu put her legs on Fong Ling's body, and Fong Ling raised his hand and gently pinched her legs. He asked in a low voice, "Miss, what should we do next?" Hearing the word miss, Qing Shu glanced at Fong Ling coldly. Fong Ling felt them all over and quickly lowered his head. "I have told you so many times. I am your girlfriend now. You have to call me little sister." Qing Shu stretched out her hand and slapped him on the face again and again. "Yes." Fong Ling gritted his teeth and agreed. Looking at Fong Ling's fair and clean face, Qing Shu suddenly laughed. The next second, the smile on her face disappeared again, and a knife appeared in her hand. She used the knife to gently scratch Fong Ling's neck. Seeing that Fong Ling did not dodge at all, Qing Shu was very satisfied. As expected, he is the dog that has been with me for many years. Outside the door, Lin Yuan exuded a coldness and listened to the entire conversation between the two people behind the door. At his feet lay the body of a zombie. As luck would have it, not long ago when he was about to leave, a zombie heard the noise and walked over. After dealing with the zombies, he was about to leave when he heard words coming from the room. The more he listened, the gloomier Lin Yuan's face became. These two people have deceived themselves quite a lot. Lin Yuan raised the corners of his mouth slightly and smiled self-deprecatingly. After picking up the crystals on the ground, he turned and left the door. Yao Yao was chatting with Sun Lan when the door suddenly opened. She immediately became alert. "I'll go and take a look." She stood up and walked towards the living room. When she saw Lin Yuan, her vigilance immediately disappeared. Lin Yuan, Yao Yao shouted and pounced forward. Sun Lan in the room heard the sound and came out. Lin Yuan, you're back, does that mean? Before he finished speaking, Lin Yuan nodded. Li Bin is already at home. I'll take you home. Sun Lan is an ordinary person after all, and there might be zombies in the building. It is too dangerous to let her go back alone. The last time Sun Lan came to find Lin Yuan alone, she didn't encounter any zombies, which was probably a lucky thing. Chapter 72, Mutated Mouse. After sending Sun Lan back, Lin Yuan and Yao Yao leaned against each other on the sofa. What did you gain from going out this time? Yao Yao leaned in Lin Yuan's arms and asked in a low voice. Lin Yuan lowered his eyes, touched her face, and said gently, we have gained a lot of results. But compared with the previous 10,000 times critical hit, it is still far behind. Lin Yuan's consciousness moved, and a transparent panel appeared in front of him. Mission Storage Crystals. There is 1 month left before the first zombie outbreak. Please collect as many mutant crystals as possible and form your own small team during the remaining time. During this period, all your stored resources will receive a 100-fold critical hit. The remaining time for the mission is 18 days, 6 hours, and 5 minutes. Crystallization is far from enough. There are even fewer crystals of attribute types. It is even more difficult to find new blood for the team in this chaotic world. Lin Yuan's brows slowly frowned. The person in his arms moved and sat up. Lin Yuan raised his eyes and met Yao Yao's gaze. Yao Yao did not say anything, but just raised her hand quietly and smoothed Lin Yuan's frown. When you frown, you look a little older. Yao Yao lowered her voice and said. Yao Yao gently stroked Lin Yuan's brow with her fingers. When she met Lin Yuan's eyes, she swallowed. Just when she hesitated for a moment, Lin Yuan suddenly kissed her. Yao Yao widened her eyes in shock, then slowly closed them, hugged Lin Yuan tightly with both hands, and gradually immersed herself in it. The next day, as soon as the sun rose, Lin Yuan opened his eyes. He stood up, leaned over, and gave Yao Yao a kiss on her tired face. After putting on his coat, he left Xiaohei at home and walked out with Coke. There is still some time before the zombie outbreak. Even if it is a 100-fold critical hit, he must take advantage of this time to collect as many crystals as possible. As for Qing Shu and Fong Ling, at least he hasn't done anything that would harm the interests of the team, so let's keep him for now. When a more suitable person comes along, if these two people don't confess, they can be thrown away. Lin Yuan went out today without bringing anyone with him. He only brought Coke. He planned to go out and try his luck on his own. Before I even walked out of the stairs, a charming figure came into view. Lin Yuan frowned and secretly hid a space blade on his sleeve. At the stairs, Hong, wearing a black dress, stood there with her brows furrowed impatiently. She had been waiting at the door since an hour ago, before daybreak. Many zombies were attracted and were all killed by her one by one. She heard footsteps and turned to look, finally seeing the person she was waiting for. Long time no see, kid. Hong suppressed her unhappiness, put on a faint smile, and waved to Lin Yuan. But Lin Yuan just glanced at her and walked past her. This kid, ignore her? The corners of her red mouth twitched, and she looked at Lin Yuan's back angrily. Hello, Hong shouted in a low voice. Roar! A few zombies slowly walked over. Before Hong could make a move, several space blades in Lin Yuan's hand shot out quickly and killed him with one blow. He took out the alloy sword and skillfully removed the crystal from the zombie's forehead. Hong watched Lin Yuan's actions from behind, feeling very disdainful. Do you need crystals so badly? Lin Yuan ignored her and collected all the crystals and put them into the space. You have obtained 4 primary crystals, and the 100-fold critical strike is in effect. Congratulations on obtaining 400 primary crystals. No attributes, Hong warned as he took a step forward. Even if you collect so much, do you know that there is a limit to how much a person can absorb per day? Lin Yuan replied calmly. No. After saying that, he continued walking forward. Looking at Lin Yuan's back, Hong didn't know what to say. This boy gave her a mysterious feeling. All day long, Hong followed Lin Yuan quietly, saying a few words to him from time to time, but Lin Yuan never responded to her. Lin Yuan was like a crystal slave, constantly collecting crystals. Even if a level 3 zombie suddenly appeared in the middle of the journey, Lin Yuan's level 4 supernatural power could easily deal with the zombie. Throughout the whole process, Hong did not take any action and maintained the identity of a bystander. It was not until the night that Lin Yuan became conscious and saw a pair of glasses put on his eyes. For a moment, the scene he saw was as bright as the scene in the daytime. Hong looked at Lin Yuan's glasses that suddenly appeared and asked curiously, "Where did you get these glasses?" Lin Yuan said helplessly, "You're really noisy." After being criticized like this, Hong's face darkened and she closed her mouth. Lin Yuan had no plans to go back. Recalling something, he walked towards warehouse number 1. When I walked into warehouse number 1, I didn't feel as scared as when I first arrived. Instead, it was peaceful and quiet inside, accompanied by a foul smell. The ground was littered with the corpses of mutant rats. Hong looked at this scene and covered her nose in disgust. She was about to say something, but then she remembered what Lin Yuan had said not long ago and closed her mouth. After entering warehouse number 1, Lin Yuan had a clear goal and walked straight towards the cold snow area. The cold snow area is still the same as before. The temperature is very cold. He walked all the way to the room at the end, opened the door, and walked straight in. The room was still arranged the same as the last time, with zombies that had been defeated by the corpse lying on the wall. Lin Yuan walked forward and saw the reagent dropped on the ground, so he picked it up. Half of the reagent in the test tube was injected, but half of the liquid still remained inside. When I came back last time, the injection was inserted into the arm of the corpse. Lin Yuan always felt that this tube of reagent would be the key to why the corpse woke up. But why didn't the corpse take the reagent away, but left it behind? Is it because he doesn't want it anymore? Or is it intentional? Or is it forgotten? Lin Yuan looked at the tube of reagent for a long time before putting it into the space. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. This time, Lin Yuan didn't even get any prompt from the system. Is this thing really different? Lin Yuan's heartbeat suddenly accelerated, as if he had received some great news. Hong stood aside and watched Lin Yuan's face change again and again since he picked up the reagent. She was stunned and very confused. Before she could speak, Lin Yuan turned around, walked around her, and walked out. With no other choice, she had to follow him out. An hour later, the corpse came to the operating table and stared at it for a long time. Suddenly, it kicked over the operating table and looked for something in the room. In the end, it didn't find what it was looking for. Just before it left, its eyes fell on the lock of the door. It reached out, closed the door, and picked up the lock on the ground. He forcefully pressed the lock back on. The lock was firmly fixed on the door handle, as if it were welded. Chapter 73. Friend or Foe? At night, Lin Yuan's actions seemed more cautious. Zombies are more mobile at night than during the day. So, when Lin Yuan wants to bring people out, he will not choose to do it at night. "I'm going back. Do you still want to follow me?" Lin Yuan asked in a low voice while walking along the obstacle. And Red replied, "Have you considered what I told you today?" Hearing this, Lin Yuan was stunned. It seemed that he didn't take what this person said today to heart. Hong looked at Lin Yuan's confused expression, and the corners of her mouth twitched again. Have to. This guy treated everything she said today as bullshit. Hong had no choice but to speak. "The three of us are from the same organization. We have reported your case to the organization, and the organization invites you to join us." "Did you hear that clearly?" Hong said impatiently. "Oh." Lin Yuan responded indifferently, turned around, and continued walking forward. Hong was stunned. "When you hear the invitation, just say, 'Oh.'" "Hey kid, you didn't even ask about our organization?" Listening to Hong's words, Lin Yuan whispered, "What is the name of your organization? What benefits will I get if I join your organization?" Hong nodded with satisfaction. "This is the normal reaction. Our organization is called Jieling. As for the benefits, the higher-ups have said that there are not many talents like you. As long as you come, we will do our best to give you what you need. What do you think?" "That's it." Lin Yuan sighed and replied, "Think you know." "Huh." Hong froze in shock. Lin Yuan looked back and suddenly saw a zombie standing behind Hong. He quickly threw out the space blade. When Hong saw Lin Yuan's actions, she quickly rolled to the side. This kid wants to kill her. When she looked over again, she found that Lin Yuan's spatial blade was not aimed at her, but at the zombie behind her. Gurgle. Hong swallowed as he watched Lin Yuan taking the zombie crystal. That was a close call. If it weren't for this kid, she would have lost her life because of a moment of distraction. Losing focus is a big taboo. Hong adjusted her mentality regretfully and stood up again. "Thank you." She walked to Lin Yuan and handed him a primary crystal. Lin Yuan glanced at the primary crystal in Hong's hand, raised his eyebrows, and took it. "What a good idea. You're welcome. It's even. Lin Yuan waved the primary crystal in his hand and said, You're back. The man sat on a chair, holding a cup of tea in his hand, and looked at Hong, who had just returned. Hong hummed lightly and sat down next to him. How about it? Did you agree? The man asked. On the sofa, Xiaoyang quietly put down the book in his hand and looked at the two people at the table. Hong shook her head. He rejected me. The man smiled calmly, as if he had guessed the result. Xiaoyang laughed when he heard this. Wow, there are still people in this world who reject our sister Hong. After saying that, Hong glared at him. Even if any of you go, I'm afraid it will be useless. Hong snorted coldly and said, Crunch, crunch. The rocking chair in the corner suddenly moved, and the expressions of the three people became nervous. The old man in the rocking chair picked up the cane beside him and slowly stood up from the chair. Dan Lao, why are you up? The man said respectfully. The man called Dan Lao smiled and said, I'm not that old. If it weren't for that experiment, I would still look like you. As he spoke, he pounded his body, which made a crackling sound, and he stretched comfortably. I'm going out for a while. After saying this, Mr. Dan walked out step by step, leaning on his cane. Xiaoyang only spoke after he walked out the door. It's a miracle, Mr. Dan. I heard that experiment captured a lot of people with special abilities. Before he could finish his words, Xiaoyang met the man's eyes and quickly shut his mouth. Don't mention it next time. The man said. Good. Xiaoyang responded and closed his mouth. As for Lin Yuan, Li Bin was worried about him coming back so late, so he put on armor and walked out of the door with a long sword. As soon as he walked out, he ran into Lin Yuan, who had just returned. Brother Lin? Li Bin's eyes lit up. You are finally back. As he said this, he walked up. Lin Yuan looked at his posture and asked, Where are you going? Li Bin smiled and pulled Lin Yuan into the house. You don't know, Yao Yao is really anxious. As soon as Lin Yuan entered the room, Yao Yao rushed up to him. When she raised her eyes, the area around her eyes was red, as if she was about to cry. Why did you go out for so long? Yao Yao patted Lin Yuan's chest. Looking at Yao Yao like this, Lin Yuan couldn't help but feel distressed. He touched Yao Yao's head and said, I'm back now, am I not? Lin Yuan said a few words and took Yao Yao back to the room. In the room, he finally coaxed Yao Yao into silence, and they both fell asleep. In the middle of the night, Lin Yuan slept particularly uneasily. Whenever he fell into a deep sleep, he dreamed of things from his previous life. After a few times, he couldn't sleep anymore and had to get up. He took out a cigarette from the space and lit it. Call! Lin Yuan gently opened a hole in the curtain and looked outside. In my previous life, I never had the chance to smoke and enjoy the scenery at night like I do now. He and Li Bin were either on their way collecting resources or being chased by zombies. Unfortunately, they were no match for the zombies in the end. Call! Lin Yuan thought about it and exhaled a smoke ring. When Lin Yuan looked downstairs, he suddenly saw the figure of an old man. The old man had pale hair and was leaning on a cane as he walked forward slowly, step by step. And around him, zombies kept trying to get closer. But these zombies seemed to be afraid of the old man. They only dared to stay at a certain distance and did not dare to move forward any further. This old man, Lin Yuankai, had been thinking for less than a moment when the old man suddenly turned around and looked at him. As soon as their eyes met, Lin Yuan felt something was wrong and lowered the curtains at an extremely fast speed. Downstairs, Mr. Dan looked at the curtains upstairs being lowered and smiled faintly. This kid is quite alert. Turning around, he walked outside. He raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Bang! The surrounding zombies suddenly exploded one after another on the spot. If Lin Yuan saw this scene, he would definitely ask the system to check Dan Lao's level. But when Lin Yuan lifted the curtains again, Dan Lao had already gone away. He wore night vision goggles, looked at the zombie corpses all over the ground, and swallowed. The old man just now. Very strong. He scanned the area but could no longer see the old man's curtains. Lin Yuan lowered the curtains with some disappointment. If it had been earlier, he would have been able to see the old man taking action. He can use the system to check the level of the elderly. Pity. The moment the old man looked over, his eyes were clearly somewhat unfriendly. Friend or foe? Chapter 74. She is harming herself. Brother, Elder Dan is back. Xiaoyang gently poked the sleeping man and whispered. The man suddenly opened his eyes and sat up. He walked out and really saw Dan Lao sitting in the rocking chair. Although Dan Lao's eyes were closed, he was still conscious. Looking at Dan Lao, the man was about to speak. The old man lying on the rocking chair spoke first. Go back to sleep. This kid is pretty good. It's better to be a friend than an enemy. The man was quite shocked after hearing what Mr. Dan said. He is the first person who can be evaluated like this by Mr. Dan. What are you still standing there for? Old Dan opened his eyes slightly, glanced at the man standing there in deep thought, and said, Yes. The man gritted his teeth and agreed. He clenched his hands tightly at his sides, then slowly loosened them. Turning around, the man went back to his room. Crunch, crunch. Old Dan leaned back in the rocking chair, rocking the chair he sat down on, and indifferently watched the man's back as he left. After watching the man walk completely into the room, he shook his head helplessly and sighed. Your character still needs to be improved. After he finished speaking, Mr. Dan gradually closed his eyes and fell asleep leaning against the rocking chair. In the room, the man frowned, turned around, and closed the door silently. How could it be? He murmured, as if there was something he couldn't figure out. Turning around, he sat down on the chair. The chair is placed next to the window. After sitting down, you can see what is happening outside the window by just turning your head slightly. The window was originally drawn to the ground with curtains, but there was a gap only where the chair was looking out. The man sat on the chair and turned to look out the window. He pondered for a long time, unable to relax his brows for a long time. After about half an hour, he finally let out a long sigh and stood up from his chair. The next day, early in the morning, as soon as Yao Yao opened her eyes, she smelled the fragrance of food. Gurgle. At the same time, her stomach began to growl. Yao Yao got out of bed and walked towards the living room without wearing the slippers beside the bed. The curtains in the room were always drawn, and it often looked very dim. But only during the day will the light from the sky come in, making the room brighter. In the kitchen, Lin Yuanzheng is making delicious food. Suddenly, someone hugged him from behind, and a familiar fragrance wafted towards him. Lin Yuan lowered his eyes and looked at the slender fingers at his waist. He asked, Why are you up so early? Yao Yao behind him put her chin on Lin Yuan's shoulder, looked at the food in the pot, swallowed, and answered, You made it so delicious. I'm a little hungry. Hearing this, Lin Yuan smiled helplessly. He covered Yao Yao's hand with one hand and stir-fried the food in the pot with the other hand. He can make even the most ordinary home-cooked dish delicious. He has such skills thanks to his previous life. His cooking skills were not always good, but because the ingredients were very demanding in his previous life, he would cherish every opportunity to cook. He uses precious ingredients and cooks carefully, so naturally, every dish he makes is top quality. All right, Lin Yuan said. Yao Yao listened and consciously loosened her arms that were tightly around his waist. Watching Lin Yuan loading the disc and turning around, Yao Yao obediently made way for Lin Yuan to walk out. The two sat at the dining table. Lin Yuan filled a bowl of white rice and pushed it in front of Yao Yao. Try? Lin Yuan said with a smile. Yao Yao hummed. Looking at the fragrant dishes on the table, she couldn't hold back any longer. She picked up the chopsticks and picked up a piece of meat. When the meat entered her mouth, Yao Yao's eyes lit up, but before she could even sigh, a miserable scream came from the door. Ah! Yao Yao was shocked. She turned her head and looked at Lin Yuan and whispered, This voice is similar to Qingshu's. Lin Yuan nodded, agreeing with her guess. This voice didn't just sound like Qingshu's, it was Qingshu's. Just as Lin Yuan put down the cutlery in his hand, there were bursts of knocks on their door. Brother Lin, save me. Qingshu's voice came in loudly. Lin Yuan frowned impatiently. Madness. By speaking so loudly, she was harming herself and them as well. However, what are these two people planning this time? Thinking of this, Lin Yuan relaxed his brows, picked up the cutlery again, and ate the food in front of him leisurely. Shouldn't we go out and take a look? Yao Yao was stunned when she saw Lin Yuan's actions. The moment she saw Lin Yuan put down the cutlery, she thought Lin Yuan was going out to check the situation, but he didn't. Lin Yuan whispered, Eat your meal obediently. If you don't eat now, the food will get cold and won't taste good anymore. As he spoke, he personally picked up a piece of meat for Yao Yao and put it into her bowl. Outside the door, Qingshu had tears on her face, and she knocked on Lin Yuan's door while crying. Woo, Brother Lin, open the door. But no matter how she slapped or cried, there was no sound in the room. Not far behind Qingshu, Fong Ling was holding a knife in his hand, just watching Qingshu's movements quietly. The noise Qingshu made was extremely loud, and soon, The growls of zombies could be heard all around. She turned her head and looked at the primary zombies approaching. She did not choose to escape immediately. Instead, she desperately slammed on Lin Yuan's door and shouted at the top of her voice. Brother Lin, there are zombies. Save me. Fong Ling is crazy. He beat me. Brother Lin, please save me. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yuan and Yao Yao in the room indeed heard the low growl coming from the zombies. And it's just opposite. Sun Lan and Li Bin naturally also heard the noise outside the door. That boy hit Qing Shu? When Sun Lan heard Qing Shu's words, a trace of shock flashed across her face, and then she became very angry. You little brat, I knew that none of these young lovers are good. Sun Lan cursed with a dark face. Listening to the sound of zombies outside the door, Sun Lan remembered Qing Shu's lack of fighting ability, walked forward and pulled Li Bin, who was leaning against the door, and said, Hubby, Brother Lin won't come out to help. How about you go out and help? Li Bin frowned when he heard this. Then, Sun Lan continued, Qing Shu doesn't know any martial arts. If she stays outside, she will be eaten by zombies. Yes. Although Qing Shu is a healing girl, she is a psychic with no fighting ability. If she was left outside the door like this, how would she be able to deal with the zombies? Ah! Qing Shu screamed again. Li Bin gritted his teeth, took the long knife in his hand, quickly opened the door, and rushed out. The moment he opened the door, he saw Qing Shu falling to the ground. Right in front of Qing Shu's face, a zombie came towards her. Oh! Li Bin picked up the long knife, chopped off the zombie's head with a sharp move. Then he swung his long knife at the head of the zombie behind him. Sister Qing Shu, come in quickly, he said to Qing Shu. Chapter 75. Boy, you really fight. There was a hint of hesitation on Qing Shu's face. She stood up slowly and looked at Li Bin's back as he chopped the zombies. She nodded towards Ling Qin in the dark. Then, she hummed with a crying sound and quickly walked into the room. As soon as I entered the door, Sun Lan came to greet me. Are you okay? Faced with Sun Lan's concern, Qing Shu forced a smile on her face. Sister Sun Lan, I'm fine. She said it was okay, but her hands were clenched in a fist behind her. This guy Lin Yuan. On the surface, you treat them as partners, but in reality, you just leave them alone when something happens? She could clearly smell the fragrance from outside the room. Just based on this, she was absolutely sure that there was someone in the room. Hateful. Qing Shu clenched her fists, leaving red marks on her fair palms. Huff, it's okay. After Li Bin dealt with the zombies in the corridor, he walked in panting and holding a long knife. Just when he was about to open his mouth to comfort Qing Shu, the door of Lin Yuan's room opposite suddenly opened. Lin Yuan rubbed his eyes and looked at Li Bin and the other two with sleepy eyes. He stretched and yawned. He looked down and saw the zombies all over the ground. He was surprised. Li Bin, what's going on? After he finished speaking, before Li Bin could answer, he saw Qing Shu's red eyes again. He tilted his head, a puzzled look on his face. Qing Shu, what's wrong with you? Qing Shu looked at Lin Yuan, and her face darkened, but soon returned to normal. She said with a look of fear on her face, Brother Lin, I don't know what happened to Fong Ling, but he suddenly hit me. I had no ability to fight back, so I could only run away. Hit you? Lin Yuan showed a shocked expression. If Lin Yuan had not heard the two people talking, he might have believed it. But at the moment, he didn't believe Qing Shu's words at all. Then, Lin Yuan asked again, It's okay. Where are Fong Ling and the others now? Hearing the name Fong Ling, Qing Shu's expression changed again and again. She replied fearfully, He should still be at home now. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a series of knocks on the door. Qing Shu shuddered all over and hid behind Sun Landy tremblingly. Then, Fong Ling's voice was heard from outside the door. Brother Li Bin, please open the door. Fong Ling? Li Bin's face showed slight surprise, then turned angry. He didn't ask Lin Yuandi's opinion, but walked forward and opened the door. As soon as the door opened, Fong Ling's face came into view. Brother Li Bin. Fong Ling lowered his eyes, like a child who had done something wrong. When Li Bin saw his look, he, who was originally very angry, suddenly became hesitant. Come in. Li Bin made way. Fong Ling nodded and walked in. As he came in, his eyes kept looking at Qing Shu from time to time. Lin Yuan stood aside, watching the two people's actions and expressions, and he couldn't help but want to laugh. These two people can really act. He simply pulled up a chair and sat down, folding his arms around his chest, crossing his legs, and looking at the two of them. He wanted to see what kind of performance these two people could give. Qing Shu. Fong Ling read her name and took a step forward cautiously. Qing Shu was startled and ran behind Lin Yuandi. You don't come over here. Lin Yuan, who was sitting on a chair, saw everyone's gaze shifting towards him and was suddenly speechless. How come the battlefield shifted to him? Then, Qing Shu's voice sounded. Brother Lin, please help me. Fong Ling is going to hit me again. Hearing this, Lin Yuan's face darkened. Before the end of the world, these two people were probably actors. Lin Yuan sighed and said helplessly, how could that be? I believe Fong Ling didn't do it on purpose, right, Fong Ling? The moment the words fell, not only Fong Ling and Qing Shu, but even the people around them were stunned. They didn't expect Lin Yuan to say that. Lin Yuan found it funny to see the two people stunned. He stood up, walked to Fong Ling, patted his shoulder, and said, boys always make mistakes. Just apologize and it'll be fine. After saying that, Fong Ling wanted to speak. Lin Yuan secretly squeezed his shoulders, leaned close to his ear, and whispered, sometimes, a small choice you make will affect your future results. Fong Ling's hair trembled all over, and he swallowed nervously. Yes. Looking at Fong Ling's reaction, Lin Yuan patted his shoulder with satisfaction. Afterwards, Lin Yuan turned around and stood beside Fong Lingdi, smiling, and said to Qing Shu, Fong Ling is such a good kid. I really don't believe he would hit you. Why don't you reenact the scene for everyone to see? After saying that, Lin Yuan sat on another chair. The chair was placed right between the two of them. Brother Lin, this is not good. Li Bin stepped forward and spoke in a low voice. Lin Yuan patted his shoulder and said, just watch, understand? Li Bin wanted to say something, but finally swallowed it back. Qing Shu's face turned even darker. How could Fong Ling have ever hit her? The reason why she fabricated this lie was to gain the sympathy of these people and then reap some benefits. Brother Lin, this. Before Qing Shu finished speaking, Lin Yuan held his chin with both hands and looked at the two of them coldly. Not starting yet? Is this a fake place? Gurgle. Qing Shu swallowed nervously and slowly raised her eyes to meet Fong Ling's gaze. So hesitant? Lin Yuan raised the corner of his mouth and added, how about this? I'll spend 2 crystals and you guys recreate the scene. How about that? Hearing this, Qing Shu's face suddenly turned dark. She turned her head and met Lin Yuan's eyes. For some reason, she always felt that Lin Yuan seemed to have known that this was a fake place. But now, there is no way to stop acting. She gritted her teeth and took a step forward. You hit me. Didn't you want to hit me? Lin Yuan raised his eyebrows after hearing this. He just wanted to provoke these two people, but he didn't expect Qing Shu. The next second, there was a snapping sound. When he looked up again, there was a deep red handprint on Qing Shu's face. Boy, you really hit me. Li Bin looked at this scene and suddenly became anxious. Sun Lan, who was standing aside, couldn't bear to watch and hurried forward to support Qing Shu. Fong Ling lowered his eyes and looked at his slightly trembling hands. It was the first time he hit Qing Shu. He has always listened to Qing Shu the most. After this slap, for some reason, he had a strange feeling. Qing Shu covered her face and sobbed softly. She lowered her head, but her eyes were full of resentment. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Yuan stood up and applauded. Well acted. I didn't expect you two to actually fight. After he finished speaking, Lin Yuan took out 2 crystals, one from the shadow system and one from the healing system, and handed them to the two of them respectively. This is your medical expenses. Go back and take care of it. Turning around, Lin Yuan said to Fong Ling, I believe Fong Ling won't want to hit you anymore. After the incident, Lin Yuan stayed in Li Bin and Sun Lan's room, while Fong Ling and Qing Shu had already left. Sun Lan clenched her fists tightly. She stood beside Li Bin, but her eyes were always on Lin Yuan. Don't stop me. I'm going to ask clearly. She insisted in a low voice. Chapter 76, What is the function of glasses? Li Bin pulled her and spoke to her comfortingly. Brother Lin must have his reasons for doing this. Don't you know what kind of person Brother Lin is? Sun Lan seemed very angry. Before she could finish her words, Lin Yuan put the food away, turned around, and walked over. He looked at Sun Lan and asked, Sister Sun Lan, if you have any questions, just ask. Sun Lan was stunned and asked, Why do you want Fong Ling to beat Qing Shu again? She, like Qing Shu, is a woman. Naturally, she was most concerned about Qing Shu's experience. After hearing Sun Lan's question, Lin Yuan turned to look at Li Bin. What do you think? Li Bin didn't expect Lin Yuan to ask him. He was stunned for a moment and said, Brother Lin, I don't know. Li Bin has great faith in Lin Yuan's character. He believes that Lin Yuan would never do such a thing. But now that the situation was right in front of him, he didn't know what to do. Lin Yuan looked at Li Bin's conflicted expression and nodded. He whispered, "There is something wrong with Fong Ling and Qing Shu." As soon as the words fell, Sun Lan's face turned pale. "Are there any problems?" Lin Yuan hummed and continued, "Don't show it for now. During this time, please observe the actions of these two people." Hearing Lin Yuan say this, Li Bin suddenly came to his senses. He nodded quickly and agreed. "Okay, Brother Lin, don't worry, we will take care of it." Hearing this, Sun Lan still found it hard to believe. "Qing Shu looks harmless. Is there really anything wrong with her?" After hesitating for a moment, she nodded and agreed. "No." After she finished speaking, she turned around, walked over to the sofa, and sat down. Looking at Sun Lan's reaction, Lin Yuan was not in a hurry. Li Bin looked at Sun Lan and explained to Lin Yuan with a smile. "Brother Lin, my wife is like this. She is kind. Please don't mind it." Lin Yuan smiled and nodded. Afterwards, he pulled Li Bin aside, whispered a few words to him, and then left. When he went out, Lin Yuan saw zombies all over the ground. He rubbed his hands, and an alloy sword appeared in his hands. With so many crystals, it would be a shame to waste them. After a while, all the zombies on the ground had a cut on their foreheads. You have obtained 10 primary crystals, and the 100-fold critical strike is taking effect. Congratulations on obtaining 1,000 primary crystals. No attributes. Bang! As soon as she got home, Qing Shu was very angry. She kicked the chair over and threw the crystal in her hand to the ground angrily. "You're so good, Lin Yuan. I've never been beaten by anyone before, and he dared you to beat me?" Behind him, Fong Ling silently picked up the crystals on the ground. He comforted. "Let me see your..." Qing Shu scolded before he could finish his words. "What are you looking at? Go find me a medical kit. Do you know how hard you hit me?" Fong Ling quickly agreed and turned back to the room to find a medical kit. After a while, when he came out with the medical kit, Qing Shu had finished absorbing the crystals and fell asleep on the sofa. Fong Ling put the medical box on the table, gently picked up Qing Shu, and put her back on the bed in the room. Qing Shu was lying on the bed, her fair face still stained with red handprints. When pulling the quilt over her, Fong Ling caught a glimpse of Qing Shu's half-open collar. He swallowed, but was reluctant to put down the quilt in his hand. After a few seconds, he finally covered himself with the quilt. Fong Ling sat on the edge of the bed. His hand still seemed to have the feeling of beating Qing Shu just now, and it was very hot. "Call!" He breathed a sigh of relief and walked out of the room. "How's it going?" When Yao Yao saw Lin Yuan coming back, she walked up to him and asked about his situation. Lin Yuan just smiled faintly. "I saw a good show." "Good show?" Yao Yao asked doubtfully. Lin Yuan nodded and said in a low voice, "There are problems with the two of them. We are still considering whether we can keep them both." After saying this, Yao Yao was slightly shocked. "Night." Lin Yuan packed his things and planned to go out tonight. "Brother Lin, I'll go with you." When I walked out the door, I found Fong Ling was already waiting outside. "So positive?" Lin Yuan looked at him doubtfully. Looking at Fong Ling's expression, Lin Yuan was slightly stunned. This young man's appearance seems to be different from the previous ones. "Let's go," Lin Yuan said as he threw a long knife to him. "Take the protection." Fong Ling caught the long knife, nodded, and followed Lin Yuan. After the two left, Qing Shu slowly woke up. As soon as she woke up, she looked for Fong Ling in the room, but she couldn't find him. The two were walking on the road, and Lin Yuan was wearing night vision glasses, so he could see very clearly. On the contrary, Fong Ling, even though he was following behind Lin Yuan, would still trip and almost fall from time to time. "Follow closely." Looking at the locked door in front of him, Lin Yuan turned and said to Fong Ling. Fong Ling hummed, then moved a little closer to Lin Yuan. The two of them walked to the left side of the store, and a figure came into Lin Yuan's sight. "Come out," Lin Yuan said calmly to the figure. The figure took advantage of the darkness of the night and hid in the corner. But what he didn't expect was that Lin Yuan had night vision glasses and could see everything clearly. Xiaoyang's face darkened when he heard what Lin Yuan said. He walked out helplessly with his hands supporting the back of his head. "Can you see me?" As he spoke, Xiaoyang glanced at the glasses Lin Yuan was wearing. He clearly remembered that the last time he saw Lin Yuan, he didn't have this pair of glasses. Could it be that his glasses are the same as my brother's? Thinking of this, Xiaoyang took a few steps forward, and his entire figure appeared in the sight of the two. When Fong Ling saw the person, he immediately became alert. Xiaoyang glanced at him calmly and said with a smile, "Are you bringing someone with you this time?" When asked, Lin Yuan did not answer him, but instead turned his attention to the convenience store. The doors and windows of the grocery store were in good condition. Even the door was locked, and it looked intact. In this doomsday world, it is very rare to see this store intact. "Hey, can you let me wear your glasses?" Xiaoyang came up to Lin Yuan and asked. Lin Yuan was stunned. Why did this person stare at his glasses at first sight? "Can't." Lin Yuan directly rejected it. Xiaoyang showed a hint of disappointment and then asked again. "It's okay if you don't give it to me. Just tell me what your glasses are for." After saying this, Xiaoyang looked at Lin Yuan with expectant eyes. "What is the function of glasses?" Lin Yuan met Xiaoyang's eyes and was stunned. Why does he know the difference between these glasses? Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly, pushed his glasses on the bridge of his nose, and said calmly, "It's just a normal pair of glasses." After saying this, Lin Yuan looked forward. When Xiaoyang heard this, he was obviously unwilling to believe what Lin Yuan said. If it is true, as Lin Yuan said, this is a pair of ordinary glasses, then Lin Yuan should be nearsighted. Thinking about it, Xiaoyang became more and more curious about Lin Yuan's glasses. He leaned forward again and whispered to Lin Yuan, "How about if you tell me what this pair of glasses does? I'll give you 10 crystals." As he spoke, Xiaoyang touched the crystal in his pocket. Chapter 77. Can this person's words be trusted? Lin Yuan glanced at him indifferently and turned back again. Crystallization? He lacks the crystal, but what he lacks is the crystal with superpower attributes. He can have as many of these primary crystals as he wants. Before, when the critical hit was 10,000 times, he didn't know how much he had gained. Lin Yuan looked towards the store and planned to go in and take a look. He moved and walked to the door of the convenience store. Crystals are useless. Last time I asked for some crystals, I had to ask for them back. Looking at Lin Yuan's actions, Xiaoyang touched his head and murmured in dissatisfaction. "If you don't want to tell me, then don't tell me. There will be a chance for me to know." After saying that, Xiaoyang walked forward and followed behind Lin Yuan and the others. Lin Yuan reached out and touched the lock on the convenience store door. This lock is locked from the outside. There might be no one inside. Lin Yuan held the door lock in his hand and looked at it for only 1 or 2 seconds, but Xiaoyang behind him couldn't wait any longer. He stepped forward and took the lock from Lin Yuan's hand. Then he took out a thin wire. It's just a simple matter of unlocking a lock. As Xiaoyang was talking, the wire made a clicking sound due to its stirring. The door is unlocked. Click! The door lock fell to the ground with a sound. Looking at his masterpiece, Xiaoyang turned back and looked at Lin Yuan proudly and said, "Well, I helped you once, so shouldn't you tell me about your glasses?" Hearing this, Lin Yuan rolled his eyes at him. "I didn't ask you to help me." Then, Lin Yuan carefully pushed open the door of the convenience store. Crunch! I don't know if it was because the door had been closed for too long, but the moment I pushed it open, the whole door made a disgusting sound. Then a cold wind blew out. Lin Yuan felt them all over and got goosebumps. Fong Ling hissed and rubbed his arms. Xiaoyang, who was following behind, had already followed Fong Ling and looked inside cautiously. The environment inside the convenience store was intact, with no signs of zombie invasion. The shelves were still full of food, but on the counter inside the store, there was a person crawling. Lin Yuan frowned slightly. He turned around and closed the door first. Such a good place cannot be allowed to let zombies in. Find something to prop up the door. Lin Yuan said calmly to Fong Ling. Fong Ling hummed, groped in the dark, and placed some heavy objects behind the door. Lin Yuan walked towards the counter. He tiptoed up to the counter. Looking at the person lying on the counter, he gritted his teeth, and just as he was about to reach out his hand, Xiaoyang came over. Noticing Xiaoyang's arrival, Lin Yuan thought quickly and withdrew his hand. He turned around and pointed at the person in front of the counter to Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang was stunned for a moment, and it took him some time to see the figure on the counter. Somewhat, he covered his mouth in surprise. Then, before Lin Yuan could answer, he had already stretched out his hand towards the figure. His finger poked the man's arm. There was no response the first time, and there was still no response the second time. Xiaoyang and Lin Yuan looked at the man, wondering if he was dead. Finally, Xiaoyang poked him once more and gave up the idea. When he was about to turn around and leave, the man made a hesitant sound. The man rubbed his eyes and sat up straight with his eyes half open. "Who is it?" Perhaps because he hadn't spoken for a long time, his voice had become hoarse, and even speaking had become very difficult. When he saw the two people standing in front of him, he was stunned at first. Then his eyes lit up and he walked out from the counter excitedly. When he stretched out his hands and wanted to hold Lin Yuan's hands, he was dodged. Then, the man reached out and held Xiao Yang's hand. Great, great. I've been trapped here for so long that I've lost track of time. Please help me and take me out. Having said that, the man continued angrily. After I get out, I will definitely call the police and tell them exactly what my evil boss did to me. Hearing the man's voice getting louder and louder, Xiao Yang quickly covered his mouth. You said you were stuck here for how many months? The man looked at them in confusion and repeated himself again. About 2 months. Lin Yuan listened and frowned. More than 2 months. At that time, the zombies had not yet broken out. Doesn't this person know that the zombie outbreak has already occurred? Lin Yuan asked. Do you know what's going on outside? What's the situation outside? The man looked at him puzzledly. When Lin Yuan saw the man's expression, he immediately realized that his guess was correct. This person really doesn't know what's going on outside. Then the man continued. Although I didn't know what was going on outside, one day I wanted to break the glass in the store. When I went out, I saw a strange figure outside the window. As he spoke, the man's face turned pale. Then I heard people screaming, and then there was blood flying onto the window. I was so frightened that I never dared to go out again. Lin Yuan nodded. What he saw should be the scene of zombies eating people. Name? Lin Yuan said calmly. The man replied quickly. Su Moyao. Su Moyao. Xiao Yang murmured inside. What a good name. Su Moyao listened to Xiao Yang's praise and touched his head embarrassedly. The two were chatting, but Lin Yuan turned around and began to observe the environment inside the store. The store is neither big nor small, with a total of 5 rows of shelves. Each shelf is double-sided, with food, drinks, and some daily necessities placed on both sides. Behind the counter, there is a door. Lin Yuan walked around and came back, looking at Su Moyao. So lucky. Fortunately, I was locked inside, otherwise I would have died if I got out. There is food and drink here, and all the necessary supplies. It is a great place to live. But can you trust what this person said? Maybe I've been deceived too many times by Fong Ling and Qing Shu. Whenever Lin Yuan looks at someone now, he would doubt the truthfulness of what they say. Su Moyao felt uncomfortable being looked at by Lin Yuan. He hesitated for a moment, but finally spoke. Brother, no, I'm not used to you looking at me like this. Lin Yuan listened, hummed lightly, and then shifted his gaze to the door behind the counter. He walked towards the door and stood in front of it after a few steps. Before he opened the door and went in, Su Moyao came over and said with a smile, This is where I've slept for the past 2 months. It's a bit messy. Having said that, Su Moyao personally opened the door for Lin Yuan. When the door opened, the room was full of debris. Only a small open space was cleared in the middle of the clutter, but it was big enough for one person to sleep. There was only a pillow and a thick quilt on the open space. Chapter 78. Is this a zombie? This damn black-hearted boss. When I meet him, I will tell him all the evidence of his crimes. Su Moyao looked at the environment inside and suddenly remembered the difficulties he had experienced in the past 2 months. He complained indignantly. Lin Yuan ignored his words and let them go in one ear and out the other. The so-called black-hearted boss he mentioned should have died long ago. Where is the chance for him to take revenge? Lin Yuan walked in and checked the boxes in the room. When he opened the boxes one by one, he found that they were all the store's stock. And on the ground, a box of trash was placed in the corner. The garbage packaging in the box looks exactly like the food on the grocery store shelves. Su Moyao walked in and sighed. Luckily, there was plenty to eat and drink in the store, so I didn't starve to death. Lin Yuan still ignored his words. Instead, Xiao Yang walked in and gave him a thumbs up. Brother, you are the god of luck in this troubled time. God of luck? Troubled times? Su Moyao was a little confused. Then, Xiao Yang stretched out his hand and put it on Su Moyao's shoulder. He brought Su Moyao to the side and told him in detail about the zombie outbreak. Lin Yuan walked around the room, reached out his hand, and put box after box of food into the space. There is so much food, don't waste it. After a while, all the stock in the room had been stored by Lin Yuan into the space. He turned his head to look at Su Moyao's shocked expression after hearing Xiao Yang's words, then walked out. Now that the stock in the room has been collected, the next step is to collect the goods on the shelves. With just a thought, anything he touched could be stored in the space in a second. So, when Xiaoyang and Su Moyao came out. Not only was the stock in the room empty, but everything on the shelves in the store was empty. You get 10 pieces of bread, and the 100-fold critical strike is in effect. Congratulations on getting 1,000 loaves of bread. You get 20 candles, and 100 times critical strike is in effect. Congratulations on getting 2,000 candles. You get 30 bottles of drinks, and 100 times critical strike is in effect. Congratulations on winning 3,000 bottles of drinks. Just after hearing Xiaoyang's words, Su Moyao was still immersed in panic and fear when he saw that his things were empty. He became even more desperate. Where are my things? Su Moyao's face changed, and he walked forward, hugged his empty shelves, and started crying. How can I survive without these foods and drinks? Listening to Su Moyao's crying, Lin Yuan frowned. Xiaoyang was also confused when he saw the empty store. Is this boy so cruel? He walked up to Lin Yuan and whispered, "Why don't you leave him something? How do you want him to survive?" Lin Yuan said calmly, "I only care about my own life and death." After saying that, Lin Yuan glanced at Fong Ling and was about to take Fong Ling out the door. "Stop!" Following Su Moyao's scolding. The next second, the shelf that Su Moyao was holding had turned into a long sword in his hand. Lin Yuan turned around and looked over, and was slightly stunned when he saw the sword in Su Moyao's hand. This guy so lucky? This person is actually also a superpower, Xiaoyang said in surprise. Lin Yuan looked at Su Moyao's angry expression and raised the corners of his mouth with satisfaction. "It's worth the trip. Give me all my things back, and I'll let you leave safely." Su Moyao held a long sword in his hand and warned with a fierce look. Lin Yuan was not in a hurry. He took a few steps forward, pressed his chest against the opponent's sword, and answered calmly, "What if I don't want to?" Su Moyao was shocked. The sword in his hand trembled, and then he held it tightly in his hand. He thought that he could get all his things back by scaring the people in front of him, but he didn't expect that. "This is a tough guy. Don't think I won't do anything," Su Moyao said viciously. Looking at his appearance, Lin Yuan couldn't help but smile. Even if he didn't take action, with his voice, the zombies would hear him and come soon. Lin Yuan took a step back and smiled. "You wouldn't dare." After saying this, he turned and left, seeing Su Moyao's shocked expression. Su Moyao gritted his teeth, made a big decision in his heart, and rushed towards Lin Yuan's back with a sword in his hand. Hearing the quick footsteps behind him, Lin Yuan put his hand on the door handle. 1, 2, 3. When he counted to 3 silently in his mind, Lin Yuan quickly opened the door and shifted his body to avoid Su Moyao's attack. Su Moyao just rushed out with the sword in both hands. "Depend on..." Su Moyao's dissatisfied voice came from outside the door. But when he saw the scene outside clearly, he was dumbfounded. What has become of the buildings around us that were once intact? Not a single street lamp was intact, except for one that was on and flickering. Su Moyao felt numb all over and immediately thought he had arrived in hell. Roar! The zombies are already here. When they saw Su Moyao, they rushed over as if they had seen delicious food. "Is this a zombie?" Su Moyao said in surprise. Looking at the zombies running towards him, he clenched the sword in his hand and swallowed. These people are probably not human anymore. As he was thinking, a zombie rushed in front of him. Su Moyao raised the sword in his hand, shouted, and chopped off the zombie's head with force. After just killing one zombie, Su Moyao felt like he had used up all his strength. He slumped to the ground. When the second and third zombies rushed up, he was already unable to react. Whoosh! Puff! The zombie's head was suddenly chopped off by 2 space blades. Su Moyao looked back in shock. He found Lin Yuan leaning against the door, with his arms folded across his chest, looking at him. Lin Yuan found it very funny to see Su Moyao looking angry, but unable to get angry. Looking at the zombies surrounding him, he raised his eyebrows and said to Su Moyao, "The zombies are coming. Why don't you get on?" After saying that, Lin Yuan looked towards the zombies rushing towards him. Nearly 15 zombies rushed up quickly when they saw Su Moyao. "Depend on..." Su Moyao cursed loudly. He raised his middle finger towards Lin Yuan with disdain, then took out a long sword and chopped off the heads of the zombies one by one. Lin Yuan folded his arms across his chest and leaned calmly against the door. Quite a few zombies looked over here. When they rushed over, Fong Ling stood in front of Lin Yuan with a long knife in his hand. Whenever a zombie rushed over, Fong Ling would raise his knife and chop off the zombie's head neatly. It was the first time that Su Moyao faced so many zombies, and his strength quickly declined. Within a few minutes, He began to breathe heavily. Why are there so many zombies? Su Moyao was finally exhausted, and his long sword was pressing against the ground, barely supporting his body. Turning around, he met Lin Yuan's smile. The corner of his mouth twitched. Is this person laughing at him? Su Moyao's anger rose in his heart, and he quickly stood up again. Chapter 79. My coat is very expensive. Lin Yuan looked at Su Moyao's appearance and sighed helplessly. His hands gently pinched a few space blades and stabbed towards the zombies around Su Moyao at an extremely fast speed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The few zombies behind Su Moyao that he had not had time to deal with were all killed by Lin Yuan's space blade. When he turned around to check, there were already several corpses lying at his feet. The zombies that surrounded him were quickly dealt with. When Su Moyao dealt with the last zombie, he was covered in zombies' blood. There was even a lot of rotten zombie flesh hanging on Su Moyao's body. He looked down at his dirty clothes and frowned. Su Moyao raised his hand and shook off the rotten flesh on his clothes with disgust. Then, when he was about to ask Lin Yuan what he meant, Lin Yuan took a step forward, walked around him, and headed back. Hello. Su Moyao chased after him, shouted, and followed Lin Yuan's side. You have to bring the food quickly. Before he finished speaking, Lin Yuan said calmly, if you haven't killed enough, you might as well speak louder. After he finished speaking, Su Moyao was stunned. Could it be that the zombie just now was killed by him in the store? After being in a daze for a few seconds, Lin Yuan had already walked away. Su Moyao looked over and was about to shout out subconsciously. Thinking of what Lin Yuan said, he quickly covered his mouth. Then he quickly ran up, followed Lin Yuan, and asked again in a low voice. You have to return my things, the food and drinks, to me. Hearing this, Lin Yuan glanced at him and replied, Is this store yours? Su Moyao was stunned. This shop is not his. He's just a worker. He was just a humble worker, but was locked in the store by his boss. He had long understood that this was a black-hearted boss. If it wasn't for the money, why would he stay in this store? It's mine. Su Moyao lied. Lin Yuan smiled faintly. You just said in the store that you have a boss. You should find a better reason to lie. After hearing this, Su Moyao's face turned dark. The next second, the sword in his hand pointed straight at Lin Yuan. Give it back to me now, or I'll do it. Just as the man in front of him said, the world now has been completely occupied by zombies. Even if he kills someone under this circumstance, he does not have to bear criminal responsibility for murder. Lin Yuan stopped and turned slowly. The long sword in Su Moyao's hand was pressed against his throat. There was no sign of fear on his face. What if the sword is against his throat? As long as he died, all the things he had just taken away would never be able to return to their original places. Therefore, Su Moyao didn't dare to touch him. Lin Yuan stared into his eyes. Would you like to try? As he said this, Lin Yuan was about to take a step forward. Su Moyao watched his movements, panicked, and subconsciously took a step back. He was just a model citizen. How could he have killed anyone with a knife? You don't want to live anymore? Su Moyao scolded. As soon as he shouted, a loud noise came from a nearby building. Boom! Then, the French window upstairs suddenly burst open, and a figure fell straight down from above. And her corresponding position happened to be where Lin Yuan was standing. Lin Yuan looked up, and the corner of his mouth twitched. He doesn't want to get involved. The moment Lin Yuan raised his hand, Su Moyao thought he was going to hug the person who was falling. But the next second, Lin Yuan opened a hole next to him and walked straight in. Su Moyao was shocked when he saw Lin Yuan's actions. Seeing the person falling getting closer and closer to him, he gritted his teeth and stretched out his hand. Not far away, Lin Yuan walked out of the space gate. He silently watched Su Moyao stretch out his hand and pinched his eyebrows with a headache. Same as Li Bin. But the next moment, Su Moyao's hand steadily caught the falling person. The man seemed to be weightless and fell into Su Moyao's hands. Just when Su Moyao was confused, the person in his hand suddenly turned around and looked at him. The person in the hand showed a full set of white teeth, and the corners of his mouth were stretched to the corners of his eyes. From time to time, an unknown liquid would flow out of its mouth, giving off a disgusting smell. Oh my God! Su Moyao's face turned dark, he shouted, and quickly let go of the thing in his hand. After letting go, he quickly took several steps back. How disgusting. There was still some liquid that the thing had vomited out on his sleeve. The liquid is green in color and looks just like snot, which is very disgusting. Su Moyao took off his coat with disgust, revealing a white vest underneath. He has a great figure, and the vest outlines his entire body very nicely. This figure is very good. Xiaoyang stood beside Lin Yuan and sighed as he looked at Su Moyao's figure. Lin Yuan put his hands in his pockets and looked at the zombie. Although the zombie looks like a young girl, her long hair covers her face. The wind around her blows her hair from time to time, revealing the horrible appearance behind her hair. The entire body of this zombie was like a spider, with its body arched and all four limbs supported on the ground. He was staring at Su Moyao's actions eagerly. Could this thing be a combination of animals and zombies? A combination of zombies and animals? How could it be possible? Just when Lin Yuan was distracted, the zombie had already rushed towards Su Moyao. At this time, Su Moyao was holding the long sword in his hand and looking fiercely at the zombies rushing towards him. I thought it was a human, but it turned out to be a zombie, Su Moyao said angrily. My coat is very expensive. With a shout, Su Moyao swung his sword and stabbed at the zombies. Just when the sword was about to pierce the zombie's body, the zombie suddenly jumped. The zombie's entire body jumped onto Su Moyao's head. And that's not enough. The next second, spider silk actually came out of the zombie's mouth. The spider silk spread towards the surrounding buildings and soon formed a large web above Su Moyao's head. Su Moyao looked up, and his pupils were immediately shocked. Why is this different from the zombie just now? How come this zombie can spit out silk? Just when Su Moyao felt that something was wrong, Lin Yuan gave Fong Ling a look. Fong Ling nodded, holding the long knife, and disappeared from the spot the next second. When he appeared again, Fong Ling had already cut off the silk on Su Moyao's head, and his long sword was covered with dense, white threads. Once the net was destroyed, the zombie's body became unstable and fell directly from the silk net. Roar! It roared at Fong Ling angrily, as if scolding Fong Ling for destroying the web it had just woven. The spider web is the spider's home. By doing this, Fong Ling was actually destroying his home. As the zombie roared, its eyes turned red. It stood up slowly, its entire body covered with silvery fur. Looking at it this way, it looks more like a spider. The zombie moved and rushed towards Fong Ling quickly. Chapter 80. Not knowing how to adapt. Su Moyao shouted when he saw this. Brother, let me help you. As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed forward, sword in hand, chasing the zombies. Lin Yuan was standing not far away. He frowned and watched the zombies fighting with Fong Ling and Su Moyao. This is a combination of spiders and zombies. If Xiaohei were here at this moment, as long as he could spray the zombies a little, the zombies would be burned to death instantly. Why do we need to go through so much trouble now? Aren't you going to help? Xiaoyang took out a lollipop and put it in his mouth without knowing when. He held the back of his head with his hands and watched the fight in front of him. Lin Yuan glanced at him and asked, You take turns to visit me and follow me every day. Is that interesting? As soon as he finished speaking, Xiaoyang hurriedly explained, We care about you. If you are in any danger, we can help you immediately, right? Hearing this, Lin Yuan's mouth curled up slightly. Xiaoyang felt numb all over when he saw his smile. You, what are you laughing at? He asked. And Lin Yuan said, I'm in trouble now. Do you want to help me? Finished, Xiaoyang's face darkened. If there was a way to undo what you said, he would definitely take back what he had just said. Isn't this just digging your own grave? You are not in danger at the moment. As he spoke, he looked in the same direction and his feet moved slowly. Lin Yuan smiled. Isn't it just in front? After saying that, Lin Yuan pushed Xiaoyang and pushed him into the open space door. Immediately afterwards, another space gate appeared in front of the zombie. Me! Xiaoyang cursed loudly as he looked at the silk spitting towards his face. He quickly tilted his head and managed to avoid it. Soon, the three of them started fighting with the zombies. Lin Yuan took out a bag of melon seeds from the space, stood aside, eating the seeds while watching the battle in front of him. Eating melon is so delicious. Knock, knock, knock. Inside the room, Li Bin and Sun Lan were lying on the bed, halfway through taking off their clothes, when suddenly there was a knock on the door, interrupting their actions. I'll go and take a look. Li Bin looked at Sun Lan's rosy cheeks, put on his clothes again, and walked out. Sun Lan sat up and put on her clothes with dissatisfaction. Walking to the door, Li Bin opened it carefully. He never thought that it was Qing Shu who came to him. Qing Shu stood outside the door and poked her head to look inside the room. She didn't see Fong Ling. Girl, what's wrong? Li Bin asked doubtfully. Just when he was about to let Qing Shu in, Li Bin remembered Lin Yuan's reminder. Qing Shu and Fong Ling have a problem. Brother Li Bin, Have you seen Fong Ling? I can't find him. Qing Shu frowned and said, Fong Ling? Li Bin thought for a moment and shook his head. I didn't see it. It's dangerous outside. You should go back quickly. After saying this, Li Bin was about to close the door. Qing Shu took a step forward. Seeing that the door was about to hit Qing Shu, Li Bin hurriedly opened the door again. Brother Li Bin, I'm alone in the room, and I don't have any ability to protect myself. Can I go in? When Qing Shu said this, Sun Lan happened to walk out of the room. Sun Lan paused, raised her eyes, and met Qing Shu's gaze. As soon as she saw Sun Lan, Qing Shu walked in and took Sun Lan's arm with a smile. Sister Sun Lan, I want to eat what you cook. Sun Lan thought of what happened last time and smiled awkwardly. Didn't you say you wanted to find your boyfriend? Why do you want to eat again? Hearing this, Qing Shu paused and replied with a smile. Yeah, but he should be fine. As she spoke, she touched her belly, looked at Sun Lan with grievance, and said, But Sister Sun Lan, I'm really hungry. Sun Lan and Li Bin are both soft-hearted people. Looking at Qing Shu's appearance, Sun Lan really couldn't believe that there was anything wrong with the girl in front of her. Li Bin saw that Sun Lan was moved and knew that she had softened her heart. Just when I was about to remind her, Sun Lan had already agreed. Okay, I'll do it for you right away. Sun Lan smiled and patted Qing Shu's hand gently, then turned and walked into the kitchen. Qing Shu smiled at her, then turned to look at Li Bin. Qing Shu bit her lip, put her hands behind her back with an embarrassed look on her face, and walked in front of Li Bin. Brother Li Bin, thank you for letting me in. Looking at Qing Shu, Li Bin felt that she seemed different from the Qing Shu he had just met, yet also the same. Seeing Qing Shu take another step forward, Li Bin walked around her and said, Well, you should thank Sister Sun Lan. Then, before Qing Shu could say anything, Li Bin spoke first. I'm going to help my wife. I'm a little hungry too. You can just sit on the sofa and wait. Watching Li Bin walk in, Qing Shu's slightly open mouth slowly closed again, and even her eyes became different. Qing Shu sat on the sofa, staring at the kitchen door. In the kitchen, Sun Lan was eating noodles when she heard Li Bin's voice from behind her. Let me do it. Li Bin walked to Sun Lan's side, stretched out his hand, and took the kitchen utensils from Sun Lan's hand. Looking at Li Bin's figure, Sun Lan asked puzzledly, How did you get in? Li Bin answered Sun Lan's questions while putting the chopped green onions at hand into the pot. It's not easy to be outside. Ever since Brother Lin said that, the look in Qing Shu's eyes has become different. Even just now, the look in this girl's eyes seemed to be seducing him. He was afraid that if he stayed outside for a few more minutes, this girl might do anything. Thinking of this, Li Bin sighed. Sun Lan looked at Li Bin's appearance. She moved closer and whispered in Li Bin's ear. Hubby, Qing Shu looks like she has some problems. As she spoke, she moved her body closer to Li Bin. She used to be in love with her boyfriend, but now she only looked for him for a second. And then she turned around and asked me to eat the noodles I made. Li Bin turned his head and was about to say something when he glanced at the figure standing outside the door. His heart trembled, and he calmly tugged at Sun Lan's sleeve, motioning her to look outside the door. Sun Lan looked over in confusion and was almost scared when she saw the shadow outside the door. Wife, you come and cook it. It's you who made what Qing Shu wants to eat. Li Bin said this and made room for Sun Lan. Sun Lan nodded and took over the position of chef. Qing Shu, who was outside the door, stood there listening for only a few seconds. She obviously didn't know that her figure could be seen standing outside the door. After listening for a while and not hearing any useful information, she turned and left the kitchen door. Boom! Lin Yuan was eating the melon seeds in his hand, watching the zombie catch Fong Ling's flashing trajectory and punch Fong Ling, sending him flying into the wall. Tisk! After Fong Ling hit the wall hard, a deep hole was created in the wall. This boy, how come he is so inflexible? While sighing, Lin Yuan threw the melon seed shells in his hand into the trash can. Chapter 81. To run away. Xiaoyang, who was fighting zombies, suddenly saw Lin Yuan's leisurely look. The most important thing was that he had a chair to sit on. Why is Lin Yuan so happy? He just glanced at Lin Yuan, and the zombies in front of him rushed towards him quickly. Xiaoyang was shocked and quickly dodged the zombies' attack. Oh my god! Looking at his clothes that were torn by the zombies, Xiaoyang frowned impatiently. He looked up at the zombie, silently took out a crystal from his pocket, and ate it. The next moment, when he moved again, his speed was several times beyond that of an ordinary person. Lin Yuan looked at Xiaoyang's actions and raised his eyebrows slightly. Not bad. This speed is very fast. Then he saw Xiaoyang already behind the zombie's neck. Xiaoyang took out a knife, put it behind the zombie's neck, and moved his lips slightly. The next second, the zombie's head rolled to the ground. Lin Yuan stood up from his chair and watched Xiaoyang about to take out the crystal from the zombie's head. He directly tore open a space door and walked in. Then he appeared beside Xiaoyang. Lin Yuan stretched out his hand and took the crystal the moment Xiaoyang scratched the zombie's forehead and the crystal was exposed. Xiaoyang's attention was completely on the zombie's head. As for when Lin Yuan arrived, he had no idea. Hello. Seeing the crystal being suddenly taken away, the smile on Xiaoyang's face froze. He turned his head to look at where Lin Yuan was originally, then turned to Lin Yuan beside him and spoke. I was the one who dealt with this zombie. Give me back the crystal. After saying this, Xiaoyang extended his hand to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan silently put the crystal into the space. You have obtained an intermediate crystal, and the 100-fold critical strike is taking effect. Congratulations on obtaining 100 intermediate crystals. Attribute Spider Mutation. Spider Mutation. Lin Yuan smiled with satisfaction. But when Xiaoyang saw this smile, he felt very dissatisfied. You. Before he could finish his words, Lin Yuan spoke first. Weren't you protecting me just now? Protect you? Xiaoyang was stunned. I did say that before the fight. But what does this have to do with crystallization? Then Lin Yuan said again, since you are the one protecting me, then this crystal should be handed over to me. Hearing this, Xiaoyang was stunned. Damn, I got fooled. Lin Yuan looked at Xiaoyang's dark face, smiled, then took out a primary crystal and handed it to Xiaoyang. This is protection money. An intermediate crystal in exchange for a primary crystal? Xiaoyang's mouth twitched. Lin Yuan frowned when he saw Xiaoyang's disgusted look. Don't want it, right? Then I take it back. As he said this, he was about to take back the primary crystal. Xiaoyang quickly reached out and took the crystal from Lin Yuan's hand. I didn't say I didn't want it. This primary crystal is better than nothing. Xiaoyang touched the primary crystal in his hand and sighed helplessly. Hey, food. Su Muiyao looked at the two of them and walked over with a sour look on his face. He just lost his coat, and now he can't get his food back. How will he survive in this doomsday world? Unexpectedly, Lin Yuan just glanced at him indifferently and said, Food? How much do you want? Su Muiyao frowned and said, Give me back everything that was in the store just now. Hearing this, Lin Yuan touched his chin and thought for a moment. Well, the price might be very high. Price? Su Muiyao's face was filled with shock. This is not yours in the first place. How dare you tell me the price? Lin Yuan smiled faintly. Then this wasn't originally yours, and now that it's in my hands, doesn't it naturally become mine? After saying this, Lin Yuan looked at Su Muiyao's hesitant expression. He put his hands in his pockets and continued. However, since you don't have any money right now, I'll give you a way to have a place to stay and food and drink. How do you think? There is a place to live. There is also food and drink. Will this cunning person in front of him really give him such good conditions? Su Muiyao looked at Lin Yuan half doubtfully and asked, What are the conditions? Lin Yuan looked at Su Muiyao and smiled. Now is the time when manpower is needed. Qing Shu and Fong Ling were already at a stage where they could no longer be trusted. Fong Ling followed her out today just to make him believe in Fong Ling. As for what Fong Ling and Qing Shu were thinking, Lin Yuan didn't know. But as long as what the two of them do is harmful to his team, he will definitely eliminate them as soon as possible. Thinking about it, Lin Yuan raised his eyes and looked at Su Muiyao. In his eyes, Su Muiyao was like a newborn baby in swaddling clothes. We're just beginning to get to know this world and step into it. Isn't it easy to recruit such a person under your command? He said with a slight smile on his face. Work for me. Su Muiyao was stunned. What is this? He opened his lips slightly and was about to say something, but Lin Yuan took the lead and added a sentence. Of course, if you don't want to, I suggest you go feed the zombies now. When Su Muiyao heard this, his face turned dark. It's not like I can't do without this food, he was about to say. It's not like you can't survive. But when he looked closely at the surrounding buildings, his whole body was shocked. After experiencing the battle just now, he has more or less understood how powerful the zombies are. But when he looked into the buildings, he swallowed. The surroundings were filled with smoke, with only one street lamp flickering. Inside the building, many eyes were staring at the location of the four people. It was as if it was watching its prey, waiting for the right time to pounce. These eyes are high and low. Su Muiyao turned around and found that they were everywhere around him. He has weapons and can fight zombies. But no matter how low level the zombies are, as long as there are enough of them, he will be exhausted to death by them. Sooner or later, he will die here. Have you thought about it? As Lin Yuan spoke, his mind moved and the car was summoned out of space and appeared out of thin air in front of several people. Car, Su Moyao said in shock. When Xiaoyang saw this, he and Fong Ling both sat on it. With the previous experience, Xiaoyang knew that once Lin Yuan took out the car, he would run away. Lin Yuan looked at Su Moyao and did not respond. He just glanced at the time calmly and waited for Su Moyao's answer. As soon as the car was summoned, the zombies around it began to move, as if they were about to rush out. After waiting for another 3 seconds, if Su Moyao didn't give an answer, Lin Yuan would get in the car and leave directly. By then, countless zombies will swarm out from the surroundings. I believe that in a few minutes, Su Moyao will become one of them. Looking at the second hand on the watch, Lin Yuan muttered to himself. 3, 2, 1. The moment the thought in his heart rang, Su Moyao was shaken. Good. Su Moyao gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and finally compromised. Lin Yuan nodded, turned around, and quickly got into the car. Chapter 82. Something is knocking against the door. Roar! The moment Lin Yuan jumped into the car, the zombies around him rushed out. Countless zombies, young and old, some as young as kindergarten, rushed out. Lin Yuan shouted to Su Moyao, "What are you standing there for? Get in the car." After saying that, Lin Yuan quickly started the car. The car made a buzzing sound. The moment the car started moving, Su Moyao grabbed the car and jumped directly on. He was huddled outside the car, and a zombie's hand had already grabbed the tail of his clothes tightly. "Oh my god, one of my clothes just got damaged. I can't let this one get damaged again. Oh no, he really has nothing to wear?" He picked up the sword in his hand and chopped off the zombie's hand that was holding his clothes without hesitation. In just a second, he didn't have time to get into the car. One zombie after another rushed over and grabbed the corner of his clothes again. "Chow, it's never going to end, is it?" Gritting his teeth, Su Moyao took off his shirt. Here, here, here. I'll give you everything you want." The zombie was ripping at his clothes and suddenly lost his balance, falling straight backwards unsteadily. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Su Moyao got into the car quickly without hesitation. Bang! He quickly closed the door. Thump! A zombie's arm fell into the car. So tenacious. Su Moyao hugged his arms tremblingly and glanced at his arm on the ground with disgust. Lin Yuan, who was sitting in the driver's seat, glanced at him through the rearview mirror and then concentrated on driving. Lin Yuan quickly stepped on the accelerator, and within an hour, they returned downstairs. After getting off the car, Lin Yuan moved his mind, and the car was put into the space. Hiss! Su Moyao touched his arm and looked up at the building in front of him. This is... Before he could finish his words, Lin Yuan and his companions had already gone upstairs. He moved and hurriedly followed. When Lin Yuan came to Li Bin's door, he remembered something and turned to look at Xiaoyang. "Why are you following me?" Xiaoyang smiled and put his hands in his pockets. "Aren't I protecting you?" "No good intention." Lin Yuan murmured in his heart and said, "You can't follow in, get out of here now." After saying that, he knocked on the door. "It's me." Footsteps were soon heard from inside, and after a while, Li Bin opened the door. "Brother Lin." Li Bin's eyes lit up, and when he turned around, he saw Xiaoyang following Lin Yuan and Su Moyao with his bare chest. "Come in," Lin Yuan said lightly. Su Moyao moved quickly and was the first to walk in. Next came Fong Ling. Just when Xiaoyang wanted to go in, Lin Yuan walked in before him. Then he closed the door without hesitation. Click! Xiaoyang looked at the closed door in front of him and smiled helplessly. "The vigilance is really high." He sighed and turned away. The moment he turned around, his pocket began to buzz. He took out his cell phone, looked at the red word on it, and picked up the call impatiently. "Sister Hong, what's wrong? Are you done yet?" Sister Hong said coldly. There was a zombie roaring from the other end of the phone, but within 2 seconds, the zombie's roar stopped abruptly. Xiaoyang said as he walked forward, "It's a failure, even though it's done." In the room, when Qing Shu heard the noise, she put down the chopsticks in her hand and looked up. Her first glance was not at Fong Ling, but was attracted by Su Moyao, who was naked from the waist up. Su Moyao is obviously someone who exercises regularly. Whether it's the pectoral muscles or the abdominal muscles in the upper body, there is not a single piece of loose flesh on his body. Such a figure is so perfect that many girls would be amazed. Gurgle. Qing Shu swallowed. She was so engrossed in watching that she didn't even notice Lin Yuan's eyes observing her. It took her 2 seconds to react. Then she stood up and walked towards Fong Ling. She grabbed Fong Ling's arm and blamed him. "Where did you go today? You were gone when I woke up." Qing Shu seemed to be holding Fong Ling's arm, but in fact, her eyes were secretly glancing at Su Moyao beside her. On the contrary, Su Moyao got goosebumps all over his body the moment he inadvertently met Qing Shu's eyes. It's not good to be stared at without clothes on. Then he looked at Lin Yuan. That? Before he finished speaking, Lin Yuan sat down on a chair beside him and asked Fong Ling, "Didn't you tell your girlfriend when you came out?" Lin Yuan deliberately emphasized the word girlfriend. The purpose is to remind Qing Shu. She is Fong Ling's girlfriend. Sure enough, when Qing Shu heard this, her face suddenly turned dark. She lowered her head subconsciously and hurriedly explained, "Oh, I remember now. Fong Ling told me about it before, but I forgot." As soon as these words came out, Fong Ling swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. "Is that so?" Lin Yuan looked at Fong Ling. Fong Ling's expression changed, and he nodded in agreement. The moment the words fell, the atmosphere in the space froze for a moment, and Lin Yuan spoke first. "Well, since Fong Ling is back, take your girlfriend back to rest first." Qing Shu raised her eyes to look at Lin Yuan and said hurriedly, "Brother Lin, I have something to ask you." As soon as she finished speaking, she was about to move forward. When he left, he deliberately turned towards Su Moyao's position. In pure thoughts, Lin Yuan stood up, and when Qing Shu pretended to sprain her ankle, he stood in front of Su Moyao. Qing Shu glanced over, and when she saw it, she quickly stood up straight. She twisted her feet in panic, feeling a sharp pain in her ankle. Qing Shu screamed and fell to the ground. "It hurts?" Qing Shu fell to the ground, frowning and touching her ankle. "Little sister, are you okay?" Seeing this, Fong Ling quickly stepped forward and supported her. Lin Yuan and Li Bin looked at each other. Li Bin walked behind the door and looked out carefully through the peephole on the door. "Sure." Li Bin raised his index finger and placed it in front of his mouth. When the people in the room saw Li Bin's actions, they all shut their mouths and fell silent. And through the peephole, he saw zombies gathering outside the door. Although most zombies have poor eyesight, their hearing is extremely sensitive. "Roar!" The zombie walked over in a daze, twisting its head from time to time. The moment the zombie looked over here, Li Bin quickly squatted down to prevent the zombie from seeing his eyes through the cat's eye. Qing Shu covered her ankle, cold sweat slowly flowing down her forehead. She raised her eyes, glanced at Lin Yuan, and couldn't help but snorted coldly. Because of this cold snort, the noise outside the room was almost gone. The next second, a sound suddenly came out. Bang! Li Bin leaned his back against the door. As the sound rang out, he felt a push on his back. There's something banging against the door outside. Chapter 83, Wrong Room. Bang! 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 The sound of 3 consecutive knocks on the door made everyone in the room nervous. Lin Yuan sat calmly in the chair, his eyes observing the expression on Qing Shu's face. When Qing Shu looked at him, he thought her face turned red and black, which was very funny. This little girl is still very young. It became quiet outside the door, and Li Bin relaxed the tense feeling he was holding. But he didn't leave the door, he just stayed there. I was afraid that the zombies would make a counterattack, and the room would be ruined after being invaded by the zombies. Qing Shu looked at Li Bin leaning against the door, hesitated for a moment, and her eyes moved. Seeing her lips slightly open, Lin Yuan's hand moved slightly, and with a whoosh, a spatial blade was pressed against her throat. Gurgle. Qing Shu looked at the thing in her throat and swallowed nervously. She turned her head and met Lin Yuan's eyes. Lin Yuan supported his chin with one hand and held the space blade with the other. If Qing Shu dared to make any more noise now, Lin Yuan would kill her without hesitation. Qing Shu was lying in Fong Ling's arms. He lowered his eyes and saw Lin Yuan's space blade. Qing Shu's hands were tightly pulling Fong Ling's clothes. Fong Ling looked at it calmly, but did not take any action. Damn it! Qing Shu gritted her teeth and showed the anger in her eyes to Lin Yuan without any concealment. Outside the door, a zombie was slumped against the door, its head just avoiding the peephole on the door. It sniffed doubtfully, then raised its hand and patted the door in front of it. After there was no movement, it got up and left. Night! Fong Ling and Qing Shu had just returned to their room when Qing Shu reached out and grabbed Fong Ling's neck, pushed him against the wall behind him, and questioned him in a low voice. Why didn't you help me just now? Qingshu's eyes were already full of red bloodshot. When she thought about how Lin Yuan had just controlled her with the space blade, she became very angry. Fong Ling looked at Qingshu's angry expression calmly, tilted his head to the side, and didn't say anything. You want to rebel? Qingshu let go of Fong Ling. He turned around and endured the severe pain in his ankle, picked up a fruit knife from the table, and pressed it against Fong Ling's neck. The blade pressed against the skin on the neck, and soon a trace of blood slowly flowed down the neck. Believe it or not, I can kill you right now, Qingshu threatened. A second later, Fong Ling's mouth curled up slightly, and he leaned his neck forward. The blood in the neck began to flow even faster. Seeing this scene, Qingshu suddenly became panicked, and she subconsciously wanted to take back the knife. But the next moment, Fong Ling grabbed her hand, held her hand, and put the fruit knife on his neck. Do you dare to kill me? If you kill me, who can you rely on here? Every word pierced Qingshu's heart. Qingshu looked at him, unable to come up with the next sentence for a long time. Fong Ling is right. Before the end of the world, Fong Ling relied on her to survive. When the zombie outbreak begins, she must rely on Fong Ling in order to survive in this inhumane world. Apart from Fong Ling, who else would protect me? But now, it seems that Fong Ling no longer protects her. She put the fruit knife on Fong Ling's neck just to remind Fong Ling of his own status and not to offend his superiors. But she never expected that Fong Ling would suddenly change so much. Even today, he went out without her consent. Since when did Fong Ling dare to go against his own will? Fong Ling lowered his eyes, looked at Qingshu's dazed expression, and pulled the fruit knife from her hand. Qingshu lost her balance and fell to the ground. Qingshu fell heavily to the ground, but Fong Ling pretended not to see it and walked past her with a fruit knife in his hand. She slumped to the ground and clenched her fists tightly. Click! The tears from her eyes dripped onto the ground, spreading out in a wavy circle. The night passed quickly. When the next day came, when Fong Ling woke up, he felt like something was missing, but he was very relaxed. When he walked out of the room, he did not see Qingshu. Before he could think, there were several knocks on the door. Fong Ling walked overcautiously and did not look through the peephole immediately. Instead, he put his ear against the door and listened to the movement outside. Soon, he heard a sobbing sound. It's Qingshu. Click! Fong Ling opened the door. What he saw was Qingshu, whose clothes were in disarray. Qingshu's eyes were red from crying, and the area around her eyes was red, which made her look very pitiful. What's going on? Inside Li Bin's house, Lin Yuan was sitting on a chair. He asked, looking at Qingshu, who was crying softly on the sofa. Inside the room, Su Moyao was confused as he watched this scene. Qingshu sobbed, turned to look at Su Moyao, and said tremblingly, I just walked into the wrong room. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone looked towards Su Moyao. Su Moyao hurriedly explained, No, when I woke up, she was already in my bed and... He didn't say the rest of the words. Just last night, Su Moyao saw a bottle of cocktail among the food that Lin Yuan gave him. To him, this thing is just like a drink, it won't make him drunk. He fell asleep after drinking only 2 bottles. But when he woke up the next day, he found that there was an extra person on the bed. That person was Qingshu. Moreover, Qingshu was not wearing any clothes. What surprised him was that when Qingshu came in last night, he didn't feel anything. Just when Qingshu was about to move, he covered Qingshu's body with a quilt and jumped off the bed. What was even more shocking was that he was only wearing a pair of underwear. Last night, he didn't take off his clothes. Just when he felt that something had distorted his thoughts, Qingshu woke up. After Qingshu woke up, she talked to him tearfully, but before he could ask her more questions, she ran out. Then, he was called out by Lin Yuan and arrived at the current situation. Su Moyao frowned and looked up to meet Lin Yuan's gaze. Brother, I really haven't done this. The underwear is still there. For this kind of thing, you have to take it off before doing it. He is not that kind of person. Lin Yuan stared at Su Moyao's expression. At this moment, he believed Su Moyao even more. As for Qingshu's little thoughts yesterday suddenly flashed through his mind. Then Lin Yuan stood up, walked to Su Moyao, put his arm around his shoulders, and brought him to the side. You didn't last night. Before he finished speaking, Su Moyao explained. I really haven't done that. Lin Yuan smiled helplessly and said, I mean, you really didn't hear her come in? Su Moyao was stunned and shook his head. No, there is no sound at all. Lin Yuan lowered his eyes, thought for a moment, and patted his shoulder. I see. Turning around, Lin Yuan glanced at Qing Shu and said lightly, "You can go back." Qing Shu clutched her clothes tightly, gritted her teeth, turned her head, and glared at Lin Yuan. Chapter 84: Low-Level Zombies. Meeting Qing Shu's eyes, Lin Yuan couldn't help but smile. Then, Lin Yuan put his hands in his pockets, walked over, and leaned over to look at Qing Shu. It was Qing Shu who said that. Su Moyao laid hands on her, but there were no signs of scratches on her body. No matter what, won't Qing Shu resist? He stared at Qing Shu's collarbone for a few seconds, and Qing Shu hurriedly pulled her clothes to cover her collarbone. "What are you looking at?" Qing Shu said dissatisfiedly. Lin Yuan stood up and said, "This little trick may work for them, but for me, you'd better give up." After saying that, he looked at Fong Ling behind Qing Shu. "Take the person back." If it weren't for Qing Shu's healing ability, he wouldn't have kept her until now. Qing Shu gritted her teeth and was taken back by Fong Ling. "Brother Lin, is this really okay?" Li Bin walked over and asked. Lin Yuan sat down and touched his knuckles. "She deserves this." "Hey!" Su Moyao sighed and sat down next to Lin Yuan casually. "Am I too young? The little girl's thoughts are deeper than mine." After he finished speaking, he turned around and saw several people staring at him. "Everything I said is true." Lin Yuan smiled, stood up, and walked back to his room without saying a word. Su Moyao stayed at Li Bin's house and chatted with Li Bin. "Night. Dong dong." When Lin Yuan heard the voice, he suddenly opened his eyes. The sound came from upstairs. "There's no one upstairs." "Lin Yuan, what was that sound just now?" Yao Yao opened her eyes, rubbed them, and sat up straight. Seeing that Lin Yuan just sat there and didn't answer her, just when she was about to speak again, Lin Yuan grabbed her hand, and at the same time, the sound of dong, dong, dong came from upstairs again. Then, there was the sound of something falling from upstairs. Wrong. There's obviously someone upstairs. Lin Yuan's nerves tensed up. He let go of Yao Yao's hand, lifted the quilt, and summoned the armor, preparing to go upstairs to see what was going on. "Lin Yuan." Yao Yao grabbed his hand and frowned. Lin Yuan turned around, touched Yao Yao's head, pulled her hand away, and put it in his own palm. "Wait for me here. I'll be right back, okay?" After saying this, he didn't wait for Yao Yao to reply. Lin Yuan walked out of the room, grabbed the sleeping Xiao He, and walked out the door. As soon as Lin Yuan went out, the noise upstairs became more frequent. Yao Yao felt numb all over and pulled the quilt to cover herself tightly. "Meow." Kaylay jumped onto the bed and walked step by step over the quilt to Yao Yao's front. It glanced at Yao Yao, then turned around and lay down beside her. Looking at Coke, Yao Yao felt a sense of security. "Cola, I'm glad you're with me." As he spoke, Yao Yao reached out and touched the Coke. After Lin Yuan walked out of the door, Xiao He opened his eyes in a daze, found himself being held by Lin Yuan, and stammered. It seems like a complaint, but also like happiness. Seeing Xiao He wake up, Lin Yuan put it down. Lin Yuan, holding an alloy sword in his hand, walked all the way to the room upstairs. As soon as I arrived at the room, a scream was heard from inside. "Ah!" This sound, Lin Yuan listened and frowned. "Ah! Get out!" Just as Lin Yuan was thinking, bursts of screams were heard from the room again. Then, a low roar was heard from the stairwell. "Zombies! Here it comes!" Xiao He. Lin Yuan squatted beside Xiao He, patted its butt, pointed to the stairwell, and said, "I'll leave these things to you." After he finished speaking, Xiao He barked and walked towards the stairwell step by step. Walking to the stairwell, Xiao He looked at the zombies coming up, and without hesitation, he spewed out a mouthful of flames. Lin Yuan, on the other hand, leaned against the door with the alloy sword in his hand. He swung his sword in one hand while listening to the movements in the room. After a while, Qing Shu's voice seemed to be blocked by something, and then there was the sound of something falling to the ground. After a while, the sound of crying came from the room. From time to time, a few zombies would flip in from the balcony. These were all low-level zombies. Lin Yuan's space blade flew out and quickly killed the zombies. Half an hour later, click! Lin Yuan had just dealt with a zombie when the door behind him suddenly opened. Fong Ling walked out with his bare chest. When he saw Lin Yuan, he was stunned. "Forrest!" Before he could finish his words, Lin Yuan's eyes passed him and looked into the room. The room was in a mess, and all the things that had been arranged were thrown to the ground. There are all kinds of things on the ground. There was only one figure, with his hands tied tightly with ropes, sitting slumped on the ground. A piece of cloth was stuffed into her mouth. Qingshu's hair was a mess, and her body was covered with bruises, making her look extremely disheveled. She turned around and saw Lin Yuan. Woo-woo! Her eyes lit up, and she fell to the ground with a plop, crawling towards the door with difficulty. Lin Yuan shifted his gaze to Fong Ling. He said lightly, "Handled it." After saying this, Lin Yuan turned and left. Qingshu saw Lin Yuan leaving and struggled to stand up. He had just taken one step when his legs went weak and he fell to the ground again. Seeing Fong Ling coming in again, she felt deeply desperate. Click! Lin Yuan walked back and locked the door. "Lin Yuan, what's going on up there?" Yao Yao looked at Lin Yuan and asked cautiously. Lin Yuan lifted a corner of the quilt and saw Coke lying on the side of the bed before lying down. He stretched out his hand and held Yao Yao in his arms. He patted Yao Yao's back gently with one hand and touched her head with the other and whispered, "It's okay, just two cats playing around up there attracting the zombies." Listening to Lin Yuan's words, Yao Yao was half believing and half doubting. She hummed and closed her eyes as Lin Yuan coaxed her to sleep. Is Qingshu pitiful? She had brought all of this upon herself. Fong Ling has always been treated by her as a slave and has never been treated as a human being. I'm afraid it's from last time. After Fong Ling slapped Qingshu, he understood something. That's why the scene tonight happened. I'm afraid that after tonight, even if Qingshu no longer exists the next day, Lin Yuan will not be surprised. What's more, he would not feel the slightest bit of pity for Qingshu. Slowly, Lin Yuan also closed his eyes. The next day, when Lin Yuan was about to go out with Su Moyao, they passed by Li Bin's door and heard a sound coming from inside. Although it was a low voice, Lin Yuan's hearing was beyond that of ordinary people. "You want one today?" Li Bin was shocked, but still gave the food for one person in his hand to Fong Ling. Although he was retired, he could still smell a faint smell of blood from Fong Ling. "Thanks." Fong Ling thanked him, took the food in his hand, and left the room. When I walked out of the room, Lin Yuan and the other person had already left. If he looked down from the corridor now, he could still see Lin Yuan and the other person. Behind the two of them, there followed Xiao He. Chapter 85. Young man, save me. Brother, this is the dog you raised. Why is it so big? Su Moyao looked at Xiao He and asked questions. The large dogs we see in life are already big enough. Why does Lin Yuan's one seem to have mutated? Before Lin Yuan could answer, a zombie pounced towards Su Moyao. Roar! The zombie opened its bloody mouth and was about to bite Su Moyao. You! As Su Moyao was about to thrust out the sword in his hand, a flame got there before him and burned the zombie in front of him to ashes. What the hell? Su Moyao looked at Xiao He in shock. No way, this dog is so powerful. This flame can actually burn the zombies until only crystals are left. Su Moyao was very excited, looking Xiao He up and down with shining eyes. While Xiao He was being observed by him, a smug look appeared on the dog's face. Looking at the man and the dog, Lin Yuan shook his head helplessly. He picked up the crystal and put it into the space. You have obtained a primary crystal, and the 100-fold critical strike is in effect. Congratulations on obtaining 100 primary crystals. No attributes. Lin Yuan had a faint smile on his face, and the next moment, the system prompt sounded again. Bite. Mission storage crystals. There is 1 month left before the first zombie outbreak. Please collect as many mutant crystals as possible and form your own small team during the remaining time. During this period, all your stored resources will receive 100 times the critical hit. The remaining time for the task is 10 days, 10 hours, and 5 minutes. 10 days. Lin Yuan frowned. Time passed quickly, and the original 29 days became only 10 days. And his team only has 7 combat forces available. Among the 7, 2 are not human. One of them has just gotten to know this world. Headache. Lin Yuan frowned and looked at Su Moyao, who was looking at Xiao He. Hello. Before he could finish his words, Lin Yuan's ears moved, and he heard the sound of high heels behind him. Swish. Lin Yuan gripped the alloy sword tightly and turned around quickly. The alloy sword stopped precisely 1 centimeter away from the man's neck. Hong looked at the alloy sword and raised the corners of his mouth in satisfaction. Then she caught a glimpse of Su Moyao not far away. Not bad. It's only been a few days and you already have a new partner. Then she seized the opportunity and asked, I wonder if you have... Before he finished speaking, Lin Yuan retracted his sword and said coldly, "Not interested." Looking at Lin Yuan's back, Hong silently wiped away the red on her neck. "There is something that will interest you." Hong said this, stepping on her high heels and following Lin Yuan's footsteps. Su Moyao heard the voice and looked over. He raised an eyebrow and stood up straight. "What a beauty! Hong has a perfect figure and has everything you want. She has the demeanor of a big sister." Gurgle. Su Moyao swallowed. Lin Yuan glanced at him and said, "Don't look at her. She can beat 3 of you with 1 punch." "What?" Su Moyao looked at Lin Yuan with a questioning look on his face. Such a beautiful woman. Could she beat 3 of them with 1 punch? Not to mention 3. Even if he was asked to go through fire and water for the beauty, he would be willing to do so. Lin Yuan looked at Su Moyao with a perverted look on his face and gave him a disdainful look. No future. He walked forward, touched Xiaohei's head, and left with Xiaohei. Hong followed him. Su Moyao silently approached Hong and spoke with an embarrassed look on his face. "Beauty, can we add each other's contact information?" Hearing Su Moyao's words, Hong turned her head and rolled her eyes at him. Su Moyao stood there in a daze, staring blankly at Hong walking forward. "She actually whitewashed me?" His face darkened. Then he looked up with a look of surprise. The beauty actually paid attention to me. Su Moyao was so excited that he almost jumped up and cheered. He hurriedly followed, shamelessly following Hong, without saying a word, but just silently paying attention to Hong. Lin Yuan, who was walking in the front, turned around and saw this scene and was speechless. This guy, isn't he afraid of death? A beauty is still a beauty, but the beautiful woman's face has become so dark. Not only that, even the 2 hands that Hong Chue placed at her side were clenched tightly. He was very restrained in his behavior towards Su Moyao. Lin Yuan watched, fearing that Hong would lose control and feed Su Moyao to the zombies. The few of them walked forward, and Lin Yuan arrived at a large wholesale market based on the route he remembered. In front of the wholesale market, even the name on the door fell to the ground and the sign broke into 2 pieces. But you can still vaguely see the word obligation above it. Iwu Wholesale Market is the largest wholesale market in this city. There is everything you need in there, including food, drinks, clothes, and daily necessities. I just don't know how much stuff is left in the entire market after the zombie outbreak. The group walked in, and as soon as they stepped over the threshold of the market, they were hit by a foul smell. "Fuck, what's that smell?" Su Moyao pinched his nose in disgust. Then, he raised his eyes and looked at Hong beside him. He asked with concern when Hong didn't react. "Beauty, do you want to roll?" Before he could finish his words, Hong scolded him coldly. Lin Yuan pinched his nose with 1 hand and walked forward with the other. The entire market floor was covered with human bones and sticky liquid. One can imagine what a terrible scene this was. The wholesale market itself is a place where people gather, and when the zombies broke out, no one was mentally prepared. All the people in the wholesale market were like food in a pot, waiting for the zombies to eat them one by one. The only strange thing was that Lin Yuan walked through almost half of the wholesale market, but didn't see any zombies. Is he hiding, or is there another conspiracy? Just as I was thinking about it, Su Moyao's voice came from beside me. Su Moyao was holding a clean cotton-padded jacket in his hand. "There are so many clean clothes here." He looked at the clothes in front of him and was very surprised. Lin Yuan turned around, looked at the clean clothes in his hand, and walked forward to touch them. With a thought, he put the cotton-padded jacket into the space. The difference is that the system did not give a reminder of a 100-fold critical hit. Lin Yuan didn't think much about it, but put all the remaining clean clothes in. Even if there is not a 100 times critical hit, it is better than nothing. When Lin Yuan put the last cotton-padded jacket into the space, a figure appeared. In the corner, a white-haired old man was squatting on the ground, shivering. Slowly, she felt the movement around her and turned to look at Lin Yuan behind her. The moment she saw Lin Yuan, her eyes lit up as if she had seen the dawn. "Young man, save me." The old man said this and stood up with difficulty. When the old man pounced towards Lin Yuan took a step back vigilantly. The zombie outbreak has been going on for so long. How could a white-haired old man survive for so long? By her luck? Or is she just hiding in this corner? Lin Yuan didn't believe that the old man in front of him was a human. Even if she is a human, her purpose must not be simple. Chapter 86. Unlimited Control Objects. As Lin Yuan retreated, he took out the alloy sword from the space. The old man's eyes darkened, and he saw the sword in Lin Yuan's hand. She stopped in front of Lin Yuan, looked at him pleadingly, and said, "Young man, please help Grandma. Grandma hasn't eaten for a long time." The voice was old and hoarse, which made people feel pity. Lin Yuan looked the old man up and down and suddenly saw a trace of blood on his body. It's right at the edge of the old man's clothes. If you don't look carefully, you might not be able to find it. "Old man, you..." Before Lin Yuan finished speaking, Su Moyao came over with an exclamation. He patted Lin Yuan on the shoulder and whispered, "He's just an old man. What are you afraid of?" Lin Yuan wanted to say something, but Su Moyao had already walked towards the old man. Lin Yuan smiled faintly. He is not afraid. However, since Su Moyao wants to be in the spotlight so much, it's not impossible to give it to him. "That's perfect. I'll just take it as a test." Lin Yuan put his hands in his pockets and stood aside watching Su Moyao's actions. After Su Moyao walked over, he half knelt in front of the old man and spoke comfortingly. "Old man, it's okay. Just follow me and I can give you food and drink." The old man hesitated for a moment, then quickly showed a look of relief and said, "The young man is still kind-hearted." Listening to the old man praising Su Moyao, Lin Yuan couldn't help but smile. But Su Moyao was very happy. Before the zombie outbreak, he often volunteered in nursing homes. He has met many elderly people and receives praise from them every time he goes there, which makes him very happy every time. "Hey, young man, my waist is not strong enough. Can you help me walk?" The old man touched his waist and made a request to Su Moyao. "Of course." Su Moyao agreed immediately. Lin Yuan watched Su Moyao about to help the old man, and his hand behind him had already silently grasped a spatial blade in case of emergency. Just when the old man was about to touch Su Moyao's hand, Su Moyao was shocked and quickly jumped aside. He came directly to Lin Yuan and whispered, "There's something wrong with this old man." Listening to Su Moyao's judgment, Lin Yuan just nodded quietly, looking at the old man who was standing there in a daze. The old man did not expect Su Moyao to react like this. His outstretched hand was still in the air, and he could not retract it for a long time. "Young man?" The old man muttered to himself and slowly turned his head to look at Su Moyao. "I just praised you for being kind. Why did you run away?" The old man said this, standing up straight. She looked at the cold faces of the people in front of her and knew that she could no longer make up a story. Slowly, the movement of arching the back disappeared. Instead, there was a tall figure. Then she reached out her hand and touched her face. Tear! The old face was torn off, revealing a beautiful female face. The woman threw the old man's skin aside with disgust and turned to look at Su Moyao. It was almost successful. "How did you see that?" Su Moyao looked at her, his face still very serious. He said lightly, "The old man's hands are not as delicate as yours. He has helped too many elderly people and seen the conditions of too many elderly people. What is certain is that an old man's hands are definitely not as tender and white as a woman's hands." The woman listened and was stunned. He raised his hand, looked at it, and touched it with satisfaction. "Even if that's the case, it doesn't matter, because you will all die here next." After saying this, the woman glanced sharply at Lin Yuan and the others. She raised her hand and snapped her fingers. A second later, the sound of zombies roaring could be heard. Not good. Lin Yuan turned around quickly, and the exit behind him was slammed shut. In front of him, the woman had disappeared, but the old man's skin was still on the ground. "I'll come back to collect your bodies later, and then make your faces into masks." A woman's voice sounded from above. Lin Yuan looked up, and his eyes widened immediately. Behind the woman, there is a zombie, and the zombie was stretching out his hand and hugging her waist. Obviously, it was this zombie that jumped up with her. Zombies, why do they? Hello! Just as I was thinking about it, I suddenly heard Su Moyao's scolding voice in my ears. When Lin Yuan turned around, a zombie was standing less than a meter in front of him. Slowly, the zombie's head slowly slid off. With a thud, the zombie's head fell heavily to the ground, making a muffled sound. Primary zombie. Lin Yuan took out the alloy sword and calmly took out a crystal from the zombie's forehead. "You have obtained a primary crystal, and the 100-fold critical strike is in effect. Congratulations on obtaining 100 primary crystals. No attributes. Hello." Su Moyao walked over, and Lin Yuan happened to stand up. He ruffled his hair, looked at Lin Yuan, who slightly opened his lips to him, and said proudly, "I know, no need to thank me. I just want to repay you for saving my life last time." The words that Lin Yuan wanted to say were on the tip of his tongue, but when he saw Su Moyao's expression, he suddenly couldn't say them. After enduring for a few seconds, he uttered 3 words. "Neuropathy." After saying that, Lin Yuan looked around without paying attention to Su Moyao's dark face. At first glance, there seemed to be nearly 40 or 50 primary zombies. But no one knew where Hong had gone at this moment. Primary zombie? The corners of Lin Yuan's mouth slowly curled up. He also wanted to thank the woman who just called out the zombies. Wasn't this sending him a gift? Xiaohei? Lin Yuan shouted. 40 or 50 primary zombies all looked towards Lin Yuan. Roar! For a moment, all the zombies' targets were on Lin Yuan. Before the zombies could get to Lin Yuan, Xiaohei barked, jumped in front of Lin Yuan, and opened his mouth. Puff! A large amount of flames suddenly spurted out. Dozens of zombies at the front were burned to death. Click, click. After the zombies were burned to ashes, only crystals remained. Listening to the wonderful sounds, Lin Yuan looked at the remaining zombies, and his eyes gradually became greedy. Hey, take one more step forward and your pretty face won't be needed anymore. The woman sat on a chair, crossing her legs. She had changed her clothes. At this moment, she was wearing a light blue long skirt, and there was a gap at the edge of the skirt, which just revealed her long, white legs. Behind the woman, a primary zombie was patting her shoulder. Next to her, there was a zombie making tea for her. Hong was standing not far from her and turned to look at her. Bai Xin, a person who has awakened a superpower for the second time. The awakened superpower is control, and the object of control is not limited. The only limit of the ability to control is determined by the ability of the psychic himself. After saying this, Bai Xin's expression gradually turned cold. She squeezed the hand that was holding the teacup so hard that the veins on her hands popped. What is your purpose? She asked, looking at Hong warily. And Hong said lightly, You are worthless. I have no interest in you. Chapter 87 Red Light Mutates Zombies. Crash. Bai Xin became very angry when she heard what Hong said. She threw the teacup in her hand towards Hong with all her strength. But Hong just tilted her body slightly and easily dodged the teacup. Looking at Bai Xin's blushing face, Hong said, I'm really curious. Can a loser like you survive the first major outbreak? After saying that, Hong smiled contemptuously and turned away. With a whoosh, Bai Xin stood up from the chair. Go, go, tear her into pieces. The surrounding zombies obeyed Bai Xin's words, moved, and rushed towards Hong quickly. Hong walked forward calmly until the zombie was less than 1 meter away from her. With a swish, Hong took the thing out. Bang, bang, bang. All the zombies behind him fell down. Hong jumped lightly, and even though she was wearing high heels, she didn't make any sound when she landed behind Bai Xin. Click! The gun was pressed against Bai Xin's temple. Bai Xin felt the cold hardness of the gun, and the alarm bells in her heart started ringing. Before she could say anything, Hong spoke first. Take back your little trick, or the consequences will be more than just a threat. Gurgle. Bai Xin swallowed nervously. She glanced at the zombies indifferently. The next second, the zombies lowered their heads and walked into the darkness. Satisfied, right? Bai Xin asked fearfully. Hong retracted the gun and said coldly, No one else needs to do anything. You will naturally become one of the zombies after the outbreak. After saying that, Hong turned and left. Bai Xin looked at Hong's back and gritted her teeth. Bitch! She clenched her fists so tightly that the veins on her hands popped out. Big explosion? No, we have to think of a way. As he was thinking, Bai Xin didn't know what he was thinking about. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and he turned and walked into the darkness. And on Lin Yuan's side, before he had killed enough zombies, the remaining zombies in front of him suddenly turned around and ran away. I've finished picking it up. Su Moyao held dozens of crystals in his clothes and handed them to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan withdrew his gaze and turned around to look, and suddenly saw that Hong had been standing behind them without him knowing when. Where did this woman go just now? How come she appeared as soon as the zombies left? While thinking, Lin Yuan's hand touched the crystal in Su Moyao's arms. You have obtained 50 primary crystals, and the 100-fold critical strike is in effect. Congratulations on obtaining 5,000 primary crystals. No attributes. Listening to the system's prompts, Lin Yuan frowned. Only 500. This is far from enough. Currently, the upper limit of the crystals he can absorb every day is 40. Before the first zombie outbreak comes, he will have no worries about absorbing crystals. But Lin Yuan still felt uneasy, so he thought about it and called out the system. Bite! Mission storage crystals. There is 1 month left before the first zombie outbreak. Please collect as many mutant crystals as possible and form your own small team during the remaining time. During this period, all your stored resources will receive a 100-fold critical hit. The remaining time for the mission is 9 days, 10 hours, and 5 minutes. 9 days. The last 9 days. His team is still following the same scumbag. When the day of the zombie outbreak really comes, can they really survive? Not only does he need to upgrade, but everyone in the team needs to upgrade. Only if everyone becomes strong can we survive the zombie outbreak. Lin Yuan didn't know what he was thinking and patted Xiaohei's butt. Xiaohei, let's go. Xiaohei whimpered, as if he was dissatisfied with Lin Yuan patting his butt, but he still followed Lin Yuan forward. When walking past Hong, Lin Yuan paused, glanced at her intentionally or unintentionally, and continued walking forward. Su Moyao trotted over and said to Hong, "Beauty, do you want to join us?" Hong rolled her eyes at him, walked past him, and followed Lin Yuan. Looking at Hong's actions, Su Moyao thought that Hong was impressed by his handsomeness, and a smile soon appeared on his face. "Beauty, wait for me." Su Moyao wanted to shout out, but was afraid of attracting zombies, so he could only lower his voice and shout while running forward. As soon as he went out, he saw Lin Yuan, Hong, and Xiaohei standing there, looking up at the sky. Su Moyao scratched his head, and when he looked up into the sky, he was immediately shocked. Before entering, the sky was still normal. And now, the sky was filled with endless blood red, and the color on the ground turned into blood red. The most terrifying thing is the sun hanging in the sky. At this moment, the scarlet blood color was slowly covering the sky until the sun was completely swallowed up. That's terrible. Lin Yuan looked at the scenery and murmured. The last time I saw this scene was when the zombies mutated for the first time. But before this, he had seen many mutant zombies. Roar! Before I had time to think, a zombie suddenly jumped down from behind me. The overall appearance of zombies is no different from that of primary zombies. And when its body appeared in the blood-red sky, it began to change. Click, click, click. The zombies' bodies made noises. Fuck, this is... Su Moyao hadn't finished speaking yet. Lin Yuan had already called the car out. He didn't focus his eyes on the zombies, but sat in the driver's seat. "Get in the car," he scolded. Hong looked at the changes in the zombies, felt something was wrong, turned around, and quickly got into the car. Su Moyao looked at the zombies in a daze. It was not until Xiaohei kicked him hard and he fell to the ground that he reacted. Depend on... The moment Su Moyao stepped onto the car, the zombie had completely transformed. The zombie roared, stared at Su Moyao, and rushed towards the car quickly. Bang! The moment Su Moyao got into the car and closed the door, the zombies crashed into him. So fast. After being illuminated, this zombie's speed is more than 3 times that of a primary zombie. Lin Yuan looked through the rearview mirror and saw the zombie chasing him closely. Seeing that the zombies were about to jump onto the car, he released one hand and quickly tore a hole in the front of the car. He controlled the car with one hand and rushed in one go. The car sank into the space gate, and the zombies were left with nothing. The next second, the car appeared not far away, but it was already a long distance away from the zombies. What is going on? Su Moizao Mumu. Hong's eyes were fixed on the window. On the streets and squares, many zombies were illuminated by the red light, and their bodies gradually began to change. However, some zombies, after being illuminated, are still primary zombies and have not undergone any changes. Looking at this scene, Hong muttered softly. The red light mutated the zombies. Red light. Su Moyao's eyes lit up, and he said, "If I go and shine a red light, will I also be upgraded?" After saying this, Lin Yuan in the driver's seat smiled faintly. In his previous life, his thoughts were the same as Su Moyao's. The red light can upgrade primary zombies, so can it also upgrade humans? He thought it was a gift from nature, but when Lin Yuan saw the result of humans illuminated by the red light, he suddenly felt a chill all over his body. The humans under the red light began to burn, and the flames on their bodies could not be extinguished by slapping or putting out with water. Even though he hid under the house, he eventually turned into a zombie. Chapter 88, Breaking Through the Limit. Thinking about it, Lin Yuan spoke lightly. If you want to become a zombie, you can try it. Turning into a zombie? As soon as Lin Yuan said this, the 2 people in the car looked towards him. At this moment, a man ran out of the car window. With an excited look on his face, he ran to the underground of the red light with an extremely excited look on his face. I thought it was a further step, but I didn't expect it to be the first step to becoming a zombie. Yes. Lin Yuan gestured for the two to look out the window. When Su Moyao and Hong looked out the window, the man had already started burning. After burning, the man also turned into a zombie. In the end, that person could only remain a primary zombie, and under the illumination of the red light, he could no longer be upgraded to a mutated zombie. This time, the red light is like an awakening of mankind. A zombie standing under the red light is equivalent to choosing the trial, and the red light will select the appropriate zombie for upgrade. The upgraded zombies will have special abilities, and the zombies that are not selected will still be primary zombies. Lin Yuan drove the car and quickly returned downstairs. He drove the car in and opened the door only when he could get out safely without being illuminated by the red light. Standing on the stairwell, looking up at the red light in the sky, he frowned. In the previous life, this red light would last for a day. What about this time? Still one day? Lin Yuan thought about it and put the car away. Beauty, we can't get out here. You should stay here for a while, Su Moyao said to Hong. However, Hong's eyes were always fixed on the red light in the sky. This matter must be reported to the organization. And what I just heard in the car. Slowly, Hong turned his gaze to Lin Yuan standing beside him. This guy knows a lot. The next second, Lin Yuan turned his head and looked over and happened to meet Hong's gaze. In just a second, Lin Yuan took the initiative to look away and went upstairs first. Beauty, Su Moyao stretched out his hand and waved in front of Hong. Hong looked at him lightly and nodded. It's just as Lin Yuan said, if I go out now, I will become a zombie. Then she can only stay here for now. Lin Yuan went upstairs, but before he reached the first floor, a man slowly walked down the stairwell. The man had dark circles around his eyes, red bloodshot eyes, and he had not shaved his beard. He looked very haggard. This person lived on the same floor as Lin Yuan, but he had no impression of him at all. The two looked at each other and then looked away. The man passed by several people. Su Moyao glanced at the man and asked Lin Yuan, "How come I don't know that there are other people in this building besides us?" Lin Yuan hummed and ignored Su Moyao's words. Then, Su Moyao's words reminded him again. "But didn't you say that we would all turn into zombies after being exposed to the red light? I don't think that person will." "Won't?" Lin Yuan turned around in surprise. Su Moyao nodded and pointed in the direction the man had just left. I watched him go in. Lin Yuan quickly ran to the corridor and looked outside. It was just as Su Moyao said. The man just walked under the red light without any changes. It seemed that this red light had no effect on him at all. How could that be? He had never seen anything like this. Who is that man? Lin Yuan pinched his brows and felt a little headache. Because of Su Moyao's initiative, he wanted to take Hong back to his room and protect her. In the end, Lin Yuan decided to hand Hong over to Sun Lan and asked Li Bin and Sun Lan to take good care of this distinguished guest. Before Su Moyao left, he did not forget to glare at Lin Yuan with dissatisfaction. It seemed as if Lin Yuan had cut off his peach blossom. Lin Yuan smiled helplessly, told everyone not to go out recently, and after the red light ended, he returned home. As soon as he stepped into the house, Lin Yuan did not see Yao Yao. It wasn't until he walked into the room that he saw her. Looking at Yao Yao lying on the bed, Lin Yuan thought that Yao Yao didn't think about it, and when he was about to withdraw, he realized something. Suddenly my heart tightened, and I quickly turned around and rushed over. Yao Yao. Lin Yuan flipped Yao Yao over. Yao Yao's forehead was covered with cold sweat, and even her clothes were soaked. Next to Yao Yao, several crystals were lying quietly on the bed. Combining the crystallization with Yao Yao's appearance, Lin Yuan guessed most of it. Everyone has an absorption limit, and Yao Yao is breaking through that limit. Lin Yuan took a tissue and carefully wiped the cold sweat from her forehead. He carefully put Yao Yao down, held Yao Yao's hand, and stood by the bed. I don't know how much time has passed. No matter how strange the sky outside is, the room is blocked by curtains and the dark scenery remains unchanged. Yao Yao slowly opened her eyes. The moment she woke up and looked at the ceiling, she could no longer tell whether it was day or night. She was about to move when she noticed someone beside the bed. Lin Yuan held her hand tightly, felt the movement, and opened his eyes. Woke up. Yao Yao looked at him, confused. You're back. Lin Yuan hummed, walked forward and hugged her tightly. Breaking the limit is a very dangerous thing. You are being reckless. Listening to Lin Yuan's words, Yao Yao smiled and put her arms around his back. I thought it was okay, so I gave it a try. After he finished speaking, Lin Yuan let her go with a look of dissatisfaction on his face. It's too dangerous. Tell me next time, and I'll protect you. If the breakthrough failed, Lin Yuan might be holding a corpse. When Yao Yao met Lin Yuan's eyes, her heart warmed. You worry about me. Yao Yao came closer and asked deliberately. Lin Yuan tapped her nose and said, I was scolding you. After saying that, Yao Yao smiled and quickly kissed Lin Yuan on the mouth. Reward you for your concern. Lin Yuan looked at her blankly. He licked his lips that had just been kissed and hugged Yao Yao tightly again, and the two of them fell on the bed. An hour later, Lin Yuan, with his bare chest, looked at Yao Yao, who had fallen asleep, and gently kissed her forehead. He covered her with the quilt considerately and walked out of the room. Lin Yuan sat on the sofa, and with a thought, he took out 40 primary crystals from the space. The upper limit is 40. Lin Yuan absorbed all 40 crystals in one breath without hesitation. He covered his heart and fell to the ground in pain. About half an hour later, Lin Yuan slowly stood up from the ground. After absorbing these 40 crystals, he immediately felt refreshed. But it seems that there is no feeling of fatigue. Could it be? Lin Yuan's eyes lit up, and he took out 10 crystals again. Looking at the crystals, he swallowed. Every time he eats one more pill, there is an element of gambling involved. If she was not careful, Yao Yao would see a dead body when she woke up. Thinking about it, Lin Yuan picked up the first crystal and began to absorb it. After absorbing one pill, he didn't feel any discomfort. Lin Yuan was delighted and continued to absorb the remaining crystals. The 10th one. Looking at the last crystal in his hand, Lin Yuan gritted his teeth and absorbed it. Chapter 89. Full of schemes. Snap! Lin Yuan's eyes widened suddenly, and his body made a loud noise. Thump! The heart suddenly shook. Lin Yuan covered his heart and immediately knelt down. Huff! He opened his mouth and gasped for air. Tick! The sweat on his forehead dripped onto the ground. Lin Yuan's heavy breathing could be clearly heard in the room. At this moment, his heart rate began to speed up. The beating sound of his heart seemed particularly clear to Lin Yuan's ears. Suddenly, Lin Yuan's heart tightened, as if a needle was piercing his heart. He gritted his teeth and tried not to make any sound. With the momentum, he fell to the ground. Bite! It was detected that the host was forcibly breaking through the physical limit. Out of concern for the host's safety and ability to persist, a special function was opened for the host. Progress bar. After the system prompt, a progress bar appeared in front of Lin Yuan. The progress bar shows 50%. Depend on. Lin Yuan gritted his teeth before uttering this word. It was so painful that it almost killed him, but the system was actually good and gave him a progress bar. Let him see more intuitively how long he will have to endure this pain. Rubbish system. Bite. The skills developed by the host are all determined by the host's own situation, and the host must accept them devoutly. When Lin Yuan heard what the system said, his face darkened. I'm afraid that before I'm tortured to death by the physical pain, I'll be pissed off to death by the system. Half an hour later, the progress bar reached 99%, just 1% away. The scary thing is that the progress bar suddenly stopped moving. The next second, Lin Yuan's body made a violent cracking sound. Meanwhile, the progress bar has just reached 100%. Bite! Congratulations, you have upgraded your spatial ability to level 5 and unlocked a new skill. Level 4 space skill of telekinesis. A person with telekinetic space ability can use his thoughts to take advantage of the gaps in space and grab an object you have seen from it. But remember, there are only 3 chances to use it a day. Telekinesis? Hearing this word, Lin Yuan nodded with satisfaction. Very convenient, especially when you see very rare crystals. Knock knock. Suddenly, a voice came from upstairs. Lin Yuan frowned and ignored it. He walked to the window, pulled a chair and sat down, carefully opened a corner and looked out. The red light outside was still eye-catching, and there seemed to be no sign of it receding. Damn Lao, this is... The man looked at the situation outside the window and asked in confusion. The old man clenched his cane tightly in his hands and looked at the red outside the window nervously. Close the curtains. No one can go out today without my permission. After saying that, Xiaoyang spoke while eating a lollipop. But Sister Hong went out this morning. Where did Red go? Mr. Dan frowned and asked. Xiaoyang said casually, Go follow Lin Yuan. Hearing the word Lin Yuan, the old man's brows slowly relaxed and he said, If you follow Lin Yuan, it's fine. Just stay here and don't go out. After saying that, Mr. Dan leaned back in the chair behind him. The man came over and said, Master Dan, I don't understand why Hong follows Lin Yuan. Is it really that safe? Before he could finish the rest of his words, Mr. Dan glanced at him calmly and replied, because he has the ability. The man listened and was suddenly speechless. He was silent for a few seconds, nodded, turned, and walked back to the room. Xiaoyang sat on the sofa, looked at the man's back, and laughed. Brother is angry again. Every time he talks about Lin Yuan, he gets angry. As he spoke, Xiaoyang raised his head and looked at Dan Lao, who had his eyes closed. Master Dan, is Lin Yuan really more powerful than my brother? I think he is just cunning and deceitful. Listening to Xiaoyang's words, Mr. Dan didn't say a word. He closed his eyes, and it was unclear whether he was asleep or not. Xiaoyang looked at Dan Lao and was silent for a few seconds. Then he sat back up and ate the lollipop in his hand. Has Fong Ling come down here? Lin Yuan stood in front of Li Bin and asked puzzledly. Li Bin shook his head and said, no. After saying this, Li Bin hesitated for a moment, but still leaned close to Lin Yuan's ear. Recently, I noticed Qing Shu was missing, and the food Fong Ling took was only enough for one person. Lin Yuan hummed and didn't ask any more questions. He had witnessed the incident, so there was no need to ask further questions. I'll go up and look for Fong Ling. Lin Yuan turned around and walked out of the room. Watching Lin Yuan leave, Sun Lan came over and took Li Bin's arm. Honey, why is Brother Lin acting strange? It's as if he had anticipated what would happen to Fong Ling. Li Bin touched Sun Lan's hand and said, Brother Lin is such an amazing person. When the zombie outbreak was about to happen, we didn't know about it, but Brother Lin knew about it first, didn't he? After hearing this, Sun Lan felt that it was right and stopped talking. After leaving Li Bin, Lin Yuan summoned the armor, holding the alloy sword in his hand, and walked towards Fong Ling's room. As soon as I reached the door, I saw a lot of blood on the ground. Lin Yuan squatted down and looked at the bloodstains. Very fresh, as if it was just left. He stood up and knocked gently on the door. No one answered. Bang! Lin Yuan punched, and with the help of his armor, he, who had just reached level 5, was able to open the door directly. With a loud bang. The people in the room obviously didn't expect Lin Yuan to be able to open the door with one punch. The moment Fong Ling saw Lin Yuan, he suddenly panicked. In front of Fong Ling, the dying Qing Shu had her hands and feet tied up by him, and even her mouth was sealed. There were many knife scars on Qing Shu's face. Blood was still flowing from her thigh. The blood on the ground spread all the way out of the door. Lin Yuan looked at this scene and frowned. Are you crazy? He questioned Fong Ling. Fong Ling's face was covered in blood, and even his hand holding the knife was covered in blood. Fong Ling looked at Lin Yuan and suddenly laughed. The next second, his expression became fierce, and he scolded. It's none of your business. Get out. Looking at Fong Ling, Lin Yuan sighed helplessly. That's human nature. Qing Shu had treated Fong Ling as a bad person before, and now the consequences were doubled and applied to herself. In the end, it's all his own fault. Qing Shu slowly opened her eyes and saw Lin Yuan's figure. Her dim eyes lit up. She wanted to make a sound from her throat, but no sound came out. The next moment, her eyes widened. Watching Lin Yuan cut Fong Ling's throat with a knife, Fong Ling fell at her feet with a thud. The blood from his neck was still gushing out, and his wide eyes seemed to be looking at her. Qing Shu used all her strength to kick Fong Ling's body away. It only took a few seconds to kick Fong Ling away, and during these few seconds, her mind was filled with images of Fong Ling bullying her over the past few days. My eyes became hot, and tears welled up immediately. Chapter 90 Zombies are coming. Roar! The sound of zombies came into her ears. Qing Shu paused and looked up at Lin Yuan with red eyes. Lin Yuan naturally heard the sound as well. There was blood at the door, and another person was dead. Zombies should have come a long time ago. He glanced at Qing Shu indifferently, shook his head, turned and walked out of the room. Qing Shu struggled, fell to the ground, and crawled towards the door with all her might. Watching Lin Yuan's figure disappear, what came into view was a zombie with a bloody mouth wide open, rushing towards her quickly. Seeing the zombie's bloody mouth getting closer and closer, Qing Shu didn't even wait for Lin Yuan to turn around. But in fact, Lin Yuan was standing behind the wall, not far away. The zombies were slowly walking up the stairs, and he had no time to escape. But fortunately, these zombies were not targeting him, so he just leaned quietly against the wall. As Qing Shu's scream was heard, the zombies rushed into the room where they were. The scream did not last long, but in just a few seconds, Qing Shu shouted out with almost all her strength. About half a quarter of an hour later, the zombies' voices slowly faded away. Lin Yuan carefully stretched his head out to take a look and breathed a sigh of relief. The zombies are gone. Only Fong Ling and Qing Shu's doors were half open. Lin Yuan let out a long sigh and walked forward. There were bloodstains all over the door, all very fresh. He took out the alloy sword in one hand, just in case of emergency. He pointed at an empty space in the room that was not splattered with blood, and with a slight force, the door made a creaking sound and was slowly pushed open. When all the doors in the room were opened, the scene inside was disgusting. The bodies of Fong Ling and Qing Shu have completely disappeared. They must have left with the large group of zombies. If he is lucky, he will be able to see the two men's inhuman appearance during future zombie hunts. On the floor of the room, blood was splattered everywhere as if it were free. There was no clean place. There are quite a few strands of hair mixed in with the blood. Lin Yuan could even see a lot of minced meat and blood mixed together, which was very disgusting. Even Lin Yuan, who had experienced such a bloody scene for so long, frowned slightly when he saw this scene. As soon as he turned around, he met Hong's gaze. She was wearing high heels on her red feet and looking at him calmly with her arms folded over her chest. Cough. Lin Yuan felt a little embarrassed. He coughed lightly and straightened himself. How did you get up here? Moreover, there was no sound at all. This took him completely unprepared. Hong glanced behind him calmly and turned away. Watching Hong turning around, Lin Yuan was about to leave when Hong's voice suddenly came. Young. Young? Lin Yuan was stunned. Isn't this meant to make fun of him? His face darkened, he sighed, and walked up with his hands in his pockets. The red light in the sky outside had faded a lot, and the sun in the sky slowly appeared. Judging from the situation, the red light should be gone within an hour. Hong stood in the corridor, looked up at the changes in the sky, hesitated for a moment, and finally asked, This red light, Elder Dan said it will not retreat. Not long ago, she had just reported the matter, and the other side gave her this conclusion. She was not worried about having to stay here forever, but she felt that the sudden appearance of the red light was very strange. You won't retreat? Lin Yuan looked at Hong in confusion. Lin Yuan caught a key word from Hong's words. Pale and old. How come he had never heard of this person? Dan Lao, is he your boss? Lin Yuan opened his mouth and questioned. Hong turned her head, glanced at him, without saying anything, then turned and went downstairs. You didn't even tell me that, and you still want me to join the organization. How stingy. Lin Yuan muttered and walked away without looking back. When he was walking down the first floor, Lin Yuan suddenly saw a familiar figure. It was the man who walked out when the red light was at its peak that day. The difference this time was that the man was wearing a baseball cap on his head. The hat was pulled down very low, and only a little bit of the man's chin could be seen, as if he did it on purpose to cover his cheeks. The man had his hands hanging by his sides, his waist bent as he slowly walked forward, one step at a time. Li Bin's room is already on this floor, and Hong has left the stairwell. For some reason, when Lin Yuan saw the man appear, he felt alert and didn't want to let him walk out of the stairwell directly. He took advantage of the situation and walked down a few more steps. Just as the man passed by Lin Yuan, a low voice came into his ears. Red light never ceases. Thump. Lin Yuan's heart was shocked, and he quickly turned around to look at the man. The man was looking at him. The next second, the man slowly raised his hand. His hands were not like those of a normal person. They were like dead wood, so thin that only skin and bones were left. He lifted his hat up, revealing his face with dark circles under his eyes. Then, the man looked at Lin Yuan and opened his lips slightly. Before he could say anything, they both heard the sound of footsteps at the same time. The man's face changed. He closed his mouth tightly, gave Lin Yuan a weird smile, lowered his hat again, and turned away. Hey, wait a minute. Lin Yuan walked forward, but before he could catch the person, Su Moyao's voice came over. You're here? Su Moyao looked towards Lin Yuan and raised a questioning voice. At the same time, the man just walked around Su Moyao and went up. Looking at the man's back, Lin Yuan frowned. His speed increased. An idea suddenly flashed through Lin Yuan's mind. Could it be that the red light has a beneficial effect on the man? Just as he was in a daze, Su Moyao came over and patted him on the shoulder. What are you thinking about? Go back quickly, the zombies are coming. Su Moyao reminded in a low voice, but his eyes were lowered, staring closely at the zombie that was approaching. Lin Yuan didn't finish his words. He just glanced at him indifferently and then walked up to him. The two returned to the room. Except for Coke and Xiaohei, almost everyone was in the room. How do you get together? Lin Yuan walked in and asked doubtfully. Li Bin hesitated for a moment and asked, Brother Lin, the matter between Fong Ling and Qing Shu. After listening to Li Bin's words, Lin Yuan briefly explained the matter to everyone. As they listened to Lin Yuan's story, everyone's expressions changed again and finally turned into disbelief. Qing Shu looks innocent, but I didn't expect. Sun Lan said this and shook her head helplessly. Yao Yao took Lin Yuan's arm and whispered in agreement. Yes, Sister Qing Shu looks like a well-behaved girl. How could she do such a thing? After he finished speaking, Lin Yuan was about to say something, but Li Bin spoke first. Fong Ling is really too cruel to a girl. As Li Bin spoke, a hint of anger appeared on his face. Everyone has different opinions on this matter. Chapter 91. Zombies with Intelligence. Lin Yuan listened silently without expressing his opinion. He gently touched Yao Yao's hand, as if to comfort her. Hong leaned against the window of the room, lifted a corner of the curtain with her hand, and looked outside. As soon as she saw it, her eyes widened and she shouted at the people in the room. Run! Run! With Hong's loud shout, she moved quickly, opened the door nimbly, and rushed out as soon as possible. Lin Yuan was startled and shouted without hesitation. Run! The people in the room then realized something was wrong and rushed out the door. Just when Li Bin, the last person, rushed out, a loud noise came from the room. It seemed like something broke the window and rushed in. Call! Lin Yuan walked over carefully. The closer he got to the door, the heavier and clearer the breathing sounds became. Something is coming in. He turned and looked at Hong. Hong frowned tightly, and his hand had already tightly grasped a dagger without him knowing when, and his whole body was in a state of alert. Although I have only met the woman in front of me 3 times, it seems like the current situation. She is definitely not joking. Yao Yao looked at Lin Yuan worriedly, and she found that Lin Yuan's eyes were fixed on Hong behind him. Hong has a tall and plump figure, which is desired by many people. At this moment, she felt a little jealous. Just when the atmosphere was tense, a crackling sound came from the room. Things started to move. Lin Yuan turned around and waved at Li Bin. Li Bin nodded, walked up and patted Su Moyao on the shoulder, then took Sun Lan and walked back. In this life, Li Bin still understood very well what Lin Yuan meant by not speaking. Then, Lin Yuan lowered his eyes, patted Yao Yao's shoulder, and pointed inside the room. I thought Yao Yao would follow Li Bin back obediently, but I didn't expect that Yao Yao just opened the door for Li Bin and then walked back. Lin Yuan frowned and motioned for her to go back again. Yao Yao bit her lips tightly and shook her head. Hong watched this scene from the side and raised an eyebrow. At this moment, a hand suddenly stretched out from the room in front of him and grabbed the edge of the door. Yao Yao's heart was shocked. Before she could scream, Lin Yuan covered her mouth and pulled her against the wall. Li Bin had already locked the door of the room, and only Lin Yuan, Yao Yao, and Hong were left in the corridor. Roar! The low roars of zombies could be heard from time to time. Lin Yuan has already noticed that the zombie is at the door. Yao Yao held Lin Yuan's arm tightly. Gurgle. She swallowed nervously. No. If this goes on, no one will know the location of the zombies. Yao Yao made a bold decision. The next second, she stuck her head out. Lin Yuan looked at her actions and was shocked. Before he could pull her back, the zombie in the room suddenly stretched out its head, and the moment it saw Yao Yao and Lin Yuan, it opened its mouth. I found you. Thump. Lin Yuan's whole body froze. The moment the zombie raised his hand, he grabbed Yao Yao's waist and quickly bounced away. Boom! When Lin Yuan was holding Yao Yao and standing steadily at the edge of the corridor. The zombie has already stepped out, and its hand has created a big hole where the 2 people were just now. Lin Yuan, this zombie just spoke. Yao Yao spoke tremblingly. She looked at the zombies in front of her and actually felt fear. Lin Yuan looked at the zombies, observing them carefully. The zombie looks no different from an ordinary zombie, but after experiencing the red light, its size has probably increased several times. Even the door is not tall enough for the zombies. This zombie is of a high rank, be careful. Lin Yuan whispered. It's more than not low. The current stage of this zombie is probably that it has undergone a second mutation based on being a mutated zombie. Otherwise, how could it speak? How could he attack suddenly? Intelligent zombies are very troublesome. The zombie looked at the 2 people chattering in front of it and actually licked its lips like humans. Food. It muttered something in its mouth, and the next second it stretched out its hand and rushed towards Lin Yuan and the other person. Get out of the way! Lin Yuan scolded and pushed Yao Yao aside. Then, he quickly summoned out his armor, and with the alloy sword in his hand, he took the slap from the zombie. Lin Yuan! Yao Yao managed to stand firmly and did not fall to the ground. Her eyes were determined, her consciousness moved, and she grasped several bolts of lightning in her hands and quickly struck the zombies. Bang! Ah! The lightning struck the zombie, and the zombie screamed in pain and took a few steps back. And from the place where the zombie's body was struck by lightning, streams of burnt black smoke were slowly emerging. Thunder! The zombie touched the painful spot, and his eyes were suddenly filled with anger. It roared and turned to look at Yao Yao. The next moment, the zombies rushed over. Not good. Seeing this, Lin Yuan quickly tore open a space blade beside Yao Yao, and then used telekinesis to push the stunned Yao Yao in. Yao Yao only felt a force pushing her in. When she appeared again, she didn't expect that she was already in the room. Yao Yao girl? Li Bin looked at Yao Yao, who suddenly appeared in front of him, and was shocked. Then he asked hurriedly, "What's going on outside?" But Yao Yao was stunned. How come she was sent in directly? Lin Yuan's ability has been upgraded again? Outside the door, Lin Yuan watched Yao Yao disappear and breathed a sigh of relief. He just tried it with an element of gambling, but he didn't expect that with the arrival of level 4, his ability would also be upgraded. Where are the people? The zombies became even angrier when they saw the people disappear. The next moment, its figure disappeared and appeared behind Lin Yuan at an extremely fast speed. Hello! Hong quickly aimed at the zombie behind Lin Yuan and pulled the trigger. Bang! The shot accurately hit the zombie's eye. Ah! Behind Lin Yuan, the zombie's painful cries were heard. He turned quickly. Sure enough, I saw zombies behind me. It was so fast that he didn't even see when the zombie moved. Is this the zombie that awakened for the second time? While the zombie was in pain, Lin Yuan quickly distanced himself from it and moved aside. The zombie's strength is unknown, so we cannot attack rashly. Besides, the location of the corridor is not suitable for fighting. If the battle had been more intense, the whole house would have probably collapsed. But outside, Lin Yuan looked up at the sky. His pupils trembled. When did the red light fade away? The zombie slowed down, and when it disappeared again, Lin Yuan rushed outside while shouting, "Go down and fight!" As soon as he finished speaking, Hong saw Lin Yuan jump directly down from the corridor. Fortunately, the floor here is not high. In addition to Lin Yuan's current physical condition, jumping directly down from the corridor would only be a little painful. Lin Yuan jumped down, rolled over, and stood up quickly. Turning around, I saw Hong falling down easily.